This world is exceedingly mundane. It is high time for me to inject a jolt of astonishment into humanity. The cataclysm of the undead originated from Jianglin, gradually spreading throughout the region, the entire city, and eventually the whole nation. In this calamity, whether you are the celebrated campus belle or a wealthy magnate, whether you are a lofty aristocrat or an ordinary citizen, all shall face the same fate. In the face of disaster, all are equal. The upper echelons of humanity acted swiftly. Striving to halt the spread of the catastrophe, they established quarantine zones in an attempt to isolate the zombies. However, confronted by the relentless horde of zombies, akin to a plague of locusts, they had no choice but to expend all their resources. Machine guns, tanks, and artillery were deployed to unleash a fierce bombardment against the undead. Amidst this chaos, survivors mingled with the zombies. They endeavored to breach the defenses erected by humanity, seeking a glimmer of hope. Location: Water Blue Star Qian Nation. Ding initiating identity verification. Who goes there? Who is it? Jiang Lin, leisurely strolling down the street, was suddenly startled, glancing around in confusion. Yet, the crowd around him remained 10 meters away. As he questioned whether he was merely hearing things, Doomsday Aberration System has been successfully bound. Task has been issued. Please execute promptly. Host. Doomsday Aberration System? These words, when considered individually, are not unfamiliar. For Jiang Lin, who has perused countless novels, the Doomsday theme is not novel, and systems are a staple for protagonists in many tales. But what exactly is an aberration? His instincts warned him that this matter was far from simple. Once more, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the bustling crowd, the bright sunshine, and the glass facades of skyscrapers reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. No one paid heed to the somewhat dazed pedestrian by the street. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities must have blessings to follow. Am I destined for fortune? After all, systems are a hallmark for protagonists in novels. Even though he had never experienced it firsthand, he had certainly heard of it. Yet, he never anticipated that he would one day become such a fortunate individual. Jiang Lin attempted to summon the system within his mind, and a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. The people around him seemed oblivious, confirming that only he could perceive it. Host: Jiang Lin. Race: human. Task: the advent of good news. In the face of the apocalypse, find a suitable virus to serve as a carrier for the zombie virus and propagate it. Countdown: 24 hours. Task failure. System will reclaim. 24 hours? That means by this time tomorrow. Failure is absolutely unacceptable. The most virus-ridden place is undoubtedly the hospital. He flagged down a taxi, heading straight for the nearest hospital. In the car, Jiang Lin planned not only to locate the viral carrier, but also to procure food, drinking water, and medicine. Of course, weapons and protective gear for self-defense were indispensable as well. Moreover, it was imperative that no one discovers the connection between the zombie virus and himself. As he searched for nearby supermarkets and pharmacies, he kept an eye on his phone. Messages in the company group chat flashed continuously. Ran Guangming. We need someone to work overtime tomorrow. Is there a volunteer? If not, I will designate someone. Not eager to volunteer? Then I'll designate Jiang Lin. You come in for overtime tomorrow. Volunteering for overtime? And then designating someone? He was all too familiar with this ploy. Jiang Lin, fool. Ran Guangming. What do you mean, Jiang Lin? Healy, boss, he just insulted you. Ran Guangming. Jiang Lin, retract that statement, and I can overlook it. Remember to come in for overtime tomorrow. Jiang Lin, overtime? I'll give you a headache. Healy, Jiang Lin, how can you speak like that? Jiang Lin, how should I speak? Overtime every day. The company's business is failing, yet there's still so much nonsense, and you call it a gathering of heroes? It seems more like a meeting of fools. As a lousy company boss, what else do you do besides writing PPTs and manipulating employees? Every time you call for overtime, you only know to come to me. Am I your father? Do I not need rest? Did I ever take leave? Did I? Ran Guangming. Healy, the boss has his difficulties. Why fuss over it? Expand your perspective. Jianglin? I haven't even mentioned you. You always find excuses to report work, shoving all the duties onto me. Don't I deserve a share of the salary? Next time you come out of the room, remember to wipe your mouth clean. Idiot. Healy, 3 minutes? Your body isn't up to par. You should see an old Chinese doctor. Ran Guangming. The other participants in the group chat dared not speak, fearing they would catch fire. Jiang Lin exited the group chat, blocking everyone, feeling utterly refreshed. How liberating! After a moment's thought, he recalled that someone owed him 20,000, so he sent a debt collection message in that person's company chat. How was he able to post in someone else's company chat? It was purely due to his financial prowess. A simple red envelope sent to that person's colleague sufficed. The taxi pulled up at the hospital entrance, and Jiang Lin began to search each department and ward. Utilizing the system's detection function, an alarm would sound if a target virus appeared within 3 meters. At that moment, a man with a limp entering the surgical department triggered the system's prompt. Ding, target virus detected, would you like to extract it? He hurriedly selected yes, having no time to ponder why it was rabies virus. He needed to rush to purchase food. In the supermarket, Jiang Lin pushed 3 shopping carts, frantically gathering provisions. Primarily, he sought compact, high-energy foods such as chocolate and wheat biscuits. Additionally, he collected beef, lamb, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned goods. He also casually grabbed a few 10-liter bottles of mineral water. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, he completed his purchase, totaling over 4,000 yuan. With such a shopping amount, the supermarket was more than willing to deliver to his door. However, he was cautious and provided the address of a nearby building. In the end, he would exert himself a bit to carry it upstairs. He also considered that once the apocalypse struck, urban order would inevitably collapse. Injuries would be unavoidable, so he hastened to the pharmacy. By coincidence, the pharmacy was holding a grand promotion. Colorful ribbons fluttered at the entrance, with banners hanging high. Offers included buy 99 and get 10 eggs free, and first-time members receive a 10% discount on medicines. A sales associate clad in a pink uniform approached him with a beaming smile. Hello, how may I assist you? Aside from Jiang Lin, the pharmacy was teeming with elderly men and women. A rare sighting of a young, handsome man naturally garnered the associate's utmost attention. Cold medicine, fever reducers, and hemostatics, gather all of these for me. The associate, thinking she had misheard, confirmed thrice. Are you sure? I am certain. Though filled with doubt, she complied and fetched the medications. For who would turn down a sale delivered to their door? Faced with a plethora of medications, Jiang Lin meticulously selected, ultimately spending 8,000 yuan. Lastly, he needed weapons for self-defense. In addition to a fire axe, he purchased the legendary sword of physics, a crowbar. These 2 items possess significant lethality while remaining inconspicuous. He then visited a specialized store, acquiring a set of cut-resistant cycling gear and a pair of labor protection shoes with built-in steel toes and soles. Purchased weapons, food, water, and medicines expenditure. 821 yuan. This section is additional information. The original text 3 may be a typographical error or omission. The system's voice chimed once more. Ding, carrier virus conversion complete. Zombie virus has been generated. Please propagate promptly. Host. Upon delving into the propagation methods, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. To infect an individual with the zombie virus, skin contact exceeding 1 minute is required. Moreover, the contact cannot be interrupted. Once interrupted, it becomes ineffective. System. Are there alternative infection methods, such as airborne transmission or waterborne transmission? The imagination is delightful, but reality is harsh. The system provided a negative response, and he could only acquiesce. However, he found solace in the fact that the infected zombies would not actively assault him. Furthermore, once the time limit expired and the first zombie emerged, he would be able to transform freely between humanity and the undead. While the physique of a zombie may surpass that of a human, it would also forfeit many pleasures, such as savoring delicious food. Nonetheless, that being said, did it mean that the weapons and equipment he had just purchased would become useless? On second thought, they would still prove useful, as his enemies could very well be human. At that moment, Jiang Lin's pocket vibrated. It was a phone call coming in. This world has grown exceedingly dull. It is high time for me to infuse a jolt of excitement into humanity. The catastrophe of the undead originated from Jiang Lin, gradually spreading throughout the entire region, the city, and eventually the entire nation. In this calamity, whether one is the much-admired campus belle or a wealthy magnate, whether a lofty aristocrat or an ordinary citizen, all shall face the same fate. In the face of disaster, all are equal. The upper echelons of humanity acted swiftly, striving to halt the spread of the calamity. They established quarantine zones, attempting to isolate the zombies. Yet confronted with a horde of zombies surging forth like locusts, They were compelled to deploy all their resource of machine guns, tanks, and artillery were unleashed in a relentless barrage against the undead. In this chaos, survivors and zombies became intermingled. They endeavored to breach the human-established defenses in search of a glimmer of hope. Location: Water Blue Star, Qian Nation. Beep identity verification in progress. Who is there? Who is it? Jiang Lin, strolling along the bustling street, was startled and looked around, filled with bewilderment. However, the crowd around him remained a good 10 meters away. Just as he began to question whether he was hearing things, the Apocalypse variant system has been successfully bound. The task has been issued. Please execute it promptly, host. Apocalypse variant system? These words, though individually familiar, were not new to Jiang Lin, who had perused countless novels. The theme of Apocalypse was hardly novel, and systems were a staple for many protagonists. But what exactly is a variant? His instincts warned him that this matter was far from simple. He surveyed his surroundings once more, observing the bustling crowd, the bright sunshine, and the glass facades of skyscrapers reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. No one paid heed to the slightly dazed passerby at the street corner. As the saying goes, surviving great calamities brings great fortune. Am I destined for luck? The system is indeed a hallmark of novel protagonists. Even though he had never experienced it firsthand, he had long heard tales of it. Yet, he never anticipated that one day he would become such a fortunate individual. Jiang Lin attempted to summon the system in his mind, and a virtual screen materialized before him. The people around him seemed oblivious. Jiang Lin confirmed that only he could see it. Host: Jiang Lin. Race: human. Task: the arrival of good news. In the face of impending doom, locate a suitable virus to serve as a carrier for the zombie virus and disseminate it. Countdown: 24 hours. Task failure: system recovery. 24 hours? Which means by this time tomorrow. Failure is absolutely not an option. The place with the highest concentration of viruses is undoubtedly the hospital. He flagged down a taxi, heading straight for the nearest hospital. In the taxi, Jiang Lin planned that after locating the virus carrier, he would also need to procure food, drinking water, and medicines. Of course, weapons and protective gear for self-defense were also indispensable. Moreover, he must not let anyone discover that the zombie virus is connected to him. As he searched for nearby supermarkets and pharmacies, he kept an eye on his phone. Messages in the company group chat flashed incessantly. Ran Guangming, we need someone to work overtime tomorrow. Is anyone willing? If not, I will assign someone. No one is eager? Then I will designate Jiang Lin. You are coming in for overtime tomorrow. Voluntary overtime? And then a designation? He was all too familiar with this routine. Jiang Lin, fool. Ran Guangming. What do you mean? Jiang Lin. Healy. Boss, he's insulting you. Ran Guangming. Jiang Lin, retract that statement, and I can overlook it. Remember to come in for overtime tomorrow. Jiang Lin? Overtime? They'll give you a headache. Healy. Jiang Lin. How can you speak like that? Jiang Lin. How should I speak? Always working overtime. The company's business is poor, yet there's still an abundance of trivial matters. And you dare to say that it's a gathering of talents? I see it's a bunch of fools in a meeting. As a mere company owner, aside from drafting PPTs and manipulating employees, what else can you do? Every time you call for overtime, you think of me. Am I your father? Do I not need rest? Have I not asked for leave before? Did I? Ran Guangming. Healy, the boss has his difficulties. Why must you hold a grudge? Expand your perspective a little. Jiang Lin, I haven't even mentioned you. You always find excuses to report work, dumping all the responsibilities on me. Don't you get a share of the salary? Next time you come out of your room, remember to wipe your mouth. Idiot. Healy, 3 minutes? Your body can't handle that. Find an old Chinese doctor to take a look. Ran Guangming. The others in the group chat dared not speak, fearing they would catch fire. Jiang Lin exited the group chat and blacklisted everyone, feeling utterly refreshed. What a relief. After some thought, Jiang Lin remembered that someone owed him 20,000, so he sent a debt collection message in that person's company group. How could he be in someone else's company group? Simply the power of money. Sending a red envelope to that person's colleagues did the trick. The taxi halted at the hospital entrance, and Jiang Lin began his search through each department and ward. He utilized the system's detection feature. As soon as the target virus appeared within 3 meters, an alarm would sound. At that moment, a man limping into the surgical ward triggered the system's alert. Beep, target virus detected. Do you wish to extract? He hurriedly selected yes, having no time to ponder why it was rabies virus. He needed to rush to procure food. In the supermarket, Jiang Lin pushed 3 shopping carts, frantically gathering provisions. His focus was on high-energy, compact items such as chocolate and wheat biscuits. He also collected beef, lamb, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned goods. He casually grabbed several 10-liter bottles of mineral water. Under the astonished gaze of the sales staff, he completed his purchase, totaling over 4,000 yuan. With such a substantial shopping amount, the supermarket was more than happy to deliver. However, he was cautious, providing the address of a nearby building. In the end, he would bear a little burden and carry it upstairs himself. He also considered that once the apocalypse struck, urban order would inevitably collapse. Injuries would be unavoidable, so he hurried to the pharmacy. By coincidence, the pharmacy was holding a grand promotion. Colorful ribbons fluttered at the entrance, and banners hung high. Spend 99 and receive 10 eggs. First-time members get 10 off on medicines, and so forth. A sales associate clad in a pink uniform approached him with a beaming smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Aside from Jiang Lin, the pharmacy was filled with elderly patrons. Rarely did a young, handsome man visit, so the associate was particularly attentive. "Cold medicine, fever reducers, blood coagulants, bring me some of everything." The associate thought she misheard and confirmed several times. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Though filled with doubt, she obediently fetched the medicines, as it was illogical to turn down business that came knocking. Confronted with a bounty of medications, Jiang Lin meticulously selected and ultimately spent 8,000 yuan. Finally, he needed self-defense weapons. In addition to a fire axe, he purchased the holy sword of physics, a crowbar. These 2 items were lethal, yet not overly conspicuous. He then visited a specialized store, acquiring a set of cut-resistant cycling gear and a pair of steel-toe, steel-sole safety shoes. Shopping for weapons, food, water, and medicines at the mall expenditure, 821 yuan. This is additional information, as the original text 3 may have been a typographical error or omission. The system's voice chimed once more. "Beep carrier virus transformation complete. The zombie virus has been generated. Please disseminate it promptly, host." Upon delving deeper into the transmission methods, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. To infect a person with the zombie virus, skin contact exceeding 1 minute is required, and it must not be interrupted. Should there be any interruption, it would be rendered ineffective. System, are there any alternative methods of infection, such as airborne or waterborne transmission? The imagination was delightful, yet reality was harsh. The system provided a negative response, and he had no choice but to accept it. However, he found solace in the fact that the infected zombies would not attack him. Moreover, once the time limit expired, when the first zombie appeared, he would be able to freely transform between human and zombie. Though a zombie's body might be more formidable than that of a human, it would also lose many pleasures, such as savoring delicious food. Nevertheless, considering this, were not the weapons and equipment he had just purchased rendered useless? Upon reconsideration, they remained useful, as his enemies could very well be humans. At that moment, Jiang Lin's pocket vibrated. Someone was calling him. "The world has grown exceedingly dull. It is time for me to infuse a jolt of excitement into humanity." The cataclysm of the undead originated from Jiang Lin, gradually spreading throughout the region, engulfing the entire city and eventually the nation. In this calamity, whether you are the much-admired campus belle or a wealthy magnate, whether you are a lofty aristocrat or an ordinary citizen, all shall face the same fate. In the face of disaster, all are equal. The upper echelons of humanity sprang into action. Striving to halt the spread of the calamity, they established quarantine zones in an attempt to isolate the zombies. However, confronted with a horde of undead surging, like locusts, they were compelled to deploy all available resources: machine guns, tanks, and artillery to unleash a fierce barrage upon the zombies. Amidst this chaos, survivors and zombies intertwined. They endeavored to breach the defenses set by humanity, seeking a glimmer of hope. Location: Water Blue Star Qian Nation. Beep identity verification in progress. Who goes there? Who is it? Suddenly startled while strolling down the street, Jiang Lin scanned his surroundings, filled with perplexity. Yet, the crowd around him remained a good 10 meters away. Just as he began to question whether he was imagining things. The Doomsday Mutant system has been successfully bound. Mission has been issued. Please execute promptly. Doomsday Mutant System? These words, when considered individually, are not unfamiliar for Jiang Lin, who has perused countless novels. The apocalyptic theme is hardly novel, and systems are indeed a staple for protagonists in many tales. Yet what exactly is a mutant? Instinct told him this matter was far from simple. He once again surveyed the vicinity, observing the bustling crowd, the radiant sunlight, and the glass facades of towering buildings reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. No one paid heed to the somewhat dazed passerby by the street. As the saying goes, surviving great calamity must bring forth future blessings. Could it be that fortune is smiling upon me? A system is the hallmark of a novel's protagonist. Although he has never personally experienced it, he has certainly heard tales. Little did he expect that one day he too would become such a fortunate soul. Jiang Lin attempted to summon the system within his mind, and a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Those around him appeared oblivious, and Jiang Lin confirmed that he alone could see it. Host, Jiang Lin. Race, human. Mission: the coming of good news. In the face of the apocalypse, locate a suitable virus to serve as a vector for the zombie virus and propagate it. Countdown. 24 hours. Mission failure. System will reclaim. 24 hours? In other words, at this time tomorrow, failure is absolutely not an option. The place most rife with viruses is undoubtedly the hospital. He hailed a taxi, heading straight for the nearest hospital. In the vehicle, Jiang Lin planned not only to find the virus vector, but also to procure food, drinking water, and medicine. Of course, weapons and protective gear for self-defense were also indispensable. Moreover, he must ensure that no one discovers the connection between the zombie virus and himself. As he searched for nearby supermarkets and pharmacies, he kept a watchful eye on his phone. Messages in the company group chat flickered incessantly. Ran Guangming, we need someone to work overtime tomorrow. Is there a volunteer? If not, I will designate someone. No one is eager? Then I designate Jiang Lin. You will come in for overtime tomorrow. Volunteering for overtime? And then being designated? This trick is all too familiar to him. Jiang Lin, fool. Ran Guangming. What do you mean, Jiang Lin? Healy, boss, he insulted you. Ran Guangming. Jiang Lin, retract that statement. I can overlook it, but remember to come in for overtime tomorrow. Jiang Lin? Overtime? I'll give you a headbutt. Healy, Jiang Lin. How can you speak like that? Jiang Lin. How should I speak? Every day it's overtime. The company's business is failing. And there's still so much nonsense claiming to gather the elite. I see it as fools convening for a meeting. Being a mere company boss, aside from drafting PPTs and manipulating employees, what else do you do? Every time there's overtime, you only know to call on me. Am I your father? Do I not need rest? Have I taken any leave previously? Have I? Ran Guangming. Healy, the boss has his difficulties. Why must you nitpick? Broaden your perspective. Jiang Lin, I haven't even mentioned you. Every time you find excuses to report work, you dump all the tasks on me. Do you think I get a share of the salary? Next time you come out of your office, remember to wipe your mouth clean. Brain dead. Healy, 3 minutes? Your body is not up to par. Perhaps you should consult an old Chinese doctor. Ran Guangming. The other members in the group dared not speak, fearful of catching the flames of his wrath. Jiang Lin exited the group chat, blocking everyone, feeling utterly refreshed. What a relief! After a moment, he recalled that someone owed him 20,000 and he sent a debt collection message in that person's company group. How could he be in someone else's company group? Simply put, it was due to financial prowess. A red envelope to that person's colleague took care of the matter. The taxi halted at the hospital entrance, and Jiang Lin began searching each department and ward. He utilized the system's detection function. Should the target virus appear within 3 meters, an alert would sound. At that moment, a man limping into the surgical department triggered the system's prompt. Beep, target virus detected. Would you like to extract? He hurriedly selected yes, not pausing to ponder why it was rabies virus. He needed to quickly procure food. In the supermarket, Jiang Lin pushed 3 shopping carts, frantically gathering provisions. He focused on high-energy, compact items such as chocolate and wheat biscuits. Additionally, he collected beef, lamb, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned goods. He also casually grabbed several 10-liter bottles of mineral water. Under the astonished gaze of the sales staff, he completed his purchase, totaling over 4,000 yuan. Given such a shopping amount, the supermarket was more than willing to deliver. However, he was shrewd enough to provide the address of a neighboring building. When the time came, he would exert a little effort to carry them upstairs himself. He further considered that once the apocalypse struck, urban order would inevitably collapse. Injuries would be unavoidable, so he hurried to the pharmacy. By coincidence, the pharmacy was running a major promotion. Colorful ribbons fluttered at the entrance, and banners hung high. Offers included 10 free eggs with every purchase over 99 yuan, and a discount for first-time members buying medicine. A sales associate dressed in a pink uniform, with a beaming smile, approached him. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Aside from Jiang Lin, the pharmacy was filled with elderly men and women. With the rare appearance of a handsome young man, the sales associate naturally paid him extra attention. "Cold medicine, fever reducers, hemostatics, give me some of each." The associate thought she had misheard and confirmed repeatedly. "Are you sure?" "I am certain." Though filled with doubt, she complied and fetched the medicines after all. Who would turn down a sale presented to them? Facing a full array of medications, Jiang Lin meticulously selected, ultimately spending 8,000 yuan. Lastly, he needed self-defense weapons. In addition to a fire axe, he purchased a physics-inspired weapon, a crowbar. These two items are lethal, yet not overly conspicuous. He then proceeded to a specialized store, acquiring a set of cut-resistant cycling gear and a pair of safety shoes with steel toes and soles. Shopping for weapons, food, water, and medicine expenditure. 821 yuan. This is additional information. The original text 3 may be a typographical error or omission. The system's voice chimed once more. Beep vector virus conversion complete. Zombie virus has been generated. Please propagate it promptly. Upon delving deeper into the methods of propagation, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. To infect a person with a zombie virus, skin contact exceeding 1 minute is required, and it must remain uninterrupted. Should it be interrupted, it would render ineffective. System, are there alternative methods of infection, such as airborne or waterborne transmission? The imagination is splendid, yet reality is harsh. The system provided a negative response, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. However, he found solace in the fact that infected zombies would not actively attack him. Moreover, once the time limit elapses and the first zombie emerges, he would be able to transition freely between human and zombie. Although a zombie's physique may surpass that of a human, it also forfeits many pleasures, such as the enjoyment of fine cuisine. However, this raises the question, won't the weapons and gear he just acquired become useless? Upon further reflection, they remained valuable, as his adversaries could very well be human. Just then, Jiang Lin's pocket vibrated. Someone was calling him. Chapter 2. Jiang Lin takes action. The city is full of infected individuals. Jiang Lin. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Of course, I mean for you to repay the money. Even in the face of an apocalypse, Jiang Lin is determined to reclaim what is rightfully his. Even if he no longer has any use for it, he refuses to allow a deadbeat to profit at his expense. Inquiring about Zhang Yonglin's whereabouts, his call was abruptly terminated. You hung up on me? Zhang Yonglin was a university classmate of Jiang Lin. Their relationship, being rather mediocre at best, was only due to a favorable attitude when borrowing money that Jiang Lin, feeling soft-hearted, lent him the funds. Yet, there exists a certain type of person in this world who acts subservient when borrowing but becomes domineering when it comes to repayment. Each time Jiang Lin sought to reclaim his money, he was met with failure, always hearing excuses about rent or stock market dealings. Jiang Lin resolved that today, he would secure his funds. Flipping through his contact list, he located Zhang Yonglin's colleague. Sending a red envelope, he would soon discover Zhang Yonglin's location. The meeting point was a CAF. This establishment was well placed, frequented by white-collar workers and even a few internet celebrities. Rejecting the server, Jiang Lin scanned the tables. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted his target. Zhang Yonglin was engaged in conversation with two clients, speaking eloquently and exuding confidence until he saw Jiang Lin. What are you doing here? Didn't we agree? Apologizing to the clients, he pulled Jiang Lin aside to a corner, believing their conversation would go unheard. With a face full of impatience, he said, You are here to demand money, aren't you? Didn't I tell you? Times are tight right now, I will definitely pay you back. What do you mean demand money? This is what you owe me. It is only right for debts to be repaid. Jiang Lin's voice rose. Don't you think I don't know? You're just trying to drag this out until I die from cancer. No way. Why are you shouting? Zhang Yonglin retorted. Did I say I wouldn't pay? It seemed he had been waiting for this moment, as Jiang Lin pulled out his phone to display the payment code. Zhang Yonglin attempted to leave, but Jiang Lin clutched his hand tightly. His expression visibly soured. Before he could react, the two clients approached. The male client feigned a diplomatic tone. Xiao Zhang, in society, one inevitably encounters unscrupulous individuals. You must be more discerning in the future. Who else could he be referring to but Jiang Lin? The middle-aged man, well-dressed in a tailored suit with a custom watch, radiated an air of authority. Had this been the naive Jiang Lin just entering society, he might have pondered how to avoid offending anyone. But now, get lost. When I'm speaking, you have no right to interrupt. The middle-aged man's face fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment, while Zhang Yonglin chimed in, Cheng, don't lose your temper. It's not worth it to stoop to this person's level. This person? Have you forgotten who lent you money when you couldn't pay your rent? Who kept your secrets when you were cuckolded? The crowd around them, drawn by the commotion, quickly grew larger. Some pulled out their phones to capture the spectacle, whispering to one another, nearly ready to settle in with snacks. Being publicly humiliated for infidelity felt akin to defecating in the streets. You are talking nonsense. Zhang Yonglin's face turned crimson, struggling to articulate his words. As the crowd continued to swell, he hesitated to abandon the two clients. Suppressing his fury, he finally relented. Fine. I'll pay you, with that, in front of everyone. He initiated the transfer. Jiang Lin opened his phone and saw, You have received 20,000 yuan from XX Bank, account number XX. Only then did he release Zhang Yonglin's hand and address the crowd. That was just a joke between classmates. Everyone can disperse now. Without waiting for any reaction, he turned and left. Zhang Yonglin felt a strange shift within himself, discomforting yet indescribable, attributing it to Jiang Lin's earlier grip. With his back to the crowd, Jiang Lin suppressed his elation. He had successfully infected Zhang Yonglin, feeling no remorse for this insignificant man. He sensed that a zombie virus resided within Zhang Yonglin. Curious about the characteristics of the virus, the system quickly responded. Those infected by him could be sensed, the proximity amplifying the clarity of this awareness. Currently, the countdown had not expired. The infected individuals could only be classified as latent carriers. Once the countdown concluded, these carriers would transition into zombies, remaining within his perception. Furthermore, he could control them. Not only could he command the zombies he infected, but he could also exert control over those infected by them. In summary, if zombies were likened to a pyramid, he stood at its apex. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Soon, he could transform into a zombie and control others. All in all, he would become the king of the dead. Host's limit on controlling the number of zombies exists, but as the host's strength increases, so too will the control limit. Strength enhancement? So, zombies can level up. Once the prerequisite conditions are met, the level of the zombies will be enhanced. That's more like it. Although he was uncertain of the strength of a basic zombie, it likely wouldn't be too outrageous. Where would he derive experience? Don't ask. Just know he had read plenty of novels. Compared to humanity's firearms, ordinary zombies relying solely on numbers were destined for annihilation. If they could evolve, however, it would be a different story. Punching armored vehicles, kicking tanks, sprouting wings to challenge fighter jets, all of it was within the realm of possibility. Just infecting one latent carrier was not secure. He needed to find more. ATA made CAF. The exorbitant price of 300 yuan per hour deterred many older patrons. Yet Jiang Lin extravagantly spent 5,000 yuan and summoned 3 young ladies. Grateful for his generosity and decent appearance, they allowed him to indulge a bit. Reading palm lines, playful leg touches, and the like. Jiang Lin was overjoyed, not merely for the flirtation but because he had added 3 more latent carriers to his collection. At a bubble tea shop, he feigned being a NAVE customer learning the craft of bubble tea making, waiting for the right moment to strike. ATA vegetable market. He confronted a vendor over discrepancies in weight, refusing to relent. After a day of mixed successes and failures, he managed to infect 17 individuals in the Zhongshu building, one of the tallest structures in the area. Jiang Lin, having spent some time there, was well acquainted with the security patrols. He discreetly stored supplies on the rooftop multiple times. Why not wait for the apocalypse in his rented room? Given the individuals he infected today, once the outbreak occurred, his apartment would be within the impact zone. Wouldn't it be strange if zombies attacked others but spared him? As night descended, the city was devoid of stars, with only a crescent moon hanging overhead. Jiang Lin secured the rooftop door with wire. ensuring there would be no unforeseen incidents before he approached the railing. Gazing out, he beheld a vibrant scene of nightlife. For some, this marked the beginning of their evening revelries. The prosperity of this place held little significance for Jiang Lin, but its impending destruction would be orchestrated by him. Meanwhile, the latent carriers dispersed throughout the city's nooks and crannies. Chapter 3. The beginning of the apocalypse. Zombies! Observing the countdown on the system with 8 hours remaining, Jiang Lin set an alarm for 6 hours and slowly leaned against the wall to sleep. The dawn's light broke through the clouds, and cleaners had long begun their work on the streets. Shop owners and employees at various supermarkets commenced their shifts, and stores opened their doors. The streets grew busier as Jiang Lin awoke, immediately checking the rooftop door for any signs of disturbance, finding none. After confirming the supplies were intact and taking a deep breath of fresh air, he faced the sun, expelling a breath of stale air. The time was now 7:50 a.m. This hour marked the peak of the morning rush. As the 27 bus pulled up to the stop, dozens of people crowded at the curb, eager to board the moment the doors opened. The driver leaned out, shouting, "Queue up, one by one. Tap your cards, and do not evade fare." Yet, his words seemed futile, as one individual successfully cut in line, prompting others to follow suit, squeezing into the bus like sausages. Beep, student card. Beep, senior citizen card. Damn it, who stepped on my foot? Hey, be considerate of the elderly. Ah, who just touched my backside? The voice belonged to a heavily made-up man, whose suspicious gaze darted around. The people behind him showed no mercy, shoving him further into the bus while the vehicle roared to life. Why now? It was already 7:55 a.m. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was glancing at the clock every minute, and no matter how well laid his plans, anxiety crept in at the last moment. His thoughts were chaotic, unsure of what specifically troubled him. Perhaps the fear that the apocalypse might not arrive as scheduled, which would signify humanity's luck, yet his own doom. On the bus, 3 students sat together. One appeared drowsy and lackluster while the other 2 animatedly chatted, coercing him to join in. Xiao Long. We've arrived. Huh? Where? Seeing Xiao Long being tricked, the 2 burst into laughter. Reluctantly, Xiao Long squinted his eyes, stifling yawns. Studying is exhausting, and socializing is tiring too. Pfft. Just wait until high school. You'll know what real struggle is, waking at 5 for 6 o'clock morning study sessions, then just kill me. When will this studying ever end? Didn't the teacher say it would be easier in college? Middle school is strict, high school is even stricter, and college is relaxed, right? The third boy interjected. After that? Isn't work easy? Then marriage? Then children? Until you're buried, everything will be easy. Behind these 3 students sat a city white-collar worker, touching up her makeup while chatting with a colleague on her phone. Xiao AI, has the boss arrived? Just a step behind you. I was just about to ask you. I thought you wanted the restroom. Thanks, I'll be there soon. As they conversed, she noticed someone in the right front corner behaving oddly, grimacing as if struggling with constipation. Is this person about to vomit? She remained vigilant, sitting askew in her seat, prepared to vacate at the slightest hint of danger. At last, others began to notice the peculiar situation. Hey, are you all right? It was not the kindness of the middle-aged man that prompted his inquiry, but rather the sheer terror of the bizarre individual before them. They had witnessed people suffering from motion sickness and others inebriated. But who had ever seen a grown man strangling himself, pounding his chest, emitting guttural growls, his eyes bloodshot and bulging? Please don't collapse here. As the middle-aged man leaned closer, the strange figure lifted his head. The contours of the man's face blurred and then sharpened in the creature's vision. Its memories faded. It could not recall where it was or what kind of being stood before it, only that it was ravenously hungry. The rooftop of the building. A mobile phone alarm rang out, coinciding with the message. Ding, virus activated. Mission, the gospel has arrived, is complete. New mission. Released. Jiang Lin had yet to comprehend the situation when a force surged through him from seemingly nowhere. An energy as intense as fire filled his lungs, flesh, bones, and cells greedily absorbed it. Even without considering his cancer, his body was in suboptimal health, hardly robust. In that brief moment, he felt as if he could shatter steel with a single punch. This power came swiftly and departed just as quickly. He stood there, stretching his limbs and clenching his fists, acutely aware of his newfound strength. His arms were more muscular, his chest more defined, and his trousers felt somewhat tighter. Host, Jiang Lin race. Human transformable race. Zombie. With a mere thought, the transformation activated. Jiang Lin raised his hand to observe. The skin exposed to the air turned an ashen gray. His nails elongated by half an inch, glimmering eerily in the sunlight, and with a flick of his wrist, he left deep scratches on the stone pedestal. He then took out his phone to examine his face, only to see veins threatening to burst crawling up his neck. His pupils flecked with crimson, a primal ferocity bubbling to the surface. Host, Jiang Lin race. Zombie ability, Zombie physique level 1. A zombified body grants you enhanced resistance to damage, but the head remains a critical weakness. Virus infection. Your teeth and nails are not only the sharpest weapons but can also spawn your kind, limited to humans. Bloodline control. As the origin of all zombie viruses, you can command zombies up to one level higher than yourself. Returning to the bus, the creature lunged at the middle-aged man, leaving the passengers in shock. Squish! The man screamed in agony as a chunk of his neck was bitten off, blood gushing forth. Ah, a monster! Stop the bus. I want to get off. The out-of-control bus collided with two smaller vehicles before coming to a halt. The doors flung open, and a swarm of people rushed out in a panic. How on earth are you driving this thing? Shouted the irate owner of the damaged cars, storming toward the bus. The bus driver had thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, a stroke of luck came his way. The zombie ceased its assault on the driver's protective glass and redirected its focus. Their eyes met, and the car owner trembled in fear. I just remembered. I left the gas on at home. You all carry on. He bolted away, just as he believed he would escape. A cold sensation gripped the back of his head. Others witnessed this scene, and chaos erupted. Drivers hurried to escape, and onlookers sought safety, while a few reckless souls remained to gawk. The bus driver, convinced he had narrowly escaped, was oblivious to the fact that several corpses within the vehicle were beginning to stir. Such occurrences were not isolated. Similar pandemonium unfolded in shopping malls, hospitals, schools, and more. At the police station in Zhanghe District, operators were inundated with calls as soon as one report concluded. Another would ring in. Initially, reports of monsters devouring humans and the dead rising were dismissed as pranks, until a flood of similar accounts forced the operators to take them seriously. Soon, the situation escalated, drawing the attention of officials who dispatched armed teams in response. Chapter 4. Transformation into a zombie. New mission. Jiang Lin felt as though he had acquired a new toy. Eagerly testing the strength of his zombie form, he concluded that it was far superior to his former human physique. At full throttle, his speed rivaled that of a second-tier athlete, though he found himself lacking in agility at close range. His body had become toughened. Even a small knife required considerable force to inflict a wound. His hearing and sense of smell had significantly improved, and his dynamic vision enhanced. From his current vantage point, he could see the chaos below. The crowd surged like ripples in water, expanding outward from the center where the zombies congregated. People. So many people. He swallowed hard. What is that scent? The thought struck him suddenly. He recognized it as the instinct of a zombie taking over. Deactivate transformation. Jiang Lin struggled for a time to adapt to his previous frail body. A troubling notion plagued his mind. Did he exist solely in a human form or simultaneously as a zombie? Unfortunately, he lacked introspective abilities, and the system provided no answers, leaving him to set those thoughts aside. He was determined. Could evolution help him eradicate a single cancer cell? System, initiate mission. Mission, panic spreads. You have successfully opened Pandora's box, unleashing monsters that threaten civilization. But at this stage, challenging humanity is a fool's errand. Objective. Infect 1241 people. Eliminate one level 2 zombie. Level 2 zombie? Jiang Lin pondered his zombie form, which was classified as level 1. What differences existed between the two? Greater resilience. Could it withstand bullets? Jiang Yonglin had not had a restful night, and although he had often faced rejection in his line of work, the scene at the CAF still haunted him. What a farce! An orphan, likely responsible for the demise of his own parents. The money he gave was effectively a donation for the boy's funeral. Some tenants who rented for long periods began to treat the landlord's property as their own. Jiang Yonglin, however, believed that the money he borrowed deserved no repayment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He needed to vent. Donning a mask, he stealthily approached a door and rang the bell. Ding dong! Who is it? Delivery. The door swung wide open, revealing a woman clad in a pink bathrobe and slippers, grumbling, "Can't you just leave the package at the door?" "It's you," Zhang Yonglin said, pulling the woman inside. All while being observed by a pair of hidden eyes. In the living room, the two engaged in a heated struggle. "Why rush? We have all the time in the world. Take your time." The woman casually turned on the television, cranking up the volume, as if she were well accustomed to this routine. Zhang Yonglin's eyes burned with desire as he gazed at the woman. He had recently felt a chill atop his head, and with the recent odd behavior of his mistress, he decided to investigate. This time, he caught her red-handed. "Damn it, I'm the one who usually teaches others a lesson. Who dares to betray me?" As he quietly entered with a spare key, he searched for a suitable weapon, ready to catch the pair in the act. The bedroom door was ajar, and two figures intertwined within, their sounds echoing. In his rage, He had no intention of discerning the situation. Disgraceful couple. The offending duo remained oblivious to him, continuing their actions until He struck Zhang Yonglin on the back. Zhang Yonglin halted, mechanically turning to face the intruder. He glanced at his unsuspecting mistress and then at the creature with remnants of flesh on its lips. He recognized Zhang Yonglin, but the latter no longer recognized He. "Little Zhang, is that you? Please, carry on." He held his breath and slowly retreated, attempting to vanish from the zombie's sight. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Roar. "Don't come any closer." On the roadside, the moment the zombie outbreak occurred, all semblance of order vanished. This world resembled a horror film, and even those unfamiliar with the concept had others to explain. Superhuman strength, extraordinary speed, and death by a blow to the head. Being bitten or scratched would transform one into a flesh-eating monster. Everyone sought to escape first. The once reliable means of transportation became a site of chaos as panicked individuals caused a series of collisions, blocking the roads and leaving them to rely solely on their legs to race against the monsters. Those who fled believed they had found safety, only to encounter a lurking threat. In that moment, humanity faced its greatest test. A muscular man boasted that he had watched dozens of zombie films and could easily eradicate the creatures if everyone followed his lead. While ideals were grand, reality was cruel. The zombies possessed enhanced physical capabilities, their every move lethal, with teeth capable of embedding into metal and claws that could rip through flesh. Those incited rushed forward, while others either fled or pinned their hopes on the tall to save them from disaster. A few managed to inflict damage on the zombies with tools like wrenches and fire axes. Had a few more stepped up, they might have successfully taken down a zombie. But alas, there were no what-ifs. The zombies rapidly healed from their injuries, and those they killed or scratched joined the ranks of predators. Just as a flock of sheep could not triumph over a lion, hundreds of people scattered in all directions at the sight of a few zombies. Those who attempted to outsmart the zombies with cunning tactics, hiding beneath vehicles, feigning death, were all unmasked by the zombies' keen, detector-like sense of smell. They were dragged from cars, refuse bins, and dense foliage, only to be devoured. Jiang Lin incessantly scrolled through news feeds and short videos, acutely aware that the events unfolding here would soon reverberate throughout Qian Nation and even the world. At that moment, he understood that either he or the zombies would soon face the true test of their mettle. A zombie, with its clawed hands, forcefully tore off a man's arm, disregarding his agonized cries as it lunged for the tender flesh of his neck. Just as the man resigned himself to his fate, a series of gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. 3 blossoms of crimson erupted from the zombie's head, and it collapsed with a thunderous thud. As the crowd recognized the uniforms of the law enforcement officers, jubilant cheers erupted. "Wonderful. It's the police. We are saved." This squad, comprising over 20 individuals, was fully equipped with helmets, bulletproof vests, and shields, truly armed to the teeth. Jiang Lin, who had initially anticipated an increase in the number of zombies during the mission, now sensed a decline that a wave of unease washed over him. It was clear that the national forces had intervened. Soon, various posts featuring snippets of clawed limbs, the terrifying visages of zombies, and harrowing scenes of the deceased, alongside desperate pleas for help, began to flood social media platforms. This was not the work of 1 or 2 individuals, but rather hundreds, even thousands. These messages gradually stirred up a tempest online. Chapter 5. The police's arrival and public opinion. Half an hour had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie crisis. A duration neither too brief nor too lengthy. Initially, Those who encountered these reports merely scoffed, dismissing them as attention-seeking tactics employed by unscrupulous individuals to garner traffic. They were all too familiar with such antics, headlines like explosive. A B-list male star throws a tantrum and assaults staff. Upon closer inspection, it turned out the actor was merely portraying a diva in a drama. There was also the story of a female artist who, late at night, entered a stranger's home to discuss a script and failed to return for 3 hours. In reality, she had simply gone home, and the man was her father. Many who had narrowly escaped the initial wave of zombies understood that these creatures, lacking intelligence, required a few bites before continuing their hunt. A young man in his 20s perched atop a truck, filming the distant carnage while responding to netizens. Qinghe County Biochemical Crisis, Zombie Outbreak, accompanied by a video clip. Quickly, replies began to accumulate, and the young man, filled with hope, clicked to read them. Oh, quite the spectacle. Is this a new promotional tactic? Is there a movie about to be released? To be fair, the actors are quite dedicated. These corpses are utterly still, resembling genuine dead bodies. I must disagree. This backdrop seems too artificial. Did they directly extract these images from reality? Damn. If you're going to change it, at least do it convincingly. This video is unwatchable. Upon reading this, the young man felt a pang of anxiety and clicked on his uploaded video. The content of this video is suspected to violate regulations. Damn. This is bad. He quickly fell silent as a zombie 10 meters away glanced in his direction. Not hearing any sound, it continued its charge towards the crowd. The young man's futile attempt to seek help through the internet was not an isolated incident. To better manage public sentiment, Qian Nation established a comprehensive control mechanism. Not only were offline media outlets scrutinized, but online platforms of any considerable scale, blogs, short video sites, and long video services were assigned dedicated personnel. Additionally, a professional online safety team was mobilized, ready to act as enforcers when foreign trolls attempted to besmirch their reputation, swiftly banning accounts. Noticing that posting videos often led to account suspensions and a lack of traffic, many individuals ingeniously pivoted to sideline tactics, opting for text-based platforms with accompanying images. The adage, the more you restrict, the more curious I become, held true. Initially, many influential internet personalities observed the situation. They had encountered far more outrageous news, apocalyptic scenarios, the awakening of artificial intelligence abroad, a mere zombie. They wouldn't dare exaggerate it. Friends, something is amiss. Image 1, Image 2. He shared some screenshots of the infringing videos, which typically garnered a few hundred views before being taken down. As we all know, images cannot be altered, so this must be genuine. You're not making sense. Isn't this a video? That's irrelevant. What matters is that it got banned. Indeed, the news may be false, but why censor it? A fierce debate ensued over the authenticity of the information. The Qinghe County Government Office. A dozen individuals gathered around a long table, their average age exceeding 40. The citizens of Qinghe County frequently recognized them from various television appearances and interview programs. One could say that a mere stomp from these individuals could send the county into tremors. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was exceedingly grim. Amidst the swirling smoke, the foremost man slammed his palm on the table. Speak up. What are we to do about this situation? As his words fell, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Those who had reached such positions were all elite individuals, each a rare gem among many, fully aware of the weight of their words at this juncture. They were seasoned foxes, discussing matters of the supernatural. Each one maintained a stoic demeanor, eyes keenly focused. Yet, none of this was unexpected for Lin Tao. He directly pointed to the second man on his right. Addressing him sternly, Director Wang, this incident transpired within your jurisdiction. Please share your insights. Director Wang flinched at the mention, inhaling deeply. Yes, the first report we received, the very first emergency call, originated from. Stop. Our time is precious. Get to the point. Yes. In summary, we have temporarily designated this creature as a zombie, and its characteristics align closely with those depicted in cinematic works. The creature's weakness primarily lies in the brain, of course. Striking the spine can also incapacitate it. As the governor of Qinghe County, Lin Tao was an avowed atheist. Were it not for the fact that this incident had occurred within his jurisdiction, he would have found it inconceivable that something from fiction could manifest in reality. In the past, Anyone daring to utter such nonsense in this setting would have been promptly ejected by the security personnel. Now, discuss how to contain this creature, ensuring the safety of the remaining populace while swiftly eliminating the zombies. Governor Lin set a resolute tone, allowing professionals to take charge of the specifics, empowered by his directive. The attendees promptly rallied their subordinates to initiate a series of actions. Besides Zhanghe District, the remaining 3 neighboring districts were also to prepare for thorough cleansing operations. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots repelled the zombie. As he Molly found herself out of ammunition, "Captain, how long until reinforcements arrive?" A tall, dark-skinned man shielded his female colleague, fatigue etched across his serious expression. "They'll be here soon. Our fellow officers will arrive shortly. Just hold on for another 10 minutes. His voice was loud, meant not only for his female colleague, but also for the others present. Upon hearing this, the weary officers rallied their spirits, erecting riot shields with one person tasked to fend off the zombies while 2 others engaged in combat. In groups of 3, over 20 officers successfully held back a horde of zombies, with many managing to escape through the corridor they had created. The unusual scene naturally attracted many people. Some had initially planned to seek refuge in public restrooms or flee upstairs but quickly changed their minds and headed towards the officers. Some expressed their gratitude loudly, while more chose to remain silent as they retreated. Even more astonishingly, some believed they were safe enough to sit down and rest a mere 10 meters behind the officers battling the zombies. Continually filming the encounter on their phones, as people flocked to this area, it inevitably drew a large number of zombies, and what had once been a relatively strong defensive line was now fraught with peril. 20-some officers managed to handle a dozen zombies with relative ease, but what about when facing 50 or even 100? "Captain, we're out of bullets." One officer drew his knife, engaging in close combat with the zombie. Swoosh! The blade successfully pierced the zombie's eye socket. The officer kicked against its chest, withdrawing the knife as the zombie staggered forward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. "Bah! A mere creature dares to challenge me." The officer flicked the eyeball off his knife, but no one noticed the faint scratch on his neck. Each officer had their own adversary. Chapter 6. The Elders' Meeting and Response at the Highest Echelons of Qian Nation. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Guards were stationed every few steps, and the level of vigilance was beyond description. The Elders' Council, the pinnacle of decision-making in Qian Nation, convened only when absolutely necessary. Ordinary matters such as diplomacy or border disputes were unworthy of such a gathering. As the saying goes, small matters call for large meetings, while significant matters warrant small discussions, and the 7 individuals present represented the entirety of Qian Nation, wielding supreme authority across education, military, economy, and all other sectors. They were designated as Elder 1, Elder 2, and so forth until Elder 7, Elder 1, a 60-year-old man, had long been accustomed to issuing commands, imbuing his every word and action with the aura of authority. "Elder 3, did you have a hand in the events occurring in Qinghe County?" His tone carried an air of inquiry, laced with a hint of accusation. The other elders simultaneously directed their gazes towards him. Elder 3, composed and unperturbed, responded, "Impossible. Would I delegate such experiments to my subordinates?" Following this incident, I immediately initiated a thorough investigation. It should have no connection to us. Even if such experiments were conducted, would I not inform you? Is there a possibility that someone below has lost their senses and violated protocol? That seems unlikely. Not to mention I would never permit it. How could there be no trace left behind? Suddenly, Elder 5 interjected, "Is it possible this originates from the West?" The other elders furrowed their brows. It was not out of the realm of possibility. To cause such turmoil within Qian Nation without any prior warning or traces after the fact. There were only a handful of entities capable of such a feat. What? No evidence. Reality is not akin to fiction. Everything must be substantiated with evidence, and at times, the absence of evidence serves as the most compelling proof. A virus, previously non-existent in the real world, has erupted into the public eye with unprecedented ferocity. Its absolute lethality and terrifyingly rapid transmission rate, coupled with its striking resemblance to the undead depicted in cinematic portrayals, inevitably raises suspicions towards certain powerful nations. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to harbor doubts about their involvement. The discourse surrounding this matter swiftly progressed, leaving only the task of identifying a breakthrough in the clandestine operations of various nations. The subsequent agenda focused on resolving the chaos in Qinghe County. Following recommendations from the local authorities, The Council of Elders unanimously resolved to classify the zombie phenomenon as a Level 2 security incident. Indeed, while Level 2 may not seem particularly grave, it is only surpassed by Level 1 incidents. Since the establishment of the Security Incident Evaluation System, Level 1 events have occurred only a handful of times, typically involving scenarios such as potential world wars, nuclear conflicts, or the release of superbugs that pose a threat to the nation. Though the zombie outbreak in Qinghe County appears horrifying and the scenes are gruesome, those not directly involved can only rely on textual reports and images for understanding. More tangible references include structural damage, the geographical scope of the incident, and economic losses. Is the transmission rate alarming? Once infected, an individual may succumb to transformation within a mere half-minute to a few minutes. But how does one become infected? It requires bites or even mere scratches from the claws to breach the skin, implying that it is transmitted through bodily fluids. In comparison to other pathogens that spread via droplets, contaminated water sources, or through animals and objects, this seems rather trivial. The mortality rate, however, rivals that of superbugs. Are zombies truly terrifying? What makes them so? Can they fly? Can they burrow underground? As carbon-based life forms, they cannot withstand the assault of gunpowder weaponry. If they can endure, it is merely due to inadequate caliber. There are still machine guns, explosives, tanks, and missiles. It can be asserted that should these zombies emerge outside urban areas or in less densely populated locales, dealing with them would be considerably manageable. The conclusion of the meeting. A decisive rap of a knuckle on the table solidified the plan. 3 key points were established. First, to contain the virus within the confines of the Riverside area in Qinghe County, ensuring that no monstrous entities or sources of infection escape. Personnel support shall be provided if deemed necessary. Second, to effectively reassure the populace of Qinghe County. Third, to assemble a team of experts in biological sciences to ascertain the virus's origin, characteristics, and potential countermeasures. In no time, the entire machinery of the nation sprang into action, orders cascading down the hierarchy, granting officials in Qinghe County greater latitude to operate. The defense forces of Qinghe County, alongside law enforcement from adjacent districts, began their mobilization. Such a significant undertaking was impossible to conceal, yet the only explanation offered was that of a military exercise. The situation unfolded beyond anyone's control, with the number of zombies increasing at an exponential rate. When the first zombie appeared, there was still a chance for intervention. However, once 10 zombies emerged, without substantial firepower to suppress them, control became exceedingly difficult, and their numbers swelled rapidly. By the time there were 100 zombies, the situation had surpassed the threshold of conventional military capability. Once bustling streets were now filled solely with panicked crowds, racing against the undead. They were in a race for survival. The losers would be devoured, while the victors would live to see another day. What if the zombies were faster? It mattered not. As long as they were quicker than those around them, in a matter of moments. Aside from the unfortunate initial victims who either fell prey to the zombies or were trampled by the masses, the more astute had come to realize that running aimlessly through the streets was tantamount to seeking one's demise. The zombies, driven by instinct, could match the pace of a seasoned athlete. How many could outrun them? It was far wiser to seek refuge in high-rise buildings or basements, awaiting rescue. Inside a towering edifice, the once spacious lobby was now teeming with anxious individuals, the elevator doors congested with desperate occupants. While the stairwells mirrored this chaos, 2 elevators offered direct access to the upper floors, a far more appealing option than the arduous journey up the crowded stairs, thus affording precious moments of survival. Consequently, those lacking physical prowess found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The left elevator ascended sluggishly, revealing a man sprawled on the floor, clutching his wounds and moaning in agony. The right elevator faced a similar plight, as 2 heavily made-up women clung desperately to the doors, attempting to force their way inside. "Let me out, it's overloaded," one exclaimed, while the other insisted, "Ladies first, do you not understand?" "Get lost," came the retort, laced with irritation. With a resounding thud, the 2 women were unceremoniously ejected from the elevator, yet no one came to their aid. In such dire circumstances, self-preservation took precedence over altruism, rather than engage in fruitless struggles with the burly men inside the elevator. It would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity to descend the stairs and seek a greater chance of survival. As the elevator doors began to close. Chapter 7. The Catalyst for Zombie Evolution. Tap, tapped at a woman clad in a black work suit rushed forward, her gaze narrowing at the sight of the two ejected women. Having lost hope of entering the elevator, her peripheral vision caught sight of a man at the left entrance. Clutching at the last vestige of hope, she cried out, "Zhao Li, please speak to them and let me in." Zhao Li had long recognized Qi Yun's presence, feigning ignorance. Without even turning his head, he could sense the hostile glances directed at him from the other occupants. Bang! The glass doors of the building shattered under the relentless assault of the zombies. 5 undead surged inside like sharks among a school of fish, one claw slicing through a man's neck, blood gushing several meters away, while another lunged and bit down on a woman, tearing away half her face to reveal a ghastly skull. "Please don't eat me. My flesh is too tough. Go for them instead." The already chaotic crowd devolved into utter disarray, fleeing for their lives as if they could sprout additional limbs to escape. A cacophony of shrieks, curses, and frantic cries filled the air. A man beside Zhao Li swung a metal rod, sending a young man attempting to force his way into the subway flying, his eyes dark with malice as he glared at Zhao Li. "Just take care of yourself." As the elevator ascended, Qi Yun's desperate gaze followed, yet she dared not act. Gritting her teeth, she succumbed to the flow of the crowd and headed for the stairs. Across the city, throngs of panicked individuals could be seen racing through the streets, vehicles in disarray. Cars crashed into lampposts, walls, and storefronts, sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. Ironically, the electronic billboards adorning the building's exterior continued to display advertisements. Qinghe County, Yunk Mountain, National Level 5A Scenic Area. Jiang Lin scoured his phone, browsing through short videos. "Take a look. This man is Ergo. Hey beauties, who understands? Today I encountered. Motorcycle shakes freedom of dress, no malicious guidance. This cannot be right." The city is in turmoil, yet the online world remains blissfully serene. Even at this moment, he had witnessed multiple law enforcement vehicles pass by. Were the zombies pursuing humanity mere figments of the imagination? Had the nation's leadership yet to grasp the gravity of the situation? He shook his head. With the current capabilities of communication, news of the events occurring here could reach the entire nation in mere moments. The zombie outbreak posed a threat primarily to the safety of these individuals. There was no way to suppress information. He contemplated various scenarios. A massive military deployment, the elders addressing the nation on television to declare their resolve and bolster morale. An international discourse. If the higher-ups were aware of the situation, why was the online community so placid? Unless they were deliberately concealing the truth. Had Jiang Lin known that the elders had classified the zombie outbreak as a Level 2 security incident, he would have felt a sense of relief in their limited response. The more they underestimated the situation, the more room he would have to maneuver. Mission, panic spread. You have successfully opened Pandora's box, unleashing the monsters that threaten to annihilate civilization. However, at this current level, challenging humanity is a mere folly. Objective: total infections 7987, 1 Level 2 zombie. Mission reward: upgrade zombie template to Level 2. Unlocking subsequent tasks. The count of zombies was alarmingly close to 10,000. Had it not been for the efforts of law enforcement throughout the district, many would have already transformed. As some individuals were consumed before they could turn. The astute had already begun seeking refuge in buildings. They would have surpassed the threshold long ago. How does one generate Level 2 zombies? Surely it cannot be that they simply materialize after reaching 1,000? If that were the case, he would need only to wait for the mission to complete itself. Yet, considering that he must actively seek out the zombie virus carriers to instigate the apocalypse, Jiang Lin surmised that it could not be that simple. Unfortunately, he could glean no further insights from the system. Based on the novels he had read, the evolution of zombies typically involved mutual consumption. The defeated would be devoured, while the victors ascended in rank, at least. This held true for lower-tier zombies. Host: Jiang Lin species, zombie ability, zombie physique level 1. The zombified body grants you enhanced resilience. Yet the head remains a critical vulnerability: viral infection. Your teeth and nails are not only your sharpest weapons, but also the means by which you can spawn your kin, humans only. Bloodline control. As the origin of all zombie viruses, you can command a maximum of zombies 1 level above yourself. Upon reading about bloodline control, Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. Indeed, he could control the zombies, orchestrating their consumption of one another, which might well be the method of evolution. As for whether evolved zombies would break free of his command, The notion of bloodline control allowing him to govern those above his own level seemed far-fetched. Jiang Lin believed he ought to take proactive measures. The earlier level 2 zombies appeared, the more advantageous it would be for him. As the mission reward would bolster his survival capabilities, he understood clearly that in comparison to humans, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. The rooftop door rattled violently as someone pounded against it, twisting the handle in a frantic attempt to gain entry from the outside. Come on, hurry, hurry, I'm trying to open it. The sound of metal sliding into the lock echoed, accompanied by frantic twisting. Damn it, it's opened but won't budge. The sunlight streamed through the crack of the door, revealing the iron wires tied by Jiang Lin. A man shouted for everyone to disperse as a fire axe came down heavily upon the wires, striking once, twice, but last, the wires snapped. Amidst a chorus of cheers, dozens surged onto the rooftop, while those lagging behind hastily shut the door once more. Jiang Lin sensed someone watching him. 2 men, drenched in sweat and wearing somber expressions, fixed their gaze upon him. "See this fellow one of us?" I was the first to rush in. He was already inside. Jiang Lin's human form appeared unremarkable, yet his calm demeanor was strikingly juxtaposed against the disarray of the others, his attire immaculate and devoid of even a single bead of sweat. The 2 men approached him, one robust and the other portly, exuding an air of menace. "You heard that commotion earlier, didn't you?" the burly man barked, launching straight into a tirade. Given the intensity of his demeanor, it was clear that a dissatisfactory response from Jiang Lin could result in a dire reckoning. The commotion had attracted the attention of others, who began to murmur amongst themselves. "I see he one of us. Have you seen him before?" After a round of speculation, and each assuming they had escaped together while Jiang Lin was already there. An invisible line divided the group, marking Jiang Lin as an outsider. It must be said that even in such dire circumstances, humanity instinctively clusters into factions, with no one stepping forward to defend him. The burly man felt emboldened. The stout man positioned himself behind Jiang Lin, subtly blocking him in this confined rooftop space. Jiang Lin found himself in a somewhat absurd predicament. He had initially intended to search for experimental materials and had thus ignored these individuals, only to be perceived as weak. Observing the crowd, he realized that without transforming into a zombie, he truly had no means of resolving the situation. "What do you want from me? Humph, you truly are a coward." The burly man cleared his throat, kneeled down, apologized to everyone. Chapter 8. He is still just a child. At this point, he still clung to the hope of rallying the group. Almost, although zombies were terrifying, they were not a match for the machinery of the state. Sooner or later, the calamity would pass. When it did, he would stand forth for the others. Jiang Lin would not fear reporting, for the law does not hold the crowd accountable. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Kneel? He was the source of the zombies, while the burly man could only flee in the face of them. When your food demands that you kneel, what would you do? Pardon me. Huh. A gust of wind swept through, and the burly man was entirely unprepared. With a dull thud, a massive man over 6 feet tall collapsed to the ground. In the stunned silence of the crowd, Jiang Lin struck the burly man's knee again and again with a crowbar. Crack! A scream echoed, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. How dare he? How dare he? The burly man clutched his knee, wailing incessantly, a sight that brought tears to the eyes of those who witnessed it. Jiang Lin picked up the crowbar, noting the bloodstains covering it, and frowned as he wiped it on the burly man's clothing. A wave of fear washed over the burly man. Could he still be after me? Is he intent on killing me? Do you still want me to kneel? Jiang Lin asked nonchalantly, casually waving the crowbar. No, no. It was my folly not to recognize your stature. Please spare me. I've already expressed my apologies. Now it is your turn. I'm sorry. You are magnanimous. I am but a mere insect. Please let me go. Jiang Lin tilted his head slightly, while the stout man had long since disappeared into the crowd, forcing a ghastly smile when Jiang Lin glanced his way. I'm not with him. We merely met along the way. Oh, no. I don't know him at all. In any case, well done. I've disliked that bully for ages. The burly man nearly choked in disbelief, his eyes filled with fury towards the stout man for his betrayal. When Jiang Lin turned away, the burly man's eyes glinted with malice and resentment. Jiang Lin discerned that it appeared as though everyone was shunning him, leaving him solitary and vulnerable. Yet how could a group that could only flee from zombies suddenly find courage against a brutal individual? Not to mention that they were all mere strangers, likely still dreaming of vanquishing the undead. On the rooftop, Jiang Lin stood on one side while the others gathered on the other. They huddled together, either whispering or frantically making phone calls. "Hello, boss. It's not that I'm ditching you. We're surrounded by monsters here. Shaolin, I know you've been working hard lately. Feel free to voice any concerns." "No, I'm not lying. I swear it's true." Beep. The call ended abruptly that a young man was on the phone. "Hello, Mom. I might not be able to come home." Wah. After one call, several others were waiting to borrow a phone. "I was the first. I clearly arrived first. Okay? Why are you, a grown man, arguing with a woman?" "Exactly." The sun hung high in the sky, signaling noon. Having run tirelessly, everyone was drenched in sweat, and their phones had run out of battery after endless calls for help. During this time, some attempted to enter the rooftop, but were met with rejection from the group, fearful of letting in anyone who might have been bitten by a zombie. However, Yun had discarded her high heels and climbed the stairs. Fortune favored her. While many large men had succumbed to the zombies, she had survived and reached the rooftop door. Zhao Li was astonished to see Yun again. Perhaps out of guilt, he disregarded the others' objections and allowed her entry. "Thank you. No need. Just don't hold a grudge about me not letting you in the elevator downstairs." After Yun, no one else could enter the rooftop. Gurgle, gurgle. Not one but several stomachs growled. Having rushed around, their energy reserves were nearly depleted. Yet, with no idea when help would arrive, they could not possibly remain hungry. Jiang Lin unzipped his backpack and retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a package of chocolate. Munching on some biscuits, those who witnessed this swallowed hard. Had Jiang Lin not intervened with the burly man, more than one person would have approached him for food. Li Weidong, a finance professional worth several tens of millions, had dined in the finest hotels and savored gourmet meals. He had not eaten breakfast and had expended excessive energy today. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward, standing 4 meters away from Jiang Lin, and organized his thoughts. "Can I refer to you as my little brother?" Seeing Jiang Lin had no objections, he continued, "I'd like to propose a trade for some food and water." Li Weidong held a wad of cash. At least 2,000 yuan, but Jiang Lin's backpack was worth far less. Yet, this was a different time, and scarcity made things valuable. With dozens present and food only in Jiang Lin's possession, searching the commercial building for sustenance meant risking encounters with the undead on any floor. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm Li Weidong, a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits landed at his feet. He was elated, disregarding whether Jiang Lin wanted money, and respectfully placed the cash before him. He devoured half the biscuits and drank half the water before returning to the crowd, sharing the food and water with others. Gratitude flooded the group towards Li Weidong, while Jiang Lin was overlooked. Of course, it wasn't him who provided it. Jiang Lin wasn't acting out of kindness, but rather had a notion he wished to experiment with. "Oh." A slight figure stealthily approached the backpack. When Jiang Lin looked over, the child frantically grabbed the bag and ran. Yet, he was too weak, and the heavy backpack tumbled to the ground, scattering its contents. Nevertheless, the child managed to drag a significant portion of the food and water into the throng. This child, around 10 years old, glanced at Jiang Lin, initially flinching before pulling a face and retreating behind several men. A middle-aged woman met Jiang Lin's gaze. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to hit someone? What is the point of arguing with a child? Indeed, why argue with a mere child? Right. One must possess grace and a broad perspective. At worst, compensation at original price will suffice." If the food were in Jiang Lin's possession, anyone wishing to step up would hesitate. But with it now in their hands, they couldn't possibly return it. Several men tightened their grips around their fire axes, clubs, chains, and other weapons, exchanging glances to form an alliance of attack and defense. How amusing! This is truly delightful. This familiar moral coercion and intimidation was something Jiang Lin had often experienced during his work, particularly after his cancer diagnosis, when even interns dared to dictate his tasks. Chapter 9. As long as there is no morality, I cannot be coerced. Jiang Lin's reaction was unexpected to the crowd. He gathered the scattered food and approached them. Instantly, the group braced themselves, for this was a man capable of shattering knees with a mere word. As Jiang Lin approached, the burly man, disregarding his pain, struggled to rise, hands pushing against the ground. Though he did not speak, His eyes pleaded for help from the group. Presuming Jiang Lin was poised to retaliate, the crowd was astonished yet relieved, dividing the food among themselves and feigning ignorance. A pile of food was thrown before the burly man. Eat. Given his physical limitations, Jiang Lin even kindly opened the packaging for him, and the burly man, dazed, began to eat. It was uncertain whether it was the loss of blood or sheer hunger. But he could have sworn that the person before him had transformed into a zombie. Blinking hard, he reassured himself that he was indeed facing a normal human being. Jiang Lin returned to his corner once more. After the burly man had eaten and drunk his fill, he felt a sense of weakness in his limbs, his expression dazed and his consciousness heavy. When he managed to open his eyes, he found his gaze clouded with bloodshot veins. He attempted to rise. Dozens of fresh human scents stood out starkly, akin to fireflies in the darkness of night. A man half squatted on the ground, smoking, while the person opposite him pointed in terror at something behind him. What was there? The man, cigarette pinched between his fingers, turned slightly, only to feel a chilling sensation at his rear. What the hell? Damn it! You must be starving mad to bite my backside. Several individuals rushed forward to separate the two. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, as one person's expression changed. Zombie! It was a zombie! Several people recoiled in horror, while the bitten man, ignoring his pain, tried to merge into the crowd, which instinctively shunned him like a plague. Brother, listen to me. You've been bitten by a zombie. No, I haven't. The man was acutely aware of the consequences of being bitten, yet he could not accept it. Just as he thought they had weathered the most perilous moment and only had to await rescue, he was suddenly bitten. The rooftop was so small, with one zombie, one bitten man, and a throng of men, women, and children playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. The rooftop door had been reinforced with wire, and to open it before the zombie approached, someone would need to act as a diversion. Zhao Li possessed a fire axe, while the man accompanying him wielded a metal rod, and the two were determined to make a stand. The crowd united to eliminate the muscular zombie, hoping to turn the tide before the bitten man transformed. Unfortunately, everyone was too preoccupied with frantic shouting and chaotic movements, resorting to punches and kicks against the zombie when escape was no longer an option. In the brief span of time, the bitten zombie transformed, and two more were bitten, instantly creating 4 adversaries. With their tough skin and lack of pain sensitivity, the crowd stood no chance. A middle-aged woman noticed Jiang Lin's corner was deserted, and since no zombies approached, she instinctively moved closer to him. Soon, a second and third person followed suit. Ultimately, 5 individuals, including Jiang Lin, Zhao Li, Ku Yun, a child pilfering food, and his mother remained unscathed, while 27 zombies lurked on the other side. The remaining individuals wore grim expressions. With the rooftop door now off-limits, surrounded by emptiness, they truly faced a dire choice. Jumping from the building to escape the zombies, Ku Yun, at under 30 years of age, had ascended to the position of department manager in a large private enterprise, demonstrating both capability and intellect. What are these monsters afraid of? She unconsciously glanced at Jiang Lin, slowly recalling that during their time on the rooftop, the burly man had shown no signs of distress. If he were to transform into a zombie, it should have happened by now. Moreover, Jiang Lin had clashed with him and subsequently offered him food. Not to mention that zombies never approached Jiang Lin, the thought filled her with increasing dread. Having observed Jiang Lin so intently, she was naturally noticed by him. She managed a forced smile toward Jiang Lin. Hooray! These monsters won't dare come near. Shut up! The middle-aged woman, no longer indulging her child, clamped her hand tightly over the boy's mouth. The zombies, who had previously ignored that corner, seemed to receive some command, letting out a low growl as they hunched toward the group. Damn! Zhao Li wished he could eliminate this mother and child, adopting a fatalistic demeanor as he swung the axe at the zombie. The zombie did not evade. The axe struck its skull, nearly cleaving through to the bone. Yet Zhao Li did not fare well either, as his chest was torn open, blood and flesh flying, with his ribcage exposed and half his heart beating vigorously. Ku Yun was not spared either. Amidst her cries for help, Jiang Lin remained unmoved. The middle-aged woman and her child were pursued by the same zombie, and in the woman's incredulous gaze, the child pushed with all his might. The woman was seized by the zombie, while the child managed to hide behind Jiang Lian. As the zombie approached Jiang Lin, It emitted a low growl that almost sounded like a plea. Just when the child thought he might survive, Jiang Lin's hand gripped his neck, and the child flailed desperately. A large hand pierced through his chest. The sun shone brightly, yet it could not dispel the stench of blood on the rooftop. Jiang Lin slowly wiped his mouth with a piece of tissue, as dozens of zombies, under his control, lined up like the most obedient soldiers. The experiment could commence. In the commercial district, several police officers stood back to back, their bulletproof vests torn and revealing blood-soaked layers beneath, a mix of their own blood and that of their comrades. Witnessing their ammunition dwindle while the enemy numbers swelled, the fallen comrades resurrected in another form, becoming their foes. This sense of despair was beyond the power of words to convey. "Old Liu, do we have any ammunition left?" "None. I was the first to run out. My gun's barrel exploded. If I make it back alive, I swear I will lodge a complaint. What a useless weapon. I have one grenade left." The group removed their bulletproof vests, charging into the swarm of zombies. From an aerial view, the three appeared as isolated fortresses amidst an ocean of zombies, which surged in layers like monstrous waves. Boom! A flash of fire erupted from the ground, scattering limbs and flesh, resembling an alternative form of fireworks. This was a small convenience store. The once orderly shelves were now askew, effectively barricading the entrance, while the doorway was doused with various insecticides and fragrances. Someone had quickly deduced that zombies possessed an extraordinary sense of smell. Posters and advertisements obscured the glass walls in a haphazard manner. In the dimmest corner, only a small light flickered. Over 40 people had gathered, original supermarket employees, customers who had been shopping, and opportunistic refugees seeking shelter. There's still no news? The question came from one of the shopping couple, Yao Qian, who had encountered fleeing individuals while shopping with her boyfriend. Zhang Han, avid fan of Western splatter films, she believed the situation immediately, pulling her boyfriend into hiding. "It's busy on the line." This was not their first call, but the issue was that every minute counted as more people dialed for help. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, the operators had been armed and dispatched for rescue. Chapter 10. Stay hidden. Don't be discovered. What do we do now? Are we just going to wait for death? A middle-aged woman shouted in agitation. Be quiet. The bald man, with a face full of ruggedness and small, fierce eyes, glared at her. Peering through a gap in the shelves for a moment without noticing any movement, he sighed in relief but warned the woman again. If you continue to wail, I will have to throw you out. Throw me out? The outside is teeming with zombies. That would be a death sentence. The woman, used to commanding authority, had never been shouted at like this. Just as she was about to explode, several people intervened to calm her down. After a barrage of words, everyone felt fatigued and hungry. With the lights dimmed for fear of attracting attention, the air grew stale as the group huddled together. They felt a heavy discomfort in their chests, each finding a spot to rest against. This was a supermarket, and food was abundant. They only needed to be cautious. A few employees, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from discussing payments, for no one knew when the catastrophe would end or if they would survive. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed, startling the crowd. Someone was attempting to enter the supermarket. This was not the first person to try, as previous attempts had ended in frustration and curses, but this individual was relentless. As he shattered a large hole in the glass door but found it immovable, he shouted, Open up! Open up! I know there are people inside. Help me, I have money, lots of money." Yao Qian, positioned just right, could see the man's figure, of medium height, dressed in a well-tailored suit, his luxury watch indicating considerable wealth. Before the apocalypse, such individuals were of a higher social standing than even her boss. Perhaps her implication was clear. The man had been pleading for help for so long without any monsters appearing, so perhaps they could let him in, considering there was no shortage of food and drink. Zhang Han grasped her shoulder firmly, shaking his head resolutely. Thud, thud. A cacophony of heavy footsteps resounded, and everyone instinctively held their breath. In a place swarming with monsters, who else could walk so unabashedly? The man pounding at the door turned around, his face a mixture of terror and relief. He had been running for far too long, vowing never to run such a distance again. Of course, he was not resigned to waiting for death. But his efforts had been in vain. A scream pierced the air, followed by the grotesque sounds of feasting. The expressions of the crowd turned grim, beads of sweat dotting their bodies. The middle-aged woman, no longer bothered by the simplicity of the surroundings, wished to remain there indefinitely. The fierce bald man tensed up like a quail, trembling in fear. After several minutes, the sounds diminished, leaving behind a half-kneeling corpse slumped against the glass door. Its arms strewn across the floor, severed in sections. The muscle and fat from its thighs had vanished, exposing the pelvis. The chest and abdomen, rich in muscle and fat, were precisely the areas favored by zombies. Ribs were bared, and intestines and organs littered the ground. A riot of red, yellow, green, and white. Behind the corpse stood towering skyscrapers amidst a haze of smoke, while in front lay an insurmountable barrier, creating a vivid tableau of hellish despair. Yao Qian had remained frozen since the appearance of the zombie, and upon hearing the wails, she could not resist the urge to sneak a glance. Ugh, she retched violently, causing the crowd to recoil in haste. Zhang Han quickly fetched tissues and plastic bags. Zhang Han, we should look for a chance to leave this place. Leaving? How easy it is to say. We don't even know how widespread this crisis is. Just getting out of Qinghe County would suffice. Other places are fine. They can charge their devices here and also access videos from other cities and abroad. Despite the occurrence of a biochemical crisis that should have shocked the world, the content remains tranquil and uneventful. They attempt to call for help under other videos, only to be swiftly deemed in violation by the system, resulting in the disabling of the comment feature. Like many others hiding within closed buildings, some have sealed their doors and windows, and while a significant number currently enjoy a semblance of safety, there are also those who are unfortunate. In a storefront specializing in leather shoes. For individuals were safe until they opened the door to admit another person, only to be discovered by a pursuing zombie, leading to their demise. In a women's clothing store. Although they did not let anyone in, an irate person seeking assistance smashed the door lock with a fire extinguisher. The commotion attracted 3 zombies, drawn by the noise. In an office building towering 12 stories high, a group of over a dozen office workers and security personnel drew the curtains and barricaded the entrance, fearful of making even the slightest sound. They had just succeeded in eliminating a zombie. Although it was a cunning tactic, in the narrow corridor, one person pushed a metal cabinet over, trapping the zombie in the corner where it was beaten to death by several individuals wielding sticks. Here, water is available from 2 bottles in the drinking machine, and food consists of some snacks left on the desks of a few female employees, while they remain uncertain of when rescue will arrive. Compared to others, they are relatively safe, and the collective mood is fairly stable. Only one girl appears somewhat anxious. Noticing this, another girl reassures her, Lingling, don't worry, we are safe now. Lingling's gaze flits away, avoiding eye contact. Oh, it's nothing. You know I have always been a bit timid. She wears black stockings, her ankle grazed and slightly bleeding, an injury that goes unnoticed. She dare not disclose this to anyone, fearing that the harmony of the moment could swiftly turn into her expulsion or worse. Seizing a moment of distraction, Lingling discreetly applies a band-aid to her ankle. Perhaps I misremembered. Did I scrape it against the wall? Or could it be that the band-aid has disinfectant properties? Name: Zhaoli. Race: zombie. Ability: first stage zombie physique. The zombified body grants you greater resilience to damage, yet the head remains a fatal weakness. Virus infection: your teeth and nails are not only the sharpest weapons but can also spawn your kind, limited to humans. Name: Kuyun. Race: zombie. Ability: first stage zombie physique. The zombified body grants you greater resilience to damage, yet the head remains a fatal weakness. Virus infection: your teeth and nails are not only the sharpest weapons but can also spawn your kind, limited to humans. With a mere thought, Jiang Lin begins to control the 2 zombies to devour other zombies. Perhaps driven by the instinct for survival, the zombies exhibit a flicker of resistance when faced with the prospect of being consumed. Fortunately, Jiang Lin's bloodline control is formidable. The 2 zombies feast ravenously on their kind, while Jiang Lin finds a shaded spot to rest. He has contemplated consuming them himself, yet he finds it unpalatable. It is akin to how certain humans cannot stomach canned herring or drink fermented mung bean juice. Chapter 11. Level 2 Zombie, Night Demon. Jiang Lin observes the system interface, noting the number of zombies has exceeded 10,000, and a knowing expression crosses his face. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this system. I must rely on myself. In the scene, the 2 zombies have consumed the majority of their fellow undead, leaving only bones and discarded clothing behind. Initially, the pace of consumption was swift, but it now seems to have reached a critical juncture. Finally, the zombies Kiyun and Zhaoli pause, as if an alien presence stirs within them. Their muscles undulating, followed by the sound of bones vibrating. Name: Kiyun, race: zombie, level 2 night demon, ability: second stage zombie physique. Further enhanced resilience to damage, overall physical quality improved, vision enhanced in low light. Yet the head remains a fatal weakness: virus infection. Your teeth and nails are not only the sharpest weapons but can also spawn your kind, limited to humans. Name: Zhaoli. In terms of appearance, ordinary zombies may be termed as such, yet they move with a hunched posture, their limbs lacking coordination, exuding an air of clumsiness. The night demon, if one overlooks its pallid skin and blood-red eyes, stands nearly upright, akin to an ordinary person, yet one wonders how much stronger it is compared to regular zombies. Soon, under Jiang Lin's command, the two night demons engage in battle with ordinary zombies. Night demon Kiyun, who was standing still a moment ago, suddenly lunges forward with a powerful kick, swiftly reaching the zombie, which barely has time to raise an arm before its neck is brutally severed by two sharp claws. A head rolls away, clattering across the ground, its mouth opening and closing in a futile response. Meanwhile, Night Demon Zhaoli adopts a more forceful approach. The claws of ordinary zombies merely tear at his clothing, leaving superficial marks on his skin. In contrast, the Night Demon effortlessly pierces through the zombie's chest, extracting a bloodied heart and voraciously devouring it. Then, like a mechanic, Zhaoli dismantles the zombie into sizable portions for his enjoyment. The system's notification sound chimes, and Jiang Lin realizes the task has been accomplished. Host: Jiang Lin, race: zombie, level 2 night demon, ability: second stage zombie physique. Virus infection. Bloodline control. Simultaneously, the system refreshes the character information. Task: advance again. Level 2 night demon is far from the limit of the zombie virus, but this time you must utilize your talents to find suitable materials. Conditions: base number of zombies, 50 level 2 zombies. Task reward: upgrade to level 3 zombie template, with abilities changing based on material characteristics, unlocking subsequent tasks. It seems I must seek out materials once more. This is all too familiar to me. Activating the zombie virus essentially requires me to find a real-world host, does it not? In this regard, they are quite similar. The host for the zombie virus is rabies. But what is the host for upgrading to level 3 zombie? Level 2 zombie? The only level 2 zombies are the night demons. If there were other types of level 2 zombies, it would be a different story. Let us go. Jiang Lin cannot remain on the rooftop idly waiting for doom. Now that he has 2 level 2 night demon bodyguards, along with his own ability to transform, he has gained a modicum of self-defense. He must take the initiative. Third Middle School.in, the school's sole large cafeteria, which accommodates 180 students, teachers, the principal, security staff, and rescue officers. The atmosphere is tense. The cafeteria spans over 300 square meters, resembling a vast shed, filled with rows of iron tables and chairs. Chun Chung and his team have secured the 2 main doors with the furniture they dismantled. The space is not small, but with nearly 200 people gathered, combined with the 30°C temperature and the metal exterior of the cafeteria, everyone is drenched in sweat. Initially manageable, the presence of several teachers and the principal kept the students relatively compliant, especially considering the grim fates of those who had strayed from the group prior to retreating here. Students frantically dial their parents, relieved to hear that some are safe, while others find their calls unanswered. Since the outbreak of the zombies, there has yet to be a large-scale power outage, which likely indicates dire circumstances. The sound of weeping fills the air, as teachers console one student only for another to break down nearby, creating a cycle of distress. The cacophony draws numerous zombies to the cafeteria's periphery. How is the overall situation within the school? Chun Chung convenes a meeting with his team, including 3 teachers responsible for maintaining order. The principal and the security personnel. I just made a call. There are still many survivors within the school. Be more specific. Chun Chung interjects, eager for concise information rather than verbose explanations. He only wishes to know how many remain and where they are located. 17 in the broadcasting room, 9 in the infirmary, 21 in the swimming pool locker room, 231 in the 3rd floor lecture hall, room 304. The initial details were fine until Chun Chung hears about the lecture hall and interjects. How many? 200. 231. Phew. Chun Cheng's expression darkens as he turns to the principal, who appears momentarily stunned, struggling to articulate a response. Can he confess that he did not go there at all? That he focused solely on escaping with the police officers, oblivious to the need to gather everyone on each floor to the cafeteria? Chun Cheng assesses his team, the security personnel, and 2 male teachers. Recognizing that these individuals represent the primary force against the zombies. The principal is unreliable. He calculates how to bring the students from the lecture hall to safety. The direct distance is 200 meters, requiring 2 flights of stairs. While it is feasible to reach there, bringing several hundred individuals back is another matter entirely. Does he truly believe the thousands of zombies outside are passive? He begins to tally available weapons and equipment. Over 100 rounds of ammunition remain, along with several bulletproof vests and helmets, the school's plastic riot shields and batons. Additionally, the cafeteria's pot lids, kitchen knives, and a large spatula measuring 1.5 meters can be utilized. Bang! The cafeteria doors swing open, attracting the attention of the zombies at the other side as well. Meanwhile, a 7-person team emerges from the opposite direction, armed with pot lids, wielding large spatulas, and pushing a cart filled with food and cooking utensils. Upon reaching the entrance to the teaching building, they position the cart upright to block the entrance, successfully transporting supplies to room 304. Their next task is to maintain communication and await rescue. Qinghe County Governor's Office. Personnel bustle in and out, the phone ringing almost incessantly. Coordinators diligently record information. The rescue at Qinghe Square has failed, and the 9th team has lost contact, with the last communication occurring 17 minutes prior. In the 3rd phase of the agricultural trade market, over 600 survivors have been discovered. The 11th squad has requested ammunition and personnel support. The 3rd middle school estimates that there are more than 800 survivors, while the 14th squad, including Chen Cheng, has 5 remaining members. The 3rd squad has been completely annihilated, the 5th squad has lost contact, and only 1 member of the 8th squad has survived. Chapter 12. The Border of 2 Districts. Military Blockade. Upon the release of these figures, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire county magistrate's office. How could the losses be so staggering in less than a day? They are merely a pack of rabid lunatics, incapable of withstanding gunfire, especially when each member of the police force is a rigorously trained elite. Rabid lunatics? It seems you have spent too long in the office, losing your ability to discern reality. Possessing extraordinary physical prowess, unafraid of death, they will not cease their actions until their skulls are shattered. The critical point being that once infected, they transform within a minute. In the statistics room, heated debates ensued. Clang, clang, clang. A man clad in high-ranking police attire entered. Enough with the noise. What are you all doing? The teams outside are fighting for their lives. Are you doing the same? The crowd fell silent, dispersing at his command. The man then inquired, how long until reinforcement arrives? Report. 10 helicopters have taken off, with the first expected to arrive at the destination within 30 minutes, and all deployments completed within an hour. After a brief pause, he further reported that plans were underway to airlift supplies and distribute flyers at major traffic junctions. Simultaneously, within the Zhanghe district, broadcasts, bus station screens, and billboards were disseminating information. Attention all survivors. The entities have been designated as zombies, possessing the following characteristics: swift movement, capable of reaching a straight-line speed of no less than 100 meters in 11 seconds. Resilient vitality, can only be killed by destroying the brain, and severing the spinal cord can incapacitate them. Heightened hearing and olfactory senses, exceedingly sensitive to human scent. For your own safety, please seek refuge in high-rise buildings or basements until rescue teams arrive. Secure all doors and windows, and minimize noise. Lastly, rest assured, all personnel at the county magistrate's office will remain steadfast on the front lines, ensuring to hold out until rescue arrives. Qinghe County Magistrate's Office. Upon the announcement, survivors were filled with dread. Wait for rescue? What nonsense! How long has it been since the disaster struck? If help were coming, it would have arrived by now. Indeed, I can see from afar that even the police are no match for the zombies. Ordinary people stand no chance of survival. Humph, not waiting for rescue. If you have the guts, go out there. You. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Mommy, I don't want to die. I haven't even gone to college. Never been outside Qinghe County. I am the son of the Richley jewel owner. Who can help me escape? I will pay 10 million without bargaining. Ha ha ha, escape. Let's all become zombies together and join the eternal family. Oh dear. Another one has lost their mind. This announcement indeed brought a measure of comfort to many, prompting them to await rescue, but it also provoked considerable controversy. And no wonder the video was reviewed, taken down, and comments banned. It seems the authorities are fully aware. There are also many who sense the impending crisis, controlling public opinion. Waiting for rescue? Isn't that just a ploy to keep them from going outside? One can only wonder if they plan to quarantine everyone in Gyeonggi District to resolve the issue at its source. The thought spurred many to begin packing their belongings in a bid to escape. Remaining behind in hopes of rescue may offer a chance at survival, but how many people are in Gyeonggi District? Several million. Those officers might not even be able to protect themselves. The only path to survival is to flee this place. At a gas station, two figures huddled together, one carrying a backpack. Are we really going to leave? One asked, a look of distress on his face. Didn't we agree on this? Are you changing your mind? Where else can we go after leaving here? People are worthless once they leave their hometown. The two were new employees who had joined the company together, sharing meals daily. Now, they were about to embark on a perilous journey. They took the cash from the gas station and enough food for 3 days, sufficient to sustain them on their journey. The hardware store. A man looked back with reluctance and pain. He had invested a lifetime of savings into this shop. 34, still single, his mantra was to ensure one person was fed to spare the family from hunger. Until today, he had a life filled with hope. But the onset of disaster shattered that hope. He was initially unaware of the crisis's full extent, but the county magistrate's report solidified his resolve. I must escape. With one last glance at the hardware store, he took his food, a sharpened long knife, and donned ironclad protective gear, setting off with determination. The border between Gyeonggi District and Baejong District, numerous defensive lines stood erect, comprised of sandbags, concrete barriers, and mobile sentry posts, with machine guns creating a crossfire network and armored vehicles patrolling, while helicopters hovered low overhead. In the rear, military supply trucks, covered with tarpaulins, arrived intermittently, resembling preparations for a small-scale war. Such extensive operations in an urban environment could hardly remain concealed. And when curious onlookers approached or inquired, they were met with a stern response. Sorry, military exercises in progress. Unauthorized personnel must not approach. Exercise duration? Commencing now. End time? Military secret. Although zombies ravaged Gyeonggi District, the areas near the 3 districts remained unaffected. Aside from a few fortunate souls who managed to escape before the defensive lines were established, no one was permitted to leave. Of course, they were not left to fend for themselves. A temporary shelter was erected before the defensive lines. Rows of tents were systematically arranged, with 3 groups of doctors stationed in front, forming 3 long queues. Each individual had to verify their identity before undergoing a medical examination, which included checking for wounds, full-body disinfection, and blood tests. The process was thoroughly stringent. Did anyone have objections? Naturally. Have you seen those armed special police and soldiers? The first verbal warning would be issued, and the second time, one would be taken straight to a dark cell. Attempting to breach the checkpoint? Do you really think we wouldn't dare to shoot? A patrol team passed by. Within the shelter, voices were hushed, and gatherings of more than 3 were dispersed. Fortunately, food and water supplies were ample, and the crowd's emotions remained relatively stable. Inside the tents, makeshift beds were neatly arranged, grouped by family. Children cried, and parents initially tried to soothe them, but when the noise persisted, they resorted to spankings. See what happens when you don't listen. If you keep it up, I'll toss you into the zombie horde. A couple consoled each other. Honey, do you think we'll be all right? Don't worry, love. There are soldiers outside, and besides, you have me. The woman leaned happily against her boyfriend's shoulder. If we get through this safely, I'll marry you. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. What did you say, baby? Nothing. Hee, I heard you. You said you want to marry me. At the temporary command center, several officers examined the electronic map on the wall. Nearby, communicators, orderlies, and recorders were all hard at work. 2nd Battalion Commander. How is the situation ahead? Commander, the situation is grim. Just a pile of rotten flesh. Our artillery is sharp, and our ammunition is plentiful. What's the challenge? Commander, look. The 2nd Battalion Commander instructed the recorder to adjust the map, zooming in on a section. Just then, the orderlies arrived. Report. Urgent military situation. Chapter 13. Before the blockade line, survivors arrive. Speak. A large number of human tracks have been discovered on Changhua Main Road, and they are heading towards us. Let them come. We will follow protocol, the commander frowned. Was the shelter established in vain? The situation was far more complicated than it appeared, with an estimated 7,000 survivors approaching. Moreover, more people were joining along the way. The commotion was sure to attract zombies to the area. It could be a scenario where dozens of zombies chased hundreds of people, with more unaware survivors trailing behind. In short, survivors and zombies were mixed together in a chaotic melee. The regiment stationed at the blockade line, along with special police, numbered around 1,200. That a lot. This includes logistics, medical staff, communication, and technical personnel. The direct combat force is only 900. Yet, they must defend a line stretching 5 kilometers. The commander pondered briefly before decisively ordering. All checkpoints must intercept anyone approaching from the red danger zone. Commander, what if someone tries to breach the checkpoint? The lieutenant recalled a conversation with his superior prior to the mission. This operation was unlike any other, facing not only flesh-eating monsters but also the challenge of managing the survivors. Without explicit orders, they had to rely on their judgment. After this incident, if public discontent boiled over, they could even find themselves in a military tribunal. What to do? First warning, second time, shoot on sight. Understood. On Changhua Main Road, viewed from above, the crowd resembled swarming ants relocating, with new ants joining along the sides of the road, and of course, where there are ants, there are anteaters. The anteaters were far fewer in number than the ants, but the imbalance was evident. For a time, the ants scurried ahead, chased by the anteaters, and then it was the anteaters that emerged from the front, causing the ants to scatter on one stretch of the road. Over 200 people were running frantically as vehicles lay abandoned and the road was blocked, relying solely on their legs for escape. They carried little more than their phones and self-defense weapons, and along the way, they encountered zombies, too terrified to stop or fight. One only needed to run faster than the zombies, but more importantly, faster than others. Those who lagged behind would either become the zombies' next meal or join their ranks. How much further? We're almost there. Keep going. We're nearly at the military. Finally, these people spotted the defensive line ahead. Sandbags, barricades, fortifications, and soldiers. The once utterly exhausted body now surged with vitality, galloping forward with renewed vigor. As they drew ever closer, they could discern the expressions on the faces of the soldiers across the way. Serious, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Yet the individuals on the verge of escaping remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. A man dashed to the forefront, calling out loudly, "Hurry! We need assistance." Many others are lagging behind. However, no one moved, and the soldiers even leveled their rifles towards the crowd. The man sensed something amiss, but those behind him surged ahead towards the checkpoint. "Thank heavens, I've finally escaped," he exclaimed. "Humph! The army has arrived. Let us see how those monsters dare to confront us now." A captain, holding a megaphone, commanded, "Halt ahead! All personnel, heed this warning. The military quarantine zone is off limits." The survivors, believing they were finally safe, never considered the possibility of being turned away. The captain felt a pang of sympathy, but military orders were unyielding. "Sir, what shall we do?" An officer pointed with his left hand to a 5-story building 50 meters to the left. Everyone may temporarily stay there and await further instructions. Reluctantly, they understood that while there was indeed a shelter behind them, its capacity was woefully inadequate, only able to accommodate around 100 individuals. With scarcely enough medical personnel, allowing these people to pass through could lead to catastrophic consequences if anything went awry. Moreover, this wave of escapees was conservatively estimated to number between 10 and 20,000. If they were permitted entry, what would happen when another surge arrived 10 minutes later? Damn it, I refuse to be cowed. Everyone, charge forward. Let us see if they dare to fire. The man strode boldly ahead, with a few hesitantly following suit. The captain observed the indecisive soldiers and swiftly drew his pistol. Bang! Just as the man was about to take a step forward, a bullet struck the ground 10 centimeters in front of him, sending dust flying. The few trailing behind him were frightened into retreat, and the man could only begrudgingly step back, cursing the soldiers under his breath. As the crowd's emotions stabilized somewhat, 2 soldiers arrived to escort the more than 200 individuals into the building. After witnessing the earlier scene, those who had been eager to step forward were now deterred. and the remaining individuals dared not act rashly. The captain turned to the previously hesitant soldier and demanded, "Why didn't you fire a warning shot earlier?" The soldier stammered, claiming he had simply been slow to react. "I understand your feelings, but this time we are not facing ordinary foes. They are not mere thugs wielding knives or terrorists armed with firearms. They are far more vicious, sir. These people are just ordinary civilians, unarmed." The captain surveyed the area, noting the absence of weapons, the lack of immediate threat. "I know many of you believe this is an overreaction, but if even one among them harbors the potential for transformation into a zombie, it could lead to dire consequences once they reach the rear." Following his admonition, the captain reassigned the indecisive soldiers to other defensive positions. As time passed, individuals continued to flee to this location. Some arrived in small groups, others in larger ones, all of whom were directed into the temporary building. Complaints arose, with some attempting to feign distress to bypass the checkpoint. Each time this occurred, a few gunshots would render their faces pale, forcing them to confront reality. During this chaos, a live streamer emerged, brandishing a phone and shouting about exposing uncivil enforcement, but the soldiers were unyielding, swiftly subduing him with a swift takedown. The 5-story building quickly filled with people. Despite their verbal grievances, they moved with purpose to secure advantageous positions, leaving the latecomers to push further ahead, now nearly 80 meters from the checkpoint. The military did not simply deposit individuals in the building and abandon them. With a formal order, nearby wartime warehouses were opened. Military trucks arrived, undergoing registration and inspection, before pulling up to the open space in front of several buildings. To the astonishment of the crowd, boxes of supplies were opened: compressed biscuits, energy bars, instant noodles, chocolate, drinking water. Everyone formed orderly lines to receive their rations. The elderly, children, women, and disabled individuals were prioritized. Each person could only collect once. Anyone caught cutting in line, causing disruptions, or attempting to claim multiple rations would have their supplies confiscated. Under the soldiers' guidance, the crowd began to queue up properly for their distributions. In a convenience store, Jiang Lin changed into a different outfit, donning a hat and mask, accompanied by 2 peculiar individuals. The door emitted a jarring screech as it opened halfway, becoming stuck. Jiang Lin exerted force, clearing the obstruction. The cashier's counter remained cluttered with unsold cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and even an open cash register, while assorted goods, daily necessities, undergarments, and spicy strips lay scattered across the floor. Jiang Lin strolled leisurely, his 2 unusual companions trailing about 5 meters behind. Meanwhile, within the storage area, 2 pairs of eyes observed quietly. "Is anyone here?" Jiang Lin sounded like an accidental survivor in this zombie-ridden place, yet his demeanor was too calm. Unlike someone who had just escaped a harrowing ordeal, his performance was rather lacking. "Over here." "Hello, is it just the 2 of you?" A red-haired woman responded. "What of it?" "Oh, nothing. I was merely curious about how many survivors are in the vicinity." Taken aback by Jiang Lin's inquiry, she assumed he was yet another fortunate soul escaping the clutches of the undead. Hiding indoors did not guarantee safety. Those monsters, or rather, zombies, could easily break in. Through their conversation, Jiang Lin gleaned information about several hiding spots. One at a logistics warehouse to the west housing 2,000 individuals, along with 20 armed police. Another at Donglan Mineral Company, with 200 to 300 people. Jiang Lin even learned from the girl about the situation at Shengmao Advertising Company. This was Jiang Lin's previous workplace. Technically, he had not yet resigned and remained a part of the company. Unable to resist, he asked, "What's your relationship with the company owner, Ran Guangming?" The girl replied proudly, "He is my uncle, the boy." Feeling a twinge of jealousy at their animated exchange, began to pry into Jiang Lin's background. "As for me, I'm just an unemployed drifter." "An unemployed drifter?" The girl instantly lost interest. After the zombie outbreak, everyone she encountered was filled with trepidation, yet Jiang Lin exuded a unique aura that compelled her to learn more. The boy, however, showed increased enthusiasm towards Jiang Lin. "Why do your friends look so odd? Always wearing masks? Aren't they hot? Them? Forget it. Express my gratitude for your information. I'll spare you the details. 5 minutes later, 2 more zombies appeared in the vicinity. Jiang Lin assessed the direction and made his way towards Shengmao Advertising Company. Shadows darted across the sky, swooping low. Upon confirming his destination, ropes descended, and fully armed personnel swiftly abseiled down, ensuring safety before a helicopter began to land on the rooftop. with the helicopter's arrival bringing food and weapons. Larger gathering spots became more secure, continuously drawing in nearby individuals. With the governor's announcement in place, those who remained held on to a glimmer of hope for rescue, receiving food and ammunition under the guidance of police officers. I knew staying behind was the right choice. Those fools insisted on fleeing. Indeed. Just look at that old Zhao, dragging his children along, trying to escape. He doesn't even realize how foolish he is. Jiang Lin observed the helicopter's takeoffs and landings from a distance, eager to race against them and see whether they could rescue others faster than he could move. This was both a test and an opportunity for him. While a large gathering of people could facilitate police oversight and protection, it also meant that if breached, it would unleash a horde of hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. He could seize the chance to create a significant number of secondary zombies. At Shengmao Advertising Company, the zombie outbreak occurred during working hours, with all employees present, from the boss Ran Guangming to the interns, except for Jiang Lin. Naturally, no one cared about him. Working alongside a dying man was a grim reminder. In fact, Ran Guangming would have been more than pleased if something unfortunate befell Jiang Lin, as it would save him the cost of layoffs. After all, who would care if an orphan perished? Boss, what is the matter? Don't make a fuss. Just come outside and take a look. Jiang Lin lounged on the guest sofa, leisurely enjoying a cup of coffee, crossing his legs as he gazed outside. Ran Guangming abruptly pulled the curtains shut. Jiang Lin, don't you want to work anymore? It's only just now that you've arrived. The staff exchanged puzzled glances. Why was he concerned about such things at a time like this? Ran Guangming was no fool. He had long sought an opportunity to pressure Jiang Lin into resigning voluntarily to save on severance pay, but Jiang Lin had remained tight-lipped. Now, however, he had caught him in a moment of vulnerability. Old Ran, I've been with this company for 3 years, right? Ignoring Ran Guangming's reaction, Jiang Lin surveyed the room. For those of you who have worked with me for 3 years, the shortest being 6 months. No one responded. It was perfectly normal for a dying man to act a bit crazily. After all, even the boss was snubbing him, so who would be foolish enough to engage? Shifting his tone, he addressed an intern. Lu Ming, I was your mentor when you joined. I would answer any questions you had. Consider me half your master, if you will. Lu Ming found it difficult to lift her head. The boss was making things difficult for Jiang Lin, and the veteran employees were watching with amusement. Yet she knew she shouldn't be so submissive. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ran Guangming snapped. This is a company, my territory. I want to allow you to take charge. Forget it. Since you're all so eager, I'll just grant your wish. Everyone stared at Jiang Lin as if he were a fool. Until Jiang Lin transformed into a night demon, joined the glorious evolution. Under the command of Jiang Lin, the zombies are unleashed to feast freely, and a new night demon is born. Having accomplished his task, he retreats to the next location, an apartment building. Jiang Lin assesses that there are no fewer than 100 souls within. This time, he refrains from engaging directly and instead glances at a nearby night demon. Go forth and propagate your kind. The night demon, whose seemingly slight figure is remarkably agile, conceals itself within the shadows of the structure, eschewing the main entrance. With a leap, it ascends to the second floor. And what follows is a mere formality. The security door proves no obstacle. The thin sheet of metal warps under a few blows, and the occupants inside resemble canned goods awaiting their master's selection. The height of the building does not deter it. With a bound, it seizes the security window and forcefully yanks itself into the room. Some brave souls attempt to strike back, wielding kitchen knives and fire axes. Yet they cannot even make contact before their intestines spill onto the floor. Had it not been for the remembrance of Jiang Lin's order to proliferate their kind, few would have been left intact. Jiang Lin observes from across the street, watching the unfolding carnage, estimating the strength of the night demon to adjust his strategy accordingly. His imagined adversaries are not these hapless individuals, but rather the professional soldiers. 10 minutes later, the cacophony of rage, weeping, pleas for mercy, and cries of agony gradually subsides. With a resounding crash, a window on the 3rd floor shatters, and a lithe figure descends to the ground. Well done. Jiang Lin feels an inexplicable surge of joy, a sensation he cannot quite place. Under his command, the newly spawned night demons and zombies form a coalition led by the night demon, preparing to strike. With their inclusion, a surprise is surely in store for those who believe themselves safe in the upper floors. Jiang Lin, accompanied by 2 night demons, sets forth with modest aspirations, striking along the way. Appearing unpredictably, besides the locations indicated in the intelligence reports, some individuals voluntarily guide Jiang Lin upon recognizing him as a human. He feels it only fair to grant them a night demon's presence. Some among them have connections to the defenses in the Beijiang district, thereby possessing some knowledge of the situation. The military has not actively concealed information, after all. The occupants are merely ordinary people. And knowledge poses no threat, as zombies do not comprehend human speech. Jiang Lin surmises the intentions of the higher-ups in Qiangua. They aim to confine the zombie threat entirely within the Zhanghe district. A regiment's worth of troops is stationed for defense, with several thousand more temporarily housed in small buildings nearby, mere dozens of meters apart, the checkpoints briefly opening to distribute supplies. Chapter 15. Assault on the defense line? Death. The boundary between the Zhanghe district and the Beijiang district. Nearly 6,000 individuals gather in temporary shelters, while the extensive defensive line stretches for several kilometers with less than 1,000 soldiers. Amidst personnel and supply disarray, the scene is overwhelmingly chaotic. It is unclear when a new group begins to approach, followed closely by a throng of zombies. Curiously, unless the fleeing individuals are dreadfully slow, the zombies cannot catch up to them. Among the escapees, 3 exhibit peculiar behavior. They linger at the back of the crowd, and as the zombies draw near, they always prioritize attacking others. When they can finally see the defense line in the distance, the trio stealthily detaches from the crowd and slips into the adjacent buildings. Observers report the gathering of people and the following horde of zombies to their superiors. Report: a large number of individuals are approaching Chenghua Main Road, accompanied by a significant number of zombies. The captain quickly retrieves binoculars for a closer look, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Those individuals, unconcerned about the vast horde trailing behind them, remain oblivious to the potential impact they could have on the defense line. They only know they are taxpayers, and the military is obligated to protect them. Hiss, over 3,000 souls, yet that is not the crux of the matter. The real concern lies in the multitude of zombies that follow. Moreover, additional zombies continuously emerge from the buildings on either side. Through the lens, these zombies, still clad in their former human attire, hunch forward, attacking like feral beasts, their grayish skin taut against bulging veins, and their crimson eyes glinting with malice. The chorus of low growls amalgamates into a horrifying atmosphere. This spectacle is enough to instill dread even in the most steadfast of soldiers. Simultaneously, within the temporary command center, can anyone explain what is happening? The intelligence officer hesitates to speak. By their calculations, it should be impossible for such a vast horde to congregate in this vicinity so swiftly. Commander, the priority now is to address the issues we faced earlier. Taking a deep breath, the commander steels his resolve, recalling the words of his former superior, readying himself for a military tribunal. I hereby command: engage with full force to repel the zombie horde. Any individuals or organizations posing a threat to the defense line are to be exterminated without exception. In the temporary personnel station at the forefront of the defenses, let us pass. The zombies are coming. Indeed, my fellow soldiers, you cannot fathom the terror these monsters evoke. They truly devour men without leaving a trace. I am a woman. Allow me to go first. Get lost. I am also a person with disabilities. You, a fully able-bodied man, where is your disability? I am mentally incapacitated. Bang, bang, bang. As the crowd's emotions spiral out of control, the soldiers fire 3 warning shots. I have received orders from above. All personnel must return indoors immediately, and no one is to venture outside without explicit orders. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Return indoors? With a horde of zombies approaching in mere minutes? Is that not a sentence to death? We may return indoors. But how many of you will protect us? No one. No weapons. You can only rely on yourselves. When the order was given, the soldiers were equally perplexed. A lack of personnel could explain it, but not issuing a single weapon. The captain remarks softly, people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. On one side are the savage zombies, while on the other is a checkpoint that, if breached, leads to freedom. Any distributed weapons could easily turn against us. The 3,000 fleeing individuals have now approached the defense line, witnessing many retreating into the adjacent buildings, the joy of imminent survival replacing all else. We survived. We survived. To hell with the monsters. I want to escape, to leave Qinghe County, to flee Qiangua. Anyone who wants to stay can do so, but I shall never return. The overwhelming cheer of the 3,000 resonates, echoing throughout the area, prompting even the survivors inside the building to peek outside. The soldiers stationed behind sandbags remain motionless, their weapons aimed at the incoming crowd, their tightly gripped firearms betraying their inner turmoil. The machine guns mounted on armored vehicles glimmer coldly in the sunlight, while the assistants calculate distances, supporting the ammunition belts. Armed helicopters take to the makeshift helipad, their wide rotors stirring the air as they establish potential aerial perspectives for defense. The crowd draws nearer, 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters. Hello. Return. What? Bang, bang, bang. The bullets carve a line of death before the crowd. The captain's voice cuts through the chaos. All personnel, heed this. Return the way you came, and do not cross this line. Violators will face military justice, but there are zombies behind us. Returning means certain death. Indeed, let us be flexible. There is no need to be so rigid. The captain remains silent, the soldiers holding their weapons steady, live rounds chambered. Seeing this, some in the crowd assume the defenders are merely intimidated. Having enjoyed years of peace in Qiangua, they do not believe these soldiers would dare fire upon thousands. Yet stepping forward alone is perilous. Casting a glance around, one shouts, "Fear not, they wouldn't dare shoot. There are zombies behind us. We must act quickly or lose our chance. Charge with me. Yes, I'm a citizen." What is there to fear? Hundreds of individuals surge forward, and the thousands behind them follow suit. Unmoved, the captain bellows, "Open fire." The soldiers, like specimens in training, transition from stillness to action, pulling triggers as they have been drilled. Except this time their targets are not mere dummies. Rifles, machine guns, and shotguns unleash a torrent of white streams, each stream slicing through the crowd. The deadly metal penetrates layer after layer, through limbs, severing them, through skulls, exploding craniums, through torsos, leaving gaping holes the size of fists, before moving on to the next victim. In mere seconds, nearly 3 layers of the immense throng are obliterated. 1,000 souls perish not at the hands of zombies, but at those they believe to be their saviors. Gagging, one survivor, having pushed through the crowd, collapses to the ground, violently vomiting a mix of yellow and green bile, while dozens around him do the same. Those in the building stare in shock, followed by fear, a palpable sense of shared tragedy. Had they charged the checkpoint then, they too would have met the same fate. How could they? How dare they? Ha! This is what they call protecting citizens. Ha ha! Keep firing. Are you out of bullets? Your ancestors are still alive. Hey, calm down. Calm down. My son was devoured by zombies on the way here. My wife was killed by these bastards. And I don't even have a whole corpse to mourn. We're all going to die. Let the zombies come. Let us reunite in their bellies. Beasts, beasts. A nearby youth hurriedly restrains the cursing elder, gesturing for him to keep quiet. I want them to hear me. If you have the guts, come and take this old bone of mine. Ha! You're all so bold here. Why not go confront the zombies? The soldiers appear oblivious, their grips on their firearms tightening further. Chapter 16. The Trump Card. The sorrows of humanity and the undead are worlds apart. While despair lingers here, the trailing zombies have already initiated their charge. Like the last knights of the 17th century facing machine guns and cannons, they surge forward. Fire! The very weapons that just slaughtered the crowd now unleash hell upon the zombies at the front line, mowing them down like the straw surrounding a rice field. Yet the stark difference between humans and zombies remains. A human struck by a bullet can no longer rise, while zombies are akin to the most dauntless warriors. An arm broken? No matter, they continue to charge. A leg shattered. Even if it requires crawling on hands, one must persevere. What if one's hands and feet are broken? Twist the body, rub the head against the ground. Gnaw at the earth with one's teeth. Advance, one must. Only when a bullet shatters the skull and severs the neck can they be compelled to cease their movements. It must be said that the pressure faced by soldiers in the presence of zombies far exceeds that of a mere crowd. When firing into a throng, the predominant emotions are guilt and anxiety, an internal struggle that weighs heavily. In stark contrast, confronting zombies evokes sheer terror and shock, especially when one beholds a dismembered corpse, reduced to only its upper half, grotesquely writhing across the concrete, inching closer with a malevolent grimace. This is a hellish encounter beyond compare. In the conflict between soldiers and zombies, the survivors on the sidelines cannot remain passive. For the zombies have also dispatched dozens to assault them. It is akin to lions entering a flock of sheep, as they scatter amidst the panicked crowd. Die, you monsters! Please, do not devour me. I have yet to marry and bear children. Go to the other side, over there, do not approach. The soldiers witness this chaotic scene, yet without orders from their superiors, they can only pretend not to see. They must first eliminate the horde of zombies before they can afford to deal with the scattered ones. Survivors dash into buildings, rushing into rooms and slamming doors shut. Bang, bang. The zombies pound on the door, once, twice. The wooden barricade shudders under the relentless assault, splintering gradually. Hurry, hurry. A man, wielding a mop, swings it wildly, not caring whether he strikes anything. The solid feedback from the mop brings him momentary joy. Did he hit? But soon, his laughter fades. With a crack, the mop breaks, and as he instinctively raises it to defend himself, a filthy hand pierces through his chest. Followed by a chilling sensation in his throat. Hiss! The man clutches his neck, desperately trying to stifle the gushing blood. Darkness envelopes his vision as the zombie leans in for a gruesome kiss. The remaining two individuals in the room had considered exploiting the zombie's distraction to launch an attack. But it all transpired too swiftly. From the moment the man brandished the mop to his transformation into a meal, mere seconds elapsed. Hesitating for 2 heartbeats, they debated whether to flee or fight. When yet another zombie burst through the door, they exchanged glances. Jump! Here they were on the 3rd floor, 7 meters high. Unless one was seeking death, who would dare leap? With a thud, the wooden window frame flies out, and 2 figures plummet from the sky. They crash heavily onto the ground, the entire sequence unfolding in the blink of an eye, leaving them dazed and bloodied, stars dancing before their eyes, gritting their teeth. They stagger away from the zombies, leaving a trail of blood, a result of a fractured leg. Had their hard-won food slipped away? The discontented zombie emits a roar and leaps after them, landing with a thud. Its toes snapping upon impact, hindering its pursuit. After a moment's hesitation, it chooses to chase the nearer group of fleeing humans. One man, lost in his escape, collides headlong into the waiting arms of a zombie. The war between zombies and the military rages fiercely. Although ammunition is depleting, the zombies have made considerable advances during this time. They are now a mere 30 meters from the machine gun position. The defensive line appears perilously fragile, yet the situation is manageable. The closer they are to the front line, the greater the firepower density. Everyone, including the captain, remains confident in holding the line, with some already contemplating a push forward to sweep the zombies from the field. In the makeshift command center, the colonel confers with several aides regarding subsequent battlefield cleanup and the reassurance of the remaining populace. They must remind the troops that eliminating the zombies on the front line is merely a temporary victory in the ongoing battle. To achieve a favorable conclusion, meticulousness is paramount during the cleanup phase. Yes, I shall ensure this bunch dons their protective gear to prevent any secondary infections. Moreover, concerning the remaining individuals. At this juncture, a heavy silence falls over the room. Indeed, while it may seem as though no one is causing a ruckus, it is merely a temporary truce in the face of the zombie threat. Once the zombies are eradicated, the imminent danger removed, it will be their turn to retaliate. In the heat of battle, to maintain the overall strategy, shooting those who breach the defensive line is, of course, the optimal solution. Yet, it must be acknowledged that these are nearly 1,000 civilians. They are not mere cats and dogs. Someone must shoulder this responsibility. Moreover, that person cannot simply be any low-ranking soldier. Colonel, this matter is not solely your burden. Indeed, if there are issues, we shall all bear them together. With this rallying cry, the remaining individuals could hardly remain silent, lest they be perceived as having ulterior motives. In a moment, the command center buzzes with fervent discussions. The colonel observes this with keen eyes. Enough. Silence. As everyone's attention shifts toward him, he wonders why he should involve the entire group in a matter he could resolve alone. Furthermore, with the zombies still not fully exterminated, who would safeguard their homeland if they were all apprehended? Trust in the other brother units. Can you truly rely on that? Return to your respective posts. The colonel begins drafting an apology. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin finds himself 200 meters away from the zombie-human frontline. In an abandoned building devoid of any visible zombies, No one could fathom that the source of all this calamity lay within these walls. Besides Kiyun and Zhao, he is flanked by 30 or so night demons. He observes the battle unfolding ahead with clarity. The mindless charge of ordinary zombies cannot breach the hail of bullets as he had anticipated, yet the disparity still causes him to frown. Humans have yet to deploy armed helicopters, and though these first-tier zombies are merely cannon fodder, the losses still weigh heavily on him, considering his meager resources at this stage. Fortunately, the horde of zombies has now approached within 30 meters of the human line, allowing him to commence his next plan. Among the zombies, a peculiar group has emerged, distinct from their brainless counterparts. They don helmets, don bulletproof vests, and wield firearms. This is Jiang Lin's first grand feast prepared for the human soldiers, police zombies. Chapter 17. Zombies with Martial Arts. Jiang Lin's mission was not merely to extricate survivors hiding in high-rises and basements. He had also gathered the infected police zombies, sensing their potential for significant utility. He had not anticipated it would come to fruition so soon. Thanks to their complete protective gear, most of the police zombies retain a relatively intact physique. In front of these police zombies, ordinary zombies act as their guardians. They carry metal sheets, which Jiang Lin procured from hardware stores and smelting plants. Thanks to the zombie's superhuman strength and tireless nature, the metal sheets are deliberately chosen to be thick. Bang, bang, bang. The machine guns sputter fire, and the massive zombie horde finds it increasingly difficult to advance. The ground-dwelling zombies, moving on dismembered limbs, are targeted by soldiers with rifles. The soldiers transition from initial tension and fear to joy, calmness, and finally, a numbing detachment. Each becomes a merciless trigger puller. The crowds within the buildings have no capacity to resist against the scattered zombies. Some hysterically leap to their deaths, while others rush toward the defense line, attempting to take advantage of the chaos, only to be torn apart by the metallic onslaught. Some scream as they charge at the zombies, only to be shredded or infected, joining the ranks of the undead. Others retreat along the path they came, thinking, if I cannot face the military and cannot contend with the zombies, can I not flee? The densely packed zombies are reduced to mangled remnants, while the police zombies steadily inch closer to the line. What is that? A soldier, having emptied his magazine, disregards the searing heat of his nearly bursting barrel and, while reloading, witnesses a shocking sight. I say that one of our colleagues. How did he end up among the zombies? He recognizes the face of the police zombie and cries out in terror, alerting the others. There is no need for his warning. The soldiers instinctively focus their fire on these zombies. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets strike the metal plates, sending sparks flying, ricocheting or embedding themselves in the alloy. A 5-centimeter thick alloy plate is far beyond the capability of ordinary bullets to penetrate. With this volley, the Guardian zombies advance another 5 meters toward the line. This is dangerously close, a distance that even numerous ordinary zombies failed to breach, now effortlessly crossed. Should these zombies close in further, a single charge could spell disaster for the soldiers. Quick, call for support. The supervisory team immediately reports to the command center. Without hesitation, they prepare rocket launchers, and armed helicopters take to the skies. The defensive line spans several kilometers, and given the scale of the zombie threat, it is not prudent to risk losing control of other segments by mobilizing heavy firepower. Thus, only 7 helicopters and 10 armored vehicles are deployed, with the remainder of the heavy firepower consisting of rocket launchers. The sight of the helicopters lifting off can be seen from hundreds of meters away. Jiang Lin knows the time for hesitation has passed and orders the Guardian zombies to charge with all their might. The Guardian zombies, wielding their metal plates, execute a pig charge tactic. The police zombies raise their arms, firing through the gaps in the plates. The command center had conducted numerous pre-battle drills against zombies, yet had not accounted for the zombies' capacity for ranged attacks. In the ensuing chaos, the frontline soldiers suffer heavy casualties. A dozen are instantly killed, while over 20 are injured. In that fleeting moment, the firepower density drops by 2 levels. Concurrently, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and rockets begin to unleash their fury. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. A deluge of ammunition rains down upon the zombies and soldiers, scattering flesh and debris as the densely packed horde is suddenly dispersed. A soldier, positioned behind a sandbag, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain of a bullet wound in his arm as he rose to his feet. His hand barely brushed the machine gun when a shadow descended from above. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the world spun chaotically. In his final moments, he glimpsed his own back. "Die, you filthy vermin," he yelled, raising his bayonet-equipped rifle and launching a desperate charge. Yet, he faced a night demon, which did not even pause. Casually swiping its claw, a spherical object soared into the air, halting the soldier in his tracks as he muttered softly. Blood, both red and white, and yellow oozed from his shattered skull. The human defense line began to crumble. First a point, then a front, as the relentless horde of zombies advanced, engaging in brutal close combat with humanity. In this dire proximity, armed helicopters and rockets were rendered ineffective, leaving the soldiers to rely solely on their firearms and bayonets. Meanwhile, the undead mass at the rear, bordering the human soldiers, was engulfed by furious artillery fire. The question now was whether the zombies would breach the human defenses first, or if humanity could eradicate the advancing horde and provide assistance to the soldiers within the line. In the makeshift command center, a loud crash resounded as the commander swept everything off the table in frustration. "Who told me that zombies are mere brainless creatures? Who claimed victory was assured?" Silence fell over the room, particularly among the two officers responsible for the battle plans. "Commander, our immediate priority is to survive this onslaught," just as a few were discussing the need to summon nearby troops for assistance. A report came in. "The first line of defense has been breached." At this, the commander nearly stumbled to the ground. The first line was manned by the 1st and 2nd companies of the 2nd Battalion, meaning over 200 men had been lost. If the enemy were from another faction, there might be prisoners, but these adversaries were zombies. "Orderly, how long until reinforcements arrive?" "The 1st Battalion will arrive in 10 minutes. And the 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion in 7.2 slow. Tell them they have a maximum of 5 minutes. Otherwise, they can expect to collect corpses. And one more thing, request assistance from the other two defensive lines. If we cannot hold this position, those monsters will escape into the North River District, and they will not fare well." The reason not to recall everyone from this line was the presence of stray zombies appearing at various intersections. A small number, merely dozens, wandering between buildings just out of firing range, not actively assaulting the defense but preventing the soldiers from relaxing their vigilance. This was, of course, Jiang Lin's strategy, designed to keep humanity in check, preventing the mobilization of all forces against the zombie army. His goal was not merely to annihilate this unit, but to demonstrate to other areas of humanity the reality of their evolution. With the first line of defense completely lost, the scales of victory seemed to tip steadily in favor of the zombie horde. Before the second line of defense, soldiers crouched in the trenches, constructing a web of firepower to counter the advancing zombie legion. The zombies, led by those wielding metal plates, pressed forward, and a rocket struck true, exploding against the metal shield. Boom! The tremendous blast deformed the plate, revealing the zombies hidden behind it, and dozens of bullets instantly overwhelmed them. Hit, however, before the cheers could fully erupt, a bullet struck the soldier holding the rocket launcher, blowing his head apart, while the zombie that killed him wore the same military uniform. Roar! The uniformed zombie, having expended its ammunition, picked up a weapon from the ground and continued its assault. The ground trembled as armored vehicles lined up in formation. Soldiers aboard operated massive caliber machine guns, while others tirelessly loaded ammunition. Chapter 18. Total annihilation of the army. Under the relentless barrage of fire, the advance of the zombie horde was temporarily halted. Specially designed bullets struck the metallic shields guarding the zombies, creating deep craters. After repeated hits to one area, hollow points emerged, severing the zombies behind it in two. The zombies adapted their strategy, dispersing to evade direct fire, encircling the humans from the flanks. A night demon, leveraging its remarkable speed, successfully breached the trench. A soldier raised his submachine gun and opened fire. At such close range, even the night demon could not entirely evade the onslaught. Hit, however, before the soldier could revel in his success. An immense force slammed into him, sending him flying several meters, his weapon slipping from his grasp. Only then did he discern the true nature of the zombie, and despair washed over him as he realized that several bullets had merely grazed its surface, failing to penetrate due to the dense bone structure. With this night demon leading the charge, armed zombies began to invade the trench. The advantage was that the large-caliber machine guns and rockets aboard the armored vehicles could no longer inflict widespread damage. While artillery was undeniably powerful, within the confines of the trench, unless it directly struck a zombie, The impact of shockwaves and debris was limited, potentially inflicting greater harm on human soldiers. One Night Demon faced off against a machine gun team, and the overwhelming firepower forced it to retreat step by step. As the smoke cleared, the Night Demon had one hand shattered, its body riddled with dozens of bullet holes, and several bullets lodged deep within its skull. With a furious roar, it sought to obliterate these insignificant insects. Fire! The squad leader, disregarding the dangers of firing at such close range, decisively called for rocket support. Whoosh! A fist-sized projectile, trailing brilliant flames, soared toward the Night Demon. The creature recognized the threat of this massive metal object and, bending low, leaped away. Boom! The explosion within the trench sent shockwaves coursing through the channel. Despite already lying flat, the team was shaken violently. Without time to assess casualties, the squad leader searched for traces of the Night Demon, and not far away, a charred humanoid figure emitted a rich aroma of roasting flesh. He stifled his nausea and advanced cautiously, only to hear a roar. Damn it, it's still alive! He hastily approached, stabbing it multiple times with his bayonet. Without rest, several more zombies surged into the trench, the rear of the defense line, near the command center. Trucks laden with fully armed soldiers and ammunition arrived. The commander and several officers awaited their arrival. Report, sir. The entire 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion is present. Report, sir. The 1st Company of the 1st Battalion, excluding those left behind, has arrived. The 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion. Good. I want to say more. I have but one command. Everyone, advance. I guarantee you, I will not retreat before you. With the arrival of fresh reinforcements, the once precarious defense line fortified itself, even showing signs of a counterattack. Having resolved to commit all available forces, retreat was no longer a consideration. Coincidentally, Jiang Lin shared this sentiment. He was unaware of humanity's reinforcements. But the increase in firepower was evident. Apart from the Night Demon Zhao Li, he dispatched all remaining Night Demons. The previous restraint had merely been to ascertain humanity's full strength, and the armed helicopters posed a significant threat. Now was the opportunity to form a sharp strike team of several Night Demons, capable of catching the enemy off guard. In appearance, Night Demons were not significantly different from ordinary zombies, allowing 30 Night Demons to blend in among the horde, relying solely on their agility to dodge bullets, ensuring their heads remained unscathed. As the war progressed, chaos erupted, with both humans and zombies locked in fierce combat. Armed helicopters had no choice but to lower their altitude repeatedly for precise strikes against the zombies. They had to remain cautious of those zombies wielding submachine guns and machine guns. Over 20 Night Demons successfully infiltrated the buildings on either side. Once temporary shelters for survivors. 9 helicopters circled at an altitude of less than 50 meters. With 2 soldiers aboard one helicopter, in addition to the pilot, tasked with firing. Under the deluge of bullets from the mounted machine guns, the zombies toppled like dominoes, even the Night Demons succumbing to several shots. Jiang Lin observed quietly, thinking, it's nearly time. Waiting proved futile, as 2 helicopters remained stubbornly grounded. Originally, there had been 12 armed helicopters, but one unfortunate vehicle had been struck by a zombie wielding a machine gun, causing it to plummet. On one helicopter, Old Liu, load the ammo quickly. He took the opportunity to stretch his arms, wrists, and fingers. Since the war began, he had barely paused from pulling the trigger, having replaced the barrel twice. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a blinding flash. What's that? Not good. Ascend quickly. Almost simultaneously, gun muzzles emerged from the rooftops of the buildings on either side, followed by a hail of sharp steel bars. 6 helicopters came under simultaneous attack. Before they could ascend, a torrent of bullets struck the rotors, tail fins, gunners, and even the pilots. The helicopters swayed drunkenly before crashing violently to the ground. The gunners struggled to pry open the hatches, only to be met with a gaping maw, but the zombie, after biting him, did not proceed further. The gunner was not naive enough to think he had escaped. He knew he was on the brink of becoming a monster. Hesitating to pull his weapon for a self-inflicted death, he was firmly pinned down by the zombie. 30 seconds later, the clarity in his eyes faded. A minute later, he emitted a roar, announcing his rebirth to the heavens. It was over. The commander and his officers were acutely aware that the tide had turned. The zombies bore no morale, capable of fighting until the last one fell. Soldiers, no matter how well trained, were still human. Facing the relentless brutality of the undead, the losses on their side were staggering, and they had now lost air superiority, if not for the presence of a supervisory team in the rear. And the officers, including the commander, fighting alongside the troops, the soldiers would have long since collapsed under the weight of despair. Humanity had lost its aerial firepower, and with every soldier that fell, their ranks dwindled. The zombie horde remained in the 5-digit range, especially with nearly 100 night demons acting as the vanguard. On the armored vehicles, soldiers remained on high alert, firing wildly, ignoring the warnings from those beside them that their barrels were about to explode. 2 night demons darted to the left and right, utilizing the trenches, sandbags, and even hoisting the corpses of soldiers as they advanced towards the armored vehicle. The relentless barrage of bullets was inescapable. One night demon was struck in the calf. Though it remained intact, its speed significantly diminished. Almost simultaneously, 2 machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire upon it, and within 3 frenzied seconds, it was reduced to mere fragments. Yet, one night demon had successfully reached the front of the armored vehicle. Several panicked soldiers attempted to redirect their weapons, but it was too late. After dispatching a few, the night demon set its sights on the next armored vehicle. The battle raged on for another 10 minutes, with only a handful of soldiers continuing to resist valiantly, alongside 2 helicopters firing from above. This regiment could be declared annihilated. Now, they pressed on towards the North River District. Chapter 19. The zombie surge in Qinghe County. The Zhanghe District was simply too small. True dragons could not be nurtured in such confinement. Only by breaking free from this cage could he hope for a brighter future. Would an opportunity to advance to level 3 ever arise? Since the outbreak of the zombie horde and the ensuing clash with human soldiers, the survivors who sought refuge here had suffered tremendous losses. From a once thriving contingent of 5,000 to 6,000, fewer than 800 remained. Others had either been slaughtered by their fellow humans, devoured by the undead, or had become one of them. Of course, a minuscule fraction of fortunate souls had managed to escape the front lines in time. Yet, these individuals had not fled far before they were cornered by zombies. What was the deal with these monsters? They neither came to feast upon us nor departed. Why are you so troublesome? Not eating you, and yet you're not pleased. Isn't it peculiar? Shh, don't speak. The monsters are coming. A dozen zombies advanced towards the crowd, emitting a chorus of growls. Was this a means to drive us away? One person speculated. The zombies leisurely followed the throng. When someone lagged behind or attempted to escape from another direction, the zombies would first growl menacingly, and if that failed to deter them, they would feast. The remaining individuals understood and obediently followed the zombies' direction. It wasn't until everyone gathered and crossed the defensive line that someone murmured, "The troops have been defeated? Can't you see?" This person had witnessed the zombies overwhelm the army from a distance. "Brother, let me ask, where exactly are these monsters trying to drive us?" "Where else but to Qinghe County?" The individual first appeared puzzled, then suddenly seemed to recall something, gasping in horror. These creatures possessed intelligence. They intended for us to serve as their guides. The notion of being guides or not was secondary. What truly instilled fear was the realization that these monsters were intelligent. Many in the crowd shared this thought, yet resisting the zombies' advance. Those who dared to do so had perished, at least for now. Preserving one's life was paramount, wasn't it? Jiang Lin blended in with these individuals. The survival of so many was not merely due to luck or Jiang Lin's benevolence. He aimed to infiltrate the other districts of Qinghe County as a survivor from Zhanghe District. Here, the largest-scale battle between zombies and humans had unfolded to date. He wouldn't believe it without satellite surveillance. Who knew how many satellites were observing this area? The throng and the zombies soon crossed into the territory of North River District, where the previously lethargic zombies abruptly quickened their pace. A few individuals who lagged behind were torn to shreds. Damn, the zombies have gone berserk. Quit talking nonsense, run. The crowd scattered in panic, and Jiang Lin was swept along with them. The last 2 helicopters of the human forces, witnessing the annihilation of their troops, were unable to contact their superiors, unaware of their fate. With fuel running low and unwilling to land for refueling, an area now occupied by zombies, the 2 helicopters conferred and took flight towards the distance. A few zombies, carrying fuel barrels, replenished the helicopters. Before long, 3 armed helicopters wobbled into the sky, each heading in a different direction. This was also part of Jiang Lin's plan. relying solely on the ground assault of the zombies felt too slow and uncertain. Each helicopter was stripped of excess cargo, loaded with several night demons. After covering a certain distance, they would release a night demon, employing a strategy of multiple points of attack, with a level 2 night demon's capabilities. Absent heavy firepower suppression, they were virtually invincible. The zombie horde had retreated far, leaving only scattered remnants on the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke from continuously burning objects and corpses, in a pit covered by collapsed boards and sandbags. 3 individuals remained alive. The commander gazed somberly at the desolate battlefield, lost in thought as he drew his handgun to his temple. His aide, quick-witted, snatched the gun away. "Commander, what are you doing?" The commander's gaze was vacant as he mechanically replied, "Don't stop me. My brothers are gone. The zombies didn't stop them. I might as well die. If you die, you'll find it easy, but who will avenge our brothers? Rely on me? Or those high-ranking officials?" The commander's lips twitched, but he remained silent. Death was easy. Living was the challenge. This defeat was not solely your fault. We all underestimated these beasts. Who could have anticipated the presence of even more terrifying mutated variants among them? The most horrifying aspect was their capacity for strategy. This intelligence must be reported. Otherwise, other units would suffer severe losses. Ultimately, even if you must die, do so on the battlefield against the zombies at that time. "I will accompany you." In the North River District, close to the defensive line, residents within a 500-meter radius had been largely evacuated due to the military exercise announcement. AS soldiers were reassigned to the front lines. A few brazen individuals crossed the cordon and, of course, they heard the sounds of gunfire and cannon fire ahead, dismissing it as mere exercises. "What military exercises? I can't even return home. Am I not paying my mortgage every month?" Ridiculous. Naturally, while he said this, his actions were quite sincere. He cautiously made his way home, confirming that no one was around before striding confidently back. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and he glanced towards the end of the street. Hundreds of people were madly rushing towards him, looking like refugees, in the blink of an eye. A dozen individuals dashed past him. One kind soul even shouted, "Run! Run! This is my home. Why must I run?" Then he witnessed a lagging individual being seized by another person and bitten into. "Faked, it can't be real, right?" As the zombie gnawed, it turned its gaze towards him, locking eyes with its blood-red, savage stare, sending a shiver down his spine. "Oh my God!" He turned and fled. Bang! A fist slammed heavily on the table, and Qinghe County Governor Lin Tao seethed with fury. "Incompetent. Useless. All of you are worthless. A whole regiment just vanished like that? They were fighting zombies, not aliens. I will bring them before a military tribunal." Cough, cough, cough. Someone at the lower end quickly interjected. "The entire army has been wiped out. It's uncertain if anyone survived. A military tribunal? Are we to carry corpses there? But there are still soldiers from the 2 helicopters returning, right? Hurry and have them report everything they know." Outside the interrogation room, several soldiers were being questioned separately. Behind the one-way glass stood Governor Lin Tao and several high-ranking officials. The more they listened, the graver their expressions became. One reason was the emergence of mutated zombies far stronger than ordinary ones. The second was that zombies had breached the North River District. Without hesitation, Lin Tao immediately ordered the mobilization of all law enforcement and retired veterans in the county. He instructed that the severity of the situation be communicated to the Council of Elders in order to garner more support. Chapter 20. The entire county falls. Public opinion boils over. Jiang Lin busied himself with sowing seeds throughout the county while the governor's office focused on mobilizing military forces to contain the disaster. Meanwhile, the suppressed public opinion began to spiral out of control. Although these individuals had not personally experienced the front lines, they received constant pleas for help from those in the zombie-infested zones. Some were their relatives, while others were located near Zhanghe District, especially as the zombies breached the defenses, complicating the control of public sentiment. It was unclear whether the blockade had become too challenging or if the Chang nation had abandoned the effort. Numerous images, videos, and sounds related to zombies flooded the internet. Today, April Fool's Day. Why do I wake up to zombies everywhere? To the one above, as a first-hand survivor of the zombie disaster, I can assure you it's all true. Address: 109 XX Street, Zhanghe District. I, Zhou XX, will not thrive if I tell a lie. A video with millions of views. Upon opening the video, The first thing seen is a shaky amateur camera. The scene depicts a normal urban street, with doors flung wide open and items strewn about as if a robbery had occurred. A few doors remain tightly shut, notably a convenience store. Such a location, during peak hours, was highly abnormal. At that moment, a voiceover began. Ladies and gentlemen, I am an ordinary survivor from Zhanghe District. What I am about to say is incredible and will challenge your worldview. But please watch patiently. As soon as the voice faded, the camera panned around a corner, revealing remnants of a human body, and censored. Damn. How can this be shown? Who could fathom it? I was enjoying dinner while scrolling through videos. The video continued. Scary, isn't it? But such corpses are countless here. Perhaps the next victim will be me. I remember feeling unwell that day and took a leave from work. While on the street, someone ran up to me saying there were zombies on the escape route. I witnessed too many tragedies. A child no taller than my waist was devoured. A couple resorted to mutual slaughter just to provide one another a chance of survival from the zombies. The camera then returned to the convenience store, where the individual cautiously pulled open a small gap in the rolling shutter door and slipped inside. He retrieved a loaf of bread from the shelf. And as the camera panned down, viewers could see that his left hand was gone. There is no alternative. I must either spare my hands or spare my life. Just a few seconds more, and I shall transform into a monster. I do not wish to incite panic maliciously, yet I implore you to take this matter seriously. At the conclusion of the video, a gaunt, ashen creature, its mouth stained with blood and flesh, and its eyes gleaming crimson, appears before the camera. The lens retreats swiftly, yet the roar grows ever closer, culminating in a chilling farewell. Farewell, everyone. Humanity shall ultimately triumph over the undead. The comments below are filled with inquiries regarding the author's safety and why the updates have ceased. Various individuals share their experiences, some survivors from the Zhanghe district, affirming the author's claims, even recounting grimmer details that were omitted. Others from neighboring areas report that troops are nearby, establishing defensive perimeters and conducting military exercises. Some mention that their family members work in that vicinity and had previously sought their assistance. This video is not an isolated incident. The storm continues to swell, and at this juncture, celebrity scandals and streamers' tax evasion fail to capture the public's attention. They inundate major platforms and official institutions in our nation with questions about the veracity of the situation, yet no satisfactory responses emerge. Sometimes, the absence of a reply is the most telling response of all. I cannot fathom how such events could transpire in our nation. Even films dare not portray such scenarios. Today, I pose 3 inquiries. First, what provoked the outbreak of the undead? Second, what is the current status of the affected area? Third, why is this event being concealed, and how will it be resolved? A common mother gazes at a photograph, tears streaming down her face, depicting a radiant girl with a bright smile. This is her daughter, her only kin following her divorce from her husband. She recalls her daughter's panicked voice on the phone, pleading for help. Mom, I'm so scared. There are monsters everywhere. Monsters? In broad daylight. Where could such creatures possibly arise? She initially assumes her daughter is merely overworked and mentally strained, encouraging her to take a break and make friends. When her own mother expresses disbelief, her daughter becomes agitated, rambling incoherently. Eventually, her words evoke a flicker of belief in her mother, who, while comforting her, attempts to report the situation to the local authorities, only to find no one answering. It is only then that she realizes the gravity of the situation and escalates her concerns locally. Afterward, the response she receives is one of incredulity, as if she were mad, until a phone call transforms their demeanor, instructing her to return home and await further instructions. Relying on others is futile. She resolves to take a flight to Qinghe County, only to be informed that air travel to that location has been suspended due to technical reasons. What technical reasons? Just tell me honestly. Is it because there are monsters in Qinghe County, and thus we cannot go there? Madam, please control your emotions. Her agitation leads to her ejection by the staff, prompting her to find alternative means of transportation to Qinghe County. Yet, to her dismay, the buses heading to Qinghe County have also ceased operations. After much contemplation, she decides to hail a taxi, planning to find an opportunity once she nears Qinghe County. Daughter, wait for me. I will be there soon. On the journey, she continues to reassure her daughter, urging the driver to accelerate. Yet the call she receives from her daughter is heart-wrenching. Mom, I miss you so much. I long to taste your cooking. Ultimately, she is unable to save her daughter, nor does she even get the chance to say goodbye. On the highway leading into Qinghe County, a woman in her 40s, disheveled and frantic, confronts the police barricade. "Why won't you let me in? Why aren't you rescuing my daughter? Why are you not the ones dying? Madam, please calm down." The woman persists, grappling with the officers, until, ultimately, she is restrained and taken away. This mother's ordeal is not an isolated case. Human connections form the fabric of society. In the Zhanghe district of Qinghe County, nearly 1 million individuals are connected to relatives, friends, and colleagues. The outcry from the populace inundates local law enforcement and the county magistrate's office with demands for accountability. It is indeed tragic. As the rightful citizens of this nation, we find ourselves the first to be forsaken in the wake of disaster. Ha ha ha, the truth can no longer be concealed. Silence is the chosen response, is it? Not a single authoritative figure dares to step forward and address the situation. What has become of our society? Citizens are slaughtered by monsters while officials conceal the truth from the masses. I reported the matter, only to be met with evasive rhetoric. Now that the truth can no longer be hidden, they have chosen to remain silent. I urge everyone to raise their voices. Do not assume this does not concern you. For today's Zhanghe district could easily become tomorrow's fate for us all. Chapter 21. The path of the Level 3 Undead in the Beijiang district of Qinghe County, within a residential building. A wooden dining table is set with 3 dishes and a soup still steaming. A 20-inch, borderless photograph depicts a handsome couple sharing a joyous kiss. Zhang Lin examines the photograph, then glances at the 2 newborn undead beside him. Teske, this doesn't seem right. The photo manipulation has deceived even itself. Originally, he had no intention of lingering here, merely passing through to gather some information. Despite the night demons, Kishuan and Zhao Li, having concealed themselves sufficiently, they were still recognized by a man. A fleeting expression of terror crossed his face, prompting him to send a woman to attend to Zhang Lin while he retreated to fetch his phone. Zhang Lin discarded his disguise and acted decisively. He had escaped to this place as a survivor from Zhanghe district, where this neighborhood had thus far evaded the undead's onslaught, still housing many residents. Fortunately, his swift actions went unnoticed by others. The food here is quite delectable, in one room, for undead share a space with a single individual, compelling him to indulge in the meal alone. That moment, Zhang Lin began to appreciate the advantages of the system's ability to shift species. He could transform into a zombie, gaining in human strength while retaining his human form, allowing him to savor the pleasures unique to humanity, such as food. When he assumes the guise of a zombie, he finds little appetite beyond human flesh and blood. The greatest advantage of maintaining his human form is the ability to blend into human society. After all, he is not invincible. Countless means exist to bring about his demise. While enjoying his meal, he contemplates the path toward becoming a Level 3 undead. Following the breach of defenses by the horde of zombies into Qinghe County and his clever use of helicopters to airdrop night demons, the number of zombies has surged beyond the mission's requirements, presenting him with the challenge of upgrading the night demons to Level 3. Previously, he had attempted to have the night demons consume one another, but to no avail. This only resulted in a substantial loss of night demons. Based on my experience, night demons require new materials to ascend to Level 3. The emergence of the zombie virus necessitates the rabies virus as a base, while Level 1 zombies evolve to Level 2 night demons through the consumption of their kind. Similarly, night demons also require materials to advance. This is akin to certain card games, where 3 1-star cards combine to form a 2-star card. He understands that with a regiment of regular troops annihilated before him, relying on night demons to achieve victory through surprise is no longer feasible. The upper echelons of humanity are not foolish. They will undoubtedly scrutinize this war repeatedly. The existence of night demons cannot be safeguarded, nor can the fact that zombies wield weapons be hidden. Delving deeper, one might even speculate that there is someone or something guiding the undead from behind the scenes. Zhang Lin considers himself quite cautious, having revealed no significant flaws. Now, it is a race against time between him and humanity's military preparations. The only way forward is to expand the ranks of the undead, increase control over the territory, and elevate the zombies' levels. The incident involving the annihilation of an entire regiment has not been disclosed by the Qinghe County Magistrate's office, and the few surviving soldiers have been warned to remain silent. Yet, the truth cannot be contained. Those who have experienced it and returned to Zhanghe district vividly recount the battle. Some remain skeptical until they witness the battlefield's devastation, compelling them to believe. This dissuades many who initially intended to flee Jianghe District from pursuing that course. With zombies now infiltrating all corners of Qinghe County, is there truly any place to escape? It would be safer to remain in one's current location. Online, local survivors have formed a communication group to share information. Everyone, the news is authentic. Here are the photographs for your perusal. It appears that heaven is intent on our destruction. If even the military cannot halt these monsters, where can we find refuge, in my opinion? What good are the regular troops? They are utterly useless. We are the ones left to fend for ourselves, squandering taxpayers' resources. How dare you speak like that? Are they not risking their lives to eradicate the undead? Are they not fighting for us? You heartless fiends! As tensions rise, two individuals engage in a heated argument, filling the group with chaos. While some observe coolly, others attempt to mediate but are drawn into the fray. I think that brothers' words are quite fitting. Allow me to share a video and some images. The video is brief, lasting merely 2 minutes, yet it casts a heavy silence overall. They actually dared to open fire on civilians? And so many at that. It is slaughter. This is a blatant massacre. Everyone, I have an idea. Let us reach out to the survivors of that massacre and demand accountability from the authorities. I know someone who was there that day. I have an old friend in this moment. The group unites with fervor. Upon learning that nearly 1,000 individuals perished at the hands of their own soldiers, their collective anger swells. Initially, they believed those victims were merely unfortunate, caught in the crossfire between the undead and the military. Tragic, yes, but they had grown accustomed to such horrors. Death is not uncommon. Being slain by zombies instills fear and gratitude for their own survival. But death at the hands of soldiers? That is unacceptable. What? You claim those individuals breached the defenses and the army acted to prevent the spread of the zombie virus. That is still not acceptable. As survivors from Jianghe District, they empathize deeply. Had I wavered in my resolve and fled from the Jianghe District, it is very likely that I too would have perished at the hands of the military. A video entitled Heartbreaking, The Military Massacres Civilians Who Will Stand Up for the Survivors, has stirred a tremendous uproar online. The footage poignantly depicts the harrowing struggles of the survivors fleeing for their lives, the elation of narrowly escaping the jaws of death, and the horrific scenes of slaughter inflicted by the military, as for the hundreds who attempted to storm the military formation. That is merely glossed over. It is chilling. Upon hearing of the rampant zombies, I find myself praying for my compatriots in the disaster-stricken areas, and I fervently hope that the military will soon eradicate these monsters. Yet, to my utter dismay, it is humanity that harbors the greatest malice. I witnessed elderly individuals leaning on canes, young children, and couples supporting one another. They could have had a brighter future before the very military that was supposed to protect them. They were sent to hell by the cheap bullets produced by their fellow countrymen. Does anyone know the unit number of this battalion? Who is its commanding officer? We must seek justice, just as public opinion was almost unanimously condemning this military unit. Some suggested that there was more to the story. Who knows if any of those individuals were infected? They were followed by a horde of zombies. Allowing these people to pass puts the safety of others at risk. I believe the military's actions were justified, at such a moment, defending the executioners. Which department do you belong to? Or are you one of the executioners yourself? Who am I? I am a resident of the Beijiang District in Qinghe County. You all speak so grandly with feigned righteousness, simply because the crossing of those individuals does not affect you. I hope that when the people of Qinghe County venture to the neighboring city, you will still stand as you do today. My home is near Qinghe County, and I assure you, I will never turn my back on my compatriots. Indeed, as long as we stand united, no one can bully us. Chapter 22. The Assassination of the Police Captor, Death Row Inmate Zhang Dali. I hope this friend understands that what makes us human is our moral boundaries, which differ from those of animals. If that day comes, I can go to the front lines if needed. Countless online heroes have surged onto various official platforms to voice their questions. In short, they demand that the battalion responsible for the massacre of the survivors in Jianghe District be revealed. In the wake of public outrage, the authorities could no longer remain silent. The unit has had its designation revoked. In Xianghua, when a military unit's designation is revoked, it typically indicates one of two scenarios: a shameful defeat or significant casualties within the ranks. This unit, facing zombies, vowed never to retreat. Even if they had failed, it would hardly be deemed a disgrace. Thus, the outcome is clear. They were annihilated. As the saying goes, the death of a person is paramount. Upon learning this, the questioning netizens splintered into two factions. One faction insists that soldiers, being paid, must be prepared for sacrifice. This is simply part of their duty. The loss of life cannot absolve the wrongs committed. Ultimately, under no circumstances should live ammunition be fired at people. The other faction argues for the greater good. Refraining from shooting the survivors is crucial, as the consequences of breaching the defensive line cannot be borne by anyone. If others follow suit, how can we carry out the extermination of the zombies? A failure to endure minor inconveniences could jeopardize the larger strategy. An unyielding concession will only lead to more needless casualties. In Jianghe District of Qinghe County, thanks to Jiang Lin's plan to break out of Jianghe District, a significant number of ordinary zombies and night demons were drawn away. Consequently, in a short period, many areas witnessed a scene where survivors outnumbered zombies, humanity's ability to dominate and suppress other species, becoming the rulers of Water Blue Star, relies not solely on brute force. Some astute individuals keenly noted the drastic reduction in zombie sightings and learned online of the fierce battle between the zombie horde and the military. With newfound courage, they ventured out of their shelters to scavenge for supplies. Conversely, the more timid and cautious, or those lacking information, continued to ration their resources while awaiting rescue. Zhang Dali, a death row inmate convicted of murder, was being transported to prison by the guards when the zombie apocalypse struck. Taking advantage of the four guards' distraction as they dealt with the zombies, he seized a firearm, having already killed two of the guards. In the midst of their anger and disbelief, he swiftly dispatched the remaining two along with the zombies. He could not take a police car. Driving on the main road would attract the zombies. He absconded with all the weapons and ammunition. Fleeing as he went, he entered a bank and took control, coercing everyone inside. Among the bank employees, the manager was the first to be shot dead, serving as a warning to the others. The remaining 4 male employees, 2 security guards, and 2 female employees trembled in fear, too intimidated to defy him. Lu Yin, at 21, was of above-average appearance, particularly blessed with a voluptuous figure. After securing the bank, Zhang Dali herded everyone into the vault. After a satisfying meal, his desires stirred, and he set his sights on Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no interest in Zhang Dali. He was stocky and coarse, resembling a mere cook. Previously, her family had arranged a match for her, and the photo was quite appealing, aligning with her preferences. He held a stable job, and her parents enjoyed generous pensions. They had even arranged to meet, and had the zombie chaos erupted half a day later, she would have been on vacation. Looking down on him, her eyes filled with disdain. Zhang Dali, having spent time as an inmate and undergone numerous interrogations, was particularly sensitive to such looks, and he was instantly enraged. How dare she? Ignoring the others present, he forcefully took her. Initially, Lu Yin hoped someone might come to her aid, only to despair as the 6 men either pretended not to see or, feeling shame, secretly gazed. Another female employee? Please. The two had always been at odds. Lu Yin, being attractive, received more attention at the bank, and her performance was even superior, compounded by her engagement to a promising suitor. This jealousy bred resentment, leading the other woman to wonder why someone could possess everything while she could not. As Lu Yin endured humiliation, she almost found herself cheering Zhang Dali on, viewing him more favorably. Hurry up, move faster, haven't you eaten yet? Outside a supermarket, Zhang Dali urged 3 individuals to transport food and water. He remained vigilant, ready to act at the first sign of zombies. Of course, he aimed to avoid confrontation with zombies. Firearms were not infallible, and one had to hit the head to be effective, plus the noise was too conspicuous. What if a horde of zombies or night demons appeared? He had 3 scapegoats for that. The group finally returned to the bank, having encountered no issues along the way. Zhang Dali's mind raced. It seemed the zombies were indeed scarce. After their meal, Zhang Dali noticed several men casting inappropriate glances at the 2 female employees. An idea sparked in his mind. He aimed to cultivate his own power. After all, what man hasn't harbored ambitions of dominance? Life merely dulls those edges, especially after learning that an entire regiment of regular troops had been wiped out by zombies. Thus, there would be a considerable period during which Jianghe District would remain ungoverned. Given his actions, he deserved to be executed 10 times over. But now, with an opportunity at hand, how could he refrain from causing a stir? Even if he were to die, He'd at least make it count. He now possessed 5 firearms and needed to rally a few allies. Relying solely on himself meant he'd have to sleep with one eye open. A security guard was summoned for a private conversation, trembling with anxiety in the presence of this cold-blooded killer. "Kid, want to experience something thrilling?" Jiang Dali smirked, glancing at a female employee. What do you mean by I? If you want to, then go ahead. If not, that's fine too. But let me tell you, the police and military are all dead." He pretended to absent-mindedly gesture with his firearm, whether out of fear or genuine desire. The guard approached the women directly. "What are you doing? Lao Yang, get lost. How dare you touch her?" Rip. Under the pressure of the men, it ultimately was as if Pandora's box had been opened. All 6 men succumbed to their baser instincts, transformed into beasts and boarded the ship of thievery. Only then could Jiang Dali relax a little. Speaking of which, who else was nearby? He recalled the clothing market he had passed while fleeing. He remembered it being crowded, particularly with women. Jiang Dali's experience was not an isolated incident. During the downfall of Zhanghe District, the survivors could only witness scenes of tragedy and were met with disheartening news. Whether it was the disappearance of this police team or the emergence of mutated zombies, or even the military being entirely wiped out, how could one not go mad in such an endless cycle? Jiang Lin quietly departed the residential area, leaving behind 2 zombies, unaware of when they might strike. He himself blended into a local survivor group. Chapter 23, Confrontation at the Zoo, Online Conference. A dozen individuals walked along the path to the zoo, with Jiang Lin trailing behind, observing his surroundings. Song Guo was the leader of this makeshift team, and he appeared to be a hearty man. He guided the group. He also scrutinized Jiang Lin's reactions. This team comprised locals who had some familiarity with one another, unlike Jiang Lin, who was an outsider escaping from Zhanghe District. Perhaps many locals harbored resentment towards survivors from Zhanghe District, believing they had brought the zombies into Beijiang District. Why couldn't they have simply waited for rescue in Zhanghe District? They could have offered verbal support online. Songwa valued Jiang Lin highly, particularly because when they first encountered one another, Jiang Lin had swiftly dispatched a zombie with remarkable efficiency. In a place overrun with zombies, what is most precious? Food? Fresh water? It is talent. The ability to take on zombies single-handedly. If one can eliminate zombies, what is there to fear about food and water? With so many shops, restaurants, and even homes, aren't they all granaries? Jiang Lin was also troubled about where to find materials for level 3 zombies. Upon meeting this group, he seamlessly integrated himself into their ranks. A survivor who had endured the initial zombie outbreak knew that banding together for warmth was the correct approach. "Brother Song, why are we heading here?" Others also wished to hear Song's response. It not prudent to await rescue in the sanctuary, where provisions are ample. Stepping outside, who knows what perils we may encounter? This is the largest zoo in the entire Qinghe County, home to fierce beasts such as tigers, lions, and crocodiles. One person suddenly realized. With these formidable creatures as our barrier, we shall be safe. If zombies approach, let them contend with the beasts first. Songwa shook his head and cast a glance at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin pondered briefly. Indeed, there were numerous wild animals here, but could we truly rely on them to fend off zombies? Animals, too, instinctively avoid danger, and a horde of zombies would not be an easy foe for them. With sharp teeth and resilient bodies, even without weapons, they could showcase the terror of an upright ape. Adding in the nocturnal demons, what land beast could possibly compare? Did they truly believe a regiment of soldiers could be eradicated without reason? It was firearms. Here, they possessed guns, in any large zoo housing fierce animals. It is imperative to have weapons capable of subduing them in the event of an animal going rogue, fleeing, or causing harm, or requiring a change of venue. Such weapons would be necessary. Beyond capture nets, there were also firearms, typically utilizing tranquilizer darts, with live ammunition being a rare occurrence. The more he observed Jiang Lin, the more satisfied Songwa became. His skills were commendable, able to single-handedly confront ordinary zombies. Indeed, it was no small feat to have journeyed from the source of the monsters. His mind was agile, quickly grasping the crux of the issue. Alas, his daughter was already married off and not present. Otherwise, he would have gladly sought a closer relationship with Jiang Lin. "Who are you? What do you want?" A flicker of irritation crossed Songwa's eyes, yet he motioned for everyone to halt, raising his hands before the other party. signaling that they posed no threat. The opposing individual wielded a hunting rifle, while his own group was armed only with fire axes and long knives. They could not afford to provoke the other side. Do not be alarmed, we are locals, merely seeking a place to shelter. The gunman relaxed somewhat, though the muzzle of the rifle still hovered ominously towards the crowd. Through their conversation, they learned that animals had also suffered from zombie attacks. Fortunately, only a few ordinary zombies were encountered, which they dispatched with their firearms. Moreover, a trainer had brought out 2 tigers and a lion. When Songhua and the others suggested using the zoo as a temporary refuge, the man hesitated noticeably. I cannot make that decision. I must consult the curator. 5 minutes later, they were directed to the ticketing hall, where one person warned them not to wander about the zoo aimlessly, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Once that individual departed, complaints arose. What is this? With so many of us, we are confined to a single hall. Why not allocate us a dormitory? Be quiet, we are under their roof. And they possessed the authority. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands as if mimicking a gun. Songhua felt a sense of regret. He had not anticipated the zoo personnel to be so capable. Not only were the staff silent, but they had also successfully eliminated zombies without so much as a scratched eye. In terms of weaponry, they were at a disadvantage, and with numbers not in their favor, he could distinctly sense the dissatisfaction of the group towards his decisions. What good are complaints? Can they drive away the zombies? We are already luckier than many. Let us first designate areas where to sleep, where to store supplies. Then a few individuals can accompany us, armed, to retrieve the hidden supplies. Jiang Lin seemed somewhat distracted. Just moments ago, the system had reacted. The last time such a reaction occurred was when it sensed the carriers of the zombie virus. What was so special about the zoo? Perhaps it was the diverse array of animal species. Yet, he could not ascertain which variety it might be. The online discourse was rife with speculation, as survivors sought help while others questioned the higher-ups in different regions. The Changhua officials could no longer feign ignorance. Thus, a press conference was convened online, on their phones, at their computers, beneath large advertising screens. Countless individuals set aside their tasks, anticipating the commencement of the conference. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and possessing an air of refinement, appeared on screen. Anyone with even a passing interest in Changhua's diplomatic affairs would recognize him. This is a disaster. More so, it is a war. A war directed against the hundreds of millions of citizens of Changhua. Wait a moment, sir. A reporter raised his hand. Your use of the term war implies that this disaster was not a mere accident, correct? The man maintained his composure, nodding slightly. May I infer that behind this disaster, there are individuals or organizations manipulating events? Based on the information we currently possess, that possibility cannot be dismissed. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in fervent discussion. I knew it. We were living our lives peacefully when suddenly, zombies emerged, and even the military could not withstand them. Indeed, the rise of Changhua has impacted the interests of numerous countries. This is an orchestrated attack. So, who do you suggest is behind this? Do we even need to guess? Only a handful of entities possess both motive and capability. Sakura Island, the Bald Eagle, if that is indeed the case. We are not to be trifled with. They must pay in blood for their debts. The man continued. We have designated these creatures as zombies. Zombies first appeared in the Zhanghe district of Qinghe County, and have since spread to encompass the entire Qinghe County, including Beijiang District, Nampo District, and Xixi District, occupying 90% of the area. Another reporter posed a question. As I understand it, there was a significant delay from the discovery of zombies to reporting, and subsequently to their incursion into other regions. What measures did you take during this interval? If so, why did they fail? The reporter pressed on, though the man remained unfazed by the scrutiny. That is an excellent question. From the moment zombies were first reported to the higher-ups, to the issuance of military orders, we scarcely wasted a minute. I have a statistical report here for everyone to review. A paper copy was distributed to each reporter, while everyone in front of the screen could also view it. Chapter 24. In memory of the fallen, reactions from various nations. The reporters became increasingly alarmed as they reviewed the statistics, whispering among themselves. Many viewers were perplexed, but soon someone explained. The report detailed the casualties confirmed in Qinghe County, including police officers, soldiers, and officials, from the onset of the chaos until the cutoff point. Zhanghe District Police, 176 dead, 31 missing. Traffic Police, 61 dead, 10 missing. Beijiang District Police, 39 dead, 6 missing. CC District Police, Qinghe County Defense Forces. The final tally revealed over 2,700 deaths and 671 missing persons. In the battle against zombies, being missing often equates to death. A reporter stood up, agitated. Sir, these figures only account for the casualties we have recorded, excluding personnel outside of official ranks. They are all true heroes. An overwhelming number of individuals tuning into the conference heard this revelation. So many police and military personnel had perished. I had wronged them. I had scarcely seen their presence and assumed they had fled, abandoning us. My husband is a police officer. I would prefer he be a bit more cautious. May I inquire as to your husband's status? What is his condition? His condition? It is listed on the statistical report. Of course, not everyone can fathom the hardships of battling zombies or the valor of fallen officers. Zhang Dali, who had seized a gun from a prison officer, was among the exceptions. Bah, what nonsense. They should all die. I must admit, these zombies are quite a boon. This place is no hell. It is paradise. Get moving. Do not slack off. As he spoke, he sat bare-chested in his chair and kicked the kneeling woman with his foot. The man continued, there are still many concerns regarding the conflict between the military and civilians in Beijiang District. I do not intend to excuse their actions, but the reality is that, under those circumstances, it was the last resort. A reporter hastily raised his hand. Sir, are you suggesting this was your directive? Certainly not. Changhua has always prioritized the interests of its citizens. This disaster is particularly unique. We have granted the frontline troops the authority to make quick decisions. What compensatory measures will be taken for the deceased civilians? We will reach out to the families of those who perished during the conflict and provide financial compensation. However, I must emphasize one point. Those young men were remarkable. They fought until the very last moment. The audience was given a moment to absorb this information. I do not share this to shirk responsibility. In fact, the number of civilian deaths during this disaster far exceeds this figure. A rough estimate suggests that nearly 3 million people have been affected across Qinghe County. The venue erupted in chaos. Speculation and conjecture are one thing, but an official declaration is quite another. 3 million could be said to signify the fall of Qinghe County. May I ask, spokesperson, in light of such a dire situation, what measures will the authorities employ? I have already stated, this is a war between zombies and humanity. Do not confine your focus to Qinghe County or even Changhua. The entire world must remain vigilant. Astute minds understood the implication of his words. If the zombie outbreak were indeed orchestrated by a person or organization capable of inciting chaos within the heart of a powerful nation, then today it may occur in Qinghe County, tomorrow in other counties, and the day after in foreign nations. Some individuals with different tasks felt a chill run down their spines, eager to report to their superiors. To ensure the eradication of zombies and to curtail their spread, we have designated Qinghe County as a war zone, sealing off all entry and exit routes. While the conference was ongoing, our military was en route to the battlefield. Those who attended the speaking event exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some expressed joy, believing that the nation's decisive actions indicated their safety, at least ensuring that the chaos would not encroach upon their own lives. Conversely, others felt a mix of anger and anxiety. These included residents of Qinghe County, as well as their family and friends. A heated argument erupted in the comments section between these two factions. I wholeheartedly concur. While the loss of life is undoubtedly tragic, safeguarding the living is of paramount importance. The living? Do the survivors among the 3 million inhabitants of Qinghe County truly count as the living? Who will guarantee their safety? What are you arguing about? I never claimed they deserve to die. Then tell me, what will happen to them when Qinghe County is sealed off and the army sweeps through? How should I know? Ask the higher-ups. In any case, the area must be sealed tightly. Not a single person must be allowed to escape. Though this person's words were harsh, they resonated with the sentiments of countless individuals outside Qinghe County. It is one thing to verbally support our compatriots. But if your release poses a threat to us? Absolutely not. A commenter by the name of Face-Slapping Show-Off remarked, I remember you. Didn't you previously say go, my fellow countrymen? We'll have the opportunity to be on the front lines? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? The speaking event concluded, yet the ensuing uproar was far from quelled. Internationally, netizens from various nations took notice of the situation. Some prayed for the victims, hoping they would ascend to heaven, while others expressed deep concern, fearing the virus might spread to their own countries, urging their governments to suspend flights with Qin country. There were also those who relished the disaster, believing that the demise of Qin country was a good thing. Naturally, this viewpoint was met with an outcry from netizens, including those from Qin country. In the aftermath, even their real names and residential addresses were revealed, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, subject to public scorn. Within the borders of Qin country, certain special groups conveyed information through various means. On Sakura Island, in a dimly lit wooden shack, Tanaka-kun, is this your handiwork? No, no, no. Our research has yet to reach such heights. In truth, I am quite intrigued by this virus. I have already made arrangements. Barring any mishaps, our personnel have commenced their operations. In the land of the bald eagle, within the Black Palace, is the intelligence reliable? Absolutely reliable. The president is also wary of this virus. If it is not a self-directed act by Qin country, an organization capable of such feats poses a tremendous threat to the bald eagle nation. Allocate 200 million as operational funds. We must uncover the intricate details of this incident, as well as secure samples. Residents of several counties in Qin country have detected signs of large-scale military mobilization. On the streets, armored vehicles and tanks rolled out, causing the ground to vibrate ominously. Machine guns, flamethrowers, rocket artillery, and rapid-fire cannons were loaded onto transport vehicles, creating an impressive spectacle. Armed helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers traversed the skies like geese returning south. Troops had their leave canceled, and recently discharged soldiers were temporarily conscripted, traveling to the battlefield by truck and train. Once the national war machine is set in motion, its might is astonishing. This time, the mobilization is grand and unabashed, disregarding the presence of civilians, the media, and the scrutiny of foreign eyes. It is solely to ensure victory in this battle, to bolster public confidence, and to respond to the insidious gazes lurking in the shadows. Chapter 25. Military Forces, Veterans, and the Sealing of Qinghe County's borders. At a certain military encampment, soldiers were engaged in training exercises. A group was practicing hand-to-hand combat in pairs. Hey, ha! Each punch landed with impact. Every move aimed at subduing the opponent. A dozen soldiers clutched a massive log while performing sit-ups. Others, under the watchful eye of an instructor, began obstacle course training, crawling under barbed wire, scaling high walls, traversing narrow beams, and trudging through muddy terrain while laden with weight. At each training site, an instructor oversaw the drills. Run, run. Haven't you eaten? You? Stop dawdling. I'm talking to you. Slacking off. I want to go easy with the whip. The team with the worst performance will forfeit their lunch, lest they waste food. As the training continued with fervor, the chief instructor stood on a platform, hands clasped behind his back, observing. At that moment, a guard approached him, jogging to relay a message. Summon him, the newcomer saluted, forgoing pleasantries and getting straight to the point. By order of superiors. Troops are to be mobilized. To Qinghe County. This is a telegraph. A paper order bearing the highest command seal was presented to the chief instructor. After meticulously reviewing it, the instructor returned a salute. Understood. I shall immediately arrange for action. But what about supplies? Various organizations along the route will be responsible. Ammunition and equipment will be received upon arrival. In Qin country's unspoken rules, military units typically retain supplies for a maximum of 3 days of combat. During wartime, the highest command allocates resources, significantly enhancing central authority and control over local forces. Once the messenger departed, the chief instructor announced the cessation of training. All personnel were to pause their exercises and return to the dormitory for a 10-minute rest. After 10 minutes, they would depart fully armed. In a chat group named Old Soldiers Never Die, a message circulated. Folks, have you heard the latest news? Here's a link to a news article. Hey, I knew about it already. To be honest, I was glued to the speaking event. I understand your implication. You're suggesting? Exactly. However, this operation only requires participation from those who have been discharged for less than 6 months. What? Are you afraid? What nonsense is this? I stand firm in my resolve. Should zombies come, if I so much as frown, it's on you. Enough arguing. Those who wish to go, please register. I'll compile the names and need a response by 2 p.m. Zhou Dawei did not reply. Putting away his phone, he gazed at his wife, who was sweeping the floor, and after a moment's hesitation, his expression firmed with determination. What? You intend to fight zombies? Absolutely not. I forbid you from going. How many years have you been discharged? Your duty has long been fulfilled. With so many active soldiers, why should you seek to prove yourself? Seeing his wife's emotional turmoil, Zhou Dawei felt a headache coming on. But this time he was resolute in his decision to go. Ultimately, he donned his tattered military uniform while his wife wept and scolded from behind. Go. Go. Once you leave, don't ever return. Zhou Dawei met with others at a small restaurant. Old Zhou, I knew you'd show up. Does your sister-in-law have any objections? What could she possibly say? I am the head of the household. Another veteran entered, prompting everyone to rise. Squad leader, sit down. How many years have we been out? There's no need for formalities now. After counting heads and checking the list, the squad leader waved his hand decisively. Let us move out. By virtue of an official notice, a call to gather retired soldiers was issued. Multiple units from Qin country mobilized towards Qinghe County. Many veterans not included in the mandatory mobilization, whether voluntarily or by force, reported to various locations. In a moment, the real world was abuzz with activity. While online, praises and accolades were abundant. Along the border, Qin country soldiers reinforced their defenses, showcasing various weapons, frequently conducting live-fire drills. Meanwhile, neighboring nations tightened their defenses, particularly those with weaker national power that often clashed with Qin country. Fearful of being caught in a scenario akin to a false pretense leading to their downfall, in the Heka district of Qinghe County, Zhang Dali scanned the news on his phone. One report detailed troops advancing to the front line, while the next highlighted the fervent participation of retired soldiers. Keyboard warriors pontificated on strategies, passionately articulating their thoughts. Some advocated for a gradual advance to wear down the zombies' living forces. Others suggested special operations to disrupt and dismantle the zombies, minimizing casualties, and yet another proposed bombarding the area to clear the way for a fresh start. This last suggestion drew scorn from netizens, as Qinghe County was not a desolate wasteland. Countless survivors remained. Bombarding the area? What a devilish act. Even the king of hell would tattoo you. The more Zhang Dali read, the heavier his heart felt. The military encirclement, the entire nation mobilizing to reclaim Qinghe County, signified the impending doom for the zombies, something many eagerly anticipated. Survivors rejoiced, merely awaiting the dawn after the darkness. Yet he was not among them. Where the hell have the zombies gone? Have they mutated? Are they all dead? Are humans truly going to invade your stronghold? Hundreds of miles away, Jiang Lin sneezed, wondering who was thinking of him. With an influx of news reports detailing police deployments and military units reaching the front lines, Zhang Dali's agitation grew, leading to unwarranted misfortunes for some. Currently, he commanded 17 men and 6 women. The extra individuals were those he had previously captured during his forays, and with a few guns and his loyal subordinates. He had been invincible. In the process, he had killed 4 men who resisted and 1 woman. To subdue these men, he resorted to familiar tactics, using the women as spoils to satisfy their urges. What? You can't bear to take action? Then you're not on our side. Damn it. These men were stained with the blood of the innocent, having turned against the women in Zhang Dali's worldview. Everyone was scum, and they needed to unite their efforts. You all tell me, with the army advancing on Qinghe County, what should we do? He was not the only one feeling uneasy. The other men were apprehensive as well. Given their actions, even a cannon aimed at them would be a light punishment. Zhang Laoda, I believe we need not worry too much. These zombies are not to be trifled with, and that 1 regiment serves as a cautionary tale. The others nodded in agreement, for who could possibly know how many of those creatures were out there? How many mutated zombies might exist? Even if they were to reclaim this territory, who would know if we covered our tracks? Indeed, they had taken lives, but as long as the bodies were disposed of properly, who could prove it was their doing? With so many zombies around, it's quite reasonable for a few more to perish. Zhang Dali erupted into hearty laughter, gesturing towards the woman in the corner. Clever. You may indulge in 2 today. Upon uttering these words, the men revealed a tacitly lascivious grin, and the women, barely clothed, 2 of them already appeared dazed, drool trickling from the corners of their mouths, oblivious to their plight. When the army eventually advances to this point, the men would not spare their lives. Chapter 26. The Zoo Unleashed, Massacre Beyond Imagination Inside the Zoo. Despite the director's warnings against wandering about, Jiang Lin was undeterred. Neither tigers nor lions. He merely observed from behind the bars, eliciting threatening growls from the lion pride. These creatures are quite perceptive. at present. He was confined within a human form, having not yet transformed. Oh, system, dear system, why must you make me search so painstakingly? Though he spoke thus, his body remained obedient, with humanity dispatching a great army to hunt him down. He needed to swiftly discover the path to the third level to stand a chance. Following the sightseeing route, he passed elephants, bears, ostriches, and not a single animal triggered a response from the system. Until a group of languid lizards basked in the sun, seemingly unaffected even by the outbreak of zombies. What a stroke of luck! Zhao Li and Qiyun, whom he had called in, had been hiding outside the zoo. Jiang Lin could easily sense their presence. Eat up! Sensing the threat of life, these lethargic, large lizards scuttled away in panic. Faced with two seasoned night demons, their flight was in vain. Come on, evolve! If there's no reaction, I'll skin you alive. Zhao Li seemed to understand, his body shuddering as he stuffed meat into his mouth, writhing in an attempt to recapture the sensation of his previous strength. Who's there? Wang Yuyu, the zoo's animal trainer, had been patrolling as per the director's orders. Privately, she had been complaining about the emptiness of the zoo. Aside from the staff and animals, there wasn't a soul in sight. What a pointless patrol, she thought. Oh, and those outsiders. If they had any guts, they wouldn't dare. As Jiang Lin scoured the zoo for resources, he initially went unnoticed, but the problem arose with the lions. Their unusual agitated behavior baffled her, and despite her attempts to calm them, they remained restless. Thinking to investigate other animals for similar reactions, she fortuitously stumbled upon the sight of two corpses feeding zombies. Albeit with a distinct demeanor, yet the scene was too alluring to resist. Instantly, Wang Yuyu was frightened enough to scurry back. I must inform the director. Zombies have appeared in the zoo, and that person, he's definitely suspicious. Ow! She exclaimed as she collided with a wall. Jiang Lin reached out to pull her up. Are you all right? Why yes, I'm fine. Wang Yu dared not meet his gaze and took off running. Beautiful lady. What did you see? I saw nothing. I didn't see anything. Zhao Li and Qiyun were still busy feasting when Jiang Lin returned with Wang Yuyu. Upon reaching a certain threshold of consumption, Zhao Li felt an overwhelming desire upon seeing Wang Yuyu at Jiang Lin's feet. Jiang Lin, contemplative, seized her abruptly. You promised you wouldn't kill me. I did say that I wouldn't kill you. With that, he thrust her towards Zhao Li. 10 minutes later that not enough. As long as the direction is correct, the entire North Jiang district, and indeed Qinghe County, lacked one thing, people. Inside the ticket hall, Songhua expressed dissatisfaction upon Jiang Lin's return, who had acted independently. Xiao Lin, off for a little fresh air? Yes, it was too stuffy inside. I'm not saying this to scold you. We all came here as a team. What is most vital in a team? Unity. If you encounter any issues, we all need to resolve them together. Others concurred, deeming it inappropriate for him to act without collective agreement. More than one person cast accusatory glances in his direction. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Had he become a personal hero, a scapegoat for the collective? In a daze, he seemed to see the faces of former colleagues. They had behaved similarly, blaming him for a lack of collective honor, leading them all to share in the punishment. Co-workers who dared not complain to the boss would instead ostracize him. Brother Song, and everyone else, I apologize for my lack of consideration. It won't happen again. Subsequently, Jiang Lin called out to the group under various pretenses, separating them into pairs. By the time anyone sensed something amiss, it was too late. It was only at the last moment that Songhua realized why this young man was so adept at dispatching zombies. So you're all in cahoots. As two individuals returned from transporting supplies and sensed something was wrong, they turned to flee, but two figures descended from above. Thud, thud. Still insufficient. Zhao Li had consumed over a dozen individuals and had yet to undergo transformation. Had it not been for Jiang Lin's vague sensing of his aura, he would have believed himself to have been deceived. These individuals were not enough. There were still zoo staff, and if that proved inadequate, hunting outside was in order. Meanwhile, the director had realized something was amiss. He had called Wang Yu several times with no response. This Wang Yuyu, it's one thing to be lazy on normal days, but to be so careless now. Just as he was about to send someone to find her, is anyone there? Peering through the window, he spotted Jiang Lin, who appeared empty-handed, causing him to feel slightly relieved. I remember saying not to wander aimlessly. What if you encounter something unusual, director? Miss Wang Yuyu has been injured. Should we send someone to check on her? What? "Why isn't she answering her phone?" "I can't say for sure. Perhaps her battery died." Exhausted. "Can I come in for a glass of water?" The door swung open, and even at this moment, the director did not forget to grip his hunting rifle. When he discovered that two individuals had followed him in, he hurried to shut the door but was too late. And no longer concerned about alerting the enemy, Zhao Li and Ku Yun charged into the staff quarters, unleashing a massacre. Zhao Li still had not transformed. His aura merely grew stronger. Jiang Lin was not surprised, contemplating the nearby survivor stronghold. "One person, two corpses, let us go. Get lost, you monsters," in a 120 square meter flat. Over 20 individuals lay in pools of blood. Jiang Lin urged Zhao Li to hurry. They still needed to reach the next location. The second sight brought him a pleasant surprise. The residential building contained no fewer than 200 people. How had they managed to evade the zombies? As the undead surged forth, it was rumored that they were mutated zombies. People no longer relied on welded iron doors to protect them. With a leap, Zhao Li soared to the third floor, crashing through the door. "Son, get out of the way." An elderly man brandished a watermelon knife tied to a wooden pole and charged at Zhao Li, who didn't even glance back. With a single dash, he embraced the girl. Thud. Blood and flesh splattered like tomato sauce. "Dad." The man's eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to fight to the death. "I will avenge you." He spun and leapt out the window, landing on a tree, hoping to escape down its branches. A gust of wind swept by, and he felt a chill at the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. While Zhao Li wreaked havoc in the father-son household, the others hastily made their way downstairs. As for retaliating against the monsters, don't be ridiculous. With a leap from the third floor and a single strike to shatter a security door, he was undoubtedly a boss among zombies. By the time the remaining individuals finally reached the ground floor, Ku Yun was waiting for them. Chapter 27. The Crawlers, a trap for the police. One by one, they opened rooms like blind boxes, while another blocked the door. Survival was utterly hopeless for the over 200 souls. The blood-curdling screams echoed, while a small room sealed with wooden boards housed a trembling family of 5, who had contemplated moving there. Around the street corner, 3 undercover police officers exchanged worried glances, one of whom immediately rushed toward the scene. "Are you crazy?" One of the officers stopped him. "We've already patrolled that residential building. There are too many people, and the defenses should hold against ordinary zombies. A horde of zombies would leave traces. If over 200 zombie slayers are trapped with no escape, it can only mean at least one mutated zombie is present." Details of the army that had previously been annihilated were not well known to ordinary people, yet they were aware of some aspects. A second-level zombie is tough-skinned and quick, and encountering one in the city with fewer than 10 people and no heavy weaponry is essentially a death sentence. "Are we just going to stand by and watch?" Hearing the diminishing sounds nearby, the officer questioned, "Are we just waiting to die? This is meaningless. Report everything happening here to the captain." As the last individual met their demise, Zhao Li resumed his relentless feeding. Finally, upon reaching a critical threshold, his body began to swell with muscle, limbs transforming, eyes becoming slit pupils, skin wrinkling, and his mouth protruding. Jiang Lin's unease grew. Why was this transformation becoming increasingly grotesque? Once the metamorphosis was complete, he recalled, this resembled a giant lizard. Zhao Li crawled on all fours, springing forth to stand before him. His tongue flicked out, gazing at Jiang Lin with a pleading look. Name: Zhao Li. Race: Zombie, 3rd level crawler. Ability: Zombie body level 3. A thick, keratinous layer endows extraordinary defense, allowing for a shift between human and beast forms. Virus infection: Your teeth and nails are not only the sharpest of weapons but also capable of creating your kin, limited to humans. Is that all? The description of the 3rd level zombie body is rather perfunctory. The name Crawler is fitting, resembling a giant lizard that has attained sentience, with webbed flesh between its limbs. At Jiang Lin's command, Zhao Li's bones cracked, spine shifted, and webbing vanished, returning to human form. Compared to the time when he was at level 2, the humanoid form had not only become somewhat stronger, but its demeanor was indistinguishable from that of a human, with a flicker of vitality glimmering in its crimson eyes. What troubled Jiang Lin was that the system interface indicated the task had been completed, yet no new tasks had been updated. System, are you there? A sound, perhaps? What does the absence of an advancement task signify? Has the crawler reached its limit? The crawler is formidable, but relying on it to compete with humans is nothing short of a fool's errand. Leaving aside nuclear weapons and space-based arms, even missiles and laser weapons are not something the crawler can withstand. Just as he was about to spiral into further despair, the system finally responded. Crawler has been unlocked. Subsequent advancement requirements simplified. Insufficient preconditions for Level 4 zombie advancement. Please excavate on your own. Host. Jiang Lin felt an urge to curse. Excavate on his own. It sounds easy. But are the preconditions to infect millions, tens of millions, to annihilate an entire nation? Or how many crawlers are required? In the face of the overwhelming forces of the Qian nation, relying solely on crawlers provides little sense of security. It seems he might have to resort to covert maneuvers. He felt an immense sense of relief for his decision to remain in the shadows. Otherwise, he would have no escape route left. He estimated that from the beginning in the zoo to this point, Zhao Li had devoured nearly 200 individuals to reach this level. Fortunately, from now on, the advancement of the Night Demon only requires the consumption of sufficient humans. The advancement of zombies is akin to a snowball effect, from controlling the consumption of the first Night Demon to possessing hundreds, all within a mere 2 days. Suddenly, Zhao Li emitted a series of low growls. Someone was approaching, in significant numbers. Outside the residential building, in a building 50 meters away, several survivors had been evacuated, while over 20 police officers stood on high alert. A stern-faced man with a square jaw questioned, "Zhang Yao, do you confirm there are only 2 zombies inside?" "Report. We confirm." Based on the time of death of the victims in the residential building, along with information gathered from several survivors, and the traces left behind, they concluded that there were at most 2 zombies, with a generous estimate of no more than 2 level 2 zombies. It's not that I doubt your professional abilities. I must be accountable for the lives of dozens of people. This team was no ordinary one. Each member wore carbon fiber cut-resistant suits embedded with ceramic armor plates, and their helmets were the latest thickened version for individual soldiers. Each carried a submachine gun and 2 fragmentation grenades, along with alloy blast shields and a Gatling gun. The crucial point was that they had also borrowed 2 sharpshooters. The snipers' rifles utilized 12mm armor-piercing rounds. One could hardly expect even level 2 zombies to withstand such firepower, let alone an ordinary armored vehicle. Despite being well prepared, with the enemy concealed and their own positions known, the captain cautiously devised a plan to lure the enemy out. 2 casually dressed men, laden with backpacks, scoured the roadside for resources. 1 kept watch while the other ventured into a house to search, behaving no differently than typical survivors. Yet Jiang Lin detected a flaw. Firstly, the cause of Zhao Li's alert growls could not possibly be these 2. Secondly, how loud had the voices of the 200-plus victims been before their demise? Shouldn't the nearby residents have fled? How could these 2 not have heard anything? Watching the 2 with suspicion, he noticed further discrepancies. Although they were searching for supplies, their waists were bulging, and their movements were swift and efficient, showing no signs of hesitation. This style seemed increasingly familiar to Jiang Lin. Were they police officers? Their targets could only be himself or Zhao Li, and these 2 certainly lacked the courage to act so brazenly. One should never underestimate others, lest they become the ones to suffer in the end. Jiang Lin scanned the surroundings, seeking to identify where the remaining individuals were hiding. He placed himself in their shoes and discovered the building 50 meters away. Its location was ideal, offering a clear view. With windows facing the residential building and only a single entrance, by positioning heavy firepower to block the entrance and directing fire from the windows, they could easily gain the upper hand in the battle. The 2 plainclothes officers continued to play their roles while quietly conversing in the blind spot of the residential building. Why hasn't there been any movement yet? Have they already left? Be patient. According to expert studies, some of these creatures possess intelligence and can employ tactics. I know. Just search a bit slower, don't get too close, or you want to escape. Got it. You be careful too. If anything feels off, retreat to the sides, and don't disrupt the brothers' actions. As the monstrous inhabitants of the residential building remained inactive for an extended period, the ambushers began to lower their guard. The snipers were fine. They had undergone rigorous training, and it was common to wait for hours without results during drills. However, the regular police officers were accustomed to quick investigations and combating criminal forces, not prolonged ambushes. Despite the captain's repeated warnings, it was inevitable that some would take the opportunity to rub their tired eyes or stretch their stiff necks. Chapter 28. Counterattack. annihilation of the human squad behind the building. Zhao Li clung to the wall like a suction cup. Two snipers were positioned at opposite corners of the rooftop, from where they could observe the front of the residential building where Jiang Lin was located, all within shooting range. Next to the snipers was an assistant, responsible for providing alerts, enhancing visibility, and correcting positions. Ke Yun dashed through the residential building at a rapid pace. All units, be advised, target has appeared. Do not rush to shoot, follow the plan. Only one level 2 zombie had shown itself, and they could not afford to act rashly. The two plainclothes officers felt their hearts leap into their throats, one hand discreetly moving toward their waists. Just as the snipers anticipated Qiyun's position while waiting for the second zombie to appear, Zhao Li had already scaled the rooftop, positioned behind him. Chick, do you sense something amiss? Basis? There's no basis. It's just a feeling. Logically, if everyone inside is dead and only one zombie has appeared, then where's the other one? Hiss. Who in the room? The captain felt a vague irritation rising within him. Yet he could not pinpoint its source. With their configuration, as soon as the other level 2 zombie revealed itself, they could launch an attack with great odds of success. He could find no reason for failure. Enough? We can't wait any longer. Chick, chick, respond if you receive. A faint crackling sound emerged from the walkie-talkie, but no one answered. He repeated himself, only to receive no response from the other sniper either. Something has gone wrong. With years of frontline experience, he immediately alerted everyone to heighten their vigilance and prepare for combat. With a loud crash, glass shattered from an object striking it. Almost instinctively, a barrage of gunfire erupted from various light and heavy firearms. For if it truly had been a night demon, it would have been riddled with bullets by now. As the smoke cleared, there was nothing at the target location, save for a scattering of brass shell casings. A police officer cautiously approached to investigate, glancing out the window, finding nothing. Were it not for the broken window frame inside, one might have thought it a mere figment of their imagination. Careful along. Fast-moving object shot through the air and with a thud pierced the officer's head. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out again, and the assailant vanished once more. The captain, filled with anger and fear, instructed everyone to watch their blind spots and stay away from the windows. They had arrived with confidence for battle, yet now they hadn't even seen the face of their assailant, and 5 people, including snipers, had already perished. Unable to contact the snipers, he had resigned himself to the conclusion that they had been killed. He couldn't fathom how, being on the rooftop, the assailant had managed to reach them. Could they fly? Zhou Mingchen, He Jiguang, how did you fail to keep watch? A high-level zombie entered our ambush point without us knowing. Report. I confirm that no one or zombie has emerged from that building. The dilemma facing the captain was dire. They had been surrounded by a creature. The plan had been well laid out, with heavy firepower support inside and decisive snipers on the roof. Their adversaries were merely 2 level 2 zombies. It should have been an easy victory, yet the grim reality was that 2 incompetent scouts had failed to detect when the monster vanished from the opposite building. The snipers had been attacked, and their entire group found themselves trapped inside the building, unable to move. With the speed of that creature, they could only hope to hold out for a while by relying on their firepower. Dare they descend? That would be a death wish. Call for support. Report our situation in detail, especially the characteristics of the monster. Let us hope we can wait for support. Jiang Lin, within the residential building, perceived the battlefield from a different perspective. He could establish a certain degree of visual sharing with the crawler. Although he was unaware that the others had called for support, he had already ascertained the enemy's situation. His muscles writhed, swiftly transforming into the crawler's animal form. How grotesque! After instructing Qiyun to monitor the movements of the plainclothes officers, he slowly descended from the wall at the rear of the building. Brothers, hold on for 10 more minutes. Our support will arrive. All right, then I shall see what this monster looks like. Let us dismember it into 8 pieces and avenge Old Li. Yes, count me in. Avenge, perhaps in the next life. Under Jiang Lin's command, Zhao Li dove through the window, greeted by a hail of orange bullets. In agony, he swept his tail, knocking over 3 individuals, and his tongue lashed out, piercing one man's neck. 2 police officers raised their alloy blast shields, firing while retreating behind them. One officer braced against a heavy-caliber machine gun, firing madly. The confined space of the room forced Zhao Li to retreat under the relentless barrage, blood erupting from his body. Just then, Jiang Lin entered through another window, striking down the machine gunner in a flash. His front claws tore through the ranks of the officers, creating a vacuum of firepower. Zhao Li roared in fury, joining the fray as well. In less than 20 seconds, the gunfire ceased, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and dismembered flesh. Knowing that human support was imminent, Jiang Lin had no time to linger. Wasn't it more enjoyable to hunt down survivors? Before leaving, he also took 2 sniper rifles with him. This time, he did not hide, but rather strode boldly out of the building in his zombie form. The 2 plainclothes officers attempted to flee, only to be torn apart by Zhao Li. A few minutes later, a heavily armed helicopter soared through the sky, and after repeated confirmations, 2 police officers descended, only to discover a gruesome pile of dismembered flesh at the scene. After collecting firearms and equipment, they proceeded to sample and photograph the area, with no spare capacity to handle the remains. Soon after, intelligence regarding a new breed of high-level zombies emerged, which was relayed to the county governor's office and the highest coordinating department. Since the pronouncement by the Qian nation to seal off Qinghe County in order to eradicate the zombies and tackle the virus at its source, countless survivors from Qinghe County rushed towards the border, desperately seeking an escape before it was too late. The first casualty among the 800 survivors from Zhanghe district fell at the hands of the military, leaving no one daring to claim they would be an exception. Announcements blared everywhere, and the internet was rife with cautionary news. A multitude of netizens from outside either encouraged or warned them. In short, no one wished for their exit. Survivors, burdened with small packs and armed for self-defense, could be seen everywhere, some hailing from Zhanghe district, others from Beijiang district, and many from various other regions at this moment. Their objective was unified, breaking free from Qinghe County. Their destination lay at the end of this goal, Liang Bridge. This was one of the primary thoroughfares for leaving Qinghe County, spanning 300 meters. The bridge measured 20 meters in width. Below, turbulent waters churned ferociously. On the opposite side of the bridge, rows of tents were neatly arranged, with various military officers and officials passing in and out. In the open terrain, hundreds of armored vehicles stood at the ready. Beside them loomed even more formidable entities, the mighty Tiger tanks. Their heavy, impenetrable armor, broad, streamlined tracks, and cannon mouths the size of fists gleamed under the sunlight. Armed helicopters patrolled the skies in droves, while a small airport lay a few hundred meters away, where fighter jets stood at rest. Chapter 29. A gathering of troops here. The troop strength had reached the scale of a brigade. Comprising 3 infantry regiments and 1 armored regiment, the infantry regiments included an artillery company and a communications unit. Each fighter squadron consisted of 3 teams, with 12 aircraft per team, totaling 36 fighter jets. Such a deployment existed throughout Qinghe County, with 5 major access routes. Other smaller paths also featured scattered lines of troops. Patrols wielding rifles were ubiquitous. Even a bird daring to fly in would find it difficult. Engineers labored tirelessly to construct fortifications. Hurry up! No time to dawdle. Bring forth the efficiency you exhibit during meals. The engineers wielded their shovels to dig trenches and construct machine gun emplacements. Cement mixers rumbled past, leaving thick tire tracks in the mud. Sandbags and barbed wire were brought in by the dozen as protection for the trenches and fortifications. Infantry units marched in formation under the command of their officers, singing military songs in unison. All present, march in step. Tank crews diligently inspected components, parts, and systems, while trucks laden with ammunition arrived at designated storage facilities. Beyond them, a special group of individuals could be found, veterans. Having ceased high-intensity training post-discharge, they needed to quickly reacquaint themselves with training and become adept at using updated equipment. Additionally, there existed another unique group within the military camp. At the center of the camp, a larger tent than the others housed over 30 individuals from various nations. These crownless kings held microphones and cameras, gathering in small groups for conversation. The cacophony of languages blended together, creating a scene more lively than a bustling market. On the front line of the battle between zombies and the military, such unruliness was commonplace. Yet, no one felt fear upon witnessing the military presence arranged by the Qian nation. Anyone with knowledge of modern weaponry understood its immense power. The Qian nation's arrangements were not initially conceived by the higher-ups, but were instead a response to pressure from various countries. Nations expressed that the zombie crisis impacted the global landscape, and they could not allow the Qian nation to remain isolated and unsupported. As one of the world's strongest powers, mere verbal pressure was ineffective. However, Following discussions at the Elder Council, this proposal was swiftly passed. In their words, it was an opportune moment to showcase military strength, deterring neighboring nations from meddling and addressing the concerns of their own citizens online. Would there be any risks associated with foreign journalists accompanying the military on the battlefield? They certainly knew, but would denying these individuals the opportunity to observe ensure their compliance? Nonsense. Rather than allowing them to covertly engage in mischief, it was better to place them in the military camp. Exposing them to the open, a blonde, blue-eyed journalist, Andy, had not anticipated your arrival at Ha. This is the hottest event currently. How could I possibly miss it? What about you, Jill? From what I know, there are others responsible for battlefield coverage at your magazine. I have no idea. Perhaps the editor-in-chief appreciates my diligence? Andy laughed heartily, her gaze sweeping across a nearby hill as she recalled some industry rumors, thinking to herself, what kind of appreciation? In bed, perhaps. These two were a journalist from the Eagle Nation and one from the White Flag Nation. Similar figures included those from Cherry Blossom Island, Kimchi Country, and Bear Nation. The presence of local journalists from the Qian Nation was, of course, essential. Zhang Hongyi and Hong Yuanyuan served as local reporters accompanying the military. They had an additional task, to monitor the words and actions of foreign journalists. As the saying goes, a man and woman working together is effortless. Zhang Hongyi took the initiative to organize a meeting among male journalists in his capacity as the host. Meanwhile, Hong Yuanyuan engaged enthusiastically with a group of female reporters, using a selfie stick to live-stream the scene. The orderly rows of tents, the imposing military presence, and the armored vehicles passing by, casting shadows under the armed helicopters. Along with the new artillery positions concealed beneath tarpaulins, all of this stirred a collective excitement among netizens, regretting joining the army for 3 years, regretting not joining for a lifetime. It must be the Third Corps. With such military strength, annihilating a few small nations is more than sufficient. As an overseas citizen of the Qian Nation, could a compatriot explain the equipment to me? Damn. Are spies behaving like this now? Not even putting on a show. Just thinking about this military not only hunting zombies but also targeting fellow citizens in Qinghe County, I can't help but feel uneasy. Holy Mother, let the great Buddha take charge. Meanwhile, on the foreign internet, what is the Qian Nation doing? Is it really necessary? With this firepower, one could believe it's for a national war. Is this your first day online? Haven't you seen the terror of zombies? Their infectiousness is astounding. Once infected, it is no different from death. I heard that in one county of the Qian Nation, there are hundreds of thousands of people. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if they all turned into zombies. I actually think the military is too small. What if one sneaks out from a corner? Even if it does, it's none of your business. Can zombies transmit infection across the sea? In the words of the Qian Nation, you worrying about nothing. Many believe that the deployment of the powerful military by the Qian Nation was to eliminate zombies, but I had already seen through it. Oh, the wise one has arrived. Tell us, if it's not to eliminate zombies, then what is it for? Is no one curious about the origins of the zombies? Haven't I mentioned? Suspicions abound regarding other organizations pulling the strings behind the scenes. From Zhanghe District to the entirety of Qinghe County, the zombie disaster had garnered the attention of various countries. The source of the zombie virus was of utmost importance, and the official statements from the Qian Nation were largely met with skepticism. Kimchi Country expressed disbelief and began rigorously inspecting Qian nationals within their borders, fearing a biochemical attack from this powerful nation, rendering even their eagle father powerless. Amusingly, some citizens of Kimchi Country, lacking understanding of what zombies were, absurdly claimed that the origin of zombies lay within their own nation. However, this was swiftly suppressed by their authorities. Such matters could not be taken lightly. Cherry Blossom Island, on one hand, suspected that the Qian Nation orchestrated the event, while on the other, they believed the Qian Nation lacked the capability. They diligently reviewed domestic virus historical materials, suspecting that the remnants of their own research were repurposed by the Qian Nation. The think tank of the Eagle Nation speculated on how to control a potential outbreak of the zombie virus in their own country and the economic losses that would ensue. Bear Nation, traditionally allied with the Qian Nation against the aggressive Western powers, had their ambassador subtly probing the Qian Nation on numerous occasions, feigning indifference even if the virus originated from the Qian Nation. In reality, they had secretly commenced strategic deployments against zombies within their own borders. Chapter 30. The Persecuted Survivors with Jiang Lin initiating the third-level evolution route for zombies. crawlers began to be produced in large numbers. Transitioning from a common zombie to a night demon required the consumption of over a dozen of their kind. From night demon to crawler, approximately 200 humans needed to be devoured. Zhao Li, upon becoming the first crawler, encountered a human capture team. Compared to the early days of the zombie outbreak, the police officers were now equipped with far superior weaponry, armed with information collected at the cost of previous lives and their understanding of zombies. A hunting squad typically comprised around 20 individuals. They were well equipped, with submachine guns being essential, standard-issue alloy blast shields, heavy machine guns as the mainstay, and even snipers in their ranks in a short span. Dozens of night demons were hunted down. While zombies preyed on survivors, the police teams hunted the zombies. Amidst the towering buildings, a predatory ecosystem of survival emerged. Troops gathered at major pathways, advancing steadily in scattered formations. Major media outlets provided hourly updates on the latest developments. Netizens engaged in discussions, chasing trends. In such times, tales of the bizarre, celebrity gossip, and other sensational news had to take a backseat. Jiang Lin monitored the news in real time. Feeling a sense of urgency in his perception, all zombies appeared as flickering candle flames. Common zombies resembled dim fireflies, numerous in quantity. Night demons were akin to small yellow beans, occupying an intermediary position. Observing the dwindling lights representing the night demons, Jiang Lin felt a surge of anxiety. He commanded the night demons to conceal themselves among the throngs of zombies, advising against solitary movement. Should 3 or more individuals form a group, one may take the lead while the others remain concealed. This adjustment yielded significant results immediately. When the zombie hunting police squad encountered a night demon and engaged in combat, their positions were exposed, prompting the remaining night demons to launch a fierce counterattack. With agile movements, they navigated through buildings, vehicles, and streetlights. Once they infiltrated the police squad, even if they could not secure a victory, they would undoubtedly inflict considerable casualties. Jiang Lin might tolerate several night demons clashing with the police squad. But humanity could not afford such risks. The members of the zombie-hunting police squad were the cream of the crop from various precincts. How could they possibly match up against an unknown number of night demons? Losing a single officer might be bearable, but losing 10 would still be manageable. However, the loss of 100 would lead to widespread panic and a significant reduction in combat effectiveness. 1,000 casualties? It would effectively signal the end of the police force in Qinghe County. At that point, even the most junior official and the county magistrate would be unable to escape accountability. The families of the fallen officers would seek retribution. Political adversaries would launch attacks, and the citizens of the Qin Kingdom would demand justice. In the face of overwhelming danger, no one would wager their political life. Under the orders of the Qinghe County magistrate, the police began to consolidate their defenses. To avoid raising suspicions among the survivors and dampening their will to resist, they aggressively promoted the progress of the military. The so-called strategy of advancing while the enemy retreats allowed the police to ease their hunting efforts. But Jiang Lin would not be so lenient. He aimed to significantly develop the number of night demons and crawlers before the Qin Kingdom's army occupied Qinghe County, particularly the latter. No incidents of crawlers falling to the police squad had yet occurred during skirmishes. Thus, they could serve as a trump card. The survivors would soon find themselves in dire straits. The officials would be safely ensconced in fortified shelters, heavily guarded. They would not be so fortunate. In the midst of the zombie crisis, everyone had learned to band together for warmth, which increased their chances of survival against the undead. This, however, had also become their path to ruin. Jiang Lin specifically targeted large shelters. Once the number of survivors grew, the necessities of life could not be hidden from others. He could easily capture someone for information, and within mere minutes, he could obliterate the shelter. Finding the pace too slow, he dispatched newly developed crawlers to assault nearby refuges. Wherever they tread, nothing remained. Gradually, the survivors began to sense something amiss. The once plentiful supply-seeking teams had dwindled to almost nothing. Some ventured to investigate several large gathering sites, only to find abundant remnants of life alongside scattered debris and skeletal remains. In a careless moment, one stumbled upon a cylindrical object. Shining a flashlight revealed a human skull. In the corners lay hundreds of skulls with vacant eye sockets staring at him. Terrified, he dashed towards the exit, only to find his feet ensnared by a thick, reddish-brown carpet of flesh. Soon, news of a large number of advanced zombies in the vicinity spread throughout the survivor community. Some questioned the magistrate's promises of exterminating zombies and protecting citizens. The official response was vague, urging the masses to disperse and await rescue. This only exacerbated the surge of survivors rushing towards the borders of Qinghe County. Li Changsheng fled from the Xixi district all the way to the Beijiang district. His home lay at the juncture of the Xixi and Jianghe districts. Logically, the defenses there had not been breached by zombies, so he should have been safe. However, calamity struck with the arrival of a horde of night demons at that time. Jiang Lin dispatched the only 2 helicopters to accelerate the infection in Qinghe County, filling them with night demons and scattering them throughout the area. One of these descended upon Li Changsheng's community. These individuals had never even seen a zombie, let alone a night demon. When the military learned of the situation, they found themselves unable to dispatch a significant force to eliminate the threat. By the time the police arrived, the number of infected had surpassed 100, scattering chaotically, rendering the situation uncontrollable. Many, like Li Changsheng, found themselves unfortunate yet lucky enough to escape a disaster. From survivors in the Jianghe district, they learned of numerous rumors circulating online. Having witnessed the brutality of zombies and the ineptitude of the military, they scoffed at the notion of staying put for rescue. They held little trust in the words of Qinghe County officials who were sheltered and protected by the military. What about them? Would they still be alive by the time the Qin Kingdom's army arrived to exterminate the zombies? Their only hope was to escape Qinghe County. Day and night, groups of refugees began to converge, hailing from different districts, having previously held mutual disdain. Yet in this moment, they shared a common identity: refugees. When encountering zombies on the road, if there were only 1 or 2, they could rely on their numbers and weapons to fight back. However, if the numbers grew overwhelming or night demons were present, they would form smaller squads and flee in various directions. Those who managed to escape continued towards the border, while those who could not were in no position to resent their fate, for they too had once escaped successfully. The closer they approached the borders of Qinghe County, the fewer zombies they encountered, and the greater the number of survivors. Hundreds and even thousands of individuals formed a visible line under the satellites. This was swiftly reported to the station military. At the Luoyang Bridge position, within the command center, Lu Gontang, the brigade commander of the 3rd Army's 1st Brigade and the highest commander of this joint force, pondered. Outsiders believed this war would be an easy victory, and it mattered little who commanded, as the accolades would come easily. However, he understood that the challenge did not lie with the zombies. Chapter 31. Military-civilian conflict. Smoke bombs on one side of the bridge stood the well-prepared army, forbidding any entry or exit. On the other, the desperate civilians, striving to escape Qinghe County. This fundamental difference made reconciliation impossible. The bridge, wide as it was, had barricades of barbed wire and sandbags blocking the way, with soldiers wielding weapons stationed behind. They had received orders to prevent anyone from crossing the bridge. Here, no less than 20,000 survivors had gathered. The sheer number of voices echoed endlessly. With 20,000 people crowded together, the accumulation of waste and excrement created an unbearable stench. Some hailed from the Jianghe district and had experienced the military's shooting of civilians. Others had heard rumors to varying degrees. Yet more had never heard of such events or, if they had, dismissed them as implausible, believing the military would not dare fire upon them. Thus, some waited for a sacrificial lamb to test the waters, while others charged towards the bridge in groups, unconcerned. A few soldiers brought large speakers to announce, "Warning! All individuals halt. According to the latest war orders issued by the Qin Kingdom, no one is permitted to leave Qinghe County." What? Weren't you here to protect us? You intend to fight zombies, and no one is stopping you. What does that have to do with us? Yes, you may inspect. I bear no injuries. I am not a citizen of the Qin Kingdom. I came to tour, and I demand to see the ambassador. I wish to protest. As the crowd shouted their grievances, they edged closer to the military. The soldiers, however, pointed their weapons skyward and fired warning shots. Meanwhile, a team of international journalists buzzed with excitement, inwardly urging, "Open fire! Shoot! This will make for a month's worth of headlines." They had already concocted catchy titles. They just want to survive. What's wrong with that? Is the military's method of protecting citizens massacre? A decaying empire, its rulers will oppressing the people. While zombies are feared, the poison of human hearts is 100-fold worse. Some reporters attempted to approach the front lines for close interviews with survivors, but were halted by soldiers. "I am a reporter from the White Eagle Nation. I have the right to interview." Baka, let me through. I wish to stand with the civilians. Zhang Hongyi shook his head, disapproving of their behavior yet compelled to mediate. Gentlemen, we agreed that you could report and interview, but you must adhere to our regulations. It would be best if military operations do not cause undue difficulties for the soldiers. Military operations? Seizing upon Zhang Hongyi's words, a reporter from Sakura Island sought to exploit the situation. Military action against civilians? Zhang Hongyi promptly countered with a decisive move. Keep talking, and I'll confiscate your phone and camera. You can watch your fellow colleagues take pictures and conduct interviews from a distance. From afar, the reporters had no knowledge of what the survivors and soldiers were discussing. They opted instead for sensational headlines and live broadcasts. As the soldiers remained unyielding among the 20,000, some brave souls stepped forward, linking arms and marching boldly ahead. Just as the reporters anticipated escalating conflict, a squad clad in protective gear and gas masks, armed with specialized firearms, had already positioned themselves behind the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Canister-sized ammunition was launched in a parabolic arc. Thick clouds of smoke billowed, accompanied by a sharp, acrid scent that stung the eyes. Coughing ensued as the lead group became overwhelmed. Tears and mucus streaming down their faces. Their throats felt as if they were on fire, causing relentless coughing. In the smoke, some retreated along the path they had come, while others charged directly at the soldiers. The masked soldiers raised their shields and swung rubber batons, striking individuals until they were bruised and battered. Those who could still resist pinned to the ground by shields. Flashing lights flickered at the bridge's edge. While no fatalities made for an imperfect scene, the violent suppression would provide ample material for a compelling report. In the live stream, one voice questioned, "Can anyone tell me why they're being beaten? If we don't show enough force, what happens when the rest come rushing in? Let them come. In such a vast Qian kingdom, can we not accommodate a group of homeless individuals? Fools. What if someone is infected with the virus? Who will take responsibility? That's simple. We'll inspect and disinfect each one. Nothing to worry about. Go back and review the press conference. You don't even know the origin of the virus, yet you claim there's nothing to worry about." Online discussions heated up. Initially, some spoke in defense of the Qinghe County survivors. However, as time passed, opinions shifted overwhelmingly to support the Qian Kingdom's decision. In their words, why should the problems of Qinghe County burden others? The survivors of Qinghe County retorted that they merely wished to survive. Allow them to leave Qinghe County. They may accept the arrangements of the Qian nation. Ultimately, it is simply a matter of coming out. A significant portion of Qian nation's netizens has begun to confront the survivors, hurling accusations of narrow-mindedness, selfishness, and self-destructive behavior. As the insults escalated, one individual proclaimed, "Consider it for the greater good of the Qian nation. Sacrificing one individual ensures the happiness of countless families. Do not merely contemplate personal gain or loss. Without a nation, how can there be a home?" Many remained silent, yet silently agreed, clicking like in tacit support. Indeed, during the initial planning stages, officials had suggested that those who had been screened could enter and exit Qinghe County. However, the harsh reality is that they are confronting a peculiar virus of unknown origin, one that rapidly transforms the human body upon infection. Even the biological experts lack certainty in comprehending its complete infection mechanisms and characteristics. Particularly concerning are the mutated zombies, possessing physical capabilities that far exceed human limits, the transformation process of which remains a mystery. The most prudent course of action remains a blanket ban. While the million inhabitants of Qinghe County are undoubtedly significant, their importance pales in comparison to the hundreds of millions in the Qian nation, making the choice rather straightforward. This logic may be sound, yet it is certain that many will fail to comprehend or even resist it. Following the deployment of smoke bombs, pepper spray, and rubber batons, the survivors were all driven back. This cannot continue. We must contemplate alternative solutions. What alternative solutions exist? Is there another path, or must one endure another round of assaults? The individual shook his head, gazing out over the water. Despite the sun shining brightly, plunging into the river remained a frigid ordeal. Some individuals, having procured inflatable rings and pool toys from unknown sources, swam toward the opposite bank in their scant attire. The military is not blind. They cannot allow such endeavors to succeed. Soon, small boats were dispatched to the river's center. Soldiers, equipped with loudspeakers, shouted commands to return. You cannot cross. The river spans 300 meters. However, those daring enough to swim were not easily dissuaded by mere words. Receiving orders through their radios, the soldiers ceased their verbal warnings and merely shadowed the swimmers. The reality proved that 300 meters of river water cannot be traversed solely by willpower. One by one, they found themselves either stranded or utterly exhausted. Out of caution against infection, the boats extended long poles for the swimmers to cling to, guiding them back to shore. Yet, the river housed hundreds. While the boats were few and the poles even fewer, not everyone possessed an inflatable ring. Those who were fatigued cried out for rescue, prioritizing their own survival. "I can't take it anymore. Help me. I can't swim across. Rescue me first. I have money. I'll pay $1 million for my rescue." Such a chaotic scene could not escape the attention of reporters, their cameras focused on the river, live broadcasts accompanied by commentary. To foreign journalists, those in the water appeared as relatives they had never met. Truly, the sight brought sorrow to witnesses and tears to listeners, subtly critiquing the choices of the Qian nation, branding the soldiers blocking the Daliang Bridge as executioners. One impulsive individual, swept up in the crowd, plunged into the river, swimming toward the far bank. Lacking even an inflatable ring, he swam less than 50 meters before his limbs grew weak. The blazing sun in the sky could not dispel the chill that enveloped him. "Help me!" The soldiers' long poles were limited, and direct contact was prohibited. The first fatality of this conflict emerged. "Oh my God! This is a massacre, a violation of humanity. Such a thing would never happen under our proud eagle." While one soldier's assistant captured close-up shots, the reporter's face was a mask of indignation. In truth, he could hardly contain his laughter. Indeed, his decision to cross oceans and outmaneuver competitors had proven wise. What scandals or $0 purchases? The audience had grown weary of such stories. He had exhausted them. At this moment, zombies were the trending topic. Everything connected to him could effortlessly seize the public's attention. He had already envisioned the lavish vacation he would take after receiving a hefty bonus from his newspaper. Aside from Qian Nation reporters, who focused on the military's efforts to rescue those in the river and maintain order, other journalists were eager to expose the ugliness of the Qian Nation, broadcasting it far and wide. Among the multitude of river swimmers was an exceptional figure, a woman carrying a girl of no more than 5 years on her back. She was not foolish. A woman who managed to escape the zombies with a child had already surpassed many men. She had compelling reasons to swim across. She had not eaten for 2 days and had quenched her thirst with river water. Aside from the areas infested with zombies, any food found along the way had been snatched away by others. Supermarkets, shops, resources were scant and only available where zombies did not roam. Tens of thousands had surged through, akin to a swarm of locusts. Most crucially, she had witnessed the military's brutal suppression of civilians firsthand. She had been fortunate enough to stand a bit further back when the gunfire erupted. The air filled with screams. Those with whom she had previously conversed were reduced to mere flesh and bone, their blood splattering across her face. And today, it was no different. The military constructed barricades. Though they did not engage in widespread slaughter, yet the presence of foreign journalists drew global attention. Without swimming across, death awaited her. She had no choice but to take the risk. However, she had overestimated her stamina, especially while carrying a child. "Please, save me and my daughter." A soldier visibly wavered. He had a daughter slightly older than the little girl. Perhaps he could use his gun to pull them to safety. Avoiding direct contact? That wouldn't be considered close contact, right? Just as he was about to act, his companions hastily restrained him. "Are you out of your mind?" The soldier held back. Should he truly violate orders? His commanding officer could easily execute him. In the end, the woman continued to plead for her daughter's rescue. The icy river water numbed her body, and she began to sink, her hands raised high, hoping to pass her hopes to her daughter. Miraculously, they did not perish at the hands of zombies, but succumbed instead to the river's depths. Ironically, just 5 meters away, a small boat floated, manned by soldiers who proclaimed to defend the citizens. The truth revealed that no matter how loudly they shouted their slogans, they were worthless under the command of their superiors. A photograph of the woman cradling her child went viral online. The Qian Nation's attempts to downplay the incident proved futile, as countless individuals shared videos and images. This is what a mother embodies. Until her last breath, she sought to protect her daughter's life. Alas, some wished for their demise. What soldiers? What defenders of the populace? All mere empty rhetoric, alas. What more can one say? the heart feels heavy with unease. Were they not previously resolute in prohibiting anyone from leaving Qinghe County? Such declarations were made for the sake of safety, yet witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before one's eyes is undeniably painful. What were those soldiers doing? Was it truly so difficult to extend a hand? Were they merely afraid of infection? If they feared death so much, they ought to return home and cultivate sweet potatoes. Did you not notice? One soldier had attempted to help but was stopped. Who issued the order? Those who understand, understand. Adhering strictly to the command of maintaining distance from survivors resulted in 27 drownings. When they perished, the soldiers in the boats watched helplessly. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. And the 2,000 survivors on shore seethed with rage. At that moment, if they were given weapons, they would dare to charge forth. You see, our lives are of no consequence. Death is merely death. Who cares? To hell with it. I've paid so many taxes, all for naught. It was not in vain. Look how strong they are. Hitting them must hurt. Some began to scheme, realizing that with foreign journalists present, they could manipulate public opinion and seize a bit of discourse power. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Several foreign reporters initiated live broadcasts, while a few corresponded through private messages. On one side was the desire for more attention and communication with the upper echelons of the Qian nation, while on the other was the pursuit of viewership metrics. An agreement was swiftly reached. An article titled "A Confession from One in a Zombie-Infested Zone" surged to the trending list. The piece narrated a personal account from the onset of the zombie outbreak to the fall of the region, detailing the struggles for survival amid hunger. As the protagonist reached the hopeful border, they were met with the cold barrels of military weapons. The ghostwriter's skill was remarkable, vividly immersing the reader in the narrative. The article concluded with a poignant question. This disaster does not bend to human will. Our Qinghe County is merely ill, not dead. If the method of treating a patient is to kill them, then how can this doctor gain the trust of other people? We share the same culture, the same beliefs, and we speak the same language. Under the same sun. I am the unexpected you, and you are the fortunate me. Many online initiated petitions, urging the higher-ups to provide a practical solution. Of course, they did not demand the unrestricted passage of all individuals, always cautious when their own safety was at stake. Soon, the authorities responded, declaring the establishment of a temporary shelter on the opposite bank, with personnel dispatched for management. Medical assistance would be provided to the afflicted, and supplies would be airdropped by helicopter. They vowed never to abandon a single citizen. Chapter 33. The obedient commoner is the good commoner. Several helicopters hovered above the 2,000 survivors, loudspeakers continuously broadcasting uplifting news. Wonderful. I knew the nation had not forgotten us. What did I tell you? Don't be stubborn. Things will improve. In hindsight, had it not been for some sacrifices and the presence of international journalists, would there have been any change in treatment? Having received assurances, the restless survivors were calmed. Since it had been decided to send personnel to manage the newly established shelter, immediate action was required. Managing a camp of 20,000, which would likely increase, is no easy task. It necessitates hundreds of police officers and specialized medical personnel. Who would volunteer? This was a question in itself. Do not focus solely on your immediate surroundings. Broaden your perspective. Such dialogues echoed across countless departments. At last, the personnel were finally gathered, and Anren was among them. Unlike many others, she had volunteered for this role. Her colleagues were perplexed. Blessed with beauty, an impressive resume, formidable professional skills, and at the tender age of 21, she had already attained the position of deputy leader. A testament to her promising future. What could have driven her to seek refuge in such a thankless endeavor? Those oblivious to the truth either deemed her foolish or admired her sincerely. Only Anren herself understood that she was neither foolish nor merely swept away by youthful fervor. While others only saw her glamorous exterior, they remained unaware that her current standing was a result of Lin Chen's favor. Lin Chen, the only son of Lin Tianyi, the chief of the Haizhou Public Security Bureau. The Lin family had several members entrenched within the police system, all holding esteemed positions. If not for Lin Chen's preference, what justified her continual ascendancy over others with superior qualifications and capabilities? While it was true that Lin Chen had affections for her, he could never defy his father. Upon reaching a certain status, marriage became merely a political bargaining chip. Given her present status, aspiring to marry into the Lin family for a leap in social class was nothing short of a pipe dream. for now. Managing the temporary shelter was her opportunity. The nation was invested, the world was watching, and she aimed to execute her responsibilities with grace, leaving no room for disparagement. She was worthy of the chief's only son. The first to arrive at the campsite were dozens of police and medical personnel, clad in protective gear and wearing masks. Following my directives, men over the age of 16 were instructed to stand to my side. They began organizing the people, preparing nearby buildings to serve as residences. As for the protests from the original inhabitants, they could either seek out the survivors or contact governmental departments. Compliance was imperative. Once a certain area was cleared, priority was given to the elderly, women, and children. Naturally, during the exodus, the number of those who could survive in such conditions was minimal. Helicopters arrived in waves, lowering large containers from above. Once on the ground, the crowd, under guidance, extracted the supplies from within the containers. 100 original survivors donned red vests, transforming into volunteers to assist the police in managing the shelter. They lined up orderly, urging one another not to rush. Everyone would receive their share. One man, who had previously been destitute, suddenly found himself in a position of authority. No one cared about his harsh tone. They had endured hunger and cold for far too long. Each individual was issued a set of clothing, bed linens, and basic toiletries. After collecting these items, they queued again for today's rations. Why is there so little? Someone lamented. Is this enough for anyone to eat? More than one voice raised complaints, regardless of gender or age. The portions were uniformly meager. If some could fill their stomachs, others would inevitably go hungry. Who shouted that? It was me. And what if I'm still hungry? Can't a person speak out? The police officer narrowed his eyes at the troublemaker. Transferred from Qinghe County, he had been voluntarily dispatched to oversee the survivors and was already filled with resentment. Not satisfied? Then don't eat. Under a signal, 2 volunteers seized the food from the man's hands. What are you doing? Is there no law here? The police officer surveyed the assembled crowd and declared loudly, "Each portion of food has a quota. If you don't wish to eat, leave it for those in need." The crowd merely stared in silence, no one daring to confront him, which only pleased the officer further. Obedient troublemakers were the best kind. After all, the food provided was free of charge. They weren't collecting a single penny, and yet, they still found reasons to complain. A horde of parasites. Anren soon became aware of the unfolding situation. A glint of determination sparkled in her eyes as she summoned her subordinate and whispered instructions. In a room designated as a temporary station for the police, the officers shared a common origin with Anren. Indeed, they were all her subordinates. Li Dalong felt trepidation, fearing that the police would secretly deal with him. It was just a fuss over the food shortage. Is that really necessary? Li Dalong, right? Were there any grievances when the food was confiscated? No. It was my fault. I shouldn't have led the charge in breaking discipline. I am guilty. Please. Realizing Li Dalong's misunderstanding, Anren signaled him that she was not aligned with the earlier police officer. Just hold on like this. While everyone busily endeavored to organize living and sanitation areas, Li Dalong collapsed. A crowd gathered around him, calling, "Dalong, Dalong, wake up!" Their voices rang out louder than trumpets, spreading the news rapidly. Soon, word spread that someone had starved to death. Have you heard? Someone has died of hunger. Was it Li Dalong? Didn't they just bring in food? But he had crossed that police officer. Who else would starve if not him? I am just saying, don't let it leak. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. In a mere moment, the tale morphed, with Li Dalong becoming a heroic figure advocating for the survivors, who had raised concerns about food shortages, only to be punished by the villainous police officer. A warning to others, he was to be starved to death. With a loud smack, a police officer slammed a box of instant meals onto the ground. Who is spreading these rumors? Capture the instigator. A female officer burst through the door. Deputy Qian, you wield quite the authority. Who do you intend to arrest? I've heard about this matter as well. You might as well arrest me too. Deputy Qian's face darkened. Though both were deputy leaders, they oversaw different jurisdictions. This is none of your concern. Anren produced a directive, stating, this now pertains to me. The instruction appointed Anren as the interim director of the temporary shelter, with all other police officers required to heed her orders without exception. Only then did Deputy Qian comprehend the gravity of the situation. No wonder those troublemakers had become so audacious. They had become stepping stones on someone else's path to advancement, and he was powerless to resist. Reluctantly, he stood from his seat. Yes, sir. I admit I may have overstepped in my duties. Please allow me to handle this matter. That will not be necessary. I have another candidate in mind. As her words fell, one of the officers present saluted Anran. Deputy Chien recognized him well. He was his right-hand man. Chapter 34. Leading humanity into the city, guerrilla warfare under the suppression of the military. No matter what monstrosities lay ahead, they would be obliterated. As with the temporary shelter at Liang Bridge, corresponding shelters had been established at all major entry points in Qinghe County. Each location housed no fewer than 30 to 40,000 people, with some reaching upwards of 70 to 80,000, and the numbers continued to rise. Taking Liang Shelter as an example, it had initially accommodated just over 20,000. Now, it had swelled to 30,000, coordinating the needs of tens of thousands, ensuring the distribution of supplies, sanitation, virus protection, and dispute mediation was no simple task. Order needed to be maintained, with hundreds of police, medical staff, and administrators involved. Aside from volunteers, many were forcibly assigned. The supply of necessities, food, water, medicine, medical equipment, and waste disposal was a monumental endeavor. Several corporations had scrambled to bid for contracts, their desperation palpable. Having connections was not enough. Those daring to pursue this lucrative opportunity had their own unspeakable tales. In the past couple of days, the consumption of premium liquor and fine tobacco had been staggering in a discreet residential building. Individuals were allowed entry only after being searched by security. The exterior appeared unremarkable, but inside, the contrast was stark. Tiger skin chairs, carpets worth thousands, and towering antique vases flanking the hall. An elderly man sat regally in a Wangwali armchair, his demeanor commanding. After enjoying a cup of tea, I must say, it's rare for you to visit, Shaoli. The man hastily set down his cup, apologizing profusely and explaining that he had been swamped with business, but had kept the elder in his thoughts. After some small talk, they finally arrived at the crux of the matter. What do you think of this project? Ha ha ha. I knew you would ask. Does that mean you agree? You're not the first to inquire about this in recent days. The man understood. He would need collaboration to succeed. What others had struggled to obtain, he was now securing with ease over mere cups of tea. Various rudimentary machines were transported to the shelters, even sparking the establishment of supermarkets, which caused a stir among the survivors. Now, the savings amassed before the zombie outbreak were proving invaluable. Those with money could shop for fresh fruit and imported snacks. Those without were left to consume the unpalatable rations, instant noodles and compressed biscuits. While these items were not inherently bad, who could withstand a diet of them day in and day out? Large containers were opened and makeshift housing was assembled, leading to the emergence of KTVs, internet cafes, game rooms, and tea houses that can't find staff. With so many survivors, is that really an issue? Some young women even returned to their former professions. In Qinghe County, a stark dichotomy formed between life inside the shelters and the struggles outside, where survival remained perilous beneath the watchful eyes of the undead. Within an apartment, Jiang Lin spotted advertisements for investment opportunities in the shelters. Is this even possible? Do they think so little of me? When circumstances seem unusual, there is often something amiss. The sources of information for capitalists far exceed those of ordinary folk. Their willingness to invest heavily indicated that the military of Chang Country was fully prepared to launch an assault on Qinghe County. At the Liang Bridge military camp, troop transport vehicles rolled over the bridge and into the city. Following closely were armored vehicles, tank divisions, and self-propelled artillery units. Armed helicopters patrolled the skies, covering a 2-kilometer radius to safeguard the troops. Curious survivors within the shelter attempted to follow, only to be halted by those in red vests. Return to your posts. What is so fascinating? Have you finished your tasks for today? Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed, murmuring their discontent. Oh, the loyal sycophant, have you forgotten the days when we fled for our lives together? Lower your voice. We must not be overheard. I told you so. The sycophant, the second-rate lackey. Recruiting survivors to manage others in red vests has yielded remarkable results. Is it merely due to a shortage of law enforcement personnel? That is but a portion of the truth, not the entirety. After all, law enforcement represents the official authority, and their every word and action is prone to scrutiny and criticism, inevitably rendering them somewhat constrained in their actions. The red vests, however, are different. They are temporary workers, capable of handling any arduous or unsavory tasks. Any mistakes made are seen as internal conflicts among survivors. distinct from law enforcement. Even if they were to commit some grievous act, they could simply be singled out as examples, allowing the survivors to vent their frustrations. This notion was first proposed by Ayn Rand, though, even if she had not suggested it, other colleagues would have. Dividing and conquering, shifting the focus of conflict, is a time-honored bureaucratic skill. A broad road spanning several meters now separates the shelter, traversed by military forces. While armored vehicles may manage, the passage of tanks and self-propelled artillery is devastating to the concrete surface. Setting aside the arduous restoration efforts and exorbitant repair costs, the first vehicle has passed, leaving the road riddled with craters and depressions. What of the vehicles that follow? Soldiers must first lay down high-impact rubber mats on the surface, allowing tanks to cross, and then retrieve the mats to lay them down again. The troops cannot abandon their tanks and artillery to engage in battle independently, thus their progress is slow. This has granted Jiang Lin a moment of respite. He remains vigilant, monitoring developments within the shelter and the army's progress. Thanks to Qin Country's show of military strength, morale has been bolstered, and reporters from various nations are clamoring to report on the situation, providing him with substantial insights. He is aware of the deployment of major forces and the types of units involved. However, the specific numbers of troops and heavy artillery are not easily found online. The enemy approaches with great ferocity. This compels me to engage in guerrilla tactics, in light of the powerful assaults from numerous military factions. Jiang Lin has refrained from allowing the zombie horde to mobilize. This is a different time. Previously, he attacked the North River District forces to break through the blockade and strengthen his position. However, against the current battalions of armored troops, ordinary zombies, no matter how numerous, tens of thousands, would merely serve as cannon fodder. Only the night demons pose a genuine threat, while the crawlers can serve as decisive game changers. He intends to choose the urban battlefield, amidst skyscrapers and buildings, a scenario favorable to him and detrimental to the human military. Firstly, visibility is limited, reducing the efficacy of firearms, while the zombies' high mobility and sensitivity can enhance their combat capabilities. Secondly, a city housing millions, if utterly destroyed, would incur staggering economic losses measured in billions. Unbeknownst to many, zombies have been mysteriously vanishing from various locations. To be precise, they are not disappearing. A horde of 7,000 zombies includes 150 night demons and 8 crawlers. Upon receiving Jiang Lin's orders, the horde stirs. 100 night demons and 8 crawlers swiftly seek refuge in sewers, pits, and electrical wells, entering a state of dormancy. Similar occurrences are happening throughout Qinghai County. This is Jiang Lin's plan. To lure the human military into the city's depth, he refrains from deploying all night demons due to their already compromised existence. Should they all vanish, it would undoubtedly raise the military's suspicions. Countless ordinary zombies are being used as bait. This is a grand strategy. Chapter 35. The troops advance steadily, shadows of espionage emerge. Bang, bang, bang. Tat, tat, tat. Dozens of soldiers, shielded by armored vehicles, launch an assault. Upon hearing gunfire, zombies within buildings, shops, and wrecked cars on the roadside roar and surge towards the soldiers. However, due to Jiang Lin's withdrawal of numerous zombies and night demons, their resistance appears feeble. Here, over here. How splendid! The army has finally arrived. I need not face death. Mother, if only it were just one more day, you could have survived. A soldier clad in a gas mask approaches, handing the survivors a map to the nearest shelter, along with 3 days' worth of rations each. Though many wish to accompany the army, they are all turned away. Such groups are countless throughout Qinghai County. Before a brigade occupies a city, reconnaissance units assess the situation, establishing a foothold at the earliest opportunity. Perimeters of sandbags, barbed wire, and removable fortifications rise one after another. Armored vehicles patrol the outskirts, while soldiers patrol in teams of 10 within the camp. Engineers tirelessly dig trenches and erect watchtowers. As night falls, enormous searchlights illuminate the camp and its surroundings as if it were midday in the densely packed urban landscape. The more troops deployed to hunt zombies, the better. An ideal unit consists of 2 armored vehicles, 30 soldiers, and preferably 2 snipers. This configuration ensures firepower superiority while enabling lethal strikes against night demons, all while maintaining agility. The unit may venture no more than 300 meters from the base. Beyond that, regardless of the situation, they must not advance. Should the number of ordinary zombies fall below 100, the team can handle the situation independently. If the number exceeds that, armed helicopters and tanks patrol the area. In an emergency, helicopters can arrive within 2 minutes, while tanks may reach the scene in 5. The desire to swiftly eradicate zombies exists, yet they cannot penetrate too deeply. Firstly, the logistical burden is immense. Tanks and artillery units are precious assets, and once they break down, procuring parts for maintenance becomes challenging. Secondly, delving deeper without cleansing the area of zombies only invites peril. A steady, methodical approach is the wisest choice. As progress appears steady, reports emerge hourly of factories being cleared and survivors being rescued. Keyboard warriors begin to vocalize their opinions. Some advocate for boldness, suggesting artillery pave the way for infantry to charge ahead. Others argue that rescued survivors should not be released but rather kept to arm each one and bolster the ranks. Meanwhile, foreign reporters stir up emotions, clamoring to be at the forefront of the zombie eradication efforts to report the most authentic news. However, the upper echelons of Qin country, for various reasons, have not acquiesced to their demands. Online and offline, the atmosphere is overwhelmingly optimistic. At this juncture, no one perceives zombies as a significant threat. Entrepreneurs contemplate the reconstruction of a metropolis housing millions. Recognizing the vast market potential, they employ every means possible, offering favors and forging connections. People from afar treat it as a topic of casual conversation. A slew of celebrities and internet personalities scent the air of opportunity. A wave of remixed, plagiarized, and imitative songs and dances floods short video platforms, inciting a trend of mimicry. The well-known director announces plans to shoot a zombie film, dedicating it to the memory of those lost in the calamity. The script is yet to be drafted, with an investment target of $200 million, inviting contributions and auditions from industry stars. The once popular celebrity, during a variety show, weeps profusely at the mention of Qinghe County. The audience erupts in applause, and the comments flood in. He truly moves me to tears. This embodies the spirit of the older generation of artists. We all owe him a movie ticket, while there is national jubilation. Some remain sleepless. Zhang Dali is furious and despondent. His ire stems not only from the army's progress, but also from the ineffectiveness of the zombies. If that were all, he might have a fallback. But 2 women have escaped. He is the sole keeper of the secret regarding the guards he has killed. However, he later murdered other survivors and assaulted several women. These actions were all his doing. If those 2 women successfully elude him, his plans for hiding his crimes and living incognito would be irrevocably shattered. With such thoughts, he viciously kicks the man before him, disengaging the safety and aiming his pistol at him. Thud. The man, terrified, collapses to his knees. "Boss Zhang, I didn't mean to," he pleads, slapping his own face in desperation. "You have 2 choices. 1. Pursue them immediately and silence them. You can still return. 2. Get as far away as possible. I never want to see your face again. Yes, I will go right away." The man scrambles out of the bank, fearing that a moment's delay could spell his doom. Zhang Dali does not expect the man to truly eliminate the women. They have been fleeing for some time now. It's not that easy. If the man fails to complete his task, he cannot dare return. Left to fend for himself, he himself is not clean enough to expose Zhang Dali. Thus, he achieves his aim of punishing the man for his mistake without overly alarming the other members of the gang. These men, who once adhered to the law, have now acquired firearms and tasted blood. Reveling in their newfound freedom, mere threats from him can instill fear. After some contemplation, Zhang Dali decides to leave this place. Otherwise, would he simply await being blasted by the soldiers' artillery? On a narrow path. 2 women tread lightly, advancing cautiously. Lu Yin vows that if she escapes, she will expose the crimes of Zhang Dali and his ilk to the world. Among the bank staff, aside from 1 man who refused to be complicit and was killed, the rest have become accomplices. Another female employee, who relished in Lu Yan's plight during her assault, ultimately met a similar fate, succumbing to a collective torment. The other woman, breathless and fatigued, urges Lu Yin to pause for a moment. "We haven't come far. We cannot stop. Do you understand the consequences of being caught?" The woman's face pales. Being caught seems less terrifying than the thought of encountering zombies. The 2 journey together under the sun, heading towards the Yangda Bridge. As the front lines of Qin country's army press forward, the situation appears increasingly favorable. Meanwhile, some individuals grow restless behind the scenes. What of the sparrow and the passes? Let me consider it further. What more is there to ponder? At this juncture, do not play both sides. The higher-ups have issued a strict order. You promised initially not to coerce me. How naive you are. Do you trust the words of spies? Countries will resort to any means necessary. Additionally, I must inform you that your daughter is utterly adorable. You little rascal, do not be upset. Once the task is accomplished, your family can reunite abroad. The latter half of your life will be free from worries regarding food and clothing. The man, codenamed Sparrow, paused for merely 2 seconds. All right, I agree. Chapter 36. Special forces hunt the night demon. In a secluded path lined with trees, a man leaned against a large tree, smoking a cigarette, and everything appeared quite ordinary. However, this was Qinghe County, a zone overrun by zombies. Beneath his feet lay a dozen cigarette butts, and after finishing his smoke, he instinctively reached for his pack. Damn it! Where are they? At that moment, a gust of wind rustled behind him. The man bent low, drew his knife, and turned. Hey, it's me, Blackjack. The newcomer had taken 2 steps back, hands spread in a gesture of non-threat. The man sheathed his knife, warning, do not stand behind someone. It could cost you your life. All right, my mistake. Blackjack handed over 2 passes. The man flipped through them, curling his lip in disdain. I failed to see the utility of these for him. While Qinghe County prohibited outsiders from entering, the extensive defenses were not flawless. It was quite easy for someone of his caliber to slip in. I know you don't need them, but if we intend to take something out, these passes are indispensable. Subsequently, Blackjack divulged the plan to the man. Damn, you all have lost your minds. Going in alone is one thing, but you want to bring back a whole array of equipment containing living zombies? Do not worry, my friend. I still have much life left to live. The man glanced at the passes, questioning, who is the insider? That is not for you to inquire. It goes against the rules, Vulture. If you want me to risk my life, do not keep secrets, damn foreigners. At that moment, a zombie staggered towards the door, having caught the scent of the living. It dashed into the room, only to be met by a knife that plunged into its brain with a swift twist. Vulture extracted the blade, disdainfully wiped it clean with a cloth, and applied some disinfectant spray. Blackjack produced an array of surgical instruments and began working on the zombie. Vulture observed Blackjack's fervor with a hint of disdain. Is there really a need for such excitement? What is so great about this? Without turning around, Blackjack's scalpel traced the zombie's chest. You do not understand. This is pure gold, greenbacks, the gateway to a new world. After nearly half an hour of labor, the zombie was meticulously dismembered, and the black metal boxes behind them were now filled to capacity. Each box was a 25-centimeter cube, containing various organs such as the zombie's brain, eyeballs, heart, and kidneys. Utilizing cutting-edge technology, the boxes were filled with nutrient solution and maintained in a low-temperature environment by an extended standby power unit, ensuring the preservation of the zombie's viability for an extended period. To avoid specificity, they also needed to sample female zombies, as well as young and elderly specimens. Both men were exceptionally skilled. What others deemed a hellish ordeal was a trivial matter for them. The real challenge lay in evading the officials of the Qin nation and extracting the living specimens. If they could conceive of these obstacles, the Qin officials would undoubtedly not overlook them. Unlike their covert operations, the officials employed armed helicopters for transport. From a rooftop several stories high, soldiers clad in specialized gear descended. The team comprised 14 members, 1 communicator, 1 medic, 2 snipers, 2 heavy gunners, and 7 assault team members, led by Captain Dai Hongyi. They carried out significant orders, equipped with an impressive array of weaponry. Should the need arise, they could also call for assistance from the nearest military camp. They too required living zombies and had even captured several specimens to transport to the makeshift research facility established within Qinghe County. Their current objective was to capture the high-level zombie, Night Demon. As the military advanced, although the zombies were in retreat with countless casualties, including the Night Demon, living specimens were not in short supply. However, the Night Demon was exceptionally resilient and swift, possessing a heightened awareness of threats. Tranquilizer guns and neurotoxins proved ineffective or came too late. Under such conditions, capturing it alive would inevitably result in substantial soldier casualties. After much deliberation, this luxuriously equipped team was dispatched, renowned for their superior individual capabilities. In total, there were 4 such teams throughout Qinghe County. To capture the Night Demon, reliance on conventional firearms alone would not suffice. They had also brought along a specialized alloy net, a large-caliber net gun designed to ensnare targets. Upon aiming and pressing a button, the net would unfold in midair, optimal for use at a distance of 5 to 9 meters. Too close and the net would not deploy in time. Too far, and the speed would allow even a trained human to evade capture effortlessly. The two men stood guard, weapons at the ready, while Dai Hongyi commenced his deployment strategy, pointing at the map. He declared, "Here. It is estimated that there may be fewer than 3 secondary zombies present. At that moment, you will be here. You two will block here, and snipers, be cautious not to kill them all at once." The armed group stealthily approached their destination. One team member boldly charged into the park, his audacious actions quickly attracting the attention of the horde. A bizarre scene unfolded. A man sprinted ahead, pursued by a throng of zombies. The zombies, driven by their frenzy, exhibited speeds akin to secondary athletes. But the man had been chosen as bait and was no slouch himself. During his military training, sprinting had been his forte. He even had the leisure to glance back to see if the zombies were gaining. Yet, the zombies had the advantage of never tiring. "Boss, how much longer? I can hardly run." "Just a bit longer. The others have not emerged yet." To reassure him, Dai Hongyi instructed him to circle around the suspected hiding spot of the night demon. Regardless of whether it appeared or not, his task would soon conclude. The soldier gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the designated area. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, it was not a flash but the glowing eyes of a zombie. This particular zombie bore little distinction from ordinary ones, yet it surged forward with alarming speed, startling the soldier. Target sighted. The soldier unleashed his fastest speed since the chase began. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he felt a rush of wind behind him. Bang! Bang! The night demon sensed the threat but had no time to react. .2 sniper rounds struck its legs, sending its upper body hurtling forward due to inertia. Damn! The soldier narrowly dodged the night demon's lethal strike. Meanwhile, choke, success. Dai Hongyi's expression turned grave as he cautioned them to remain calm. He sensed the presence of another night demon. A figure swiftly approached the injured night demon, consciously utilizing the buildings and soldiers to obstruct the sniper's line of fire. The snipers cursed under their breath. "This beast is far too cunning." The second night demon dragged the injured one into the shadows. Dai Hongyi, disregarding the necessity of capturing it alive, shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, the sounds of assault rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles mingled in chaos. The nearby horde, alerted by the commotion, began to converge, and as the night demon prepared to flee, the team burst forth, assigning 4 assault team members to confront the horde while the remainder pursued the 2 night demons. Chapter 37. The Scholar, the Darkened Shirlang. This was the temporary research facility established by the Qian Nation in Qinghe County. Rooms, constructed from iron sheets and foam modules, were both lightweight and sturdy. The assembly took only 10 minutes. There were a dozen such rooms, each serving a unique purpose: dormitories, specimen rooms, laboratories, archives, and holding cells for zombies, among others. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter. Inside a room marked as a laboratory, Shirlang gazed intently at a series of data on a list, utterly captivated. The physical strength was twice that of an adult, the explosive speed averaged that of an athlete, pain sensitivity was nullified, and the olfactory capability was approximately 500 times that of a human. A dog's sense of smell is only 1,200 times that of a human. The laboratory housed containers immersed in formalin solution, containing brains, hearts, and limbs. Thud, thud, thud. A bespectacled man in a lab coat rushed into the laboratory. Shirlang's train of thought was interrupted as he looked expressionlessly at the intruder. "How many times must I say it? Knock before entering." The bespectacled man hesitated, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. My apologies, I forgot. I'll be sure to remember next time. Now, what brings you here?" "Living specimens. We captured a live one." "Living specimens? Haven't we had several already? There are still a dozen locked up in the adjacent room." "Wait, you mean you captured a night demon?" It was rare to see Shirlang, usually so stoic, exhibit excitement, which pleased the bespectacled man. "Yes, the one brought back by that soldier named Dai something I heard." "Where is it?" Upon learning that the special forces had captured a night demon, Shirlang hurried towards the designated area. In front of a specially designed alloy cage, Dai Hongyi and his team stood guard, preventing others from approaching. As Shirlang arrived, he spoke. "Researcher Shir, we have brought the night demon you requested. Well done. Then, without further ado, he began to observe the night demon with utmost seriousness. Several soldiers felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. They had risked their lives to capture the night demon, only to be dismissed with a casual acknowledgement. Ahem, we shall not disturb you further. Dai Hongyi led his team out, and as they exited, one soldier grumbled. What is the big deal about researchers? Silence. Have you forgotten the rules? What is so significant? The origins of the virus. Transmission pathways, countermeasures, vaccine development. Each of these requires immense effort, and is it reliant on me or on you? Shi Lang contemplated how to conduct research on this night demon. With only one specimen, it could not be abused or left maimed. First, he would test and record some data using instruments, then extract a small sample of blood for further analysis. The bespectacled man interrupted again, and Shi Lang was about to explode in frustration. It's a call from Academician He. Upon answering the phone, a voice emerged. Hello, teacher. Shouted Shi. How is the research progressing? The individual on the other end expressed satisfaction, pausing for a few seconds before exclaiming, Well done. Now, make sure to organize and compile the data promptly and send it to your senior. This senior, as it happens, is the son of Academician He. Noticing the silence, Academician He continued, Is there anything amiss? No issues. I strive to complete it by tomorrow evening. After the call ended, he returned the phone to the bespectacled man. The night demon had just been captured, and the teacher called immediately to IT. Was evident that the bespectacled man had informed on him, which was not surprising. His presence was of little assistance. Perhaps his sole function was to surveil him? Unconsciously, he clenched his fist, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Shi Lang had joined Academician He's team 3 years prior and regarded him as a mentor. Initially, he was filled with joy. For Academician, he was a prominent figure in the biological field of Qian country. To be recognized as a protégé by him was a dream for many in the related fields. When he discovered a new bacterium that could enhance human metabolism, he eagerly informed his teacher. However, everything that followed felt like a bucket of cold water dousing him. His findings, research reports, were all assigned to his senior. He had considered resistance and exposure, but respected figures from the industry persuaded him, You are still young. There are plenty of opportunities ahead. Do not cling to trivial gains. The saying once a teacher, always a father rang true. It was only natural to repay the guidance of a mentor. Everyone had to start somewhere. Once you achieve, you too can act thusly. Shi Lang understood that if he persisted in his obstinacy, he would not only be denied fairness but could face industry ostracism, domestic suppression, and fabricated public opinion that could ruin his reputation. Being assigned by Academician He to study zombies, he had a premonition. Sure enough, before the research was even halfway through, there was an urgency to reap the rewards. Why didn't Academician He send his son? Firstly, Qinghe County was the epicenter of the zombie outbreak, making it unsafe. Secondly, this senior was merely a useless individual. It was appropriate for Shi Lang to bear the dangers and labor of research while the accolades went to his senior. At this pace, in 10 years, he would become another industry benchmark. Those unaware of the circumstances would merely remark on the merits of a scientific family. Shi Lang felt discontent. He was unwilling to become a stepping stone for his senior's uselessness. Unwilling to see his painstaking research pilfered. To him, the present moment could be an opportunity. Despite being monitored by the bespectacled man, there were still many actions he could undertake. There was a speculation within Qian country that the zombie virus did not appear by mere chance. There might be individuals or organizations manipulating events behind the scenes. He was determined to uncover the puppet masters. Regardless of who you are, as long as you can assist me, I am willing to pay any price. Even my very soul. In the resting quarters of the Special Forces, one exclaimed, What? You intend to go to Zhanghe District? Absolutely not. That's reckless. As expected, when Shi Lang proposed that the soldiers accompany him to Zhanghe District, he faced unanimous opposition. Listen to me, merely studying the mutated zombies is insufficient. Given the mutations observed in the zombies, the virus has likely undergone several evolutionary changes. The initial outbreak site of the zombies might yield additional clues. Including the original virus and its source, a plethora of technical jargon overwhelmed the soldiers, yet they adhered to the commands of their superiors. Shi Lang, before them, dialed his direct superior's number. After articulating the necessity of going to Zhanghe District, the officer decisively transferred the call to Dai Hongyi. He successfully persuaded the soldiers, securing their military backing. Now, he needed to convince Academician He. regarding Lang's proactive decision to venture into the most perilous area solely for research purposes. Academician, he did not hesitate and praised him profusely. Xiao Shi, keep up the good work. Your teacher will never forget your hard-earned efforts. While he smiled outwardly, internally, he felt a deep sense of resentment. This was the most authentic reflection of Lang's thoughts. He had been fed grand promises for years, now finding them indigestible. As the armed helicopter took flight, this time Lang was among those on board. Their destination, Zhanghe District, in a dim, damp tunnel. Chapter 38. Zombies in the Sewers, the Traitor. This is the sewer, thanks to the advanced sewage system of Qinghe County. The sewers weave throughout the entire city, dense as a spider's web. The odor was somewhat unpleasant, prompting Jiang Lin to transform into a zombie and voluntarily shut off his sense of smell. Although it was dark, he could still see clearly. The 5-meter-wide passage featured a drainage ditch in the center and stone steps on either side. Night demons and crawlers clung to the stone walls, as if soldiers were welcoming their king. The terrifying scent of blood gathered, causing various rats and insects to hide away. Yet, it was still insufficient. There were over 100 high-level zombies here, their combined power capable of engulfing a refuge meant for tens of thousands. Moreover, such congregations of sewers existed at over a dozen locations in Qinghe County. The thought of human armies, mobilized in brigades with tanks and artillery, filled Jiang Lin with frustration. He wished for a 100-fold increase in strength and influence. Under his command, the zombies on the outskirts of Qinghe County remained mostly inactive, save for a few high-level ones that concealed themselves. Even delaying and confusing the humans for an hour would be beneficial. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the main forces, zombies devoured one another, and the number of night demons surged like a rolling snowball. Using the phone of a deceased survivor, he sought assistance online, successfully uncovering numerous hideouts housing dozens to hundreds of individuals. Those unaware would never suspect that a puppet master was watching. An average of over 200 survivors was required to spawn a crawler, limiting their numbers. I knew it. I can only control a limited number of zombies simultaneously. And I didn't expect to hit a bottleneck this quickly. He could transform into a crawler now. Ordinary zombies could be controlled in numbers exceeding 100,000. When it came to night demons, he could manage 1 to 2,000, though he had yet to test his limits. However, with crawlers, he was restricted to a mere 100. Exceeding that would lead to course operations, allowing only vague commands, such as kill all humans in sight. His control range was not limitless. Within 10 kilometers, he could maintain clarity, while beyond 100 kilometers, commands became indistinct. Whether it was due to being the first to upgrade or simply because he had been by his side for so long. Zhao Li was significantly more intelligent than the zombies of comparable levels. He could comprehend his commands more thoroughly and maintain clearer communication over greater distances. Perhaps I should recruit a human instructor for them. They could become my right-hand men in the future. He was not acting on a whim. He had been at the forefront, engaging in a battle of wits with humans, and it was only a matter of time before he revealed his vulnerabilities. When that time came, a decapitation operation would prove troublesome. He would not underestimate the powerful nations of humanity merely because he had gained the upper hand a few times. He was acutely aware of the multitude of weapons capable of ending his life. Just as Lang boarded the plane with Dai Hongyi and other Special Forces members, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on them. Subsequently, as the patrol soldiers changed shifts, a signal was dispatched. A man clad in uniform approached the sentry. "Come on, brother, have a smoke." The sentry shot him a sidelong glance. "Smoking is prohibited during the mission." "Oh, come on. No one is watching. Besides, if someone asks, just say I made you do it." The sentry appeared tempted yet wary of military law. The man forcibly pressed a cigarette into his hand. Just as the soldier reached for the cigarette, a glimmering blade flashed. Hiss! The sentry clutched his throat. Collapsing, his blood gushed uncontrollably between his fingers. The man made a peculiar hand gesture. Not far away, 4 men crept closer, all donning the same military uniform as the sentry. They dragged the sentry's body away, with one impersonating the guard while the other 3, under the man's lead, made their way to the ironclad room. They walked boldly, and upon seeing the man, the patrol team lowered their guard. They arrived smoothly at a room. The traitorous man pointed to a desk. "Here, all the data and materials related to zombie research." Blackjack approached, flipping through several documents to confirm their accuracy. A companion produced a small camera. Click. Every page of the materials had to be captured clearly. With a substantial amount of information to process, Blackjack frowned. The pace was far too slow. The traitorous man, however, chuckled. This is Sherlang's exclusive office. No one enters without his permission. It took a full 20 minutes for them to reach another room. They gathered around an alloy cage covered with a black cloth. Blackjack remarked, "The special forces of Qin country are impressive, capable of bringing back a night demon intact." Memories of some unpleasant incidents resurfaced. He had easily dispatched ordinary zombies, leading him to underestimate the rumored night demons. At that time, he had barely reacted when a shadow lunged at him, and one of his men was torn apart like a ragged sack. He had immediately fled in terror, and another subordinate had met a grim fate. That night demon, perhaps satiated, did not pursue him further, allowing him to escape. Returning to the present, greed flickered in his eyes. Bringing back a live ordinary zombie was enough for a promotion and a bright future. But what if he could capture a night demon? His only concern was that such a significant target would not go unnoticed by the outside world. He prided himself on his skills in combat, marksmanship, and stealth. Yet outside were two fully armed companies of soldiers. With that thought, he turned to the traitorous man, who produced a document bearing orders to transfer the experimental specimen. It even had a forged seal and signature from Sherlang. With the soldiers' assistance, they loaded the night demon along with its cage onto a truck. Only after the vehicle had traveled 100 meters did they collectively exhale in relief. The traitorous man glanced at his watch, frowning. "Drive faster. The shift change is imminent." The individual masquerading as a sentinel is, in fact, an assassin. Once discovered, they shall face the relentless pursuit of 100 soldiers. In a temporary research facility, upon being identified, the assassin offered no resistance. As the officer prepared to interrogate him, he suddenly clenched his jaw. "Not good, quickly, gag him." But it was too late. Black blood oozed from the assassin's mouth as he breathed his last. The officer's brow furrowed into a shape. With a shout of alarm, he instructed someone to contact Sherlang while dispatching soldiers to pursue Blackjack and his companions. Daihongi, maintaining a composed demeanor, concluded the call. Just as they departed, calamity struck the research facility. Right beneath the noses of hundreds, the night demon was whisked away. A ludicrous display indeed. He wished to return immediately to apprehend those responsible, yet he had to consider Sherlang's perspective. Ultimately, he departed alone, while the remaining team members heeded Sherlang's commands. Observing the Special Forces members frantically darting about, Sherlang remained somewhat indifferent. To him, all the research data on zombies resided within his mind. Thus non-existent in terms of lost, as for the night demon's abduction, it was a minor disappointment. Who could be the thief of the zombies? Such individuals were remarkably adept, their plans meticulously crafted. Even managing to bribe members of the research facility, it boiled down to merely a handful of nations. In comparison to his current tasks, this was trivial. Presuming that someone was manipulating the zombies, he had already discerned a clue. Chapter 39. The Puppet Master, Jiang Lin, is discovered as the leader of a research facility in Qinghe County. He benefited greatly from the support of academician He. Sherlang wielded considerable authority here, having access to all zombie-related intelligence. He held a report from an investigation in the Zhanghe district, compiled by several members of the police force. The report meticulously detailed the earliest sites of zombie outbreaks in Zhanghe district. A dozen locations were identified where individuals first exhibited symptoms such as nausea and dizziness before suddenly turning violent. These individuals could be classified as the primary infected, with those they subsequently infected as the secondary infected, and so forth. Sherlang marked these initial infection sites on a map. Although the locations seemed random when connected, with the identities of these individuals, he could extrapolate their daily activities. The intersections of the primary infected's movements bore the highest suspicion. Moreover, considering the timing of the initial infections, he could boldly hypothesize. The virus liberator was among those traversing the intersecting paths. Many individuals fit this description, most having perished in the ensuing chaos. The mastermind behind it all had certainly survived. He was among the survivors. Sherlang recalled something and retrieved a stack of documents. They chronicled the details surrounding the annihilation of a battalion stationed at the North River District defense line. At the time, nearly 800 individuals fled from Zhanghe District to North River District under the onslaught of zombies. Zombies driving them? Not consuming humans? I comprehend now. He was nearly certain that the Puppet Master was among the 800 who escaped from Zhanghe District. Indeed, there was a cleverness in recognizing the darkness beneath the lamp, yet he had overlooked one essential truth. Every path leaves a trace. The bespectacled man, observing Shilang's delighted expression, could not suppress his curiosity. Shixiang, have you made a discovery? Shilang reverted to his impassive demeanor, replying, no, merely reminiscing about something pleasant. What a deceit! The bespectacled man noted this and resolved to report to Academician He at a later time. Beneath a manhole cover, a crawler lay as still as death, devoid of any sound. Yet its eyes were wide open, ears perked. It had been here for quite some time, ever since Shilang's arrival, dozens of miles away. Jiang Lin was dumbfounded. He had anticipated that the Chang nation would deduce the existence of a manipulator behind the zombies. Thus, he had been covertly scheming, even infiltrating the ranks of the survivors. He never imagined that a researcher dispatched from 1,000 miles away would unravel the situation with such ease. 800 individuals, while numerous, could easily lead to his identification given the resources of the Chang nation. With his current strength, it was still too early to reveal himself. Contemplating this, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This person cannot be allowed to remain. Not far from Shilang's team camp, a swarm of night demons emerged from the ground. In no time, 20 night demons and 2 crawlers had assembled. Such forces were excessive for a dozen special operations troops and 2 researchers. Jiang Lin aimed to achieve his objective in one fell swoop. It was not a matter of urgency, fearing they might depart via helicopter at any moment. He intended to amass even greater forces. The multitude of night demons made no effort to conceal themselves. Directly charging the camp, the sheer number created an intimidating presence, far more frightening than hundreds or thousands of ordinary zombies. Enemy attack! With the shout, the team members, caught off guard without even securing their firearms, instinctively opened fire. But it was too swift. The alerting team member managed to squeeze off only a few rounds before the leading night demon charged through the hail of bullets with a single swipe. The barrel of the assault rifle warped, the member trembling as his hands were torn apart. In the next instant, the claws pierced through his chest. Boldly, 3 individuals fell back to protect the others as the remaining members retreated to higher ground. The powerful impact of the bullets momentarily halted the foremost night demon, yet there remained 19 more. Pucci. 3 of the most elite warriors within the Chang military were swiftly overwhelmed. The remaining members, hearing the anguished cries, did not falter in their steps as they rushed toward the helicopter. Engaging even 2 night demons required meticulous planning. Though their intention was to capture them alive, the challenge presented by the night demons was significant. And this time, there were 20. Quickly, ensure the safe departure of researcher Shilang. Shilang was bewildered. Mere moments ago, he had deduced the whereabouts of the puppet master, only to be attacked immediately afterward. Could it be? Does this person possess far-sighted vision? As 2 team members awaited the helicopter's descent to assist Shilang aboard, an unexpected event transpired. A tongue several meters long shot forth, shattering the protective glass, leading to the instant demise of the pilot. The 2 team members, horrified, opened fire in a frenzy, leaving a series of bullet holes in their wake. Even the night demons could evade such shots. What of the crawlers? The 2 frantically searched for the zombies' location. A crawler leapt from the wall, its tongue ensnaring both members together. With a slight exertion, their sternums fractured, bone shards piercing their organs, and they fell silent. Meanwhile, the assault rifle and heavy machine gun operators barely managed to suppress the night demons in the stairwell. Yet, they could not hold for long. Run! A single assault team member gathered grenades together and hurled them at the swarm of night demons and the crawler. Boom, 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 boom. The building trembled, debris flew, and dust filled the air. As the smoke cleared, the staircase lay in ruins, with massive cracks etched into the walls. The few night demons at the forefront were left bloodied and mangled, yet the crawler reacted with remarkable agility. Distancing itself from the explosion's epicenter, the residual shockwave and shrapnel inflicted no harm upon it. The close-range detonation left the team members dazed, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. Witnessing the horde sustain minimal losses, despair washed over them. One member, along with Shilang and the bespectacled man, had already fled 100 meters away, still sprinting. The bespectacled man came to a halt first, exclaiming, "No, I can't go on." The team member, filled with anxiety, pondered whether to abandon Shilang or carry him along. Just then, the crawler caught up. As the team member raised his weapon, the crawler's forelimbs swept out. The team member was sent soaring, crashing to the ground lifeless. The crawler's eyes turned toward the two. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I will not oppose you. Let me go." Sherlang made a curious observation. This grotesque zombie was contemplating. Indeed, contemplating, he recalled how he had deduced the presence of the puppet master, only to be pursued by a horde of second-tier zombies immediately thereafter. He had never before witnessed such a gathering of second-tier zombies. "It appears the target is indeed myself. Mastermind, or rather, Mr. Conspirator, I know you can hear my words. Please grant me 1 minute to explain. Just 1 minute." The bespectacled man, kneeling and begging for mercy, thought Sherlang had lost his mind. Could zombies comprehend human speech? He forgot that he was still pleading for his life. Jiang Lin's consciousness, residing within the crawler, heard Sherlang's words. Grant him a minute to explain. That could be a ruse. The crawler continued its approach. Inching closer to the two, Sherlang took a deep breath, casting a glance at the terrified, bespectacled man. His eyes filled with disdain. He pulled out a surgical knife and plunged it into the bespectacled man's back. "This is my sincerity." The bespectacled man died with his eyes wide open, yet no one cared. Jiang Lin decided to give Sherlang a chance, if he could not convince him in a minute. Then death awaited. "I have surmised your existence, and I trust you are aware. But I am not your enemy, on the contrary. I can assist you." Chapter 40. The Mad Scientist, Human Traitor, assist me? How could you possibly help? Whether you seek to confront a nation or merely wish to experiment with the virus, I am of use. Jiang Lin manipulated the crawler to inscribe words upon the ground. "What do you wish to obtain?" At this moment, Sherlang finally exhaled in relief. He then recounted his experiences. The framing of his research, his resentment towards his mentor, and his dissatisfaction with the academic elite in the Chang nation. "I can provide you with insider information and help you conceal your presence." Witnessing the zombies grow in strength and the surprises it brings to those high-ranking individuals would be reward enough. Sherlang's words were not entirely deceitful, though not wholly true either. The existence of the zombie virus had consumed him, and he was eager to ascertain its ultimate limits. Jiang Lin was greatly astonished. A person like Sherlang in an apocalyptic narrative would undoubtedly be the quintessential villain, a mad scientist willing to obliterate civilization in pursuit of his ideals. This man is truly wicked. Fortunate for me that I am the puppet master. Could Sherlang possibly deceive him? Even while inhabiting the crawler, Jiang Lin remained acutely sensitive to emotional fluctuations. He could sense the fervor and zeal in the other's words. Furthermore, if one Sherlang could uncover his existence, another Sherlang would inevitably arise. The two reached an agreement, even without discussing communication channels. Sherlang was confident that as long as he remained within the zombie-infested zones, the other party would certainly be able to contact him. He returned to the camp, and much of the information left behind had been destroyed. Of course, he was indifferent. These were merely copies. Attempting to conceal Jiang Lin's existence as much as possible and destroying the data was a misguided tactic. It would only serve to alarm the enemy and draw attention. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to smuggle contraband. By embedding misleading clues within the original documents, it was not a difficult task for someone of his stature. In the suburbs, a truck surged forth with the might of an off-road vehicle. Behind it, a barrage of bullets pelted the chassis, sparking in a dazzling display. The truck, being a military-grade reinforced model, had its cargo area reinforced and was equipped with puncture-proof tires. "Accelerate! Accelerate!" The driver was drenched in sweat. He could not push the vehicle any faster without risking a rollover. The terrain was treacherous, strewn with boulders the size of human heads. The truck jolted violently at high speed. On the verge of toppling over, they were not alone. The two armored vehicles pursuing them faced the same peril. Dai Hongyi was also among the pursuers. He had bid farewell to Sherlang alone. Intent on retrieving the Night Demon experimental subject, at this moment, he was unaware of the news regarding the annihilation of the Special Operations Team. "Why not use rockets?" A soldier glanced at him. Aware that the experimental subject was still aboard the vehicle, were they afraid of harming the subject? What nonsense! They had already killed many. That ghastly creature might still be alive. He understood all too well the terrifying vitality of a level 2 zombie. Forget the rest. Fire at him. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. Understood. Soon, Two soldiers stood at the front of the vehicle, hefting hefty launchers. With the vehicle swaying violently, they had to carefully aim and wait for the opportune moment to fire. On the truck, the lookout in the rear felt a chill of dread. It was a rocket. The two soldiers pulled the triggers in unison, sending two fist-sized projectiles soaring with brilliant trails of fire towards the truck. The driver summoned every ounce of skill he possessed, desperately attempting to evade disaster. Blackjack, accustomed to teetering on the brink of death, felt the icy grip of mortality closing in and leaped from the vehicle without hesitation. The first projectile struck the front side of the truck, shattering the windows. Fortune cannot persist. The second, having calculated the lead, directly struck the fuel tank. In a fiery explosion, the truck was lifted 2 meters off the ground. Two tires momentarily airborne. The driver gasped, spewing chunks of his insides. Blackjack, too, was in distress, but fortunately, he had jumped in time and managed to escape unscathed behind the truck as it was hit. Thoughts raced through his mind. With mobility compromised in this desolate expanse and hundreds of regular troops in hot pursuit, even he, a top-tier agent, had no hope of survival. I can only risk everything for a chance at life. He glanced at a man beside him, who had also jumped from the vehicle but now suffered a broken thigh bone. Adhering to the principle of utilizing resources effectively, he instructed, "You go unlock the cage." The man did not hesitate. Escape was no longer an option for him, and Blackjack's survival was the best outcome. Why family? Leave it to me. The secondary explosion caused by the truck's fuel tank lasted several seconds. The soldiers cautiously approached. Anyone who emerged at that moment would be met with a hail of bullets. A low, guttural roar echoed, prompting a change in expression on Dai Hongyi's face. Retreat. The night demon emerged from the flames. Still clutching a human head in its jaws, upon spotting Dai Hongyi, it was as if a sworn enemy had appeared, igniting its fury. Ignoring the soldiers, it hurled the severed head at Dai Hongyi before springing forward with the force of a coiled spring. Covering nearly 10 meters in an instant, Dai Hongyi instinctively rolled away, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws that sparked against the air beside him. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen soldiers opened fire simultaneously to repel the night demon, providing Dai Hongyi with a chance to distance himself. Even wounded, the night demon was determined to eliminate Dai Hongyi. However, with 2 armored vehicles and nearly a platoon of soldiers, overwhelming firepower was not lacking. Ultimately, after suffering the loss of 17 men, they succeeded in slaying the night demon. Dai Hongyi could not fault the soldiers. How could he tell them not to fear sacrifice when the living night demon was worth more than their lives? Report: 3 enemy corpses discovered, 1 individual unaccounted for. Pursue him. We must locate him. Dai Hongyi felt a wave of frustration. Among the deceased was the traitor. They had sacrificed over a dozen soldiers for a single night demon, while 1 enemy had managed to escape. What a disgrace! Soldiers from 2 platoons formed groups of 3 to conduct a thorough search in the suburbs. Their efforts were destined to be in vain. Blackjack had already seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos when the night demon was released. The night demon had drawn attention away from him, preoccupied with Dai Hongyi, and thus he had gone unnoticed. Where had Blackjack gone? He did not head toward the outskirts toward Qinghe County. Instead, he circled back to the city. Everyone assumed he would hastily break through the blockade, believing troops awaited him at the border. The thought of having the military of Qin country dancing to his tune filled him with glee. No matter how cunning you are, you still must drink my bathwater. The Liang Bridge Refuge. With the influx of external capital, a scene of prosperity emerged. When comfort breeds desire and hunger stirs thievery, among the survivors were individuals previously engaged in finance, tangible industries, and those with capital and connections. Now rising to prominence here, the pie was limited. The openly distributable resources did not include their share. Thus, they had to forge new paths. With a 50% profit margin, capital dared to take risks. With 100%, it trampled all human laws. With a 300% profit, it would commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Chapter 41. Tightening front lines and consuming rear lines. The basic supplies at the refuge, such as rice, fruits, vegetables, and fresh water, were initially funded by the Qin government, which purchased and transported these essentials to various shelters for unified distribution. However, due to bloated bureaucratic structures and complex processes, significant losses occurred along the way. Various forms of waste and hidden rules, intertwined personal networks, and the monopolization of essential services by entrenched bureaucratic families led to lengthy accounts and legacy issues known only to them. Even the chief officer of Qin country had to rely on these individuals. In a moment of reckoning, the supply of materials to the refuge was shifted to Qin country funding, with various companies bidding for transportation. I will provide you with the money. It does not matter how you do it. Just ensure the supplies reach the refuge. Some less critical industries, such as snacks and entertainment, were determined by the strength of competitors. Here, everyone, except for the elderly, teenagers under 16, pregnant women, and the disabled, was required to perform mandatory labor. This included, but was not limited to, maintaining public hygiene and assisting the military in transporting non-confidential materials. Each person had a daily allowance, and those wishing to eat better could visit the market, where fruit and vegetable shops were plentiful, provided they had the money. Outside of mandatory labor hours, survivors were also restricted in their movements, with the exception of designated areas such as playgrounds and cafeterias. They were not permitted to venture out freely, let alone visit one another. Initially, people complied, having just escaped the jaws of the undead. In comparison to their doomed compatriots, they felt immensely fortunate, with food, drink, and armed protection. Life seemed splendid. However, as the military made notable progress while their circumstances remained unchanged under martial law, discontent began to simmer. Of course, dissatisfaction was one thing. The military was there to suppress it. Under the leadership of Enran, law enforcement punished those who stirred unrest, and no one wished to become a scapegoat. It was mealtime once again, and various individuals in red vests pushed carts, distributing food from house to house. Knock, knock, knock. A man opened the door to find a red-vested individual retrieving a meal from the cart, ready to leave. The man, delighted to see the food, quickly inspected it, only for his face to fall. Wait, what's wrong? If you have something to say, make it quick. Others are eager to eat. The red-vested individual displayed impatience. I recall that the standard lunch consisted of a box of milk, one meat, and one vegetable dish, accompanied by 3 taels of rice, right? And some assorted fruit. Yes, what of it? The man produced the milk, which had previously been a 250 milliliter bottle, now reduced to 150 milliliters. The meat was scarcely present, with only a shred of meat visible at the edges. Furthermore, the portion sizes were noticeably smaller than before. The absence of fruit was glaring. This is utterly unreasonable. The red-vested individual remained unfazed, clearly accustomed to such inquiries. I am solely responsible for distributing the food. I have no knowledge of anything else. If you have a complaint, submit it to the suggestion box. The man dared not offend the red-vested worker directly and retreated inside. Dad, what are we having for dinner? Today, it's much like yesterday. Fearing his daughter might go hungry, he set aside half of his portion for her. After this brief encounter, the red-vested worker continued, hardly giving others the chance to inquire further. Upon knocking on another door, the occupants furrowed their brows at the reduced meal, only to stuff paper currency into the red vest's pocket. The red vest's demeanor instantly changed. Oh dear, my memory fails me. I have more to give with that. He retrieved 2 bananas, an apple, and a portion of rice from his cart. Individuals like this red-vested worker were not uncommon within the refuge. Each had their own means of survival. Unable to partake in the larger profits, they turned their attention to fellow survivors, i.e. the supply warehouse. Food transported from other areas of Qin country first arrived for centralized inventory. Following this, it would be distributed according to requisition slips to various parties, eventually reaching the hands of the red-vested workers, and ultimately the survivors themselves. Each intermediary would take their cut, with the higher up the chain, the more significant the profit, in a storage room designated for vegetables. Another batch of special goods arrived, consisting of fruits and vegetables donated by agencies, companies, or individuals from other areas of Qin country. A man with a small mustache appeared displeased. He was also the owner of a fruit and vegetable store, and the volume of donated produce was considerable. Once the supplies are in the hands of the survivors, there will be a short period during which no one will purchase his goods. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he relaxed his furrowed brow. A few individuals approached, tearing off the labels and repackaging the items into the appealing wrappers of a convenience fruit and vegetable store. This convenience store belonged to the man with the little mustache. Speculators like him are not uncommon, not just in the Liang Bridge shelter but throughout the vast expanse of Qinghe County's major refugee camps. Some individuals possess larger appetites, while others exhibit more timidity. Garments delivered at cost price are rebranded and sold at inflated prices in the store. The free milk powder and female hygiene products provided by the Qian Nation are items they dare not withhold. However, they can reduce the quantity of milk powder and claim accidental damage. Hygiene products are replaced with cheap, substandard alternatives. A female survivor, initially hopeful that she could make use of them, quickly discovered the mysterious residue left behind and the overwhelming chemical odor. She was compelled to purchase them at a premium from the store. During their harrowing escape, not all individuals were equipped with ample funds, especially considering that most ordinary citizens of the Qian Nation were burdened with debt. These speculators understood their plight better than anyone, masquerading their actions as generosity by offering installment plans and loans. The woman emerged from the store, humiliated. She never imagined that one day she would need a loan to buy milk powder, or that hygiene products would require installment payments. Some began to voice their grievances online, but the traffic was too low.at present. The world's attention was fixated on the military's efforts to eradicate the zombies. Under the cover of darkness, a man stealthily arrived, and upon noticing the absence of onlookers, he discreetly deposited a signed complaint letter into the suggestion box. Below the box, a small camera was diligently recording. Anren received the complaint. As the head of the Liang Bridge Shelter's law enforcement, she was certainly aware of the machinations of the speculators. However, she could not act against them, for pulling out a radish would bring out the mud. The interest that lay behind a mere fruit and vegetable store owner. A rigorous investigation might lead to names best left unspoken. She had come here for political gain, to pave her path to advancement, not to champion the cause of the common folk. Come in. A law enforcement officer entered her office, her trusted confidant. Tell them to tone it down a bit, don't overstep. Lightly tapping her fingers on the desk, she tossed the complaint letter in front of the officer. Handle this person's matter. Chapter 42. You are the most beautiful girl from the Qian Nation I have ever seen. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The man peered through the peephole and, seeing the law enforcement officers, hastily opened the door. Hello. What brings you here? The officers glanced at the photograph, confirming that he was the one who had been reported. Relax, it's just a small matter that requires your cooperation. Think of it as sharing a cup of tea. The man felt a chill run down his spine, scrambling to recall any wrongdoings. He remembered writing a complaint letter. But wasn't there a promise to protect the identity of whistleblowers? Anger bubbled within him. Yet he lacked the courage to resist. On the 7th floor of the apartment building, Blackjack observed through the curtains. The location was not far from the army that was purging the zombies. With soldiers patrolling in squads, the data captured from Sherlong's temporary research facility had been sent back to the Eagle Nation through special channels. Superiors sought confirmation of the findings, which were validated, and he received lavish praise. While promising him future ranks, they urged him to hold on, assuring him that support was on the way, fearful he would entertain other thoughts. Countries interested in the living specimens of zombies were not limited to the Eagle Nation. It was crucial to note that those living specimens of zombies were still within Qinghe County, valued no less than the research data sent back. Henry, it's time to eat. Henry was Blackjack's alias. All right, just a moment. At the dining table, Blackjack shared a modest meal with a woman. Their lunch was simple, consisting of rice cooked with electricity and a stir-fried pumpkin dish, as gas had already been cut off. The woman felt a bit embarrassed by the simplicity of the meal. It's perfectly fine. This is already wonderful. You are truly a virtuous woman. The woman beamed with joy, as if that single compliment made everything worthwhile. Blackjack had chosen this place after much deliberation. Firstly, it was close enough to the hidden living specimens of zombies, allowing for swift extraction in case of emergencies. Secondly, it was secluded. Who would suspect he had infiltrated the research facility to steal data and dared to return? His foreign appearance was too conspicuous. To blend in, he decided to mingle with the survivors. After careful observation, he selected a woman living alone. When he knocked on her door, he had rehearsed numerous lines. Hello, I'm an international student, stranded in the Qian Nation due to unforeseen circumstances. The woman immediately expressed the hospitality of the Qian Nation, inviting Blackjack to stay. He was somewhat surprised. Had he misjudged her? Was there a trap waiting inside? After confirming there were no ambushes, he moved into the master bedroom, while the woman took the sofa, a request she had made herself. In her words, how could I let a guest sleep on the sofa? When soldiers came to inquire if the woman had seen any suspicious individuals, Blackjack felt his heart leap into his throat. The woman remained calm, asserting that she had not encountered any strangers. This series of actions allowed Blackjack to lower his guard. Despite being a spy, he appeared ordinary, not particularly tall, which was a fundamental trait for his line of work. This led to a lack of romantic success in the Eagle Nation, as he did not meet the preferences of women there, who favored muscular men or youthful pretty boys. He was neither. The Qian Nation is truly better. Women in the Eagle Nation were more inclined towards muscular men or youthful charm, and he fit neither category. After their meal, the woman tidied up the dishes and cleaned the kitchen, fulfilling her domestic duties. Blackjack observed her silhouette carefully. Though her features were unremarkable, her figure was stunning, igniting a surge of desire within him. The woman was not oblivious to his gaze. She felt a thrill of excitement, torn between maintaining her composure and fearing Blackjack's disinterest. Her movements while washing dishes became stilted. To Blackjack, it seemed straightforward. "You've invited me into your home, cooked and cleaned. What's there to hide?" He approached her from behind. "Oh, wait, Henry, I'm washing the dishes. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen from the Qian Nation." The two found themselves entangled in a playful struggle on the sofa, their clothes gradually disappearing. Just as they reached a critical moment, the woman pushed Blackjack away. "What exactly are we to each other? I will secure you a green card from the Eagle Nation." As the Qian military advanced step by step, capturing worldwide attention, in an industrial park, soldiers charged towards the area under the protection of machine guns and tanks. The rumble of armored vehicles traversing the streets and the roar of tank engines drew forth hordes of zombies, in the woods, by the trash bins, and around corners. A legion of hundreds of zombies gathered. The soldiers, shielded by moving armored vehicles, advanced slowly. Due to the constraints of the terrain, the tanks circled the outer perimeter, their movements placing much of the park within artillery range. Ordinary zombies stood no chance against this armored battalion. Even the occasional night demon would fall victim to the onslaught of machine guns and sniper rifles. After confirming that the ground was clear of zombies, the soldiers began their assault on the buildings. In contrast to the open ground, the effective range of their firearms could be fully utilized inside the structures. Inside the buildings lay the real challenge. Among the attacking soldiers, some wore thermal imaging devices, capable of detecting hidden zombies behind concrete walls even from half a meter away. The basic combat strategy involved first locating the zombies with thermal imaging, followed by heavily armored soldiers wielding protective shields at the forefront. Grenades would clear the path, with others following closely behind. Though progress was slower and equipment suffered greater losses, the approach proved steady, resulting in a lower casualty rate among soldiers. "Calling Group 6, calling Group 6. This is room 803 on the 8th floor. We have a big one here." Group 6 received. "Please remain in place." Within just a minute, a team arrived. They first set up a series of traps, followed by a soldier firing a rocket. Boom! The door exploded, creating a large hole, and a dark figure emerged. What awaited him was a barrage of bullets. Stung by the pain, he charged into the crowd, triggering a series of traps. As the smoke cleared, the night demon was left battered and wounded, with a severed foot and half of his face disfigured. What the hell is he made of? He's too resilient. Even such a night demon caused the soldiers to recoil, using a metal storm to send him on his way. The last room in the park was cleared. The soldiers erupted in cheers, for this signified the complete recovery of the Liang district in Qinghe County. Simultaneously, this news spread rapidly across the internet. Zombies, corpses, in the face of absolute military might, they are nothing. How magnificent! Our Qian military is truly formidable. Hey, you say the Liang district has been reclaimed. How long until the others are cleared? Quickly, with the Liang district reclaimed, don't the other factions feel the pressure? If this unit captures another district first, they'll have no face left. While you're all discussing how long it will take to reclaim, is no one worried about the zombies? You must have been frightened out of your wits by those ghastly creatures. Don't you think that just because zombies wiped out one of our regiments, it was due to our negligence? Once our military gets serious, aside from a handful of countries, no one else can stand against us. Jiang Lin's face grew serious as he put away his phone. He hadn't anticipated the military's rapid actions. Even with his contingency plans in place, the military strength of the Qian nation, as gleaned from books and television, was not to be underestimated. Not enough. He needed to hasten his development. He had to ensure he wasn't pushed onto the dissection table, as the Qian military advanced at an astonishing pace. Some individuals found themselves in a state of panic. Chapter 43, the 4th Brigade meeting, capturing the arms factory. Spies from various nations also sprang into action. Although the Qin nation sought to prevent agents from infiltrating Qinghe County, the task was daunting. The length of the entire border of Qinghe County was no joke. To prevent even a single spy from entering would be a farce. Moreover, for this operation, all nations had deployed their covert operatives. The identities of these covert agents range from ordinary citizens of the Qin Kingdom to low-ranking police officers, bureaucrats, and international students. Very few managed to infiltrate key positions, such as the traitor within the Shirlang Research Institute. Take this particular traitor as an example. Although he is a native of the Qin Kingdom, he was compromised while pursuing his master's degree abroad. Upon his return, he was able to join the team of academician He. Thanks in no small part to the machinations of the white-headed eagle. If the frontline data on zombie research had not been so invaluable, he would not have been utilized. It would not be difficult for agents to infiltrate Qinghe County to obtain zombie specimens. They have ample equipment to preserve the active properties of zombies for extended periods. The real challenge lies in smuggling them out of Qinghe County. During such times, any foreign-looking individual will face rigorous scrutiny. There are rare cases like Blackjack, who stole research data from the Institute, but he was unfortunate enough to be captured alive. In a narrow alley, two men meet clandestinely. A branch of pear blossoms weighs down on a begonia. Two orioles sing amidst the verdant willows. Upon exchanging their secret code, both men simultaneously exhaled in relief. What took you so long? I needed to ensure I wasn't being followed. All right, where's the intel? One man retrieves a hard drive from his underwear. The other, with a look of disdain, takes it, preparing to leave. Bang! Stop! Don't run! The two men dash forward, pursued by several soldiers. Bullets whiz by. One is shot dead on the spot, while the other is apprehended. In the interrogation room of the Qin military, the officer demands, "Speak. Which country do you serve?" The man, appearing as an ordinary student, stands out in the crowd. "What did you say?" I don't understand. You have 3 accounts overseas, totaling 2 million. How do you explain that?" "I don't know. I'm not aware that I want to see my lawyer." "You have no other evidence?" "At most you can detain me for 72 hours. The officer chuckles. "See a lawyer? 72 hours. This is a military camp. Who the hell told you about evidence and law?" "I quite like your defiant demeanor. I hope you remain this tough." In a moment, he leaves the interrogation room, replaced by a soldier carrying a metal box. The soldier opens the box, and initially, the man is indifferent until he sees it. Hammers, pliers, syringes, fine needles, and vials of unknown substances. Incoming. There's been a murder. Someone is using extrajudicial measures. The sound of hammering and the piercing of flesh echo through the interrogation room, accompanied by cries and moans of agony. Palpable even through the soundproof walls. Through the glass, the officer savors the macabre performance while smoking. After discarding a multitude of cigarette butts, he re-enters. "Can you speak now?" "I confess. I want to be a whistleblower." "That depends on the value of the information you provide." In a certain military command center, a logistics officer adjusts the projection equipment before departing. As the light shifts, 4 men in military uniforms appear on the screen. These 4 are brigade commanders responsible for the zombie eradication efforts across various regions of Qinghe County. Their discussion revolves around the rights to seize the Sansai Co factory. To be honest, this is such a simple matter. Why hold a meeting? Just hand it over to our 2nd Brigade. 2nd Brigade? You folks want to be at the bottom during military exercises. What audacity. I don't appreciate that comment. Exercises are one thing, and real combat is another. Stop arguing. How about this? Both of you take a step back and let our 4th Brigade handle it. The brigade commanders bicker incessantly, yet none are willing to concede. In the military, strength speaks volumes. A step back today means 2 steps back tomorrow. If you don't fight for dominance, how can you suppress the belligerent officers below you? Relying solely on rank, you'll soon learn the meaning of disarray. Finally, the initiator of the meeting, the commander of the 1st Brigade, speaks up. "I believe none of us wish to miss this battle. Since no one is willing to retreat, let us join forces." While others seem to speak with pretentiousness, the 1st Brigade was indeed the first to reclaim Area 1. Subsequently, they begin to delineate the combat tasks, dividing the periphery of the Sansai Co factory into 3 zones, each handled by the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Brigades, while the 6th Brigade, being too distant, has to concede. They agree that whoever's troops first reach the central control room of the factory will claim it. As for the number of zombies inside, and the night demons, they give it little thought. With the strength of 3 brigades, even the most formidable monsters would cower. The full name of the Sansei-ko factory is the first military equipment factory of Sansei-ko. As the name implies, it is a factory that manufactures firearms and ammunition. From small pistols and submachine guns to grenades and even rocket launchers and artillery, it can produce them all. Seizing the factory is of great significance. Comparable to reclaiming Area 1, the Sansei-ko factory was established by a retired bigwig from the Qin Kingdom, holding immense political importance. Furthermore, once occupied, they can replenish weapons and ammunition on site, rather than relying solely on resupply from the rear. This would greatly assist the military in eradicating zombies. In that case, the swift advance would render their rivals powerless. How could other brigades contend? Sherlang is the foremost expert on zombie research in Qinghe County. While the military's large-scale operations would not disclose battle plans to him, they would still communicate with him to avoid any unforeseen misunderstandings during his capture of experimental subjects. He examined the map. Comparing it with the nearby brigades, swiftly formulating a plan, he approached a modest dwelling, sending the guard away while slipping a note into the wall's crevice. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Li emerged from a hidden basement. Zhang Lin pondered the authenticity and feasibility of this news. 3 brigades in competition? They clearly underestimated him. Underestimating him is advantageous. It provides him the opportunity to navigate the murky waters. Throughout this period, the internet has been rife with clamors to exterminate zombies and root out the shadowy organizations behind them. While he has been quietly expanding his influence, even a clay figurine has its limits. He intends to consume all 3 brigades at once, leading an army of zombies out of Qinghe County before the Qin Kingdom realizes what has transpired. First, he sets a modest goal: to occupy a state. With 5 million zombies, after the brigade commanders concluded their meeting, they wasted no time mobilizing their troops. The squads still hunting outside were called back. As the saying goes, a great bubble makes a fortune. With the war now in full swing, the ammunition consumption of several brigades has been substantial. A significant battle is imminent, requiring urgent resupply from the rear. Among brigade-level corps, the order of supply for the first batch of materials holds great significance. The brigade that receives the first replenishment will undoubtedly hold the advantage. Thus, the commanders of the 3 brigades resorted to leveraging their connections. Chapter 44. The eve of battle. A battalion of soldiers awaited in place as the ground began to tremble. A convoy of trucks appeared at the end of the road, followed by another, then a third. An endless procession. The lead truck came to a halt, and an officer disembarked. After confirming identities, the trucks sequentially entered the camp, and soldiers began unloading wooden crates. Various sizes of bullets, shells, gasoline, firearms, and grenades. This convoy was merely the first batch. A second was already en route. With ample supplies, the massive war machine of the military began to roll. Thousands of men surged forward, as Zhang Lin had diverted a significant number of night demons, leaving behind only a few ordinary zombies. The remaining zombies served merely to exhaust the military's ammunition, delaying their advance. Military tactics? There were none to speak of. If pressed, one could say it was a matter of bombarding with artillery followed by an infantry charge. The commotion caused by the 3 brigades was considerable. Yet no matter how reporters from various nations inquired, it was merely a routine zombie eradication operation. To netizens, however, it seemed as though the reclamation of Qinghe County was imminent. See? What did I tell you? With the first experience of reclaiming, the second area will take less than 10 days. I have a question. With such fierce fighting, tanks and artillery units have been deployed, and buildings have been nearly destroyed. Where will people live? Mind your own business. Is that any of your concern? Not our problem. Just think about how many people's homes will be lost. Where will all those homeless people go? Your house or mine? Asking that question is laughable. While buildings may be damaged, the number of casualties is far greater. It would be absurd if there were more houses than people. If there are more houses than people, would that not lead to a drop in property prices? How naive. Do you think those wanting to buy property in first-tier cities care about falling prices in fifth-tier cities? By that time, Qinghe County's population will be insufficient, with many industries destroyed. Who would be willing to move there? Deputy. Where are we in the advance? Commander, our brothers have pushed forward 200 meters and seized 7 buildings. Too slow. The Brotherhood has already outpaced us. It's unacceptable to be at the bottom. The competition for progress among the 3 brigades is mirrored by internal rivalries between various lines of attack. They continually probe each other's advancement, evoking a sense of competitive drills. Some officers even engage in betting. All right, what shall we wager? Let us bet on which brigade first breaches the arms factory. That's mundane. Let us change it. Fine. Let us wager on whether the report time when the first brigade enters will be an even or odd number. Now that's intriguing. Count me in, and me. The stakes are modest. Typically a month's salary or the cost of laundry for half a year. On the ground, armored vehicles, trucks, and tanks roll by. Above, armed helicopters buzz through the air, establishing a temporary helipad. Fighter jets are on standby, ready to take off within 10 minutes to reach the front lines. Beneath a manhole cover, a pair of vertical pupils observe the advancing military, rows of soldiers moving forward. Following the manhole cover downward, dozens of meters deep, stands a horde of zombies. Should a soldier descend, he would undoubtedly be horrified. Due to the presence of numerous level 2 zombies and even greater threats in the form of crawlers. A cursory glance reveals nearly 100 of them. Such a scenario unfolds in the various sewers traversed by 3 brigades. As the critical moment draws near, Jiang Lin remains increasingly composed. To ensure the flawless execution of the plan, he remains stationed in the underground central hub, allowing his consciousness to flow incessantly among the crawlers. He adjusts the distribution of zombies in response to the movements of human forces. Here, where the human troops are formidable, an additional 20 night demons are deployed. There, artillery positions are likely to be established, necessitating the dispatch of crawlers. Furthermore, he discovers a building heavily fortified with soldiers, likely a command post at the regiment level or higher. He dispatches long-range strike zombies, utilizing several confiscated sniper rifles to execute a decapitation strike against the humans. The military's efficiency in exterminating zombies is remarkable, yet Jiang Lin still finds them excessively slow. Ideally, he wishes to cleanse the area of all zombies before gradually leading them into the traps he has prepared. Through the perspective of the crawlers, Jiang Lin observes armed helicopters in the sky. Alas, they fly so high. Perhaps due to the record of over a dozen helicopters being annihilated by zombies, current pilots dare not ascend beyond 80 meters above ground, keeping a significant distance from the rooftops. At this altitude, deploying crawlers is futile. What troubles him more are the fighter jets, flying at supersonic speeds, capable of deploying incendiary bombs and aerial ordnance. All forms of zombies, from the ordinary to the crawlers, are mere targets before them. Jiang Lin has never yearned for the zombies to possess the ability to fly as he does now. However, if the zombies did acquire such capabilities, he would no longer fear human blockades. Under the cover of darkness, wouldn't it be delightful to soar forth and spread infection? The existence of fighter jets as a game-changer compels Jiang Lin to await the onset of night. As darkness descends, human forces face limited visibility and diminished combat effectiveness. In contrast, the zombies possess no such disadvantage. Ordinary zombies have superior vision compared to humans, and night demons possess a certain degree of night vision capabilities. Naturally, he is aware of tracer rounds. Those are primarily useful in open plains and wilderness. The closer they get to the munitions factory, the more aggressive the soldiers become in their assaults. To win the wager. The officers have also extended incentives. Brothers, let's give it our all. We cannot be outdone by them. Commander, what benefits are we talking about? In normal circumstances, this soldier would never dare to speak such words. But the atmosphere has reached a point where silence would be unwise. Good question. The first to breach will be rewarded with a meal within a month. If you desire, I can have your company commander fold your blankets. The Sansaku munitions factory is surrounded by towering walls topped with barbed wire. There are 2 massive iron gates, firmly secured. The first soldier to arrive here is preparing to initiate a breach. A voice emanates from the loudspeaker inside. Do not detonate. I am a factory employee. I will open the gate for you. It turns out that after the zombie outbreak, the factory workers have remained hidden inside, relying on the high walls and iron gates for safety. While there are indeed weapons inside, these individuals were merely gun manufacturers before the apocalypse and had never fired a weapon. Not everyone possesses the courage to leave the safety of the factory to confront the zombies. Just as the employees are about to open the door, another unit arrives. What are you doing? Which unit are you from? This area has already been secured by the 1st Brigade, 2nd Regiment, 1st Battalion. Pfft, nonsense. You claim to have occupied it, but have you even entered? As soon as the door swings open, the 2 units rush to enter. The later arrivals, relying on their numbers, blocked the 1st Battalion soldiers outside. "We fought tooth and nail to get here. Who do you think you are to reap the rewards? Ask my gun if it agrees." Crash. The two squads face off, guns drawn. Chapter 45. The Kings of Land Warfare. Fire. Both teams, representing the 1st and 2nd Brigades respectively, receive the news. They instruct their soldiers to hold their positions and prevent others from seizing the advantage, while repeatedly cautioning against firing upon their comrades. This munitions factory occupies a unique position. With few people nearby, the zombies arrived just as the armies of the Qin Kingdom were launching their assault. Thus, Zhang Lin was aware. Had he known such a prime location existed, the advantages of securing it would have been immense for long-range strikes. Of course, it is not too late now. As the battle unfolds, personnel from the 1st and 2nd Brigades gradually arrive near the munitions factory. While the 4th Brigade effectively withdraws from the competition, as dusk settles, 2 officers are within the factory. According to higher orders, let us thoroughly assess this place. We shall discuss the victors later. I have no objections. The inner circle has been cleared, with not a single zombie or survivor in sight. Soldiers organized into squads occupy various high-rise buildings and advantageous positions. Armored vehicles and trucks continually roll in, filling the air with a cacophony of noise. As the clock strikes 1 in the morning, nighttime proves unfavorable for large-scale military operations. Soldiers gradually return to their makeshift encampments. Company and battalion-level officers begin to summarize territorial acquisitions, zombie extermination counts, and the tally of deceased or missing soldiers. Massive searchlights illuminate the area, rendering it as bright as day. In the pitch-black alley, beneath a grimy manhole cover, agile figures move back and forth, reaching their designated locations. Such operations are concurrently occurring throughout the sewers of Qinghe County. Zhang Lin meticulously compares the territorial gains of human soldiers, striving to incorporate them into his encirclement. Alas, the 4th Brigade remains outside the perimeter. After all, it relies on a strategy of elite forces exceeding Night Demon capabilities. To eliminate the 4th Brigade would pose a risk of losing control. You've had your moment of glory for far too long. Now it is my turn. Almost simultaneously, waves of elite zombies emerge from the ground. The human encampments are likened to beehives, and they are the relentless army of ants converging upon them on the watchtower. Soldiers observe with their weapons at the ready. The searchlight sweeps across a patch of shadow. Wait, what is that? They hastily direct the light to reveal a multitude of bloodthirsty faces. Zombies, sound the alarm. Buzz! The entire encampment erupts with a deafening alarm, accompanied by the flashing of red alert lights. From the moment they detected the presence of zombies to the sounding of the alarm, a mere 10 seconds have passed, and they are already at the gates. A few soldiers attempt to shut the door. Just as a narrow gap remains, the soldiers cannot contain their relief. Bang! A tremendous force sends several of them sprawling. The night demons, however, pay them no heed as they surge deep into the encampment. Just as the soldiers celebrate their narrow escape, swoosh, 2 razor-sharp claws flash across their throats. The first night demons to breach the encampment swiftly unleash a devastating onslaught. From the watchtower, reconnaissance teams, and patrolling squads, a flurry of gunfire erupts. The night demons are forced to retreat under the barrage, but the incoming zombies number more than one. Other night demons charge toward the exposed soldiers. Ring, ring! The phones throughout the area blare incessantly. Report to the regiment commander. The 2nd Battalion is under heavy attack from a multitude of level 2 zombies and suffers significant losses. We request reinforcements. Report, the 3rd Battalion is experiencing .report.at the brigade command post. What? All regiments are under attack by level 2 zombies. What are the scouts doing? The brigade commander erupts in fury, believing a string of victories has fostered complacency among his subordinates. They cannot even detect the horde of zombies right under their noses. Relay my orders. Mobilize tank units for support, and deploy armed helicopters for aerial reconnaissance to ascertain the distribution of zombies. In a bid for reinforcements, the brigade commander even disregards objections, dispatching his own guard battalion. In his words, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. The same orders are echoed at the 2nd Brigade command post. Helicopters ascend, their searchlights illuminating the ground, providing cover for soldiers while exposing the zombie horde to the light. The ground trembles as armored vehicles pour in from the periphery, securing every intersection and delivering devastating strikes against the zombie army. Helicopters intermittently drop bombs, scattering the congregated night demons. Following the initial surprise attack, the soldiers gradually establish a formidable defensive line. With the assistance of illuminating helicopters targeting swathes of zombies from above and armored vehicles providing fire support at ground intersections, soldiers occupy watchtowers and high-rise fire points, forming a comprehensive web of firepower. It can be said that apart from the initial onslaught where soldiers were utterly overwhelmed, the current situation is one of reciprocation. With humanity now holding an advantage in long-range strikes. It is time to unveil the second card. Following Jiang Lin's command, an extraordinary contingent of zombies emerges. This battalion of zombies is unlike any other. They are equipped as a full regiment. Upon their appearance, they inflict substantial casualties upon the exposed human soldiers. Behind the armored vehicles, the soldiers, relying on their overwhelming firepower, force the zombies to remain at bay. Bang, 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 bullets rain down in the darkness, striking numerous soldiers. The ground is filled with cries of anguish. On the upper floors, fire points from windows are also being taken out. Compared to the zombie gunners, human soldiers exhibit greater organization and marksmanship. Yet, zombies fear nothing. In an exchange of gunfire, the zombies fight relentlessly, determined to eliminate their targets. Soldiers must seek cover, and injuries significantly impair their combat effectiveness. The balance of advantages is difficult to ascertain, but even if it costs lives, Jiang Lin believes it is not in vain. Casualties mount, and the armored vehicles dare not advance too deeply, lest they become targets for the night demons. The helicopter formations primarily serve as support. Given the towering buildings, they are hesitant to fly too low. Fighter jets, even more so, pose a risk. Aerial ordnance might cause soldiers to break before the zombies do. The tank brigade mobilizes, forming a line of array. In the relatively open distance, artillery pieces with 20-centimeter calibers are deployed from trucks, establishing a formidable artillery position. A dozen night demons, agile in their movements, dart toward the armored vehicles. The two vehicles shift aside, revealing the tanks behind them. Boom, boom, two shells fire, obliterating the lead night demon in half. This is not the end, as another shell detonates, blasting apart another night demon's head before exploding amidst the horde of corpses. Dozens of mangled bodies scatter across the ground. The tank, undeniably the king of land warfare, boldly announces its might to the world by dispatching numerous night demons upon its initial strike point. One such demon leaps from the fourth floor, its vicious claws striking wildly at the tank's armored roof. The driver and gunner are momentarily startled, but upon realizing that the tank remains largely unscathed apart from a few white scratches, they quickly regain their composure. A corpse is just a corpse. Even if it were to rise again, it would not possess any wisdom. The tank's machine gun repels the night demon, the cannon's muzzle shifting to select its next target. On the battlefield, neither the night demons nor the zombie gunmen pose a significant threat to the tank battalion. Armed with this intelligence, the tank company advances resolutely. Encountering a horde of zombies, they fire a shot. A night demon obstructing their path, they simply crush it. The soldiers follow closely behind, steadily reclaiming lost ground and constricting the zombie space. Jiang Lin's face remains calm and unyielding, yet the nails digging into his palm reveal a heart in turmoil. Is the tank truly invincible in land combat? I think not. The second trump card is revealed. Chapter 46. Surprise artillery assault. Decapitation. A tank driver maneuvers through the alleyways, leaving a trail of flesh in his wake. What is that? A gigantic lizard. The crawler moves with all four limbs, its speed of 5 seconds per 100 meters rendering it nearly invisible. Sensing the imminent threat, the gunner swiftly adjusts the cannon's aim. But it is already too late. Observing the colossal iron hunk beneath, the crawler targets the tank's roof and heaves with all its strength. A tank without its roof is merely an iron coffin for the soldiers inside. Moments later, the crawler pursues its next target, leaving two headless corpses within the tank, blood gushing forth. What manner of monster is this? Quickly, send a message for all tanks to retreat. The tanks begin to withdraw in succession, and the soldiers who did not receive the initial notification find themselves bereft of support, suffering devastating losses. Company commanders and battalion leaders furiously question the tank battalion. Why did you not inform us before retreating? Yet they are met with a flippant reply, stating that the tank battalion is strategic equipment and any grievances should be addressed to the brigade commander. This leaves the multitude of officers speechless. Do not be fooled by the tank battalion's small numbers and low rank. They are all highly skilled personnel, and the tanks themselves are invaluable. If this matter escalates to the brigade commander, it will be the officers who suffer the consequences. So what now? Naturally, they must withdraw, relinquishing the front lines to minimize losses. Facing the night demons is already a significant test of the soldiers' resolve. And the addition of the crawler, an entity more ghastly than human, pushes them to the brink of collapse. As soon as the order to retreat is given, the soldiers scatter in a frenzy. Disregarding formation, tanks and armored vehicles engage in a fighting withdrawal, supported by armed helicopters which provide cover for the soldiers' retreat. At the artillery position, real-time electronic screens display the balance of power between the two sides. Our forces are represented by blue dots, while the zombies are marked in red. After a tense and rapid calibration, shells, bright with dazzling colors, soar into the sky. After reaching a certain altitude, they arc downwards towards their targets. The zombie horde pursuing the soldiers is met with a barrage of deafening explosions. The earth trembles as concrete walls are shattered, and craters measuring 3 to 4 meters wide and half a meter deep mar the ground. The zombies caught directly in the blast are reduced to charred remains, leaving behind only scattered flesh. Even the crawler, should it be struck, would find no refuge. In the distance, Jiang Lin stands in silence. Faced with such weaponry, he experiences a long-forgotten sense of fear. Forcing his emotions down, he formulates the next steps. This situation had been anticipated. Now that you have revealed yourselves, do not think to escape. After 3 consecutive rounds of artillery bombardment, the zombie army is left in disarray. The human forces retreat with composure. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the artillery, Jiang Lin is certainly not foolish enough to launch an assault with a horde of corpses. One by one, fresh troops join the fray, alongside the recently spared zombies. Their formation is loose, with only a single zombie in every 10 meters. As they rush past the human lines, they do not engage, but head straight for the artillery position. The zombies' unusual behavior is quickly reported to the officers. This is bad. These beasts intend to raid the artillery cluster. The artillery, already cumbersome and reliant on trucks for transport, cannot be easily moved once deployed to fortified positions. The makeshift airstrip, sleek silver fighter jets soar into the sky. The officers understand the critical importance of the artillery cluster. Should it be overrun and destroyed by the zombies, the consequences would be dire. Bright tracer rounds streak through the air, illuminating the vast darkness. The deafening sounds of jet engines fill the air as the fighters arrive. Bombs rain down like dumplings. And even if the zombies are dispersed, they still suffer considerable damage. Jiang Lin remains unfazed, calmly observing. The more frantic the enemy becomes, the more it validates the correctness of his plan. Unless they are slain on the spot, the zombies will not cease their pursuit. Zombies, ablaze and emanating the scent of flesh, charge towards their target. Hurry, move faster. The soldiers transport the artillery onto trucks using flatbeds, preparing for relocation. The zombies are upon us. Prepare for battle. If even the tank battalion cannot halt their advance, how can the artillery battalion, stripped of its long-range capabilities, hope to do so? The tank battalion has sustained losses, the artillery battalion faces annihilation. And bad news follows rapidly. A brigade commander collapses to the ground, his face aging a decade in an instant. He gestures dismissively, stating, "Command the front lines to abandon the attempt to reclaim the artillery and all heavy supplies, prioritizing the preservation of soldiers' lives and retreat 10 kilometers. A similar command is issued in the 2nd Brigade. The 4th Brigade, although aware of the news, remains on the periphery of the night demons' encirclement and has not yet faced an assault. However, would they support the 4th Brigade? Neither the 1st Brigade commander nor the 2nd Brigade commander would utter such a request, nor would the 4th Brigade commander comply. The situation is abundantly clear. Soldiers who have lost the artillery position can no longer inflict sufficient damage upon the night demons. Continuing down this path, it is uncertain whether the troops will perish first or the zombies will be vanquished. Yet while they wish to retreat and preserve their strength, Jiang Lin has other plans. You cannot come and go as you please. In recent days, keyboard warriors and even military personnel have subjected him to scornful mockery, even suggesting that they would capture the mastermind behind this chaos, dismember him, and place him on a testing table for study. He has never been a magnanimous individual. As the 1st and 2nd Brigades withdraw, they leave behind a trail of artillery, shells, and supplies, lightening their load solely to escape the battlefield. Although the 4th Brigade will not engage in direct support, they can still provide covering fire from a distance. On the transport vehicle, soldiers sit in silence, some bandaged, with a few missing limbs or suffering from grievous wounds. Whether inflicted by zombie gunmen or friendly fire, their spirits, once high, are now consumed by despair. The pain of lost camaraderie, the terror of being dominated by zombies, and the shame of defeat await them upon their return. The bravado displayed before the battle contrasts sharply with the harsh criticism they now face in its aftermath. On a special vehicle, a brigade commander remains seated. Despite his subordinates urging him to take a helicopter, he stubbornly insists on staying. The casualty report has yet to be compiled, but it will undoubtedly be substantial. The loss of entire companies and battalions, along with the deaths of numerous junior officers, has severely diminished the fighting capability of the 1st Brigade. If he does not order a retreat, the discontented soldiers may very well mutiny. He senses this as he passes by each transport vehicle, the eyes filled with silent resentment too painful to meet. The silence is understandable, yet the resentment is not directed towards the zombies. They are merely a horde of the dead. After suffering a significant defeat and losing the support of his troops, it is inevitable that his commission will be stripped away. He is likely to face a military tribunal. What is that sound? The brigade commander snaps out of his thoughts. The zombies are here. Brigade commander, get to the helicopter. Though he has lost the morale of his troops, the loyalty of the brigade commander's guards remains steadfast. His subordinates fight valiantly, allowing him to board the helicopter. Just as they prepare for takeoff, 2 zombies in the distance, armed with sniper rifles, take aim. Gunfire erupts, unnoticed by anyone. The helicopter begins to sway dangerously before plummeting from the sky. The brigade commander struck in the forehead, a gaping hole appearing at the back of his head. Chapter 47. Sweeping through Fengzhou, expansive horizons with the death of their leader, the remaining soldiers are left in disarray. Some seek vengeance for the brigade commander, resolutely choosing to face the zombies in a final stand. Others, however, insist on retreating, unwilling to make further sacrifices. Each group, accompanied by the forces they can command, makes their exit. Sensing the shift in human morale, Jiang Lin seizes the opportunity, pursuing the desperate enemy. That is precisely his intent. In the complex urban landscape, the speed of transport vehicles need not surpass that of the night demons. Often, a single night demon can annihilate an entire transport vehicle's worth of soldiers. Jiang Lin's aim was to eliminate the 1st Brigade and then break through the encirclement to sweep through Fengzhou. Thus, the zombie army poses no threat to the 4th Brigade, while they engage with the 2nd Brigade only as circumstances allow, gradually wearing them down. The soldiers aboard the transport vehicles are not the worst off. Despite their weak defenses, every time one vehicle is targeted, it buys precious time for others to flee. The tank battalion, however, cannot escape such a fate. Their heavy armor and immense fuel consumption seal their doom at the hands of the zombies. Thus, the zombie horde relentlessly pursues the soldiers. Henyanku serves as the vital route from Qinghe County to Hanyang County. With the mobilization of the army sweeping through, there is no longer any pressure from the rear. Only a single battalion of soldiers remains. The reconnaissance soldiers quickly detect the anomaly. Those are our people. They have failed. The station battalion commander swiftly realizes the gravity of the situation. We must not allow the rout to breach our defenses. How can we withstand the zombies behind? Which regiment do you belong to? Halt at once and form ranks to block the zombies. Block. Such a task is easier said than done. Can those inhuman monstrosities truly be halted? As the retreating soldiers surge forward, the battalion commander grits his teeth and fires at one of them. This act is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Damn it! We fight tooth and nail on the front lines while you sleep soundly in the rear. And now you expect us to be the cannon fodder. The helpless fear of being slaughtered by zombies and the rage at the officers' incompetence overwhelms the minds of the fleeing soldiers. Brothers, let us slay these sons of dogs. What was once a united front among soldiers erupts into fierce conflict. Although the garrison soldiers were poised in a defensive stance, they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of retreating troops. A few men, clutching rocket launchers, fired their weapons, while the valiant battalion commander met an instant demise. The remaining soldiers were swept away by the tide of fleeing comrades. Armored transport vehicles rolled past. Yet both the soldiers aboard and the drivers remained infected. The retreating soldiers, emboldened against their fellow men, lost their courage when confronted by the undead. They discarded their military uniforms and scattered in all directions. These individuals had succumbed to fear, and the zombies no longer pursued them, instead delving deeper into the entirety of Hanyang County. It was only at this juncture that Jiang Lin allowed himself a moment of respite. With a larger territory secured, not only did it provide a more expansive strategic buffer, but it also signified a greater population, an increased source of zombies, and boundless possibilities. Due to military operations, the borders of Hanyang County had seen the evacuation of nearby residents. Consequently, it was not until the zombie horde reached the outskirts of the city that it was discovered. There was no need for extensive mobilization. Local security forces, traffic police, and city management spontaneously organized to obstruct the advance. If the army had already faltered, how could handguns and a few batons stand a chance? In a mere charge, the crowd was dispersed. At a bustling barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere was vibrant. A group of burly men, bare-chested, boasted loudly. After several rounds of drinks, their conversation shifted from beautiful women to finance, eventually touching upon current affairs. I tell you, those zombies might just be a creation of the government. Pooh, are you drunk? How can you spout such nonsense? As he spoke, one man glanced around to ensure no one else was listening. Hey, I'm talking about foreign forces. Now that's more like it. You think those zombies are tireless? Could it be that they persist for an extended period? Unexpectedly, the conversation took a turn, leaving a few momentarily dumbfounded. Wow, buddy, you're really twisted. You must have some foreign blood in you, they continued, lamenting the terror of zombies that could instill sheer fright. Those people are just cowards. If they encountered me, one left hook and a sweeping kick at 4 in the morning. There were still some pedestrians on the streets, primarily night owls. These night owls, in unison, began to sprint down the thoroughfare, inciting a chorus of curses from the residents in nearby buildings. Upon peering out their windows, they were met with the sight of zombies. They hurriedly closed their windows and doors, then called the authorities. The former Zhanghe district, which had once barricaded itself against the undead, now faced an enhanced version. With the front line in disarray, an entire brigade nearly annihilated, and its commander slain, the zombies surged forth from Qinghe County, infiltrating all directions of Fengzhou. A cascade of news struck the elders of Qian Nation like a flurry of punches. How could this be? How could this happen? The face of the first elder, etched with deep wrinkles, displayed disbelief. 3 armored brigades, bolstered by a tank company, an artillery battalion, and a squadron of fighter jets. Such a formidable assembly could easily obliterate a small nation, yet they fell to the hands of zombies. The other elders struggled to maintain their composure. If the loss of nearly 2 million people in Qinghe County was a visceral wound for Qian Nation, the loss of Fengzhou would undoubtedly pierce their very hearts. The 5th elder, with a furrowed brow, declared, "Let each county hold their ground. The army must be dispatched immediately." However, the 3rd elder shook his head bitterly, fully aware of Fengzhou's law enforcement capabilities. Historically, Fengzhou prioritized economic development. With its urban military forces primarily focused on combating organized crime in terms of martial power, it could not measure up to Qinghe County. Given the emergence of these advanced mutated zombies, it was evident that the forces behind them had been plotting for quite some time. This sentiment echoed in the minds of the elders, as the Research Institute had been tirelessly investigating the zombie virus while keeping an eye on the unseen puppet masters. Yet, crucial leads remained elusive. We must prepare for the fall of Fengzhou. When the decisive moment arrives, we cannot falter. They immediately began strategizing which military units to mobilize. Jiang Lin was determined to ensure that once a city was overrun by zombies, humanity would have no chance for a counterattack before moving on to the next city. He understood that the higher echelons of Qian Nation were likely already aware of the situation. Time was of the essence, and he needed to seize territory swiftly. Capturing a city required merely taking control of its command center, such as the police station. Unlike the early days of his venture, where he had to personally oversee planning and execution, now, with a mere thought, he could command a substantial force of night demons to spring into action. With the army in disarray and the zombie horde in pursuit, it would be challenging to conceal their movements from the operatives active within Qinghe County. A glint of determination flashed in Blackjack's eyes. The opportunity he had been awaiting had finally arrived. Seizing the moment of military vacuum within Qinghe County, he aimed to transport the living zombies out. As he glanced at the woman sleeping beside him, he felt a twinge of reluctance. She was so obedient and diligent, always finding reasons to support him. No matter his actions, forget it, duty calls. Returning to the land of the White Eagle, what do I lack? He quietly dressed and gathered his belongings, but the woman stirred awake. Chapter 48. The child is my gift to you. Comprehensive martial law, where are you going? Blackjack froze momentarily, replying without turning around, I have some matters to attend to, just stepping out. Are you returning to your country? The woman, perceptive, probed further, I have encountered a slight issue at home. I need to return, I'm pregnant. What? Blackjack was taken aback. His child? Yet, as an operative, how could he be ensnared by an unborn child? Calm down. This child is a gift I'm giving you. Many foreign operatives, like him, sought to exploit the chaos. Multiple nations had received the news. The White Eagle's Special Affairs Office, how could they have suffered defeat? Such military might was unfathomable. The reality was as such. Delving into reasons was futile. They had to focus on maximizing benefits. This meant that, at this moment, Qian Nation had no time to attend to him. What a great opportunity. Mobilize all resources. We must bring back the samples. In the Kimchi Nation, it seemed that Qian Nation was not as formidable as it appeared. They might even be inferior to my compatriots. Do not underestimate them. After all, they are a formidable opponent even for the White Eagle. What is the White Eagle? Sooner or later, I will achieve independence and restore the greatness of the Kimchi Nation. Sho! One man, drenched in cold sweat, approached the door, ensuring the guards could not hear before exhaling a sigh of relief. No need to speak further. Otherwise, the president might find himself in prison again, in the Bear Country. Is the news confirmed? Absolutely confirmed. A robust man hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided against it. Let us do this. Contact the elders of Qian Nation, express our condolences, and offer military assistance if needed. On Cherry Blossom Island, 2 unscrupulous men conspired. This is excellent news. Indeed, let them flaunt their superiority while keeping our reporters at bay. Let us see how they fare now. As they spoke, one had an idea. Oh, do share. The 2 plotted to unite several international reporters to deliver a biting critique to Qian Nation. While the public remained unaware, they would boast of Qian Nation's military prowess and the zombies' weakness. The latter readily understood, nodding in agreement. Just imagine. Mere moments after the ordinary citizens of Qian Nation reveled in national pride, they would be met with news of military defeat. What would ensue? The online outrage would undoubtedly be directed at the military of Qian Nation. What? Are we merely to sing our own praises and ignore your failures? If it weren't for your incompetence, you wouldn't have let the zombies get the better of you, dragging us into ridicule from other nations. Time was of the essence. They promptly arranged for someone to draft a favorable article while contacting several prominent figures and reporters who had previously studied on Cherry Blossom Island. The calm of the late-night internet was soon disrupted. Some night owls continued to scroll through short videos, while a night shift worker took a moment to unwind. He stumbled upon a video featuring a beautiful woman. Dynamic waves, no inappropriate guidance, freedom of dress, not defined by others. A transformation video. As lively music played. A woman emerged from the darkness, changing outfits with each garment. 40,000 likes, 8,000 comments. How annoying. Why do they keep sending me content I have no interest in? I can't help but ask, where is the sense of shame? Where is the morality? Where is the address? Click on my profile, join the group. Hey, everyone, look. The latest news states that over half of Qinghe County has been recaptured. Old SPs eagerly clicked the link, arriving at another sensational news piece. According to reliable sources, the military of Qian Nation has successfully, impressive, with a broken voice, glory to our great Qian Nation. It had only been a short time since the official announcement of the recapture of Qinghe County. This news was a significant blow to those rational skeptics, who still remembered when we confidently asserted that the military would undoubtedly triumph, only to be met with scorn. Enough. The military never made a statement. It was your provocations that drew ridicule from foreign netizens. Whose side are you on? Are you not a citizen of Qian Nation? A traitor? No, I'm simply stating the facts. Is it necessary to escalate it? Stop evading. I've already reported you. As if feeling their domestic excitement was insufficient, a group ran to foreign networks to unleash their scorn. Which nation questioned Qian Nation last time? Step forward and speak. Do not play dead. With numerous foreign nations and diverse opinions among netizens, tensions escalated. Initially, they cited references, but as Qian Nation's netizens shared victory reports, the momentum shifted dramatically. One nations might overshadowed multiple others. However, The situation soon took a turn when someone shared another piece of news. The content depicts the defeat of the Qian nation, accompanied by harrowing images of their losses and brief video clips. In the footage, soldiers clad in Qian military uniforms flee in terror, as if pursued by demons. They abandon their uniforms and supplies, exemplifying a complete abandonment of their defenses. The credibility of this news far surpasses that of victorious reports, compelling even the netizens of Qian to accept the grim reality. After enduring ridicule for so long, they are now met with sarcastic comments from others. Oh dear. Truly, it is no surprise that they are deemed the world's mightiest military. Their unique escape style is something other nations could learn from. These soldiers are Qian nationals, and even the zombies they face are Qian nationals. This does not imply that the Qian people are inadequate. Rather, it showcases their extraordinary prowess. Even in the face of zombification, they remain formidable. Are you still able to surf the internet? Perhaps you should check your doorstep for a charming little zombie. The Qian netizens, feeling their dignity wounded, flock to the official website seeking answers. They desire a formal response from the authorities. However, they have already received notice from the higher-ups to mobilize the military. The officials are cordial and enthusiastic, yet know little of the situation. The netizens, emboldened by the notion that the law does not penalize the masses, inundate various official websites. The Qian Foreign Affairs Department is bombarded with incessant inquiries and doubts from around the globe, all seeking dialogue with the Elder Council to understand Qian's response to the zombie assault on Fengzhou. The international pressure was anticipated by Qian. Fortunately, they have no intention of concealing the truth. We shall impose comprehensive military control over Fengzhou to prevent further escalation of the crisis. As for the details of the ongoing battles, they remain classified and cannot be disclosed. This official response leaves the ambassadors empty-handed. Regarding the proposal of a joint task force from various nations to eradicate the zombies, Qian does not outright refuse but suggests a discussion at a later time. Chapter 49. Martial Law and Internal Fractures. Initially, the three brigades did not lose their composure when confronted by the zombie onslaught. Their trump cards remained intact until the crawlers launched a surprise attack, breaching artillery positions and resulting in the death of a brigade commander during their retreat. Everything transpired too rapidly, leaving them unable to contact the Qian Supreme Strategic Command in time. This delay granted Jiang Lin precious moments to seize Fengzhou.at, the temporary research facility in Qinghe County. Shi Lang gathered data and boarded a helicopter under the protection of his soldiers, accompanied by Dai Hongyi. The area had transformed from a rear military zone into the heart of a zombie-infested region. With a final glance at the research facility, Shi Lang smiled knowingly, aware that he had made the right gamble. That individual had indeed achieved this feat. Moreover, with the emergence of new variants, their physical capabilities exceed those of second-tier zombies. With an entire state as a testing ground, how far could they go? The failure of the 3rd Brigade in Qinghe County not only impacted the eradication of zombies, but also had repercussions for the rear. The ability of these 3 brigades to penetrate deep into Qinghe County's heart implied the existence of a refuge behind them. This sanctuary could shelter survivors and provide essential supplies, thereby facilitating logistical support for the army. Even minor supply transports and road clearances could be of great assistance. However, with the army's defeat, news reached the refuge. The responsibility for maintaining the logistics of the 2nd Brigade lay with the Liang Grand Bridge Refuge. In the office, An Ran sat at the head of the table, flanked by the various deputy captains of the police force. What shall we do now? The group exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. An Ran took the initiative to appoint someone. Captain An, this is merely my personal perspective. I hope my colleagues will forgive any shortcomings. According to reports from the front, the 2nd Brigade also encountered those monsters that surpassed second-tier zombies. Although not as unfortunate as the 1st Brigade, their losses were still significant. At this point, he paused. An Ran, growing impatient, urged, "Speak up. This is not a dictatorship." The 2 most pressing concerns are as follows. First, to ensure logistical support, which includes, but is not limited to, maintaining equipment for the remaining troops, replenishing ammunition, and arranging accommodations. The second priority is to maintain order within the refuge, arming colleagues while people are still unaware of the unfolding events. Additionally, the red-vested individuals can be utilized as well. While these suggestions were neither extraordinary nor unconventional, they adhered to established protocols and could have been articulated by any of those present. The crucial point is that those who propose must also execute. If a proposed plan succeeds, all receive credit. If it fails, the proposer must answer. Thus, in the dead of night, While many remained in slumber, police officers quietly gathered, armed with rifles and even grenades. Unfamiliar with the unfolding situation, the police maintained order within the refuge, typically relying on batons and riot shields. Trustworthy members among the Red Vests were also distributed weapons, mainly riot forks and batons. Only a select few leaders were permitted to wield firearms. And even their ammunition was limited. A tremendous noise erupted at the end of the road. The police captains prepared to receive the incoming troops. One by one, transport vehicles arrived, leaving them bewildered. The once spirited army had returned as a demoralized and battered remnant. As a small vehicle's door opened, a battalion commander emerged and approached the captains. "Is the camp ready?" "Ready. We can move in at any moment." "Very well." The first to arrive were the infantry, followed by armored vehicles and helicopters. Several captains furrowed their brows and whispered to one another. "This is odd. Is this truly a brigade? There are so few of them." After a rough estimate, it appeared that they had lost at least half their numbers. Were the zombies truly that terrifying? Having faced zombies firsthand, he knew that even second-tier zombies could not match an armored brigade. You mustn't forget the new mutated zombies. A chill coursed through them. They had encountered the Night Demon, which was even more formidable. The thought was unfathomable. Struggling to comprehend the earlier anomalies, they questioned, what abnormalities? It merely seems that the troop count has been reduced by over half. What else could there be? Wait, doesn't the armored brigade still have tank operators? Good heavens, what kind of devil from hell has caused even the tanks to fall? Today, the highest-ranking officer they had encountered was the battalion commander they had just communicated with. Other senior officers were not deceased, but were too ashamed to show their faces. The contrast between their earlier exuberance and their current desolation was stark. After hastily arranging defenses, the senior officers found themselves troubled. The Supreme Command had already received news of their defeat. Rather than immediately pointing fingers, they were instructed to bring back as many troops as possible. They understood that accountability would be inevitable in due time. While execution was unlikely, a more grievous fate awaited the 1st Brigade, which had borne the brunt of the failures. Moreover, training a senior officer was no small investment. The commander of the 2nd Brigade would undoubtedly bear the brunt of blame for poor command and the heavy losses incurred. The others were likely to be reassigned from frontline duties and faced emotions. As they penned letters of apology, they pondered how to confront the families of the fallen soldiers. Some retired veterans were also mobilized. Yet they could not even locate the bodies. Over 1,000 battered soldiers struggled to maintain any records. Upon settling into the camp, voices arose from one of the tents, filled with murmurs, curses, and cries. According to military protocol, military police should be dispatched to suppress any unrest. However, in the wake of a great battle, even the brigade commander's protective unit had suffered significant losses, leaving only a handful of military police. 2 platoon leaders stood outside the tent, overhearing the soldiers' grievances and their scathing insults directed toward the officers and the brigade commander. "This is absurd," exclaimed one leader. The other quickly halted him, recognizing that the agitated soldier would not heed anyone's words. With more experience, he was aware of certain secrets, including instances where officers had been shot by soldiers within the camp. This had indeed saved that officer's life. Inside the tent, the soldiers had already noticed the 2 eavesdropping platoon leaders, and their insults were intentional. All were armed, with their weapons loaded and within reach. Should an officer enter to reprimand them, even the brigade commander would not escape unscathed. The commotion roused the survivors. Having experienced the annihilation of their troops and being beaten back across bridges by makeshift weapons, they were acutely aware of the looming crisis. They swiftly awakened their families and comrades to strategize. Amid the morning's mixed messages online, they resolved that they could not afford to remain passive. Armed police and red-vested individuals remained vigilant at every intersection. A bloody confrontation seemed inevitable. Chapter 50. Killing the Red Vests. Stealing money, food, and women with the creek. A wooden door swung open, and a man cautiously peered around, ensuring the coast was clear. He then approached the adjacent door and knocked. When it opened, a nervous middle-aged man in a jacket inquired, "Are we really doing the right thing?" "Rest assured. What could possibly go wrong? Those police officers are powerless." "How do you know that?" The middle-aged man wore a skeptical expression, for the movements of the police were typically shrouded in secrecy for the survivors. Unless they were red vests of the most trusted caliber. "Don't concern yourself with how I know. Do you dare to proceed? Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever." seeing the middle-aged man's hesitation. The man dropped another bombshell. Don't you want to take revenge on Yo Air? Upon hearing that name, the middle-aged man steeled himself without hesitation. I'm in. Excellent. Let us gather a few more people. The two men stealthily moved through the darkness, knocking on door after door. These individuals shared a common trait. They had all been bullied or had their supplies pilfered by the police or red vests in the past. Feeling they had been treated extremely unjustly, led by the first man, over 60 individuals advanced toward a specific location. A red vest, armed with a riot fork, was stationed at an intersection. Under the dark night sky, a solitary streetlight flickered as he yawned. Damn it. Why do I have to do this thankless job? He recalled something delightful, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Who was it? Dozens surrounded a single individual. The man in the red vest felt a pang of anxiety, though his demeanor remained fiercely defiant. Are you all plotting a rebellion? The crowd fell silent, which he mistook for intimidation, emboldening his arrogance further. Who is leading you? Speak up, and I shall overlook the others. Otherwise, well, a few faces displayed clear hesitation, haunted by memories of being confined in the dark. The leader among them understood that without making the first move, they were doomed. His hand reached for his waist. Bang! A short iron rod struck the red vest's head with a heavy thud. He clutched his head, blood pouring forth. How dare you? The man struck again and again, and the red vest collapsed, unconscious. Turning back, the man bellowed, There's no turning back now. Those willing to follow me, come along. Those unwilling, find a place to await your demise. The crowd surged along the route the red vest had been patrolling. Careening forward, lacking the discipline of a professional violent organization, it took a while before several leaders of the red vests received the news. Damn it, this has gone too far. After a brief discussion, they dispatched individuals to intercept the surviving rebels. They did not report to the police immediately, reasoning that the police were preoccupied with coordinating military logistics and their numbers were insufficient. Moreover, only a handful of rebels remained. Armed with nothing more than makeshift weapons, they felt confident. Some even considered the situation a blessing, believing that after suppressing the unrest, the police captains would recognize the red vests as more than mere gluttons. If they performed well, they might even secure formal positions in the future. At the crossroads, the rebels, with only a few having taken revenge, found themselves confronted by a blockade of red vests in all directions. The crowd looked to their leader, who naturally noticed the standoff. Feeling bold, Are we? Speak up, who sent you? To disrupt the peace of the refuge. The rebel leader felt a chill run down his spine. Had they been discovered? In truth, they hadn't. It was merely the red vest's habitual scapegoating. After all, suppressing disobedient survivors was far different from unearthing and thwarting the schemes of hostile forces. 3 Red vests closed in on the rebel leader. The other surviving rebels, under the watchful gaze of the red vests, dared not move. According to the script, the red vests were to capture the ringleader, and the rest would willingly accept their punishment. They had nearly passed this test until... Bang! A gunshot shattered the stillness. One of the red vest leaders clutched his chest, disbelief etched on his face, seizing the moment while others were still in shock. The rebel leader fired again, killing 2 more red vests. Chaos ensued. The red vests scattered. They were fine with bullying the meek, but when faced with formidable opponents, they fled faster than anyone. The remaining survivors, under the threat of gunfire, half willingly, half forced, surged into the streets. They arrived at the entrance of a fruit shop, only to find the attendant had already fled. Smash it! The glass doors shattered into countless pieces. And the rioters, eyeing the watermelons, bananas, and grapes within, felt their eyes burn with greed. We can't even fill our bellies, and these bastards still want to skimp on us. They want to even give us leftovers. One individual approached the cash register, but it was locked. Step aside. The fire axe struck down, warping the iron cabinet, coins and bills scattering across the floor. A few pairs of eyes gleamed with desire as they rushed to seize the bounty. Savoring this windfall, those left empty-handed felt a pang of envy. There were karaoke bars, tea houses, and restaurants. Blinded by greed, the rioters forgot their initial intent of seeking revenge on the red vest. Don't rob me. I am not a red vest. I'm a survivor like you. Each survivor's door was broken down. Whether robbed or resisting, many found themselves joining the ranks of the rioters. Rip. A female survivor's clothing was torn, exposing swathes of her fair skin. A rioter gulped, a flicker of struggle in his eyes swiftly replaced by unbridled greed as he lunged forward. Stores were smashed, women were assaulted, and flames erupted from all corners. In a club's basement, a dozen well-dressed individuals convened. There were men and women, middle-aged and elderly, some foreign investors, others survivors who had escaped. Yet they shared a common trait: substantial assets or connections. Have the captains been informed? Rest assured, I made the call and sent a few to notify them. Those wretched peasants, they all deserve to swing from the gallows. Indeed, with such significant losses, the company will not let me off lightly. One man squinted thoughtfully. Ladies and gentlemen, the rioters are beyond redemption, committing acts of violence and destruction. I see it only natural that our ledgers and inventories have been obliterated. The crowd brightened at this, realizing that any evidence of their embezzlement would be lost. Ha ha ha! In that case, we should be thanking these scoundrels. Yes, I propose a toast. What? Anrin's face flushed with anger. She had meticulously arranged for the red vests to maintain order. Yet there had still been a breach. Gather the brothers, don your bulletproof vests, and load your weapons. To kill as a warning. One is enough. How can I vent my fury without a few more deaths to instill fear in these rascals? Chapter 51. Suppression. Execute them all. Thud, thud, thud. A battalion of uniformed police officers assembled. They checked their gear and ammunition. After the police completed their inspection, the deputy captain addressed them. What you face today are not gangsters or petty criminals, but a band of unrepentant rioters. Cast aside any pity in your hearts. Those wielding dangerous weapons must be eliminated. Those who ignore our warnings, eliminate them. Those who gather and refuse to disperse, eliminate them. Yes, in the streets, once meek individuals, having tasted the thrill of violence, unleashed the beasts within them. Those damn wealthy elites, so affluent yet unwilling to share even a morsel with us. They deserve to be robbed. Exactly. They sell at inflated prices. They all deserve to be hanged. A woman hid in a cabinet, desperately covering her mouth, terrified that the men outside would discover her. But the footsteps grew ever closer, and the rioters, armed with clubs, began striking at cabinets and doors, smashing anything they couldn't carry. Vases, appliances, all reduced to rubble. Thud, thud, thud. The woman clutched the cabinet door with all her might, but her strength was no match for the rioters. Teske, lift your head. Upon seeing the woman's beauty, fair skin, and glamorous attire, the rioters' eyes gleamed with lust. Another rioter charged in. You think you can have her all to yourself? I got here first. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? The first rioter, unable to contain himself, began to unfasten his belt, preparing to take liberties. His clumsy movements sent gold chains, watches, and bills scattering to the floor. What are you staring at? This all belongs to me. You want to take it for yourself? As he bent down, the second rioter's eyes flashed with malice, and he struck the first rioter on the back of the head with a brass knuckle. F you. Bang, bang, bang. After confirming the first rioter was dead, he began collecting the valuables in a bag. Heh, little beauty, now it's just the two of us. What position do you fancy? The woman's face turned to despair. She had contemplated suicide, yet at this moment, courage eluded her. Forget it. I guess I'll just be a dog's plaything. Bang! A gunshot rang out, striking the rioter in the back. Lady, are you all right? At last, the police arrived, and the woman wept uncontrollably. Damn, my father is the CEO of XX Group. Can you stay and protect me? The police officer recalled hearing of that CEO, a well-known magnate. And combined with the woman's beauty, rest assured, I won't allow anyone to harm you. The police have arrived. The police have arrived. The rioters scattered in a frenzy, but a few stubborn ones charged forward, brandishing torches. Another shot rang out, the officer not even glancing back. They moved towards the sound of chaos, knowing that at this hour, anyone outside was likely a rioter. Better to err on the side of caution. A professional violent organization operates on a different level. 3 police officers working as a unit can often suppress tenfold the number of rioters. They executed several, and the shadow of death extinguished the remaining bravado. The rioters calmed, recalling the terror imposed by the police and the red vests. Run, everyone, don't stay together. Retreat to your homes. I doubt they can catch us all. The fiercest rioters fell first, while the rest began to hide. Some feigned sleep in their homes, others took refuge in shops, and some even shed their red vests to blend in. The leading police deputy didn't immediately seek to apprehend everyone but focused on regaining control of the situation. Gather the red vests to extinguish the fires. As the rioters vanished, the red vests re-emerged, scouring the area to put out fires and collect the dead. This suppression resulted in the deaths of over 30 rioters. If one were to count the red vests and the persecuted survivors, the number would be even greater. In the monitoring room, 2 police officers urgently reviewed the surveillance footage. Every street and significant location was under observation. They thought hiding would absolve them. How naive! The footage showcased the rioters' actions, smashing, looting, and violating, all laid bare. These would serve as evidence, but Anren sought more than just incriminating proof. The officers focused on tracing where the rioters emerged from and where they returned. In a 20-square-meter enclosed room, 2 police officers interrogated 8 rioters. I will only say this once. Reveal the identities of those involved in the rebellion. If you conceal anything and we discover it. Concurrently, there were 3 other interrogation rooms. The rioters offered little resistance, eager to take credit before their peers could betray them. Holding the list, the officers arrived at the door to apprehend individuals. Almost no one willingly cooperated. Instead, they had to endure the forceful breaking down of doors, subduing, and escorting. Whether there were any mistaken captures or individuals seeking revenge was of little concern. Through surveillance and the provided list, nearly 300 people were subsequently apprehended. Anren sat calmly in the conference room, her heart simmering with frustration. Hearing of the army's disastrous defeat in the dead of night and needing to arrange logistics had already left her exhausted. Now, chaos had erupted in the rear. This was intolerable for someone like her, who was determined to ascend the ranks and craft a flawless resume. What should we do about it? A deputy captain eagerly replied. Those guilty of murder shall be executed. Those who destroy property and commit acts of violence shall face legal judgment. Too lenient. Anren was dissatisfied but could not voice it directly. A deputy captain to her left grasped the implication. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a war-torn zone, not like other parts of the country. Given the recent defeats of our forces and the internal turmoil caused by rebellious citizens, strict measures must be employed. What do you mean? Executions. All of them. All of them. Thus, on the square, over 200 individuals were lined up under the threat of firearms, bound together in groups with ropes. The rioters whispered amongst themselves. Bewildered by the situation, a few began to grasp the implications but dared not believe it. The officers formed a line, rifles aimed at the rioters. Fear finally gripped these individuals. There were those pleading for mercy, those paralyzed with terror, those attempting to flee, and those shouting curses, a complete spectrum of reactions. Ready? Fire! The series of gunshots startled countless survivors behind closed doors. The officers used small carts to remove the bodies and hose down the area. 20 minutes later, apart from the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, there was no sign that anyone had perished here. The rioters were eliminated, and next came the aftermath. For Anren, dealing with the wealthy merchants at her door was no easy task. Each had powerful backers. Only after she promised to compensate them for their losses according to the list did they leave satisfied. Her expression darkened. Who knows how much those people exaggerated their losses? Although she wouldn't be footing the bill, it would certainly affect her standing. Unless she could spin the riot into a tale of foreign agents invading, followed by deleting and cleverly editing the surveillance footage. In this manner, after some maneuvering, she might gain credit instead of blame. Jiang Lin sat in his villa, a glass of red wine in hand, the viscous crimson liquid sliding slowly down his throat. Chapter 52. The 11-Nation Conference. His consciousness drifted a kilometer away, inhabiting a humanoid crawler. It manipulated a cell phone, exchanging information with Shi Lang. This was the most reliable means of communication Jiang Lin could conceive. Thanks to Shi Lang's prior warning, he was able to set up in advance, successfully destroying 2 brigades, breaking out of Qinghe County, and sweeping through Fengzhou. Having been trapped for so long by the formidable Level 4 zombie gate, it was no surprise that he sought out Shi Lang, an expert in biology. On the other hand, Shi Lang was equally puzzled. To him, the emergence of night demons and crawlers signified Jiang Lin's profound understanding of the virus. These creatures, aside from their intelligence, were practically flawless. He actually dares to ask me, is there still room for evolution in such a virus? Or do I possess the capability to further alter it? The zombie virus was being secretly studied in a laboratory in Chang Country, Its extraordinary survival ability, adaptability, and unique infectivity towards humans leaving numerous experts in to this day, they had not deciphered how ordinary zombies mutated into night demons or crawlers. Jiang Lin placed his hopes on Chang Country developing a mutated strain of the zombie virus, for Shirlang to subsequently provide him with the variant. He informed Shirlang of how the zombies mutated into crawlers by devouring their kind and then consuming 200 humans. His control over the zombies stemmed from the system, and he did not perceive any threat from human experts. Upon learning the details, Shirlang was astounded and expressed his gratitude, assuring that he would focus intently on researching the virus's mutations. But how should I report this? The explanation for how zombies devour each other to mutate into night demons might suffice. But how could one explain a crawler emerging from the consumption of 200 adults? When the time comes, if someone asks how this result came about, can you claim it was an experiment? After arranging everything, though uncertain of when results would emerge, Jiang Lin sighed with relief, knowing it was better than stumbling around aimlessly. Finishing his glass of red wine, he turned his gaze to the corner. The woman's face was ashen, hesitating as she drew a small knife towards her arm. Jiang Lin intervened, having had his fill. He instructed someone to prepare a blanket for him at present. He existed in a zombie form, which starkly contrasted with his human form. 2 crawlers lay in ambush outside the villa, and even more lurked not far beneath the ground. For these past days, he had been on high alert, unable to afford a moment's respite, racing against humanity. Now that the level 4 zombies had a direction and a buffer zone of one state, he wished to relish a life he had never experienced as a human. As his consciousness increasingly inhabited the zombies, and he remained in zombie form longer, his personality was also influenced. For instance, when previously encountering someone he detested, he might have killed them. Now, he found himself contemplating which part would be more delectable, taking mere seconds to extract their brain matter. It was not that he was struggling to retain his human identity, but rather he wished to avoid being controlled by instinct. He aimed to dilute such influences with human habits. In the white-headed eagle country, the presidential aircraft took off, destination Chang Country. Simultaneously, leaders from Sakura Island, Little Pickled Cabbage, Bear Country, White Flag Black Chicken Country, and the Sun Never Sets Empire, among others, were flying towards Chang Country. Chang Country had dispatched professionals to welcome everyone into the conference room. There were no reporters, no media, and nothing as glamorous as in front of a television camera. Outside the conference room, guards stood every 3 steps, with sentries every 5. The bodyguards of the leaders from various nations were barred from entry. The decisions made by these 10 or so individuals seated at a small table were sufficient to impact the entire world. The minister from Sakura Island was the first to strike. Your nation has allowed the zombie situation to escalate to this degree. You must bear significant responsibility for your poor decisions. The president of the white-headed eagle country smiled silently, watching his dogs tear at Chang Country. The second elder scrutinized for a long while before suddenly realizing, "Oh, you are the newly appointed cabinet minister? I heard the previous one was assassinated on the street. They didn't perish, did they?" The minister slammed the table. "What do you mean by that? Who doesn't know that the previous minister was betrayed and killed, allowing for his ascension? How can one endure such a blatant affront? Elder, do not be angry. The minister merely has an old ailment acting up. Let us not take offense, Semida." Though they were all dogs of the white-headed eagle, the Pickled Cabbage and Sakura factions were still at odds. After a farcical exchange, a few of the most authoritative figures intervened. President Frank of the white-headed eagle country spoke, plainly, "I hope your nation can be forthright regarding the extent and dangers of the zombie influence. This is not merely a national issue. It concerns global security. Of course, our country harbors no intention of concealment. After the meeting, each of you will receive a document detailing the signs of the zombie outbreak, modes of transmission, and characteristics of mutated zombies." Seeing Chang Country's willingness to cooperate, several nations were elated, inevitably seeking to push their advantage. This time, it was the turn of the Pickled Cabbage Country to take the lead. "Your nation's research on the zombie virus has always been at the forefront. By making this information public, we can work together to swiftly find methods for virus prevention. Our country has indeed conducted related research. But all of this is classified information. How did you know? Could it be that spies have been planted? Damn. This is not playing by the rules. Nations mutually deploying spies is a tacit understanding that cannot be spoken of openly. But to say it outright, have they no shame? the president of Pickled Cabbage, instinctively glanced at Frank. Fuck, that damned Korean. The elders sought to embarrass a few individuals, not for any other purpose than to suppress their arrogance and vent frustration. The insider at the Biological Research Institute and the theft of a living night demon were well known to the elders of Chang country. This could not be blamed on Shi Lang. He was merely a biological researcher, and the traitor was not someone he had recruited, but rather an assistant taken in by Academician he after receiving a significant bribe. Because of this incident, Academician he had come to be seen by several elders as someone who overstepped bounds and lacked discretion. However, Shi Lang was valued for proposing the hypothesis of an active zombie virus and validating it. He was specially granted his own research laboratory, though it still did not match the level of Academician he. Yet, it greatly aided him in assisting Jiang Lin with researching the virus's mutations. Chang country would not freely relinquish its research findings to other nations, not even to Bear country. However, the first elder proposed a suggestion. Allow each nation to dispatch troops to the zombie-affected areas. Of course, the scale of personnel and arms would have to be reviewed by Chang country and could not exceed limits. The upper echelons of Chang country were not acting on a whim. The repeated occurrences of spies stealing information and internal personnel being seduced into betraying national interests had made clear to Chang country that the zombie issue was a strategic concern for all nations. Simply sealing off the situation was of no use. Additionally, the heavy casualties suffered by Chang country's forces during past zombie operations, along with the loss of resources and personnel, the need to comfort soldiers' families, accountability for defeated officers, and the public's grievances all compounded the elders' burdens. It would be better to introduce the armies of various nations into the fray, where they could mutually restrain one another. This would serve as a borrowed force for the suppression and also redirect domestic attention. The meeting lasted only half an hour before the leaders of various nations departed. An event that would astonish the global populace was about to unfold. Chapter 53. Coalition mobilization considering the failures of previous attempts. The elders of Chang country were resolute. The quota provided for the deployment of troops to Fengzhou was 1 brigade. Along with various auxiliary and technical units, the total could not exceed 10,000. When they first heard they could bring such a large force, the leaders of various nations hesitated. There must be something amiss. Fearing some hidden scheme from Chang country, they were indeed correct. There were additional restrictions. Though 10,000 seemed substantial, Chang country's total military strength exceeded 1 million, with most engaged in border operations. The number and type of weapons that foreign armies are permitted to carry are indeed subject to restrictions. For instance, the quantity of tanks must not exceed 100, and armored vehicles are limited to 500. Moreover, the power and range of artillery must not pose a threat to the capital. As for tactical nuclear weapons and biochemical agents, such notions are entirely out of the question. The decisions made by Qian Nation have been thoroughly deliberated. With a cap of 100,000 weapons and restricted logistics, they are confident in their ability to maintain control. Furthermore, the relationships among these nations are far from amicable. Should there be any ulterior motives, Qian Nation could promptly assemble nearly 100,000 mobile troops, unhindered by weapon restrictions. Since they cannot impede the various countries' research on the zombie virus, they intend to drag everyone into the fray, ensuring that their nation does not bear the burden alone while others reap the benefits. After returning to their respective countries, the leaders urgently convened their think tanks and officials to discuss relevant matters. The country of the Bald Eagle is a capitalist nation, and every president can essentially be regarded as a spokesperson for the interests of the capital groups behind them. Frank is no exception. He personally dialed a number, inviting a dozen individuals to a banquet. Although these individuals may not feature on any billionaire lists, that is merely a reflection of their choice, not their capability. Some are involved in telecommunications, while others are engaged in the oil industry. One is a manufacturer of naval vessels and aircraft carriers, and another is the largest arms dealer, true monopolists in their respective fields. Frank thought it unlikely that he would have the leisure to treat everyone to dinner. After sharing the details of Qian Nation's actions, the dozen individuals expressed their enthusiasm, asserting that they must dispatch troops as swiftly as possible. While all were in agreement, their intentions varied. The arms dealers aimed to secure a lucrative contract, while those in the oil sector sought to increase fuel sales. Beyond economic interests, a more significant motive loomed. The wealthier individuals are, the more they fear death. The affluent of the Bald Eagle are no exception. Here, many wealthy individuals firmly believe that transfusing the blood of young and healthy individuals can restore their youth. This belief has given rise to a peculiar profession, blood slaves. They need not engage in any labor, merely maintaining their health, and when the wealthy require a transfusion, they are compensated generously. The individuals present pooled their resources to establish a biotechnology company, investing exorbitantly in acquiring the most advanced equipment and hiring top-tier talent, not for profit, but solely to push technological boundaries to extend their lives. Heaven knows how exhilarated they were to hear of zombies that exhibit tireless endurance, immense strength and speed surpassing those of human athletes, as for their terrifying appearance. The human trials conducted in their biotechnological firm are even more horrifying. The prospect of consuming human flesh no longer seems daunting. After all, transfusing young blood is, in another sense, a form of cannibalism, especially since this phenomenon could mutate. The biological research of Qian Nation is inadequate. Yes, it is we, the bald eagle, who are worthy of possessing it. While some refer to it as a virus, I perceive it as a divine opportunity for human evolution. In this multinational operation, nothing else holds significance. The source of the virus and its research are paramount. Subsequently, a debate ensued regarding which military unit should be dispatched. As the shadowy puppeteers of the bald eagle, they were not immune to corruption within the military. Each harbored their own confidence in a spirit of compromise. It was decided that regardless of which unit was sent, each individual could additionally propose a staff unit. The Cherry Blossom Nation found itself in a predicament. They were certainly obliged to send personnel. However, deploying 10,000 troops, the little Cherry Blossom possessed only a self-defense force, whose capabilities paled in comparison to those of great powers. Furthermore, in light of the recent assassination of a former minister, the domestic climate was rife with reactionary elements, making it ill-advised to mobilize an excessive number of self-defense troops. Randomly conscripting individuals would not sit well with the bald eagle. It was likely necessary to recruit some personnel from the Public Safety Bureau, as they were at least an armed institution. After some contemplation, Yoshitsun Taro produced a list of companies. Instructing his aides accordingly, he directed them to ensure that each company contributed 500 individuals, all of whom must be internal reserve personnel of sufficient rank. No attempt to deceive him with outsiders would be tolerated. Otherwise, they would face the consequences of the Public Safety Bureau's actions. The list comprised several notorious Yakuza organizations. The decision to relocate personnel from the capital was made with the understanding that this would mitigate the risk of disorder among these factions. This was the best course of action. The Pickled Vegetable Nation shared a similar plight. They boasted 500,000 active troops along with nearly 3 million reserves. However, the units sent to Qian Nation could not be reserves. Among the active forces, excluding those assigned to critical defense tasks, there were fewer than 100,000. Given the nature of the adversary, the zombies, it was uncertain whether soldiers unaccustomed to bloodshed would suffice. A single misstep could result in catastrophic losses, potentially leading to yet another president facing imprisonment. After careful consideration, the president resolved that he could not shoulder the risks alone and sought assistance from the major conglomerates, explicitly indicating that they must contribute both funds and manpower. The tycoons here held significant clout, and their relationship with the president was more akin to that of collaborators. A president's tenure is but a few years, while a tycoon can wield power for a lifetime. The words of the bald eagle could not be outright rejected, especially when there were profits to be gained. Thus, the progress of the Pickled Vegetable Nation proceeded smoothly. The Bear Nation expressed that Qian Nation was their good brother, and they could easily muster troops, be it 10,000 or 20,000, without demanding a single penny in return. The elders promptly expressed their gratitude but politely declined, for in international relations, there exists no such thing as pure friendship. Each nation was confident, albeit only vaguely aware of the details surrounding Qian Nation's failures. They knew how long the conflict had lasted, where the army had retreated, and that new mutated zombies had been discovered. As for concerns regarding failure, with 10 nations and an expected army of 100,000, they had every conceivable resource at their disposal, save for strategic and forbidden weapons. Zombies? How many divisions could they possibly field? The news of Qian Nation's disastrous defeat and the subsequent zombie onslaught in Fengzhou spread like wildfire, even before dawn, reaching the ears of the world. Those abroad engaged in discussions about the threat posed by zombies and how various nations should respond. Inevitably, the keyboard warriors from Qian Nation were subjected to ridicule. Meanwhile, the citizens within Qian Nation, particularly in other provinces, could still voice their grievances against the military, urging them to be more effective and prevent the zombies from breaching their defenses. Those in Fengzhou, however, were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Upon awakening, it seemed as if the world had turned upside down. A glance out the window revealed nothing amiss. Life appeared normal, albeit with a tenfold increase in foot traffic, with everyone seemingly fleeing in panic. The zombies had already infiltrated the city, engaging in battle with the first wave of police reinforcements. Chapter 54. The Fall of Hanyang County, the Exodus of 1 million people. Quick! Block their advance. Remember, behind us are our family and friends. If the zombies wish to enter the city, they must first step over my dead body. 30 police officers, sheltered behind patrol cars, valiantly resisted the oncoming horde of zombies. Yet, their numbers were woefully insufficient, while the tide of zombies continued to swell. Other police units were scattered throughout different sectors of the city. A government vehicle arrived, bringing a glimmer of hope. The reinforcements had arrived. However, that joy was short-lived. The newcomers were merely city inspectors. These individuals had never even fired a weapon, yet they were thrust into the battlefield as if conscripted. Bang! What the hell are you doing? The police officers, standing over the gun's muzzle, felt their hearts race. They had narrowly escaped death at the hands of zombies, only to nearly be shot by friendly fire. I'm sorry. I've never used a gun before. The city inspector's face turned pale. His usual interactions were limited to ordinary citizens. Bullying them was one thing, but fighting zombies? He was nearly scared to death himself. With this precedent set, other police officers were reluctant to stand in front of the city inspectors. Even at the cost of their lives, the chaos of the fleeing masses rendered traffic regulations meaningless. Taxis and luxury cars collided, and with no time to deliberate over responsibility, everyone abandoned their vehicles to save themselves. A dump truck, however, seized the opportunity, accelerating without regard for whether it was people or vehicles in its path, crushing all in its wake. The driver had never experienced such exhilaration, although he mused that it would have been better without the zombies. I'll show you. You look down on me. You think I'm filthy. He intentionally ran over a female office worker, laughing maniacally. The wheels, caked in blood and mud, rolled forward, seemingly carrying him toward salvation. Suddenly, a dark figure crashed heavily against the windshield. The ghastly visage of a zombie jolted the driver from his frenzy. Die, die. He frantically activated the windshield wipers and swerved the steering wheel, attempting to shake the zombie off. The creature's claw shattered the glass, raking across the driver's face and tearing away a portion of his skin. The searing pain lasted mere seconds before his throat was bitten through. The dump truck collided violently with a tree. A man carrying his gravely ill wife fled, watching as the crowd surged past him like a whirlwind, while he moved as slowly as a snail. Yet, no amount of urgency would change his plight. Turning to glance at his wife, he wanted to say something. The woman, filled with despair, finally spoke. Let me go if you carry me. Neither of us will survive. I'm sorry for you. I in the next life. I will never leave your side. The man gently set his wife down in a corner, shielding her with a plastic board, and left without looking back. The wealthy heir, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and a woman, was also in flight. The bodyguards were capable fighters, armed with firearms obtained from who knows where. They fought their way through the zombies, distancing themselves from the city. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even in this dire situation, their young master was reluctant to part with that fleeting beauty. Given his father's wealth, once they escaped, he could have any woman he desired. The woman, stunningly attractive and rivaling top-tier celebrities, flattered the second-generation heir profusely in these trying times. Qian Xiao, I owe you my life, if it weren't for you, she said, her expression dimming and her eyes glistening with tears, upon witnessing his long-desired goddess displaying such vulnerability. The heir felt his masculinity surge. With a grand gesture, he declared, Yao Yao, rest assured, even if I perish, I will ensure your safety. I have no way to repay you, but I can only, Yao Yao, Qin Xiao. The bodyguards were compelled to interrupt their dramatic exchange as the zombies advanced once more. The numbers of zombies were escalating, while their ammunition dwindled, and there remained a considerable distance to escape the city. The 3 men moved swiftly, but the woman was a hindrance to their speed. Had they not waited for her, they would have been far ahead by now. Qian Xiao, make a decision, torn between the allure of a beautiful woman and the instinct to survive. Not burdened by excessive melancholy, in a moment of disbelief, Yao Yao felt her hand abruptly released by the second generation. Yao Yao, take care of yourself. I shall return for you." With those words, the trio hastened their pace. Fleeing towards the outskirts of the city, "Chen Shao! Chen Shao!" she exclaimed in desperation. "You dog of a man!" Gritting her teeth, Yao Yao sought refuge in a nearby shack, unaware that a zombie lurked within, as the crowd frantically scattered. The county magistrate of Hanyang was no exception. Before the helicopter, he sighed repeatedly, "I am a sinner. I cannot share the same fate as everyone else." Several officials murmured among themselves, thinking, if he truly cared for the world, he wouldn't have clung so tightly to 100 police officers for his own protection upon learning of the zombie crisis. The helicopter was not even summoned by them. Yet, voicing their thoughts, they said, "Magistrate, you must not think this way. The battle against the zombies has only just begun. You are our pillar of strength. For the people of Hanyang, you must also protect yourself." Sigh. "Very well, since you are all so insistent. I shall not refuse." He swiftly boarded the helicopter, finding a seat inside. It wasn't that he wished to appear reserved, but the zombies were closing in. A dozen zombies could only watch helplessly as the helicopter ascended. Emitting furious howls, bang! A gunshot rang out, and the helicopter plummeted, the horde of zombies clamoring and surging forward like a chaotic lottery. In the distance, a sniper on a rooftop quietly withdrew. Jiang Lin was oblivious to which official was cowardly or incompetent. He only knew that eliminating these officials would hasten the collapse of urban order. The military of Qinghe County had failed too quickly, and Jiang Lin rapidly swept through Fengzhou's various counties. Thus, when he launched his attack, he faced only police officers and traffic cops and resistance. They could hold their ground against ordinary zombies, but when facing the night demons, they were merely fodder. Wave after wave of police officers ran out of ammunition. Overwhelmed by the zombie horde, joining the fray against their former colleagues and the panicked masses, the city management was the first to crumble. "Damn it, a few thousand a month, and I'm risking my life for this." Unfortunately, he had barely taken 2 steps before a zombie blocked his path. From the moment these police officers began to fend off the zombies, whether they fought until the last moment or regretted their decision to flee midway, their fate of being devoured was unchangeable. In a 5-star hotel, Jiang Lin savored a steak, sipping red wine. The phonograph spun, and the vinyl record emitted enchanting melodies. Below, zombies entered the small rooms like pigs in a slaughterhouse, devouring everything in sight. Soon after, a night demon emerged, issuing a sound of submission towards Jiang Lin before departing the hotel to join the horde. After finishing his steak, he swirled his wine glass and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed at the distant scenery, the collisions of vehicles, the struggles of the police, the anguished cries of the crowd. With his keen eyesight, he could even discern the fear and madness etched on their faces. He fell into silence, not out of hesitation or pity. He had long ceased to be human. In the struggle for survival among races, there were no right or wrong. He contemplated that if someone else had received the system instead of him, they too would be consumed. Therefore, he must strive relentlessly to enhance his power, until the day comes when he stands in plain sight. No nation could contend with him. Chapter 55. The Automated Zombie Breeding Factory. Human hearts are worse than zombie poison in this city. Not everyone was engaged in a battle against the zombies. Within a vast conference hall, a podium stood at the center, surrounded by rows of tables and chairs. It could accommodate 1,000 people for simultaneous meetings, serving as the venue for Hanyang County officials. Survivors queued to enter, though they were far from willing, as zombies were herding them from behind. The hall quickly filled with people, toes touching heels, making it difficult to turn around. It was unclear what had driven the zombies to gather together instead of feasting on them. "Hey, what do you think these monsters are up to?" "How should I know? Why don't you go ask?" He smirked, gesturing towards a night demon guarding the entrance. "Do you think if we united, we could break through? Are you looking for death? Don't drag me into it." "Just joking. Even with nearly 2,000 people crammed in here, we are unarmed and barely able to handle ordinary zombies, let alone night demons. I was merely speculating." Amidst the crowd, gasps occasionally echoed. Friends reunited after long separations? Couples who had lost each other in the chaos. A moment of comfort and joy ensued, and Jiang Lin couldn't bear to interrupt them, as the crowd awaited the zombies' actions. It wasn't that no one had considered that perhaps the zombies would not consume them but rather require them for something else. However, they were mistaken. Jiang Lin might need humans to perform tasks, But not here, not now. Amidst the gasps, 10 night demons surged into the crowd, corresponding to the 2,000 people. Some had sensed the impending danger. But it was too late. With a roar, the night demons plunged into the throng, feasting with abandon. The crowd resisted, but a single claw from a night demon could kill instantly. Escape? It was impossible amidst such a crush. Some made it to the entrance only to be hurled back by the guarding night demon. 10 hours later, all 10 night demons began their metamorphosis simultaneously, giving birth to 10 crawlers. Such scenes were replicated in numerous places throughout Hanyang County. Officially, Hanyang County had an estimated population of 3,300,000. Excluding the rural population, there were about 2,400,000 within the city. Discounting the initial casualties who had turned into zombies, approximately 1 million remained alive. According to Jiang Lin's arrangement of zombie classifications, the ratio of night demons to crawlers should be maintained at about 10 to 1. Though night demons were inferior to crawlers, the resources required to cultivate a single crawler could produce 20 night demons. When facing the human army, night demons were still needed to charge and draw fire. Indeed, in Jiang Lin's eyes, ordinary zombies merely broadened the horizon. Capturing a few survivors was useful, but when confronting the armies of various nations, they were not much stronger than civilians. Throughout the city, he planned to breed 3,000 crawlers. Each crawler could reach a speed of 5 meters per second, capable of tilting tank barrels and lifting hatches. Their tongues, as sharp as swords, could pierce through 2-centimeter steel plates, rivaling bullets from rifles. Jiang Lin was not only developing in Hanyang County, but also dispatched his night demon army to assault Liang County, Huayao County, and Weilai County. Together with Qinghe County and Hanyang County, these constituted the 5 counties of Fengzhou. The entire Fengzhou had a population of 15 million. For Jiang Lin, this amounted to millions of zombies. Hundreds of thousands of night demons and 50,000 crawlers. In contrast to the city, the rural population had fared better in preservation. This was primarily because the rural population constituted a minority of the total population in a county, coupled with their widely dispersed settlements. Deploying a zombie army there would be a thankless task. Many families in the rural areas fled to other states. Some drove small trucks filled with their belongings. No one sought to hitch a ride, and those who attempted to force their way were deterred by a single hunting rifle or a hoe. There were also tricycles, the most common means of transport, with families carrying a few essentials and food, making their escape easy and convenient. By the time the relatively few zombies arrived, many places had already been vacated. What remained were either solitary elders or those determined to die in their homeland. These fleeing individuals were unaware that evading the zombies was merely the first step. Fellow refugees could be even more terrifying. Let go. That's mine, you thieves. 3 ruffians snatched food from a student. Seeing the student cursing in defiance, they quickly subdued him with a flurry of punches and kicks. The student fell silent, his fate unknown. A thick spittle was hurled onto the student's face, and the trio felt immense satisfaction. They had never held proper jobs or saved money. Fleeing with the crowd, they preyed upon their neighbors, eyeing their supplies. Many like them thrived among the masses fleeing southward. They specifically targeted individuals who were alone. Others merely turned a blind eye, believing it better to avoid trouble as long as it didn't come to them. The so-called incremental encroachment had also befallen solitary women in broad daylight. Surrounded by other refugees, several ruffians pinned a few women to the ground, engaging in heinous acts. Families with children shielded their offspring's eyes, while some individuals with malicious intent began selecting targets. This led to a scenario where, aside from larger families, many solitary individuals united, acting in concert. Far from the center of Fengzhou, large numbers of refugees had reached the outskirts. Yet, what awaited them was the gunfire of the Chang National Army. Halt! The survivors recognized the grim directive. Once upon a time, when people from Qinghe County sought to escape, they had spoken of such matters online, discussing the need for a broader perspective, not to forget one's roots, and the sacrifices of the few for the many. But now, as the tables turned and it was their turn to face the consequences, they found it utterly ironic. The majority fell silent, complying with the military's orders. Only a few, indulging in looting and debauchery, released their primal instincts, momentarily failing to adjust their mindset. Defying commands and foolishly attempting to bargain with the military, they were met with swift retribution. As soon as soldiers saw them cross the line of caution, they opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. 5 corpses lay in a row, and soldiers immediately commenced the task of removing the bodies. The crowd fell into a chilling silence. Among them, several women bore expressions of resentment, reporting the ruffians to the military for justice. An officer ordered their apprehension, intending to hand them over to the police for further action. Some, fearing retribution later, distrusted the military and did not join the crowd. They sought out hidden paths in the forests. Hoping to evade the military, drones patrolled the skies, while ground teams accompanied by military dogs conducted sweeps if discovered. Obeying the command to halt was the best option. Otherwise, any other movement would result in immediate execution. The higher-ups in the Chang Nation had exerted considerable effort to control the chaos caused by the zombies in Fengzhou, granting the frontline troops the highest level of authority. Fengzhou sprawled over 300,000 square kilometers, a territory larger than many small nations. Relying solely on the Chang Nation's mobile forces to clear the area would be immensely taxing in terms of manpower and resources. Concurrently, several countries initiated military movements, drawing the attention of numerous media outlets. Chapter 56. The coalition's grand entrance into Qian Nation, battlefield controversies in the land of the Bald Eagle. Nearly 10,000 soldiers arrived at the Fengzhou border via large passenger aircraft. The same was true for the nations of the Baichi Wujiji and the Empire of the Setting Sun. The Little Cherry Blossom utilized cruise ships for troop transport. The Bear Nation and the Kimchi Country brought their forces overland from the borders, subsequently boarding trains to reach Fengzhou. The nation of Asan showcased remarkable ingenuity, transporting 10,000 personnel on over 1,000 motorcycles, each accommodating 10 individuals. The unfamiliar appearance of these foreign troops, clad entirely in foreign military uniforms, momentarily led the people of Qian Nation to believe that an enemy invasion was imminent. Fortunately, local law enforcement promptly intervened to reassure the populace and clarify that these troops had been invited by Qian Nation. With 10 countries represented, this equated to 100,000 professional soldiers. Naturally, Qian Nation was not so naive as to underestimate the situation. Aside from some light defensive weaponry and a limited supply of ammunition, these soldiers carried little else. They would have to wait until they entered the Fengzhou defense line before receiving the remaining arms and supplies following customs inspection. The internet buzzed with speculation as the world awaited responses from various national leaders. Qian Nation's official statement came first. In light of the escalating zombie crisis, we sincerely invite all nations to collaborate in addressing this grave matter. Next came the Bald Eagle Nation. Our country has always been dedicated to maintaining global peace. Although the zombie virus is currently confined to the borders of Qian Nation, adhering to the principles of democracy and freedom, we shall face this challenge together. The Bear Nation added, "It is well known that our country shares many commonalities with Qian Nation concerning international issues. And this situation is no exception." The Kimchi Country proclaimed, "Our soldiers are the finest. A mere zombie poses no challenge to us, indeed." The Cherry Blossom Isle asserted, "It is said that zombies are fearless in the face of death and possess the strongest courage in the world. But I must say, compared to the spirit of Bushido in my empire, they are utterly insignificant." Major media outlets such as the Bald Eagle Union, International Society, Qian Nation Daily, and Cherry Blossom Times offered positive coverage. 10 nations gather in Qian Nation. When will the zombie apocalypse arrive? A zombie crisis captivates global attention. A brief discussion on international affairs. One nation in distress, 10 nations offer support. In the face of rampant zombies, nations unite to forge a community of shared human destiny. Meanwhile, smaller media outlets took a more sensationalist approach. An exhibition of multinational military uniforms. Which style do you prefer? Thousands of motorcycles transporting troops. A display of skill or a fool's errand? 100,000 soldiers in uniform. Zombies cry out in despair. The discussions among keyboard warriors from various countries became increasingly heated. Those from the Bald Eagle Nation argued that, in critical times, they must rely on their role as the world's police to uphold peace. The Asan contingent boasted of their unparalleled warriors. Citizens of the Kimchi Country reminisced about the origins of their military prowess. The Little Cherry Blossom Isle engaged in discussions about the latest anime. Meanwhile, the people of Qian Nation found themselves caught in a crossfire of insults between the Kimchi and Cherry Blossom factions. Once all 10 nations' troops had arrived, they were temporarily stationed in designated areas within Qian Nation. Officers from each country capable of dialogue convened in a single room. If a bomb were to be dropped here, it could potentially annihilate them all, leaving the 100,000 troops leaderless. Despite their differing nationalities, the soldiers shared a similar demeanor. Arguments erupted, faces flushed, and saliva flew as they seemed on the verge of physical confrontation. Did we not agree that this area was allocated to us? Nonsense. Who said that? Both individuals turned to the Qian Nation officer, who feigned tactical deafness. The defense positions for the 10 nations could not be predetermined. They had merely been roughly allocated, with specifics to be discussed during wartime. It was unclear whether Qian Nation had intentionally placed the Cherry Blossom and Kimchi factions together, along with the Bear and Bald Eagle nations. The prospect of a united front among the 10 nations seemed far-fetched. They might end up fighting among themselves first. The Fengzhou terrain was unique, with the north comprised of a mountain range stretching hundreds of kilometers and rising 800 meters. To the west lay Qingzhou, while to the east was Guizhou, characterized by numerous depressions. The south featured plains accessible via a wide river. The northern front offered the best defense but posed significant logistical challenges. The troops that had arrived were all highly self-assured, underestimating the zombie threat. The western and eastern fronts, while somewhat manageable, were guarded by Qian Nation's mobile forces. One could only guess whom they were meant to defend against. The southern front allowed for the transport of supplies via the sea to checkpoints, minimizing losses, making it the prime battlefield choice. In summary, the southern front was the most advantageous, followed by the western front, with the eastern and northern fronts being equivalent. Leaders of the nations determined to engage in battle, but the specific command and deployment would ultimately rest with the commanders. Otherwise, one might find themselves in the absurdity of orders to shift a machine gun position by 10 meters, with an 80,000 versus 60,000 advantage being a mere joke. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak for a moment. The officers turned their attention to the Qian Nation officer, aware that continuing the argument into the night would yield no fruitful results. They decided to bring the dispute to the forefront, with the deployment of positions and defense lines to be settled by a show of hands. A show of hands. This merely indicated who had more supporters. The Bald Eagle, Kimchi Country, and Cherry Blossom all readily agreed. The Bear Nation officer remained indifferent, while the Asan contingent exuded confidence. The officers from Baichi Wajiji and the Empire of the Setting Sun exchanged glances and also expressed their agreement. The nations of Donation, Goryeo, and South Vietnam had little say and followed suit. Thus, the southern battlefield was prioritized. As the Qian Nation officer concluded, the trio led by the Bald Eagle eagerly began to argue. In light of the battlefield advantages, the Cherry Blossom and Kimchi factions were reluctant to concede to the Bald Eagle. However, prior to their arrival, they had been cautioned to follow the Bald Eagle's lead. Provided their own forces incurred minimal losses, this so-called democratic decision was, in reality, a competition of factions. Ultimately, the Bald Eagle, Cherry Blossom Isle, and Kimchi Country would jointly defend the southern front, while the Empire of the Setting Sun and Baichi Wajiji would secure the eastern front. The Bear Nation and Donation would take the western front, with the Asan, South Vietnam, and Goryeo nations assigned to the northern front. Entrusting the southern front to the Bald Eagle and its allies was part of Qian Nation's elder strategy. These three nations were the most concerning, and placing them together was fortuitous. Transporting supplies via the river was convenient, but even the smallest oversight would not escape the watchful eyes of the water police. The Asan Nation expressed dissatisfaction, feeling slighted, while South Vietnam and Goryeo were relatively content. One was aware of its limited power, while the other merely sought to keep pace with the other nations to avoid exclusion. With the battlefield divisions established, the troops from each nation began to methodically exchange zones. A 50,000-ton cruise ship, comparable in size to an aircraft carrier, slowly approached the checkpoint, the gate. Hundreds of water police, equipped with instruments and accompanied by dogs, boarded the vessel. They meticulously cross-referenced cargo manifests while utilizing devices to inspect various sections of the ship. The cargo consisted of military supplies from the Bald Eagle Nation, including firearms of various calibers, artillery shells, tanks, armed helicopters, and 12 fighter jets. 2 waves of water police conducted repeated inspections, and only after confirming the accuracy of the cargo did they open the gates for entry. Other nations also transported their equipment via aircraft and trains. Upon the arrival of the equipment, the first order of business was to distribute weapons. Subsequently, modifications to the camp layout commenced, erecting barriers, deploying scouts for patrols, and fortifying military defenses. Chapter 57. Zombie Research. The blueprint of the Bald Eagle Nation took the lead in constructing fortifications. Engineers utilized rollers and machinery to level the ground before erecting defensive walls. These walls were constructed from modular units that fit together seamlessly, secured with locks. Based on the data gathered concerning zombies, the specifications of the walls were adjusted accordingly. These structures could withstand conventional firearms and, unless subjected to a continuous barrage of 10 rockets targeting the same spot, would not easily be breached. They reached a height of 15 meters, derived from data regarding Tier 2 zombies. The Night Demon is known to leap between 7 to 9 meters in height. The strength and rapid construction of these walls came at a considerable cost, yet when weighed against the compensation paid for each soldier's death, it was deemed a worthwhile investment. Concurrently, the construction of soldier tents, troop transport vehicles, armored vehicles, tank camps, helicopter pads, and fighter jet airfields was underway. Nearby, the Cherry Blossom Isle and Kimchi Country were also busy erecting their camps, employing a combination of barbed wire and wooden stakes for defense. The latter went a step further by adding spiked barricades. All three zones were heavily laced with landmines, the details of which were known only to high-ranking officers of their respective nations. In the outer perimeter, the engineers were working tirelessly, digging trenches for the first and second lines of defense, creating cross-shaped and zigzagging trenches, and even constructing air raid shelters. It was no secret that zombies could utilize firearms. And given their previous victories over 2 brigade-level forces from Qian Nation, it was prudent to estimate their capabilities conservatively. The Empire of the Setting Sun and Baichi Wajiji, being landlocked, faced challenges in transporting equipment. Qian Nation understood their predicament and offered to recruit local laborers to assist with transport and construction. Of course, compensation was provided. Under such circumstances, the two nations had no choice but to acquiesce. They were paid daily wages based on domestic labor rates, leading to a reputation as generous employers, with an influx of applicants making it difficult for local factories to recruit workers. Factory owners in Qian Nation raised concerns about inflation and the unsustainable high wages, leading to complaints to local authorities. However, the officials dismissed these grievances with a nonchalant remark about the greater good. The Asan Nation required no assistance, capable of transporting any equipment via motorcycle. South Vietnam lacked even decent equipment, with armored vehicles and rocket launchers representing their meager arsenal, merely seeking to maintain a low profile. Goryeo, on the other hand, would have transported nuclear weapons had Qian Nation permitted it. The Bear Nation, receiving support from Qian Nation, could procure supplies at more favorable rates. As for the nation, historical reasons meant that other nations remained vigilant in monitoring its activities. Besides light and heavy firearms, restrictions on tanks and artillery were even stricter than those imposed on several other nations. On the surface, all nations were focused on fortifying their defenses, projecting a united front against the zombie threat, which was common knowledge. However, behind the scenes, numerous research institutes and laboratories were quietly completed. Equipment and devices previously only heard of by name were delivered and installed without cost. A gathering of biologists, virology experts, and specialists in sociology and genetics convened. Among them were prominent figures, some well-known within their fields yet obscure in the public eye. Others were frequent contributors to prestigious academic journals, authors of various professional texts, and recipients of esteemed awards. Logically speaking, such individuals, except for military personnel, should not have been granted access in this manner. However, the nation of Qian recognized that the 10 nations were not here for charitable purposes. In the makeshift research facility of the White-Headed Eagle, a zombie was secured to an operating table, its limbs tightly bound. Various instruments were connected to it, and assistants tirelessly recorded data. Incredible! Oh God, such a creature exists in this world, exclaimed the blue-haired, brown-eyed expert, his words flowing forth in a torrent of astonishment. After patiently listening to him, a military officer inquired, "Is the plan feasible?" The plan he spoke of was devised by the capital magnates of the White-Headed Eagle Nation, known as the Life Continuation Project or the Divine Blueprint. The expert hesitated to deny it, but the zombies' behavior, which upended established academic theories, lingered in his mind. If they could decipher the mechanics of the zombie virus and resolve the issue of controlled cognition post-infection, it might indeed be possible. Possible. Just the prospect of possibility is enough. The officer mused that news of this would surely leave the magnates back home restless with excitement. "Sir, what else do you require?" "Firstly, more experimental subjects." The officer nodded. Capturing zombies was not a challenge in this region, where everything was in abundance except for this particular commodity. "And what else?" "Next, we require laboratory animals such as mice, cats, dogs, cows, and sheep for experimentation. Finally what? The number of animal subjects needed is substantial, which poses a bit of a challenge, but it is manageable. Ultimately, we will need humans. In Hanyang County, Jiang Lin had recently resided in five-star hotels, slept in the governor's mansion, savored the finest cherry blossom steak, and sipped 30-year-old Lafite red wine. Meanwhile, his zombie army underwent a relentless transformation. Countless individuals were escorted into rooms, emerging as the exceedingly rare crawlers. The efficiency of an automated slaughterhouse paled in comparison. Essentially, survivor groups of 10 or more had been nearly eradicated. The remaining individuals trembled in the shadows, uncertain of when they too might meet the same fate. To them, the conference halls and gyms had morphed into voracious lairs. Thousands upon thousands entered, never to be heard from again. Jiang Lin's consciousness swirled, surrounded by a multitude of luminous points akin to stars. The larger points represented night demons, while those closer to candlelight were crawlers. After a long while, he awoke from this mental realm. 29,871 night demons and 2,560 crawlers. These were the advanced zombies currently near him. The rest were either hunting in other counties or lurking in nearby towns. The number was somewhat fewer than he had anticipated, and it became clear why. Aside from a few survivors hiding in the city's nooks and crannies, there were also quite a number who had managed to escape. Though mosquitoes may be small, they still represent a meal. He dispatched another 5,000 night demons and 500 crawlers to scour the towns. Smaller villages had populations of only 1,000, while larger towns could approach 100,000. Many had fled, and numerous others were trapped in the mountains, cut off from information. Such remote towns had only a muddy path leading in and out. Without a sweeping search by the zombie army, they would remain undetected. The international community was abuzz with news of joint operations and troop deployments. Jiang Lin was, of course, aware. Dismissing the situation was one thing, but when attention was finally drawn, it became overwhelmingly daunting. The enemy had escalated from 3 brigades of fewer than 10,000 to over 100,000. And as long as Qian allowed, they could call upon even greater resources at any moment. The crawlers had lost their edge as surprise troops. Yet Jiang Lin relied not solely on crawlers. He had other cards to play. Chapter 58. The Armory activates. Zombies have industrial dreams on the human side. They wielded rifles and cannons, especially after the defeat of 2 brigades in Qinghe County. Luring them into the city to exploit the terrain would be a formidable task. Not to mention the seemingly endless barbed wire defenses stretching 100 meters. Should the zombie army engage in a frontal assault, each breach of the wire would subject them to a hail of gunfire. Even 100 meters down, countless zombies would be insufficient. Only a fool would charge into battle like cannon fodder. The weapons and equipment seized from humans were sufficient for Jiang Lin to arm 2,000 zombies. Some lightly damaged armored vehicles and tanks could also be utilized. However, such equipment was merely a ticket to death compared to the human forces, especially when ammunition ran out. This was when the significance of possessing an armory became evident. The Sansaku Armory housed dozens of production lines capable of manufacturing common firearms, machine guns, and rocket launchers. Within its storerooms lay a substantial cache of equipment initially intended for military distribution. Upon first seeing it, Jiang Lin joyfully downed 3 large bowls of red beverage. 5,000 new rifles gleamed on the racks, polished to perfection with tung oil. On other racks stood 200 machine guns, 800 assault rifles, 100 rocket launchers, and 10 precious sniper rifles, which required considerable time to produce. Countless boxes filled with golden ammunition filled nearly half the warehouse. This was the limit. Tanks and aircraft were beyond the capabilities of this armory. 150 employees gathered in the open space within the armory. As curiosity stirred among them regarding what these creatures were up to this time. A crawler, impeccably dressed, stepped forward. "Greetings, everyone. My God, what in the world?" The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, confirming they had not misheard. Jiang Lin continued, "Those who wish to survive, step to the left." With a clamor, the crowd surged to the left, displaying more eagerness than during a leader's address. After all, while a leader might merely hold a grudge, a zombie would actually devour them. "I need you to operate the machinery at the fastest pace possible. Weapons and ammunition are required. More is better." Seeing no response, Jiang Lin felt irked. Had he been too lenient? Did they not fear him? "Who is in charge here?" "Reporting, sir." A medium-built worker trembled as he raised his hand. The director in charge has perished. Jiang Lin recalled that when the zombies first occupied this place, they had eliminated the soldiers but spared the workers. Wait, there was one, a shifty-eyed man whom he had taken an immediate disliking to. That individual had attempted to sneak away and was made an example of to deter the others. Ahem. If there is no one in charge, then select someone immediately. I give you 1 minute. The crowd buzzed with chatter, each person deferring to the others, clearly believing that dealing with a zombie was no enviable task. After all, a talking zombie was still a zombie. Who knew when it might take offense and devour them? As the minute elapsed, an elderly man with graying hair and glasses was pushed forward. What is your name? Leader. Just call me Xiao Huang. Leader. Ha! Once a worker, now a leader as a zombie. Xiao Huang, I appoint you as the chief in charge. You may also appoint 3 group leaders. All my tasks will be entrusted to you. Any issues that arise will be directed to you. Xiao Huang felt a pang of despair. Realizing he had been chosen, he understood he lacked authority over seasoned veterans. If someone refuses to follow your orders, inform me. Do you see those night demons over there? Jiang Lin pointed to several night demons, who were poised. Mouths agape, as if ready to pounce. Understood. I will ensure the tasks are completed. With Xiao Huang's role established, production was immediately set in motion. Tio Him, who led the operation, was inconsequential. What mattered was swiftly restoring production. With the power turned on, indicator lights flickered to life, and machines, punch presses, lathes, CNC equipment, and loading machines, roared to life. The workers, familiar with their roles, returned to their stations, and despite the lack of wages, each labored with newfound vigor. Satisfied that everything was on track, Jiang Lin nodded approvingly. Each gun, each bullet produced here would become a pivotal factor in the unfolding conflict. Soon, a visibly anxious Xiao Huang approached Jiang Lin. Are you referring to meals? He had overlooked the fact that the zombie army did not require sustenance and could autonomously enter a state of dormancy. Being the core entity, Jiang Lin found himself in a city where the elite had fled, leaving behind a trove of exquisite ingredients and fine wines sufficient for his needs. However, the workers were human, necessitating food and other basic needs. Previously, a dedicated team would periodically deliver provisions, with chefs preparing meals in the external cafeteria. Now, with the chefs vanished and no one to fetch supplies, how would 150 individuals manage meals? He promptly dispatched the zombie army to scour supermarkets, shops, markets, and even residential homes. Aside from spoiled meats and vegetables, many edibles remained, such as snacks, instant noodles, chocolates, biscuits, self-heating meals, and canned goods, all capable of long-term preservation. There was also bottled water, and tap water remained functional in slaughterhouses with backup power. Cold storage held dozens of tons of meat still fit for consumption. Zombies accompanied by a few employees returned with truckloads of food, easing the workers' worries and boosting their morale. During this process, they also captured a dozen survivors. Jiang Lin brought them back, as there was no shortage of food, and their assistance would enhance the workers' efficiency. At this point, he realized that news of the armory's reactivation must remain confidential. Thus, the zombie horde spread outward, capturing any humans they encountered to assist with menial tasks. While those who fled were eliminated, leaving no survivors, as these survivors believed their demise was imminent, they were instead informed that diligent labor would ensure their sustenance, complemented by the protection of zombies. Overwhelmed with joy, they wept tears of relief. Outside, they toiled daily for their meager meals, constantly beset by the threat of zombies and the need to remain vigilant against other humans, enduring great hardship. Now, they gazed upon the zombies, who, surprisingly, appeared somewhat refined. To better manage this group, Jiang Lin appointed 2 individuals as supervisors. Although technically lacking authority compared to Xiao Huang, they mutually oversaw the movement and daily lives of the personnel. In the southern region of Fengzhou's border, several survivors, burdened with various packs, pressed onward towards their destination. The military of Qiangua had not proactively informed them of any camps available for the accommodation of survivors. Moreover, some were aware that life in the shelters was far from easy, resolutely determined to venture beyond the borders. These individuals were among those unaware that they were being watched. 5 men, clad in local attire, yet with features revealing they were not from Qiangua, soon spotted 3 lambs. Sharing a glance, they moved into action with practiced precision. Chapter 59. Living Experiments, A Descent into Madness. The 5 foreigners were promptly recognized by 3 of the survivors. When firearms were drawn, the survivors initially harbored doubts. After all, this was Qiangua, Where could these foreigners possibly have acquired guns? It was not until a bullet struck the ground beside one of them, sending up a cloud of dust, that they reluctantly raised their hands in surrender. "Don't be afraid, countrymen. Come with us." With their hands bound behind their backs and black hoods placed over their heads, they were ushered into a vehicle. The car drove straight to the White Eagle camp, where their identities were verified before continuing into a secluded area. The 3 survivors were led into a room and then down into an underground facility. A group of individuals clad in white protective suits moved about busily. "John, where's the data I requested?" "Hurry, Davis, we're short on blood samples." Additionally, inform the military to send over another cow and a pig. Only then were the 3 allowed to remove their hoods, revealing a scene that filled them with an inexplicable dread. A person in charge approached, scrutinizing them closely, even pinching their muscles and examining their teeth, an action that sent shivers down their spines. "Oh, welcome to our charming little mice. No, I mean, guests." The 2 were taken away, while one was placed onto an operating table. "No, I refuse. You devils, you wretched scoundrels." 2 assistants, one on either side, restrained him, forcibly securing him to the table with rubber straps. A sharp needle glinted under the lights, and the man struggled desperately, the veins in his neck bulging. As the assistant pressed the plunger, the liquid within the syringe slowly entered his body, and he began to lose consciousness. In his hazy state, he heard them mention drawing some blood and taking a portion of skin for immune experiments. In truth, they were not the first unfortunate souls. Long before them, others had either been captured or had let down their guard upon encountering members of the White Eagle faction. Voluntarily drawing closer in the pursuit of understanding the zombie virus, animal testing was inevitable. Yet, what could be more suitable than humans? After all, thus far, the zombie virus seemed to infect only humans, while posing no threat to animals, which exhibited no difference from rabies. This conundrum left experts scratching their heads. It simply defied scientific understanding. Based on their observations, the virus's properties did not align at all. Could it be that the zombie virus possessed its own consciousness, controlling who to infect and who to spare? In 10 nations, extensive construction projects were underway on their own territory, yet Qianghua was far too complacent to overlook such activities. Even the typically affable Mao Xianghua did not escape scrutiny. Dai Hongyi led a team responsible for monitoring the actions of the White Eagle Nation. On Sakura Island and in Kimchi Country, 2 additional teams kept watch. He discovered numerous soldier movements, all seemingly part of regular military operations, and harbored no suspicions until survivors began to vanish without a trace. He had encountered more than one survivor bound for the White Eagle camp, advising them that ahead lay a foreign military encampment, warning them of the dangers posed by Qianghua's army. Where had those people gone? Even if they had not been intercepted by the military, they could not have crossed the Great River. After much contemplation, he resolved to investigate personally. Upon doing so, he uncovered troubling evidence. 3 survivors had been taken away in a vehicle to the White Eagle camp. The White Eagle Nation had not summoned laborers from outside. All military arrangements had been executed by soldiers. Ordinary survivors could not have gleaned their secrets, let alone warrant capture. A sinister thought crossed his mind. The White Eagle had also captured numerous zombies. What connection existed between the live capture of zombies and survivors? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Shi Lang was known for his penchant for capturing live zombies for research. He had once led a team to capture a night demon. Human experimentation? Dai Hongyi was not entirely certain, but his suspicion was now at a staggering 99%. The White Eagle camp was not a place he could infiltrate easily. After careful consideration, he instructed his subordinates to continue monitoring while he contacted the satellite phone to report his discoveries and hypotheses. On the other end, there was a moment of silence, indicating serious consideration, followed by a directive to maintain surveillance. This is happening within our own country, with our own people being taken for experimentation. Why does it feel like no one is taking this seriously? At the highest strategic department of Qianghua, discussions ensued among the senior military officers, alongside 2 or more elders who served long-term. Upon receiving news from the White Eagle, deliberations commenced. A relatively young officer in his 50s slammed his hand down forcefully. "Damn it, this is outrageous. This is Qianghua, not some place for insignificant scoundrels in my opinion. We shouldn't continue investigating. We should simply send people to demand the return of our citizens." The 4th elder felt a headache coming on. He had once been equally impetuous in his youth. What if they refuse to comply? If they refuse, I'll lead my troops to annihilate them. He did not underestimate the soldiers of the White Eagle. He genuinely believed he had the capability. Engaging 10,000 foreign troops in battle, with limited supplies and communication vulnerable to their control, would severely restrict their real firepower. Their actual combat effectiveness was not as formidable as it appeared. Several officers were stirred into a fervor, yet their age had imparted wisdom, teaching them to seek stability in all matters. It was easy to destroy them, but what then? Would they enter into a full-scale war with the White Eagle Nation? What about Sakura Island and Kimchi Country? Would they join the fray as well? The young officer yearned to declare an all-out attack, yet ultimately faltered under the weight of the Fourth Elder's gaze. They were not merely soldiers, they were the highest decision-makers of a nation. Each decision bore the weight of countless lives, especially in the current dire situation. A state had fallen. How many states did Qiangua possess? With a few more instances like this, there would be no need for enemy nations to act. They could simply await their own demise. In conclusion, the overarching concern prevailed that, of course, measures would not be entirely neglected. Orders were sent to frontline troops to intensify searches for survivors, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching foreign territories. Every individual working for foreign nations must be accounted for, alive or dead. While such measures could not entirely prevent similar incidents, they aimed to mitigate them. When Dai Hongyi received the orders, disbelief washed over him, planting a seed of doubt within his mind. The arms factory operated ceaselessly, with workers rotating shifts, utterly exhausted, so they began to instruct the captured survivors in basic tasks. Some labor-intensive, low-skill, and repetitive work could be delegated to them. The shooting range. 10 creepers practiced with specially designed oversized caliber sniper rifles. The barrels measured a staggering 20 millimeters, and the ammunition matched, rendering the term sniper cannon entirely appropriate. Besides the creeper's remarkable physical prowess, a normal person would likely sustain injury from a single shot, with bullets spiraling off target. Scoring 6 hits out of 10 was considered commendable. Although creepers could learn to some extent, their learning rate was slow, with an intelligence level akin to that of a 5-year-old child. Jiang Lin was pleasantly surprised by Zhao Li. While other creepers managed to hit 6 out of 10 at a distance of 500 meters, Zhao Li achieved 9 out of 10. At 800 meters, he maintained a 50% hit rate. In executing other commands, he displayed considerably greater intelligence than his counterparts, akin to a brilliant strategist. Improvements were noted in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Xiao Huang, bring over the equipment. Yes. Xiao Huang scurried off, arranging for someone to deliver the items on a forklift. Chapter 60. Zombie Special Forces. Qiangua's secret experiments. The group struggled to operate the machinery, transferring the equipment to the ground. What several individuals could barely lift was effortlessly donned by the creepers. A set of vintage-style plate armor had been tailored to fit the creeper's physique. The grotesque, muscular creatures, clad in silver-white plate armor, presented a rather incongruous sight. This armor comprised chest plates, leg guards, arm guards, and helmets, with the chest piece enveloping the back and slipping over the head. The arm guards primarily protected the upper arms, while the leg guards shielded the thighs. The helmet provided comprehensive coverage, leaving only the eyes, mouth, and ears exposed. The frontal protection of the armor alone measured an impressive 3 centimeters. Under Jiang Lin's command, one of the creepers began to leap, run, pivot, and attack within the shooting range. In summary, while agility was somewhat affected, they remained significantly more nimble than humans, able to endure. However, speed proved to be a major drawback. Their original 5-second 100-meter dash had stretched to 10 seconds, rendering them not even faster than a night demon. Jiang Lin could overlook these shortcomings, as he intended to utilize them primarily for charging into battle. Bring me a gun. Remember, we need various types of firearms, ammunition, and rocket launchers. On the field, the armored creeper stood firm as Jiang Lin's possessed creeper unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Sparks flew, and bullets rained down. When the smoke cleared, the creeper emerged unscathed, save for a bullet wound in its arm. A 5mm pistol round and a 7mm rifle bullet posed no threat, merely embedding themselves a few millimeters deep. However, a 12mm rifle bullet could penetrate 10 millimeters. Yet, very few soldiers could handle such caliber rifles effectively. It was no surprise that they could not withstand sniper fire, especially given the targets they were up against. In fact, from the very beginning, Jiang Lin had employed this tactic. He had previously instructed ordinary zombies to carry steel plates while armed zombies followed behind, mirroring the tactic of infantry-tank collaboration. However, the tanks were a tad too fragile. Later, a regiment was annihilated in Qinghe County, yielding dozens of tanks, of which 21 remained operational. However, should they falter, there would be no technicians available for repairs. Thus, the birth of the Crawler's tank came to fruition. By this standard, let's proceed to manufacture 500 more. Indeed, I will immediately arrange for this task. The more Xiao Huang contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. 500 sets of such armor, who were they to be deployed against? It was self-evident. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene and had no desire to do so. Having witnessed the utter defeat of the troops and narrowly escaped death himself, his sole ambition now was to diligently serve Jiang Lin and strive for a longer, better life. Nations had delineated defensive zones, intending to eradicate the zombies. Learning from past experiences, luring them into the urban areas had proven exceedingly difficult. It was not solely the case that only they could construct fortifications. You expect me to venture out and engage you on the plains? Dream on. If you possess the capability, then use nuclear weapons to cleanse the land. This is the heart of Qian country, where it is conservatively estimated that several 100,000 souls still survive. Simple tools such as engineer shovels, hammers, and chisels could easily be produced by merely adjusting a machine tool. Aside from a couple of roads, the zombies had rendered the thoroughfares impassable, with craters scattered everywhere, making it arduous for armored vehicles and tanks to navigate. Trenches had also taken shape at that time. The military forces of various nations would come to understand the horror of facing troops capable of sustaining 100% casualties. Naturally, the buildings flanking the roads could not be overlooked, serving as natural garrison points. The number of zombies at each garrison was not substantial, yet humanity would have to obliterate each building to crush the zombies within. Shockwaves, aftershocks, sound waves, and radiation would be utterly ineffective. Could humanity truly be so callous? The sheer number of structures within a county was staggering. To demolish them all with explosives would cost hundreds of billions, if not trillions, in military expenditures. Such an endeavor could cripple a small nation and plunge a medium-sized nation into economic turmoil. Yet, there remained risks, hence the presence of ordinary zombies within the buildings. Utilized to draw fire, night demons and crawlers lurked in the trenches, subways, and sewers. Large numbers of zombies were engaged in construction outside the city, unable to escape the watchful eyes of satellites overhead. High-ranking officials from various nations were left speechless. Had the zombies become sentient, employing such tactics? How were they to combat this? Did you not know? Had you not reviewed the intelligence? There exists information regarding these monsters wielding weapons. Yes, they are indeed monsters, man-eating fiends. They should not be charging at us with claws raised, only to be vanquished. Who informed you of this? Such portrayals are merely dramatizations in films. Subsequently, these inquiries were thrust upon the officers, who simultaneously cursed the politicians for their shamelessness while devising strategies. If clarity eluded them, they would pass the problem to Qian country. There was little choice. While they had ideas, they were prohibited from utilizing those weapons. In a secret base somewhere in Qian country, the surface merely resembled an ordinary wholesale supermarket, concealing vast secrets beneath. A seemingly mundane van approached, and several individuals clad in black hoods and headphones, silent as shadows, were ushered inside. The store owner pressed a hidden mechanism, revealing an underground entrance. The surrounding single-story buildings were patrolled by vigilant plainclothes officers. Within the base, numerous prisoners, along with zombies, were held captive. The zombies, under control, infected one prisoner after another, ultimately confining them within narrow, sealed cages. One individual displayed a look of pity, while another offered solace. These are heinous death row inmates, if they can contribute to the nation before their demise. It is worthwhile that I understand, but is this method not too cruel? How many homeless individuals have perished due to the zombie outbreak? Are they not deserving of compassion? Only by unraveling the secrets behind the virus can we save more lives. Over a dozen zombies were forcibly crammed into a cage, back to back, faces pressed together. A soldier threw a bucket of human blood onto several zombies, inciting the others to lose control and begin tearing them apart. Would this succeed? This was a theory proposed by researcher Shi Lang, backed by solid data and knowledge. Finally, after devouring the remaining zombies, a night demon was born. It was a success. Several individuals embraced in exhilaration. The night demon strained against the cage bars, which were specially crafted to a 2-centimeter diameter. Bending only slightly, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Quickly, inform Mr. Schur and the higher-ups. The zombies continued to dig and pile earth. Remaining outside the city, nations could not merely stand by, for Qin country had not invited them for leisure. Additionally, the rapid evolution and mutation of the zombies had instilled a sense of threat in some. The grand offensive was approaching swiftly. Testing the waters had proven unproblematic. But who would go to probe? A show of hands revealed that the other nations were unwilling. Who was unaware of the White Eagle and his 2 offspring? Ultimately, several aging dignitaries from within the White Eagle's domain could no longer wait. Sakura Island was put forward for the mission, both to ascertain the zombies' true nature and to gauge Sakura Island's current strength, 2 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, the other nations unanimously agreed. Chapter 61. The Advance of Little Sakura. Hurry, mobilize Baka. A cadre of Sakura officers urged their soldiers into action. The close-range assaults of the zombies were terrifying. Engaging in combat at a distance was the safest approach. 50 lightly armored tanks formed a line of advance, with infantry following behind. Soldiers donned steel helmets and pig ear caps, crouching as they advanced. Upon reaching the city's outskirts, their mobility became severely restricted. The roads wide enough for tank passage had been largely destroyed, littered with heaps of concrete blocks and wrecked vehicles. To proceed, they had to clear the debris. A squad of soldiers brandished steel shields, cautiously approaching to begin removing obstacles. Gunfire erupted simultaneously from several locations, the clanging of metal ringing out continuously. Small dents appeared on the iron shields. While transporting materials, they also had to withstand the impact. They were not zombies, after all. Before long, a soldier could no longer bear it, collapsing to the ground, riddled with bullets. The frontline commander immediately ordered a retreat. A dozen soldiers had only cleared 5 meters of road, resulting in 7 fatalities. At this rate, how many thousands would perish upon confronting the zombies? Notify the artillery unit to bombard the recently identified fire points. Following the artillery strikes, the zombies at several fire points fell silent. Subsequently, the Sakura soldiers advanced with tanks leading the way, clearing obstacles while pushing forward. Each time they advanced a few meters, zombies would emerge from various ruins and corners to open fire. Soldiers would take cover behind the tanks, while artillery shells rained down from the rear. Yet, they could not afford to lower their guard. Soldiers were also tasked with clearing the buildings on either side. Some soldiers operated large thermal imaging devices, far more advanced than those used by individual soldiers, capable of functioning through thick concrete walls. Numerous unidentified heat sources appeared on the screen. Wherever artillery could strike, it would, while snipers and machine gunners dealt with targets they could not reach. Thus, after suffering over 30 casualties, they successfully eliminated more than 200 zombies and advanced over 100 meters. Meanwhile, military officials from various nations were promptly informed. The sun never sets on the Empire's military camp. This shouldn't be. Are the zombies so weak? What allowed Qin country to suffer such significant losses? A mid-level officer chuckled in response. Perhaps Qin country appears formidable, yet is merely a paper tiger? Have you not witnessed their military exercises? That kind of momentum is not something anyone can rival, but exercises are merely exercises. They do not equate to actual combat. The White Eagle's camp. The quality of the Sakura soldiers is quite decent. Though their tanks are subpar, without our approval, they would not dare to produce the most advanced models. The two shared a knowing smile. They believed that with Sakura's strength, they could manufacture tanks of at least second-tier quality. Yet, just as they had only the self-defense forces, Baba would not permit it. The Kimchi nation, feeling sour, remarked that had the little dwarf been in charge, he would have been the one to bask in glory. Now overshadowed by the grand Kimchi nation, nations silently lowered their perceptions of the zombies' strength, but still resolved to observe further. The advance of the Sakura soldiers was not without obstacles. Trenches lay before them. The trenches were piled high with sandbags, dirt, and iron debris, making it unavoidable for soldiers to engage in face-to-face exchanges. Trading lives for lives? Don't be ridiculous. An entire Fengzhou was lost, with over 10 million people. Who could say how many zombies remained? They could only rely on tanks, hoping that the zombies had not threatened their heavy weaponry. Clang, clang, bullets struck the front armor of the tanks, sending up countless sparks. Yet, it proved futile, aside from leaving a few scratches. These tanks were still tanks. Do not underestimate their worth. The tanks approached the edge of the trench, while soldiers cleared the debris. Utilizing their firepower to dispatch zombies, they then employed the same method to approach the next trench. 20 tanks proceeded as if in an uninhabited realm. Soldiers at the rear cleared zombies from the corridors, seizing each high ground. They crushed through over a dozen trenches, and the last of the tanks entered the trench area. Suddenly, an abnormality occurred. Zombies charged madly toward the tanks. The gunner instinctively sensed something was amiss and adjusted the cannon's aim. The zombies sprinted from the trench, coming within mere meters of the tanks. Their speed formidable, as they closed in. One zombie pressed an explosive pack against a tank's tread. Boom! Parts flew everywhere, and 2 nearby soldiers were blasted. Their helmets sent flying. 4 tanks were destroyed in succession, prompting the observing commander to immediately order a bombardment. A dense barrage of mortars rained down, leveling the trench area. The commander felt a pang of regret, for tanks represented nearly 10% of their forces. For Sakura country, this was insignificant, but he bore the consequences of this loss. Losing 4 tanks after advancing only a few hundred meters was unacceptable. The soldiers adapted their strategy, halting the tanks 20 meters from the trench, using firepower to clear the surrounding threats. The soldiers initially hurled several grenades into the trench before advancing, and upon encountering a suspicious object, they promptly unleashed a volley of gunfire. Thus, they pushed forward another 200 meters. With the mortar positions following suit, it was nearly enough. Enduring relentless attacks was not Jiang Lin's style. He had hoped to entice the Sakura soldiers deeper into the fray, but alas, having received prior intelligence, they were decidedly more cautious. With each advance, they meticulously cleared the surroundings, securing firing points. Whoosh! Several rockets struck a tank, the narrow path leaving it with no means of escape. While the tank's machine gun was silenced without inflicting lethal damage, it nonetheless halted the soldiers' progress. They immediately sought cover, taking up positions to fire prone, as the mortars unleashed their devastating barrage once again. The aftermath of the bombardment was astonishing. How could it be? Were the shells incapable of annihilating? Aerial observation revealed the difference. The previous trench was orderly and linear, while the current one resembled undulating waves. In each wave lay but a solitary zombie. When the shells successfully struck, the shockwave and shrapnel obliterated the first zombie, yet the remnants were mitigated as they traversed the waves. Experienced officers from various nations quickly discerned the tactics at play. This strategy was effective only against zombies. The construction of the wave-like trench was several times more labor-intensive than its linear counterpart, and zombies, by their very nature, were the most diligent of workers, toiling without complaint. The diminished shockwave still posed a significant threat to humans. The brief surge in temperature could scorch eyes and skin, while the sonic blast could rupture eardrums and disrupt nerves. For zombies, the residual shockwaves were not fatal, and the instant heat that seared their outer skin likewise had no lasting effect. The wave-shaped trench was a mere trifle for human soldiers, far less advantageous than a cross-shaped trench. The trick had been unveiled, but how to break the deadlock? If the tanks moved too close, they risked being destroyed by a horde of zombies acting as sacrificial units. A tank devoid of mobility became nothing more than an iron coffin. Let the world witness the indomitable spirit of our great Sakura nation. 200 soldiers donned white cloth strips resembling sanitary napkins, armed with submachine guns and light machine guns, each carrying 5 grenades, assembled. Chapter 62. Kamikaze Warriors, Flamethrowers, Fellow Warriors. For the glory of the samurai spirit, charge! This was the Sakura Kamikaze Squad. Those selected were undoubtedly the elite of the military. Perhaps their individual combat skills were not the strongest, yet their fighting spirit was unparalleled. 200 men charged forth, tossing a grenade into the trench before leaping in to confront the enemy head-on. Indeed, their momentum was remarkable, allowing them to conquer 50 meters in swift succession. The morale of the remaining soldiers surged. Hastening their advance, the Kamikaze Squad left the main force behind, outpacing the tanks. Consequently, the zombies ceased their focus on other soldiers, turning their attention solely towards the Kamikaze Squad. One squad member, having just dispatched a zombie with a well-aimed shot, faced another that lunged at him. It fired wildly, indifferent to accuracy. After expending a full magazine, it resorted to clawing. The reality proved that no matter how unyielding one's spirit, it could not alter the harshness of material existence. Once engaged at close quarters, The kamikaze squad was not much stronger than ordinary soldiers. With rallying cries on their lips and the chaotic din of gunfire ringing in their ears, their adrenaline surged. Momentarily banishing fear as they clashed with the zombies, one member thrust a bayonet into a zombie, only to be immediately confronted by another. Die! He kicked the zombie away with his left foot, poised to strike, when a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his cheek. In the next moment, he was engulfed by the horde. Hundreds of zombies engaged the kamikaze warriors in brutal close combat, while artillery fire from afar came to a halt. The officers behind them cheered them on. The samurai of the great Sakura Empire were invincible, even against such monsters. Within a minute of fighting, over 40 members had either been torn apart or turned into zombies themselves. Attacking their own comrades. Quick, support them. Do not let the warriors fight alone. The remaining soldiers, 10 meters away, aimed carefully at the zombies embroiled in the melee. They had to be cautious not to harm their allies. Targeting the zombies' heads and legs, no amount of motivational fervor could alter their mortal flesh. As comrades fell around them, the zombies continued to swarm, silent and relentless. For every soldier lost, morale plummeted by 3 points, while the zombies, devoid of sound, simply replaced their fallen with another. Gradually, doubt began to seep into their minds. Could humanity truly conquer such monsters? A feudal army could withstand a 30% casualty rate and still be deemed elite. A modernized force, conditioned by ideological indoctrination, would consider a 60% casualty rate remarkable. The kamikaze squad, having suffered nearly 100 fatalities, began to falter, retreating in small groups. Baga? Useless. All of you are worthless. The commander seethed, wishing to execute the retreating kamikaze members on the spot. But he could not do so. Compared to other soldiers, the kamikaze warriors had displayed considerable courage. Surviving in close combat against the monsters until now was no small feat. As the kamikaze members withdrew, the zombie horde surged forward, but a barrage of concentrated mortar fire scattered the pursuing zombies, while a few were dispatched by scattered infantry fire. The rear command center of Sakura Island. What? The casualties are that high? Hamakudai exclaimed in disbelief. As the war progressed, they had advanced 800 meters into the urban area, achieving significant results, having slain countless zombies. Yet the losses were staggering. Initial estimates indicated 700 dead, over 200 injured to varying degrees, with more than 70 gravely wounded and rendered combat ineffective. It could be said that for every meter gained, one soldier was lost. He paced back and forth, resolutely declaring, this cannot continue. How many soldiers had he brought from the homeland? 10,000. It sounded substantial, but after accounting for logistics, technical personnel, and support roles, the frontline soldiers numbered below 9,000. A 10% combat attrition rate was alarming. If they continued this way, losses would escalate. Even if they achieved victory, he would not be spared from scrutiny back home. The Sakura soldiers halted their advance. Seeking shelter to fortify their positions, Jiang Lin found himself perplexed. Had they discerned his intentions? He had remained concealed within the urban area. A calculated ploy. It was humanity that was eager to eradicate the zombies, while he preferred to buy some time. What was that? Behind the scattered infantry lines, a platoon of uniquely equipped soldiers advanced slowly. They wore masks and thick, flame-resistant coats. Their firearms bore a peculiar design, with enormous bodies and barrels nearly half a meter long, accompanied by large boxes strapped to their backs. What on earth is this? It was Jiang Lin's first encounter with such equipment on the battlefield. His doubts were short-lived. Hiss! A massive fire dragon surged through a trench, causing the zombies within to thrash instinctively at a flamethrower. The fire dragon swept back and forth in the trench, igniting everything it touched. The zombies either beat at the flames engulfing them or charged out of the trench towards the soldiers. The poised soldiers picked them off one by one, the air filled with thick smoke, and an acrid stench permeated the area, nearly causing even the most discerning Sakura soldiers to retch. To their astonishment, humanity had swiftly discovered a method to combat zombies. The flamethrower's effective range extended up to 15 meters, more than sufficient for trench warfare. Furthermore, it inflicted area damage, eliminating the need for precise targeting of heads or joints. As long as a zombie was hit, the residual ignitable fluid would engulf its entire body in flames. After all, zombies were made of flesh and could not escape that fate. Jiang Lin's expression grew grave, for by the same logic, night demons and crawlers were not immune either. Other nations were equally enlightened, realizing they had previously boxed themselves in, applying methods suited for humans against zombies while neglecting certain specialized weapons. The flamethrower, due to its immense psychological and physical toll on soldiers, was typically avoided in modern warfare. But the enemy was zombies. What need was there for humanitarianism? The more brutal the weapon, the better. A mere 3 to 5 flamethrower-wielding soldiers could envelop the entire area ahead in flames. The zombies within the trench were rendered unable to approach, while the tanks and snipers were not to be underestimated. Though the flamethrower was terrifying, Jiang Lin was not without recourse. Thus far, they had only faced ordinary armed zombies. He feared revealing his trump card too early, causing the enemy to hesitate in advancing. A few zombies emerged from the wreckage of a vehicle, immediately ignited by the flames. Yet, unlike before, these zombies charged forward, undeterred by the intense heat, sprinting a dozen meters before. In the eyes of the terrified soldiers, they seized and detonated a fuel tank. Boom! An explosion erupted, a colossal fireball rising, as soldiers whose fire-resistant suits were torn by the flames writhed on the ground. Desperately attempting to extinguish themselves, the night demon, its flesh charred by the inferno, revealed exposed bones. With its defenses and agility severely diminished, it was swiftly gunned down. Withdraw the flamethrower troops of the 50-plus flamethrower soldiers. Only 13 managed to retreat in time behind the tanks. The rest either met their demise in the explosion of fuel tanks or were slain by the night demons. Simultaneously, dozens of soldiers were consumed by the ignited fuel. It was common knowledge among all nations that second-level mutated zombies existed. Yet the smooth progress had caused the commanders to momentarily forget. Surely, they could not halt their offensive simply because the night demons had yet to appear. We cannot continue. Han Makudai, resolute in his conviction, declared that any further action would require the support of the other nations. Meanwhile, discussions on countermeasures commenced among the various nations. Chapter 63. Little Sakura's Grievance. Virus Type 1, an online conference involving senior military officers from 11 nations convened. Figures clad in military uniforms appeared one after another, with the Kimchi commander taking the lead in the confrontation. Hanma Kudai, are you retreating in the face of battle? Is this what you call the spirit of the samurai? You, stick. This is not your place to speak. If you have the capability, come forth. My warriors have already sacrificed 1,700 lives. He wore a fierce expression, as if he were prepared to engage in a duel with the adversary right there and then. Originally smirking, Jin Jingyi now wore a countenance akin to having consumed excrement. Faced with Kudai's provocation, he dared not respond. Would the Kimchi army replace the offensive? He knew all too well the capabilities of his subordinates. Their equipment, tactical skills, and spirit paled in comparison to those of Sakura. He gritted his teeth, refusing to fall for the bait. The commander of the empire on which the sun never sets skillfully navigated the situation. The courage of the Sakura soldiers is commendable. Despite significant losses that severely impacted morale, a period of rest was warranted. Comforting words flowed freely, as if they were without cost, while the notion of a ceasefire, to be managed by other nations, was scarcely mentioned. As the officers engaged in their discussions, it was evident that Hanshan Yamada was not oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. However, this time, he was resolute in enduring the pressure. You must engage in battle. Why should we be the only ones to fight? He asserted, feeling the weight of injustice. The officers began to express their opinions regarding the intelligence of the undead, particularly the mutated zombies. These aberrations were akin to extraterrestrial warriors from a science fiction film. Extraterrestrial warriors. What does that make us? Mere natives of Water Blue Star. It was rightly pointed out that these creatures, though resilient and swift, could not possibly compare to human intellect. But how do we explain their ability to wield firearms? One officer countered. Even trained monkeys from a zoo can operate guns. Does that mean they are our equals? Clearing his throat, Commander Li Ligua of the Qian nation felt compelled to interject as the conversation veered further off course. Gentlemen, we must not let our guard down. From what I understand, the zombies' feeble intelligence is not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lies in their astonishing rate of evolution. Since the outbreak, they have transformed from mere beasts that devour humans to entities capable of wielding firearms. Upon reaching the Beijiang district, they exhibited the emergence of second-tier zombies, such as those that recently overwhelmed our flamethrower units. He cast a glance at Hanshan Yamada, who appeared visibly distressed, having just mocked the inadequacy of the Qin nation, only to be confronted by the Night Demon. When the 3rd Brigade launched their assault, we were faced with the emergence of third-tier zombies. The existence of third-tier zombies was only briefly mentioned in intelligence reports from various nations, which attributed the failures of the Qin military to their presence. However, the specifics of their strength, numbers, and mutation processes remain shrouded in mystery. T.O. put it plainly, second-tier zombies, in terms of physical prowess, surpassed 99% of humanity, excelling in strength, speed, resilience, and reflexes. The seasoned commanders understood the implications of this fact. In a confrontation between two soldiers, a mere 10% difference in strength, coupled with a 0.1 second advantage in reaction time, could create an insurmountable chasm. Typically, Special Forces soldiers excel in specific areas over ordinary soldiers, be it marksmanship or close-quarters combat. Replacing second-tier zombies with human soldiers would yield the return of a military elite. Yet, this was merely the second tier, with the threat of the third tier looming above. So, are we to assume that they are unbeatable? Questioned the commander from the Bear Nation, expressing skepticism. How much stronger can second-tier zombies be compared to bears? If they cannot be killed by bullets, then perhaps it is merely a case of Sakura soldiers succumbing to fear of monsters, resulting in failure. I assure you, bear soldiers would never falter. You? Hanshan Yamada rose in indignation, mindful that he was addressing the Bear Nation, not some easily insulted entity. The meeting concluded on a discordant note. Despite the Sakura's defeat, the zombies had not triumphed by much. The casualties among the undead far exceeded those of the soldiers, and the commanders were reluctant to take decisive actions. Surely, it would be more fruitful to capture zombies or conduct experiments on the displaced refugees. Above a residential building, an armed helicopter circled. A small black object fell. A rubber stick about the thickness of a wrist, a crawler appeared, its tongue snatching it away. Inside an ordinary supermarket, Jiang Lin unscrewed the rubber stick to reveal 2 glass vials cushioned within. The light blue liquid swayed within, emanating a gentle glow. An enchanting sight. Is this virus type 1? It was no wonder he was perplexed. Who could have anticipated that the liquid inside was linked to the zombie virus? He had considered utilizing Sherlang to uncover the path ahead, but did not expect such rapid developments. However, according to Sherlang, this virus was theoretically effective against crawlers, but had yet to be tested in practice. A small note with usage instructions accompanied the vials. Suddenly, a long-awaited system notification chimed. Ding, precondition for 4th-tier zombie detected. Error, error. In the underground passage, Jiang Lin hesitated, pondering whom to administer virus type 1. As he held the 2 vials, both Zhao Li and Ke Yun revealed expressions of desire. After some deliberation, he resolved to use one. The system notification affirmed the correctness of his direction, though there might be flaws, and the likelihood of failure was substantial. As Zhao Li relaxed his muscle control, the serum was slowly injected into his body. A minute later, his skin flushed crimson, and he writhed on the ground. Each evolution of the zombies necessitated an infusion of external energy. The underground facility housed thousands of captives, along with countless ordinary zombies. Zhao Li, like a famished tiger descending the mountain, cast his gaze around. Where neither zombies nor humans could escape his ravenous hunger. In the San Saiku munitions factory, weapons were continuously produced and supplied to the front lines, inflicting heavy casualties on the Sakura soldiers. Jiang Lin reaped the benefits as well. With Zhao Li undergoing transformation, his mood remained buoyant. He promptly announced additional rations. That night, the staff who had just finished their shifts gathered in the cafeteria for a meal. The cooks were survivors with prior cooking experience, a far cry from before, yet surviving in the fallen zone was no small feat today. Each person was allotted a bottle of beer, and though the supply was limited, it lifted spirits and sparked conversations. Some reminisced about long-lost relatives, uncertain of their fate. Lamenting deeply, a young man with a small mustache questioned the whereabouts of the Qin military, wondering if they had abandoned them. Upon hearing this, several individuals subtly distanced themselves from him. They were uncertain if the zombie king was listening, yet the fear of a traitor reporting them loomed large. A bunch of cowards, he thought, though his lips remained sealed. The young man, named Lu Yong, was related to the factory director who had been killed. Before the apocalypse, he had relied on connections to draw a salary without working. Now, he found himself laboring alongside those he had once looked down upon, nurturing resentment. If only I could find a chance to escape, I would lead an army to exterminate all zombies, and those traitorous individuals too. Little did he anticipate that the opportunity would arise so swiftly. Chapter 64. Betrayal. The Zombie King exposed to ensure that no one would betray him. Jiang Lin confiscated all mobile phones, computers, and any communicable or network devices from the staff. These items were piled in a large warehouse, secured with heavy iron locks and thick chains, ensuring minimal risk of breach. Many employees were on their shifts, leaving a few survivors to keep watch. After consuming a couple of bottles of beer, and with no electronic devices at hand, some began to make noise and play cards. With 3 decks in play, not everyone could participate, while others gathered around to watch the spectacle. Pairs, deadweight .2 of a kind, and I explode. What are you doing? We are on the same side. Lu Yang seized the moment while no one was paying attention, quietly slipping away from the cafeteria. He arrived outside the warehouse where the phones and computers were stored. Fearing the zombies might lose control and harm the employees, Jiang Lin had placed a few intelligent zombies outside, leaving the interior devoid of any. Lu Yang eyed the sturdy iron door and stealthily procured a thin wire from a concealed corner. He fashioned a hook at the end of the wire and slipped it through the gap beneath the door. Minutes passed with no success, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. He was acutely aware of the consequences should he be discovered. Hurry up. May the heavens bless me. If I can find a way to betray them and escape, I will surely do good deeds. Suddenly, the wire seemed to snag something. A rush of excitement surged through him as he held his breath and carefully pulled it back. A black mobile phone emerged. He quickly powered it on. Pleasantly surprised to find no password, glancing around, he stuffed the wire back under the door and hurried away. The Qian Nation's official backend received a private message. The staff initially assumed it was another complaint about unpaid wages and considered ignoring it. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was no ordinary message. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they promptly escalated the report in the highest strategic department. Several officers examined the intelligence with serious expressions, which soon morphed into excitement. Ha! It came without any effort. Who would have thought that the mastermind we have been searching for was uncovered by an ordinary person? One officer inhaled deeply, uncertainly asking, "Is the information verified?" Rest assured. This individual is the brother-in-law of the former director of the Sansaiku munitions factory. The identity checks out. There is no reason to doubt them. Moreover, the depth of understanding regarding the zombies suggests they have had significant exposure. The officers nodded in agreement, which was precisely why they had temporarily set aside their tasks to convene. The final officer remarked in admiration, "I wondered where all those weapons came from. Some are clearly brand new." Jiang Lin had instructed that all identifying marks be removed during production, so no one knew their origins after being confiscated post-battle. Suddenly, the lead officer stood up. In that case, should we not share this information with our allies? After extensive discussion and the consent of the elders, it was resolved to inform all nations. Although each country ostensibly managed its territory, they were, in reality, entangled in mutual restraint and surveillance, with countless satellites monitoring the area from above. To think they could quietly abduct the Zombie King? A pipe dream. Upon learning of the Zombie King's existence, the leaders of various nations went into a frenzy. They had expended military resources to suppress domestic opposition. For what purpose? To uphold justice? To safeguard peace? Nonsense. Those platitudes were merely a ruse to deceive the general populace. Each nation was engaged in research concerning the zombie virus. Time was short, and the effects were not yet evident. But countless scientists were driven to madness, their worldviews shattered time and again. First, there were the night demons, then the crawlers, and now the discovery of the Zombie King. The strength of this Zombie King, compared to third-tier zombies, was not their primary concern. What truly mattered was that it, or rather, he, possessed intelligence, capable of speech and able to command the undead. From this, it is evident that even if he is not an evolved zombie, he is undoubtedly the mastermind behind the virus's spread. Regardless of which it is, they must not be allowed to escape. The Sansaku Armory, a disgruntled worker entered the restroom, cursing under his breath. His luck had been dismal, perpetually losing. Who said one need not pay? Washing someone's stinky socks for a week is hardly pleasant. Insufficient battery. Please recharge promptly. What sound is that? Bang bang. No one responded, and the worker forcefully kicked open the door. Lu Yang sat on the toilet, phone in hand, his expression grim. In the cafeteria, the temporary supervisor, Xiao Huang, listened to Liu Yang's self-defense and remained unconvinced. Out of boredom, he had risked stealing a phone, and then it had run out of power? Nonsense. Inform that esteemed individual. Let him decide. Seeing Xiao Huang's disbelief, Liu Yang panicked. He rushed forward to grasp his foot in protest, but 3 individuals pinned him to the ground and a crowd surrounded him, beating and berating him. What a colossal fool. Do you think informing will help? When the 2 armies clash, you will be the first to die. Although Jiang Lin had refrained from killing recently for the sake of productivity, no one would regard him as easily fooled. When he learned that someone had betrayed him, what would he think of the remaining individuals? All spies and informants. Upon this realization, the crowd intensified their assault. Jiang Lin was not present, but Xiao Huang had means to notify him to in a simple room, which had originally been a storage area. Jiang Lin had requisitioned it. Xiao Huang produced a uniquely shaped metal piece and handed it to a crawler. Soon after, Jiang Lin learned of Liu Yang's situation. He felt exposed and ordered that Liu Yang be interrogated by any means necessary. If the truth could not be extracted, then let others suffer for it. A sycophant with influential connections would hardly withstand interrogation in no time. He divulged everything he knew. The Sansaku Armory had long been prepared to prevent enemy bombings during wartime. The outer layer of 1-meter-thick reinforced concrete was sufficient to withstand the majority of bombings. Nevertheless, to guard against the potential use of white phosphorus bombs, underground storage was immediately designated for anything that could be disassembled or moved. The finished weapons and ammunition were transported to other locations. After much contemplation, he still chose not to kill Liu Yang. He still held value. Liu Yang was to maintain contact with the Qin country officials in his previous tone, with Xiao Huang supervising what should and should not be said. On the Fengzhou border, the soldiers of Sakura Island occasionally launched probing attacks, only to fire a couple of shots before retreating when the zombies counterattacked. These soldiers did not comprehend the significance of the orders from above. Exhaust the zombies? We might be the first to tire out. Knowing that a wise zombie king resided in the city, various nations tacitly staged a play. Ostensibly, the Sakura soldiers were to distract the zombies, preventing the zombie king from sensing any anomalies. Meanwhile, troop movements were frequent in the military camps of various nations. Down to every company, officers began selecting personnel. This mission was far from ordinary. Requirements included individual capabilities, teamwork, courage, and adaptability. Chapter 65, The Ace Team, Hunting the Zombie King. This team valued precision over numbers, selected from the elite. During the selection process, the soldiers were unaware of the specific mission they were to undertake. Aside from lists provided by some officers, lower-ranking soldiers were also given a chance. Only by defeating those on the list in individual assessments could they take their place. The mere fact that multiple officers were involved in selecting personnel for a mission covering the entire military made it clear that the task was not simple, and the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Everyone was eager to participate. The competitions among the nations concluded swiftly. Aside from a few replacements, most were still from the original list. Once the personnel selection was complete, the allocation of roles posed a challenge. It was common knowledge that the Zombie King was a valuable asset. Who wouldn't he want to place more of their own people in the team? Perhaps an equitable distribution would be best, proposed an officer from the southern Vietnam nation, only to receive a chorus of disdainful glances. While average distribution appeared fair, the Bald Eagle, Yixianhua Dao, and Pickled Vegetable Nation were in cahoots, effectively securing nearly a third of the total allocation for themselves. With only one Zombie King, any additional personnel would introduce countless variables. Why not have them compete for the spots? The winners can go. No way. That's unfair. The loudest protests came from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the Goryeo Nation, and southern Vietnam. What if they lost in a contest of true skill? Their reputation would suffer, morale would plummet, and others would reap the benefits. If we agree to this, we'll end up in a military tribunal. This indecisiveness led to the most cautious choice being made through the simplest method. They determined that a total of 30 members would be selected for the Special Forces team. This was already a stretch. Any larger deployment would make it exceedingly difficult to covertly position themselves near the Zombie King. During the draw, there were 11 pieces of paper. 2 pieces represented 4 slots, 4 pieces indicated 3 slots, and 5 indicated 2 slots. When the results were announced, the Qin country and Bald Eagle Nation each secured 4 slots. The Bear Nation, the Empire on which the sun never sets, the White Flag Black Chicken Nation, and the A San Nation each obtained 3 slots. Other nations received 2 slots each. Southern Vietnam, the Goryeo Nation, and others sensed something amiss but had no evidence. Once allocations were finalized, each nation selected their team members. They would then undergo a brief training period to familiarize themselves with one another. As night fell, the soldiers of Sakura received orders from above to launch a vigorous offensive for an hour, without concern for ammunition consumption. The objective was not to kill zombies or seize territory, but to create as much chaos as possible. The soldiers, albeit confused, were relieved not to have to charge into battle. It's just like a drill, easy. The zombie horde remained absent, while bullets and mortars were unleashed with reckless abandon in no time. The ground was littered with shell casings. Concurrently, 5 helicopters flew over the battlefield, heading toward Chingha County. Amidst the ruins, no one remained. One had to search diligently even for zombies. 5 ropes were cast down, and 30 individuals descended onto the rooftop. Once the helicopters departed, they found an empty house. For safety, they arranged their actions using only dim light. I'll call the roll. Xiaoyi Erlang. Present. Yamamoto Go. Present. Brunoff. Present. Take out your watches. Let us synchronize our time. He then produced a map, outlining key points in red ink. Each nation has a representative here. This is the warehouse. Be wary of any zombies inside. This is an excellent observation point, also suitable for sniping. Who among you will take this role? He selected a soldier from the pickled vegetable nation and continued with his arrangements. Once completed, Zhou Guofu rolled up the map. Ladies and gentlemen, this operation is of utmost importance. I hope we can set aside national disputes and work together harmoniously. In the dark of night, the Special Forces team, clad in black, stealthily approached. Along the way, they encountered several zombies, all swiftly dispatched. The closer they got to the Zombie King's location, the more tense they became. They recalled the warnings from their respective commanders before departure. Capture the living if possible. If not, kill on the spot. The Zombie King must not escape. As they followed the commands in their earpieces, they advanced unimpeded, capturing several strategic points. Thus far, everything had proceeded remarkably smoothly. 10 minutes earlier, as the Sakura soldiers unleashed their bombardment, Jiang Lin sensed that a special team had set out. He was unsure of their numbers, but was certain there would be some. If he were a high-ranking official in a major country, aware of the existence of a corpse king capable of commanding zombies, what would he do? He ordered a crawler to keep an eye on Liu Yong until he completed his message, then locked him away. The Qian country received the news promptly and adjusted their plans after analysis. As for the Special Forces team, Zhou Guofu, upon hearing the news in his earpiece, immediately called out, "Attention, everyone! The plan has changed. The Zombie King has appeared at the convenience store 300 meters away. Coordinates are." Upon their arrival at the designated location, they beheld the Zombie King. Inside the convenience store sat a zombie significantly larger than its counterparts. Swaggering in a chair. One zombie continually offered it unidentifiable meat. Surrounding it were a dozen night demons, with hundreds of ordinary zombies outside. Jiang Lin had painstakingly arranged formidable zombie guards, fearing that humans might not prevail. If he arranged weaker ones, he worried they might raise suspicions. What a troublesome existence! Zhou Guofu lowered his binoculars. By comparing the clothing and behavior, he had confirmed this was indeed the Zombie King. Their primary objective was to capture the Zombie King alive. Even if it had to lose a limb or two, that would suffice. Once the helicopter needed for their escape was in place, he ordered the action to commence. With a series of gunshots, the night demons were struck. With their elite skills, even in the dim light of night, they did not miss a single shot. The Zombie King immediately retreated into the convenience store. While the ordinary zombies outside frantically searched the vicinity, a dozen team members armed with submachine guns and machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets, while snipers picked off dangerous targets one by one. In the blink of an eye, half of the ordinary zombies were rendered incapable of fighting. In the distance, a commotion was faintly heard. "Not good. Everyone, increase your firepower. We have 3 minutes. We must capture the Zombie King before the horde arrives." The frontal firepower drew away the vast majority of zombies. The team members fought while retreating, luring the zombies out. Zhou Guofu led 5 individuals into the convenience store, only to be confronted by a night demon. In a moment of danger, he rolled to the side, and the sniper successfully took down the night demon. At this moment, only 2 ordinary zombie guards remained near the Zombie King, and victory appeared assured. Roar! An unexpected transformation occurred. The Zombie King's body swelled within a second, becoming a muscular behemoth. With a single punch, it sent one individual flying, leaving their fate uncertain. A few bullets struck its body, but the bullets lodged in its skin without penetrating. It's too tough. Withdraw. A few individuals and a single corpse burst forth from the convenience store, while the Zombie King charged into the special forces, wreaking havoc. The snipers found it nearly impossible to take aim. Chapter 66. Missile Bombardment, Temperatures Reaching 100,000 Degrees. A member of the Sakura squad, with no means of escape, forcibly raised his hands to block the Zombie King's frontal assault. Crack! His arm bone shattered. And trembling, he could not react in time. His head was crushed by the Zombie King's slap, reducing him to a splatter of blood and gore. 3 team members emptied 2 magazines, only to find the Zombie King increasingly irritated. With a swift motion, it swatted one person away like a fly, sweeping its left leg and delivering a punch with its right. Dead bodies lay scattered, some mangled beyond recognition. This entire sequence of actions transpired in mere moments. Sniper, fire! Forget about capturing it alive, Zhou Guofu exclaimed in desperation. If this continued, annihilation was imminent. The 2 snipers felt a bitter pang in their hearts. It was not that they were unwilling to shoot. The Zombie King had mingled with the team members, and firing could just as easily result in friendly fire. 2 special bullets, mixed among the regular rifle ammunition, sailed towards the Zombie King, which seemed to possess divine providence as it evaded the sniper's shots. It scanned the area with its eyes and detached itself from the team members. The snipers felt a chilling sensation ripple through their bodies. This is bad. It's coming for me. A distance of 200 meters was merely a matter of seconds for the Zombie King. The convoluted staircase posed no hindrance to its pursuit. With a leap nearly 10 meters high, it plunged downwards, its hands piercing the concrete wall, climbing with the speed of a gecko. The sniper and the observer heard a warning in their earpieces. They barely had time to turn around. This was their final action. Zhou Guofu had completely abandoned the hope of capturing the Zombie King alive. Even their own safety was now in jeopardy. I am Zhou Guofu. The plan has failed. We will implement Plan B. 200 kilometers away, dozens of missiles, each the size of a human head and a meter long, launched into the sky. Besides the protective and stealth features of the Special Forces uniforms, there was another function. Positioning. Everyone, remove your clothing and evacuate this area. The remaining survivors provided cover for one another, retreating while still engaging the enemy. The once clear sky suddenly shimmered with a dazzling star. Resembling a meteor, the meteor drew nearer, engulfed in flames as it plummeted towards the earth. Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted, creating mushroom clouds soaring dozens of meters high. The building trembled violently, with cracks several centimeters wide appearing on its walls. 1/3 of the 20-story structure vanished into thin air. The Special Forces members crawled up from the ground. At this point, the Zombie King was undoubtedly doomed. From the horde emerged a night demon, racing towards the ruins. Not good. Stop it. Seize the body. They had finally realized their purpose for coming here. If they could not capture the Zombie King alive, they at least needed to bring back the corpse. The horde suddenly appeared to be under the influence of a berserk drug, their ferocity having multiplied significantly compared to before. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the night demon absconded with a massive corpse. Upon reaching the ruins, they scoured the area, hoping to find even a fragment of flesh to account for their efforts. The overwhelming power of the missiles had vaporized any blood and flesh in the searing heat. Realizing that nothing could be salvaged, Zhou Guofu called for helicopter evacuation. The officers who had devised the plan exchanged glances, unsure of how to classify the outcome. It could not be labeled a success, as they had failed to capture the Zombie King and had not even brought back a drop of blood. Yet, to declare it a failure would be misleading, as they had successfully killed the Zombie King. Given the creature's immense vitality, they reported cautiously to their superiors. Commanders from various countries frowned deeply, with the commander from the White Eagle Nation cursing vehemently. For him, simply killing the Zombie King was of no use. The deaths of the Special Forces members from Qian Nation were inconsequential. Observing the tense atmosphere, the former commander spoke up. First, we need to confirm whether the Zombie King is truly dead. Remember, it possesses a degree of intelligence. Moreover, if it were indeed dead, the corpse had not vanished. Exactly. The body has not disappeared. We must send our forces to locate it. The commander from the White Eagle Nation was acutely aware of his position. There were many in the military with more experience and qualifications than him. His presence was a result of political maneuvering among the higher dash-ups, as long as we can reclaim the corpse. Even at the cost of greater military losses, I will be seen as a hero. Jiang Lin was not at the site of the previous skirmish, nor was he at the munitions factory. He was instead in a tunnel dug out from the sewer, 50 meters underground in a suburban area. Tsk. They truly hold me in high regard. With the strength of a crawler's body, there was no chance of resistance against the missile strike. He was torn into shreds and then vaporized. The missile's core temperature reached nearly tens of thousands of degrees. Jiang Lin wondered if any carbon-based life could withstand such heat. Could a level 4 zombie endure it? The body rescued by the night demon was merely a distraction. The Sakura stronghold. Upon receiving orders from their superiors, soldiers cautiously advanced towards the zombie trenches under the cover of tanks. They unexpectedly discovered that the combat effectiveness of the zombies had diminished. Tentatively launching an offensive, they easily secured a firing position. The soldiers were elated. These monsters can fear death too? Are they faltering? News was relayed up the chain, and the officers ordered the attack to continue. The soldiers advanced relentlessly, routing the zombies. After conquering 500 meters, they finally halted. They needed to eliminate the threats near the front line. They could not allow the zombies to encircle them. Satellite reconnaissance from various countries also detected unusual movements, with large hordes of zombies shifting across various counties. Within urban structures, underground, and in suburban areas, they were no longer the mindless, bloodthirsty creatures they once were. Instead, they seemed to be converging towards a common destination. Analyzing the maps of Fengzhou, the central commander quickly deduced that their objective was Qinghe County. This further confirmed their belief that the zombie king was dead. The movement of the horde might signify a special ritual to select the next zombie king. With this realization, they felt they could not afford to wait any longer. Unlike the previous blame shifting, this time the commanders were united in their resolve to engage in battle. The commander from the Bear Nation asserted, "Time is of the essence. I will take charge of the elimination of the Qinghe army. As we are closest." The commander from the nation remained silent. They were positioned similarly to the Bear Nation, and if the bear could advance, so could they. The commander from the Sun Never Sets Nation expressed dissent. "We are not far either." The commander from a Sand Nation boasted, "Our motorcycle special forces are unmatched in the world." Even the normally reticent commander from Goryeo wished to stake a claim. Even the weakest nation, South Vietnam, insisted, this time, "Do not think you can exclude US, as the host nation." Chien had forces in every direction and was in no rush. The commander from the White Eagle Nation was indifferent to the others. He intended to go regardless of opposition. The commanders debated fervently, discussing the merits of various strategies, while neglecting the Sakura Island situation. Witnessing their heated arguments, the commander from Sakura Island grew furious. "I will be the one to lead the charge. If there are benefits to be gained, I will not stand aside." "Enough. Everyone, lend me your ears," the host nation spoke up. Regardless of whether the others agreed with his opinions, they had to allow him to finish. Continuing to bicker would yield no results even after 3 days and nights. By then, a new zombie king might emerge. Therefore, I propose we unite our forces and march on Qinghe County. Chapter 67. The 11-Nation Coalition advances on Qinghe County. Compared to before, this method was time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it was the only way to garner agreement among the nations. Otherwise, when faced with the zombie king's corpse, they might not be able to maintain their composure. If they failed to locate the body, conflicts among the nations could erupt. The distances from each nation to Qinghe County varied. Coordinating nearly 100,000 troops was an immense challenge. The discussion turned to how many troops each nation would send to Qinghe County and how many would remain for defense. Fengzhou comprised 5 counties. Aside from Qinghe County, there was Hanyang County, presently occupied by the Sakura Nation. The remaining were Liang County, Huayao County, and Weilai County. Leaving too few troops might risk being overrun, while retaining too many could prolong the conflict. Liang County and Weilai County had the largest populations, exceeding half of Fengzhou's total. Everyone desired to guard the less populous counties, making Hanyang County and Huayao County particularly coveted. "We will defend Hanyang County." The commander from Sakura was the first to speak up, lamenting the loss of so many soldiers to reach their current situation. He would not allow other nations to take over. The Qian commander, recognizing the potential for mischief, resolved not to grant Sakura Island any favors. To avoid any conflicts within a single faction, He grouped a coalition together, ensuring they would not sabotage each other. Very well, the White Eagle Nation and the Kimchi Nation shall each contribute 1,000 troops to defend Hanyang County. The Bear Nation, Da Nation, and Maichian Nation will send 3,000 troops to guard Liang County. Asan Nation, South Vietnam, and Kimchi Nation will contribute 3,000 troops to defend Huayao County. Finally, Weilai County will be solely defended by Maichian Nation. This arrangement was only fitting, regardless of the ulterior motives of other nations. They were objectively aiding in the effort. Offense and defense differed greatly. Urban combat was complex, with dense high-rises and subterranean tunnels resembling a spider's web. Deploying tens of thousands of troops would require a slow and meticulous approach. Defense, however, merely required holding positions on the plains, cutting off the zombies' routes of escape. The open plains offered clear visibility and flat terrain, naturally favoring human firepower, leaving the zombies with nowhere to hide. If they remained hidden, the nations could focus on retrieving the zombie king's corpse. If they emerged, they would soon learn what the natural enemy of carbon-based life truly was. Once the plans were finalized, they were promptly submitted to the leaders of each nation for approval. The elders of Qian Nation had no objections, as this had already been rehearsed. The White Eagle Nation felt similarly. Those who controlled the majority of the nation's resources were often the most fearful of death. To them, the zombie king's corpse outweighed everything else. Anyone daring to sabotage this endeavor would face the wrath of public opinion, leading to war. The Bear Nation also concurred. The three superpowers set the tone for the operation. Commanders from each nation quickly received their approvals. Time was of the essence. The camps of various nations have begun to dismantle, leaving behind a mere 1,000 personnel to defend, while the remainder advanced towards Qinghe County. The mobilization of nearly 100,000 troops is nothing short of astonishing. Aside from a few world wars, such a spectacle has not been witnessed before. For ordinary soldiers, the logistics are relatively straightforward. With hundreds of troop transport vehicles and armored vehicles readily available, however, the transportation of tanks, artillery, and missile launchers poses a significant challenge. Utilizing large cargo aircraft incurs substantial costs, not to mention the susceptibility of high-precision equipment to damage. The primary issue lies with Qian Nation, which has expressed reservations, as the defense zones of several nations are perilously close to one another. Large transport planes can carry anything, yet who knows what you might suddenly drop? Even the temporary airfields of a few nations with limited fighter jets have been constructed at considerable distances. The nearby states have received orders that, upon detecting any nation's fighter jets entering the restricted zone, they are to shoot them down without reporting or awaiting commands, and carry out indiscriminate strikes on their military camps. In a fervor, nations are actively recruiting temporary workers for road construction and logistics. The compensation is astonishingly 5 times higher than usual. Recruitment advertisements flood major job websites. Hanyang County is hiring, offering 80 to 120 per hour for responsibilities including transportation, road laying, and cement mixing. Experience preferred. Liang County is hiring, offering 90 to 130 per hour. Huayao County is hiring, providing 2 meals and accommodation. In an instant, the counties are bustling with people. So lively that one might forget that Fengzhou has succumbed to a land of zombies. The world is fixated on this war, as 11 nations unite. Against such a force, not only zombies, but any nation would be unable to withstand. At long last, this day has arrived. Cursed zombies have devastated our homeland. The people of Fengzhou suffer greatly, while other states profit from this calamity, with wages soaring and prices of building materials fluctuating daily. Stocks in military, construction, and food industries are booming. So, the question arises, does this not amount to feasting on the blood of the innocent? You upstairs, your assertion is flawed. The benefits of price increases are incidental. The ultimate goal remains the rescue of Fengzhou. With so many nations' armies assembled, I am confident in our ability to eradicate the zombies. But what then? What becomes of these armies? One fears that summoning the deity is easy, but sending it back is another matter entirely. Worry not. Our missile vehicles are constantly on the move nearby. Who do you think they're guarding against? The military strength and equipment of each nation vary, and their distances from Qinghe County differ as well. Asa Nation, Gali Nation, and Nanyue Nation are the first to reach their designated positions, followed closely by Maoxiong Nation and Dugwa, with the Sun Never Sets Empire and Baichi Wajiji Nation arriving subsequently. Finally, the White Eagle Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Sakura Island make their appearance. As for Qian Nation, they already have troops stationed here. Yet, The situation does not end there. It is impractical for a dozen nations to charge in all at once. Such an approach would merely be a matter of numerical aggregation, and conflict would only lead to mutual restraint. Who can say whose missile might land upon you? Coordinating sequential attacks is equally unfeasible. Determining the order of engagement is a complex matter. Point 1 cannot predict when the zombies might falter, nor will other nations idly stand by and allow you to carry away the corpse of the zombie king. Dividing the zombie king's body into 11 parts, each individual segment could be worth 100-fold compared to a whole corpse. It must be said, while the communal pot approach may be glitchy, it proves effective. Nations are reallocating troops to form mixed units, creating a coalition against the undead, each unit interwoven with the next, collectively termed the Undead Extermination Coalition. Although the combat effectiveness of these mixed forces may diminish, each nation dispatches officers to maintain order. As long as the stability of the Undead Extermination campaign is assured, minor frictions are to be expected. The coalition conducts large-scale drills, encompassing formations, lineups, shooting, and coordinated maneuvers between infantry and armored units. All-encompassing in its scope, time is of the essence, and they cannot allow the zombies to feel too secure. Small groups of dozens or hundreds initiate probing attacks. These teams, though not numerous, boast exceptional quality and advanced equipment. Many have participated in military exhibitions or possess a sci-fi aura in their armaments. Chapter 68. A million zombie tide, airborne, ground, and underground tried assault. A swarm of small drones flits between towering buildings, providing soldiers with enhanced visibility. Moreover, some drones have been modified to carry firearms. Point 1 drone enters through a window on the 10th floor, leaving the zombies momentarily bewildered. What is this buzzing metal contraption? It appears inedible. Target acquired. 100 meters away, a soldier dons specialized goggles, flanked by several comrades for protection. As he pulls the trigger, the drone simultaneously fires a bullet at the zombie. The bullet strikes its forehead, and the zombie collapses instantly. Die in the air. Shooting drones are complemented by ground-based robotic dogs standing 40 centimeters tall. Their limbs adapt to most terrains, able to traverse slopes under 60 degrees, equipped with a front-facing camera and a rifle on top. These machines can alter their weaponry based on varying scenarios. From the wreckage of cars to flower beds and hidden corners, no zombie can escape the tracking capabilities of the robotic dogs. With operations on land, the underground cannot be overlooked. During the confrontation with the undead in Qian Nation, hidden corpses within the sewers were also uncovered. The sewers, rife with sewage and refuse, suffer from poor signals and limited space. A squad of soldiers retrieves disc-shaped robots resembling floor-cleaning devices from their packs. The soldiers descend into the sewer, unfolding the discs into unicycle-like robots. Fully charged, these robots can operate for 2 hours before needing to be recharged in their backpacks. Given the complex underground network with numerous twists and branches, the soldiers are equipped with maps, corner guns, shotguns, long-lasting fluorescent sticks, and military flashlights. Beep beep. The soldiers hear the alarm from the disc robots, indicating the presence of a living entity. In this context, the only living beings are the zombies. All personnel on high alert. Target detected. ZZZZZ. The final image transmitted by the robot reveals a hand resembling that of a desiccated corpse. Peering through the corner gun, the soldier exclaims, "Good heavens, a level 2 zombie." He refrains from firing, as the corner gun merely holds a pistol, which would only serve to annoy the night demon. He gestures for everyone to retreat. Within the relatively enclosed passage, they cannot escape the keen senses of the night demon. Roar, open fire. 5 submachine guns and a shotgun unleash a torrent of bullets, enveloping the night demon as it charges around the corner. When the gunfire ceases, the night demon has vanished, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. The group, however, chooses not to pursue. That creature possesses incredible vitality, and should the disc robot be destroyed, it could very well be lying in wait in some corner. They report the sighting of the night demon along with its coordinates in the rear of the battlefield. A cadre of mid-level officers observes the real-time updates of zombie coordinates. Strategizing accordingly, on the electronic map, pink denotes ordinary zombies, red signifies level 2 zombies, and black represents level 3 zombies and above. Upon noticing the newly appeared red markers, the officers issue commands. Team 103, Team 103. Respond if you receive. Received. Please provide instructions. Coordinates XX, XX, a level 2 zombie detected. Proceed to handle. Received. En route. The demise of each night demon certainly does not escape Jiang Lin's notice. He is also aware of the imminent assault from the coalition of 11 nations, with what lies ahead merely a prelude. While he reallocates night demons to engage in guerrilla warfare against humans, he simultaneously mobilizes higher-level zombies from other counties. Hanyang County is too distant, requiring passage through the territories of the White Eagle Nations and the Sun Never Sets Nations, yielding little benefit. The primary strategy involves drawing attention with a substantial number of ordinary zombie hordes. Within Liang County, Huayao County, and Weilai County, hundreds of thousands of zombies are mobilized, emerging from underground, buildings, thickets, and even landfills, gradually converging towards a single direction. The commotion is so substantial that the armies of various nations immediately take notice. Yet they remain unfazed, readying their formations in anticipation of the impending assault. On the plains, an uncountable swarm of zombies surges forth like a tide of ants, a dark mass resembling a cloud obscuring the sun. Standing against them are human tanks and artillery, extensive barbed wire barriers, and countless earthen fortifications. The first wave of zombies has already closed in to within 80 meters. Open fire! In an instant, a multitude of machine guns and artillery roar to life, brilliant blue flames erupting everywhere, forming a horizontal line as the ferocious zombies fall like wheat before a scythe. Hundreds of shells and rockets rain down upon the rear of the horde, creating fiery explosions of varying sizes. In just 1 minute, merely a minute, over 10,000 zombies vanish, with approximately 3,000 truly dead. The remainder, now mere dismembered limbs and bodies riddled with holes, continue to crawl towards human positions. They gnash their teeth and press their bodies against the barbed wire. Striving to break through, a few hundred zombies wielding pistols and rifles return fire at the humans. However, in the face of the solid fortifications, aside from a handful of unfortunate souls struck by stray bullets, the others remain unharmed. The resurgence of zombie tides from the 4 counties, excluding Qinghe County, draws the attention of various nations. These zombies seem to be fervently seeking salvation. But wait, did not the zombie king perish? Could it be that a new zombie king has arisen to guard them? If so, how splendid! A single zombie king's corpse alongside a living zombie king holds even greater value. The zombie tide from the 4 counties surpasses 1 million in number. Yet the commanding officer remains unconcerned. With few high-level zombies, a mindless assault on a well-fortified army, no matter how many times multiplied, poses no threat. Each defense line boasts thousands of soldiers targeting the horde with utmost precision. Unexpectedly, the horde begins to segment into smaller units of several hundred, veering towards the flanks and even retreating. The officers, after a brief contemplation, allocate just a couple of hundred personnel to eliminate the scattered zombies, while the main firepower remains concentrated on the main zombie army. What they do not realize is that amidst the ordinary zombies, a few high-level ones lead the charge, while the remaining high-level zombies have slipped into the rubble and forests, advancing towards Qinghe County. Aware that several zombies have escaped the encirclement and are heading towards Qinghe County, the nations remain relatively unfazed. The overwhelming majority were intercepted, and those who managed to escape numbered at most in the tens of thousands, lacking any weaponry. When the time comes, a battalion of 5,000 dedicated to extermination will effortlessly resolve the situation. The coalition's drills have begun to yield results. Although there remain certain deficiencies, they can no longer afford to wait. The longer they delay, the greater the uncertainty becomes. What if a new zombie king does not emerge and the deceased corpse is consumed? With 10 nations united, possessing abundant resources, artillery shells are being utilized as if they cost nothing. On their advance, they encountered a common zombie, inundating it with hundreds of rounds. Suspected to be a second-tier zombie? Call for reinforcements. Mortar shells rain down in a devastating barrage. A third-tier zombie? With ample space. They resorted to artillery bombardment. If it sought refuge in a building, armed helicopters approached to unleash their firepower, deploying small missiles. If it retreated into the sewers, 2 cluster bombs were tossed in. This extravagant style of warfare is astonishing in its consumption. Yet the outcomes are significant. Soldier fatalities remained under 800, excluding common zombies. Only the recorded night demons exceeded 1,200, while crawlers numbered over 280. The coalition remains uncertain of the number of advanced zombies, relying on estimates based on the ratio of common zombies. The conclusion drawn suggests there are fewer than 3,000 night demons and no more than 600 crawlers. Hurry, Hurry! Little Huang kept a vigilant eye on everyone, permitting not a single soul to slacken their efforts. Over 600 survivors utilized hand trucks, forklifts, and tricycles to transport crates of weapons and ammunition to various locations. The specialized armor for crawlers proved excessively heavy, necessitating the assistance of the more astute among them for transport. Chapter 69. 60,000 night demons, 5,000 crawlers, heavily armored confrontation deep within the subway station, located 70 meters underground. One must ride the escalator 4 times to reach the surface. The design initially considered anti-aircraft factors, layer upon layer of ceilings, with flooring composed of robust granite and concrete interspersed with steel plates. Even a nuclear explosion of less than 10 megatons above would leave the lower levels intact. This place is devoid of human presence, save for the vast, endless army of zombies within the tunnels. There are no common zombies. The lowest tier present consists of night demons. 60,000 night demons and 5,000 crawlers. Regrettably, the 4 counties are still rife with advanced zombies that have yet to retreat here. Unlike the cannon fodder night demons, those here are clad in makeshift armor. The term makeshift is relative when compared to crawlers. The armor consists of 2 steel plates covering the torso, with a helmet resembling an iron bucket that exposes much of the face. The design of the armor is uniform, with thickness categorized into 3 types. The night demons responsible for direct assault, wielding heavy firepower, possess armor thickness of 2 centimeters. Those engaged in guerrilla warfare, requiring mobility, have armor thickness of 1 centimeter, with the back being less than 5 millimeters. The sniping night demons sport a front armor thickness of 3 centimeters, and their helmets are a shocking 5 centimeters thick. Crawlers serving as snipers hold no advantage over night demons, as they are all utilized for direct confrontation. A 3-centimeter armor thickness is standard, with some reaching 5 centimeters. The consumption of steel for this armor is considerable. Jiang Lin nearly exhausted the surplus steel from the armory and dispatched zombies to raid hardware stores and construction markets to satisfy the demand. Each night demon is equipped with submachine guns and assault rifles, carrying 4 fully loaded magazines on their backs. Among them, 1,000 stand out as snipers. 400 are stockpiled from the armory, along with newly manufactured weapons, while over 200 were previously confiscated. The remainder consists of standard rifles modified with sniper scopes and other components. Each sniper is allotted 40 rounds of ammunition. Any more would be superfluous, as they are unlikely to survive long enough to need them. The crawlers are unique, armed with large caliber rifles of 12.7 mm, rendering the recoil inconsequential to them. Rocket artillery operators can shoot while running, boasting a higher accuracy than human soldiers. Under Jiang Lin's command, shrouded in the cover of night, the horde of zombies emerged from various subway exits to the surface. As darkness fell, the frontline soldiers donned night vision goggles. And Jiang Lin was not disappointed. Having suffered significant losses, it is unrealistic to expect humans to stumble again. Nevertheless, even so, the zombies, with their inherent night vision capabilities and heightened sensory perception, held the advantage. In warfare, every slight edge is crucial. In the depths of night, the operational speed of drones and robotic dogs is somewhat diminished. Sizzle. A drone that had just entered through a window was swiftly destroyed. Room 409 and Building 3 of the Fuli Garden appeared to harbor a suspected second-tier zombie. A squad was dispatched, and upon nearing the door, one soldier kicked it open, tossing in a smoke grenade and 2 grenades. The sound of violent explosions erupted. 2 soldiers attempted to advance for reconnaissance, but within their night vision goggles, night demons were seen moving at high speed. This is bad. Fall back quickly. The anticipated assault from the night demons did not materialize. A volley of bullets struck, injuring 3.2 were killed instantly, while 1 was shot through the bulletproof vest, the round lodging in the bone, causing him to wail in agony. This squad lost communication, and soon the frontline battalion headquarters was made aware. However, before they could devise a solution, bad news came in rapid succession. New night demons and even crawlers emerged. Some squads dispatched for clearance were annihilated, while 1 or 2 managed to escape. The few who succeeded in killing zombies reported sightings of armored figures. The casualties incurred in this brief period already surpassed those of the entire day. Sniper teams from various fronts were dispatched for support. Upon identifying suspected targets, they treated them as armored zombies. In advantageous positions, mortars and rockets were unleashed. In unfavorable positions, soldiers would distract from a distance while snipers awaited the opportune moment to fire. Initially, all went well, as one armored zombie after another was picked off. However, as the zombie snipers began to emerge, the positions of exposed snipers came under fire. Zombie snipers may lack the marksmanship of humans, but they make up for it with superior vision and fearlessness. A missed shot is quickly followed by another, and they engage human snipers without flinching. This was not the end. Groups of armored zombies charged from their hideouts, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the human ranks. Their armor could withstand human rifles, yet soldiers were no match for these weapons. Often, a small squad of soldiers would defeat a single armored night demon, suffering 4 or more casualties in the process. Should a sniper succeed in killing it, the zombie sniper would be waiting to take advantage. Jiang Lin's tactics were hardly novel. They hinged on a principle of exchanging life for life. The zombies were willing to fight to the last, retreating not an inch unafraid, their combat effectiveness unyielding. And what of the coalition? Could they withstand 30,000 or 50,000 casualties? Many historical instances of total annihilation stemmed from encircled enemies being left with no survivors. Relying on execution squads to send men to their doom, or modifying history merely to inspire future generations. The imagined engagement, with both sides undeterred by death, each brandishing their weapons in a showdown, is starkly different from reality, where both sides take cover behind walls, exposing only their gun barrels to play their version of God shooting. After expending an entire cache of bullets, they find that only 2 have perished. Each sniper is an elite, honed through rigorous training, yet how can they withstand the relentless onslaught of countless zombie snipers seeking mutual destruction? Soon, the thunderous roar of engines reverberated over 100 meters. Tanks, each adorned in different camouflage, rolled into the streets, gardens, and neighborhoods, unleashing a relentless barrage upon their targets one after another. Night demon snipers were obliterated, their remains crushed beneath the debris. Under the relentless assault of tank artillery, all beings are rendered equal, and the armored crawlers are no exception, a formidable line of tanks, alongside armed helicopters patrolling within 100 meters, made it challenging for the crawlers to approach. Jiang Lin calculated the forces deployed by the humans and promptly issued orders for 500 heavily armored crawlers to mobilize. The armed helicopters, utilizing searchlights, detected their movements and quickly informed the front lines. At a distance of 200 meters, the speed of the armored crawlers diminished to 10 seconds per 100 meters. They did not advance in a straight line but maneuvered in an S-shape between buildings and houses. The tank battalions engaged in combat while retreating, firing as they fell back. The machine guns of the armed helicopters, while capable of penetrating 3-centimeter thick heavy armor, proved insufficient to deliver fatal damage to the crawlers. Snipers continued their relentless fire, reaping a bountiful harvest due to the large targets, with both sides so close. Artillery and missiles could not be employed, yet rocket artillery, mortars, and shoulder-fired grenade launchers fired incessantly. The effectiveness of the armor became apparent. Unless struck in the head by a sniper or directly hit by artillery, the remaining shrapnel, shockwaves, and sudden surges of heat were not enough to deliver a lethal blow. Among the 500 armored crawlers, 121 perished and 42 sustained various degrees of severe injury after the 200-meter advance. Crawlers leaped atop tank turrets, prying open hatches to seize the sausages within. They grasped the tank treads with force, tugging at them, and pressed down on the cannon barrel until it bent. Throughout this ordeal, they were continuously assaulted. Just as the humans believed this was the extent of the zombies' capabilities, 8,000 armored night demons surged in from all directions. Groups of 3, spaced 7 or 8 meters apart, created a formidable spectacle that instilled fear in all. The commanders of the various nations, monitoring the battlefield in real time, did not hesitate. Within 10 seconds, they made their decision. Ignoring the soldiers in proximity, they ordered a missile bombardment. Chapter 70. Pincer attack, coalition collapse missile launchers, mobile missile vehicles, artillery positions, cannons, and mortars all fired in unison. Soldiers alerted of the impending strike ran frantically in retreat. Some took refuge in buildings, while others crouched in greenbelts. Countless meteors blanketed the vicinity for several kilometers. The blinding light resembled the birth of a miniature sun, illuminating the pitch-black night as if it were day. Shockwaves swept across zombies, soldiers, buildings, and vehicles. Fragments of fiery heat obliterated everything in their path. Jiang Lin was left in awe. He instantly lost his vision, hastily switching to a zombie connection. At the epicenter of the explosion, concrete shattered and melted, forming pools of dark red liquid. dozens of high-rise buildings collapsed, and the ground caved in, creating deep pits of several meters. With the structures in such disarray, how could the zombies fare any better? Over 5,000 night demons perished instantly, with the remaining casualties inflicted by shockwaves and shrapnel resulting in numerous severe injuries. Those who survived, clad in iron armor, were scorched into charred remains by the intense heat. Human soldiers fared little better. They had not retreated far when the residual force swept over them. Those who sought refuge in buildings were either crushed by falling debris or succumbed to internal injuries from the shockwaves. The few who lived on were left deaf, blind, and with damaged nerves. Several soldiers wore dazed expressions, drooling as they uttered incomprehensible words. 80,000 armored night demons lay utterly vanquished, with scarcely 100 remaining capable of movement. The toll from friendly fire had claimed fewer than 1,000 soldiers. The rear command center. The commanders of various nations breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly issuing orders. Had these armored zombies breached their ranks, the devastation would have been profound. The commander of the Qian nation wore a look of reluctant sympathy, which was met with consolation from the commander of the white-headed eagle nation. In your country, there is a saying, those who achieve great things do not dwell on trifles. The Qian commander, though slightly unsettled, quickly set aside his concerns to contemplate the next phase of their strategy. Esteemed colleagues, I trust that the armored zombies we just encountered were their final gambit. The assembly nodded in agreement. Despite their overwhelming numbers exceeding expectations, it was likely their limit. Discussions erupted over whether to launch a full-scale assault or to consolidate defenses until dawn. A messenger burst in, panting heavily. Report. Another wave of armored zombies has been sighted, approximately 2,000. A collective gasp echoed through the room. What? Quick! Immediate bombardment. It was a grim echo of their previous encounter. The 2,000 armored night demons were mercilessly obliterated under the onslaught of artillery fire. The commanders barely had time to catch their breath before another report came in. By the heavens! More are coming. This time, the armored night demons were spaced several meters apart, extending for 2 kilometers. The density had significantly decreased, and the missile artillery's lethality was markedly reduced. The commanders promptly authorized missile units to engage any zombies posing a threat to their encampment without further consultation. While they were still embroiled in the grim business of combat, miles away, in the mountains and plains, hordes of nightmarish zombies were converging, sprinting with alarming speed. The rear guard soon detected the encroaching masses. Initially dismissing the threat, the most formidable zombies had been contained within a bombardment zone, and the scattered forces outside seemed harmless. Yet, upon engagement, they realized something was amiss. This one appeared to be a level 2. That one a level 3. Soon they discerned clusters of high-level zombies. What in the world? Have we stumbled upon a den of advanced zombies? Upon hearing that the mountains were teeming with night demons and crawlers, their numbers surpassing even those in the city, disbelief washed over the commanders. Bam! The commander of the Bear Nation slammed his fist on the table. Who said these were merely ordinary zombies on the run? Not worth wasting manpower to contain? His question, directed at the assembly, bore a pointed glance at the commander of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. The latter's expression soured, yet he dared not retort. It was the white-headed eagle commander who stepped in. Well then, given the circumstances, let us discuss how we should respond. What response can we muster? Clearly, we must allocate some troops for support. And certainly, we cannot afford to neglect the missile units. This sentiment found consensus among the commanders. With the front line's armored zombies nearly eradicated, had it not been for the encroaching darkness, they might have continued pushing forward to stifle the zombie tide. 20,000 soldiers were swiftly mobilized to the rear. While half of the missile units recalibrated their coordinates, and the artillery crews prepared their shells, a deluge of bombardment rained down, causing the approaching zombie formations to scatter significantly. Support is on the way. Brothers, press on. Jiang Lin calculated the human losses and resource depletion. The rear guard maintained a protective force of 10,000 soldiers, with over 15,000 dispatched for support. The frequency of missile bombardments had noticeably diminished. Were they running low on stock? Rough estimates indicated that the zombies had withstood nearly 1,000 missile strikes that night, with countless artillery rounds raining down. As dawn approached, Jiang Lin contemplated a bold gamble. A high-stakes move that could yield a bountiful reward or necessitate a strategic retreat to regroup and rebuild. However, It was imperative not to recklessly deploy all forces. A misjudgment leading to a total rout would be farcical. The 2,000 armored night demons surged forward in a loosely organized formation, divided into 3 waves aimed at the human army. Upon detection, the various units initiated artillery fire autonomously. Yet, it was overwhelming. The bombardments persisted without pause, just as the night demons pressed on relentlessly. Tanks, undeterred by the potential presence of crawlers, launched their assaults. Snipers and scattered infantry units simultaneously engaged the enemy. Illumination was unnecessary. The constant bombardment and 1,000,000 bullets illuminated the night. Casualties mounted with every passing moment as armored night demons fell to tank fire, their faces obscured by a hail of bullets, while snipers meticulously took aim. Soldiers occasionally succumbed to enemy fire. In the frantic pace of battle, adrenaline surged, allowing them to forget fear and death. Where are the men at this fire point? Where are they? A soldier, his left ear blown off, hastily responded, "Squad leader, they're all dead. Just the 2 of us remain." The squad leader paused, then ordered, "Request support from the brother units. Tell them we can't hold out much longer." The soldier dashed away, while the squad leader single-handedly fired his machine gun. "How many shells do we have left?" The artillery commander inquired. "2 sets remaining." "Continue." "We can't. The barrels are about to burst." "That's an order." "Sniper unit. Damn it. I'm becoming a lone commander here. Find some sharpshooters. Give each one a Type 35 rifle and send them out as snipers." Jiang Lin recognized the coalition's predicament and immediately issued orders. Another wave of 20,000 armored night demons approached, this time accompanied by 2,000 crawlers. Finally, the coalition could no longer withstand the onslaught. The first soldier broke ranks and fled, only to be shot down by the discipline enforcers. "Who dares to retreat without fighting?" His words were cut short by a bullet. Thousands of fleeing soldiers surged forward, dragging the enforcers with them in a chaotic retreat. Chapter 71. Total collapse. Officers flee first. At the command center, the 11 nation commanders exchanged incredulous glances. Defeated? How could that be? 20,000 level 2s, 2,000 level 3s, plus the 42,000 level 2s and 3,000 level 3s previously eliminated? Was there no sense of basic law in this mutated evolution? The Qin commander feigned calmness. "Esteemed colleagues, our immediate concern is to devise a plan to manage this chaos." The front line was in disarray. Orders were uncommunicable, and it was clear they were facing an epic defeat. "Humph. We still have 10,000 men behind us. If we concentrate your elite guards, we may yet control the rogue troops and strike back at the zombies." Upon hearing the white-headed Eagle commander's words, the Bear Nation commander scoffed. "If it were our own soldiers, there might be a chance, but this is the 11-nation coalition. The flaw lies in the crawlers' assault, which has led to significant losses among mid- and low-ranking officers, leaving soldiers unable to find their superiors and the commanders unable to locate their subordinates, and to use a hodgepodge of soldiers from different nationalities to enforce discipline against the zombies. Report. The fleeing soldiers have reached the artillery positions. Before they could process this alarming news, more bad tidings followed. The mobile missile units lost maneuverability and became easy targets. A unit tasked with guarding logistics mutinied and fled. It was too late. They must conserve their remaining forces. Defeat was inevitable, and if the highest-ranking commander in the region were to fall, it would be a source of mockery for the entire world. The commanders boarded helicopters under the protection of their guards, a conspicuous sight amid a sea of fleeing soldiers. A shout rang out, "Those damned high-ranking officials are making a run for it. What about us?" A throng of disheveled soldiers of varying ranks, ethnicities, and nationalities charged toward the helicopters. Tat-tat-tat. The welcome they received came in the form of bullets from the guards. Several fell, while the rest sought cover and returned fire, engaging the guards in a chaotic exchange. The number of rogue soldiers swelled, with occasional rounds striking the helicopter's armor. The commanders felt a surge of panic and ordered an immediate takeoff. As for the guards, they had long enjoyed privileges far surpassing those of ordinary soldiers and low-ranking officers. They should have anticipated this day. The guards were limited in number, while the rogue soldiers multiplied. They had even procured mortars and rocket launchers. Soon, all the guards fell in battle, and the rogue soldiers vented their fury by mutilating the bodies before dispersing. Fighter jets continuously dropped ordnance among the zombie hordes, targeting artillery positions and missile launchers. Just 2 minutes prior, they had received orders. The missiles and artillery must not be left for the zombies. Under the aerial bombardment, munitions detonated in a chain reaction. Jiang Lin felt a twinge of regret but allowed them to continue pursuing the fleeing soldiers. Whenever a group of over 20 gathered, it would inevitably attract a crawler. Military uniforms, transport vehicles, armored cars, tanks. These were priority targets. The battlefield was ablaze, littered with remnants of flesh and blood. The slaughter continued for an hour, and the coalition forces had all but vanished from sight. Yet Jiang Lin remained vigilant, deploying 10,000 night demons and 1,000 crawlers to scour the terrain for fleeing soldiers. Meanwhile, the zombies in the urban area began to scavenge the battlefield. With nearly 100,000 sets of gear at his disposal, Jiang Lin felt a surge of profit. After accounting for damage, losses, and equipment taken, there remained approximately 60,000 submachine guns, assault rifles, and rifles. Alongside 13 million rounds of ammunition, there were 1,400 machine guns and 40 million rounds of bullets. The missile launchers and artillery positions had been destroyed, leaving only 2 usable howitzers, which were essentially useless without shells. However, there were over 600 mortars and rocket launchers, with about 10,000 shells available. As for precision equipment like drones, robotic dogs, and detectors, their capture was of little use. These required skilled operators, and Jiang Lin's rudimentary control over the zombies was insufficient for such tasks. Any malfunctioning part or missing component would render him powerless. The battle had directly claimed the lives of over 18,000 night demons and more than 1,600 crawlers. The losses were staggering, with the corresponding coalition casualties amounting to over 34,000 dead and 41,000 turned into zombies. Thus, he ordered the capture of fleeing soldiers whenever possible, whether to serve as fuel for crawlers or to provide sustenance for the evolving Zhaoli. The assembly of nearly 100,000 professional soldiers from 11 nations is indeed a formidable spectacle, capturing the attention of the entire world. Prior to this event, no one doubted the likelihood of success. Rather, the debates revolved around the duration of the operation, the potential casualties, and the extent of destruction in urban areas. While the common populace remained blissfully unaware, certain astute media outlets had already received the intelligence. Charles, a citizen of the white flag Black Chicken Nation, infiltrated the laborers to secure frontline news. He eagerly awaited a momentous scoop, never anticipating that such a day would arrive so swiftly. To his astonishment, the coalition forces suffered a defeat, vanquished by a horde of beasts. Following the initial shock, elation ensued. He was certain that very few were privy to the coalition's calamitous defeat. If he were to be the first to relay this news back home, would it not lead to substantial financial gain? No. His ambition was to establish his reputation and amass an endless stream of wealth. Upon returning the news to his newspaper, he was unexpectedly instructed to maintain confidentiality. While he verbally acquiesced, internally he scoffed. They feared governmental repercussions, but he was undeterred. Should it come to it, he would simply not return. He disseminated the information to over 20 media outlets across various nations, demanding only one thing in return: that his name be prominently credited. The coalition's defeat left only the commander and a few hundred survivors to escape, creating a significant stir among global leaders. The leader of the Bear Nation promptly incarcerated the commander. The commander from the Kimchi Nation, ever cunning, began to curry favor with various tycoons, asserting his worth and offering a declaration of loyalty. Meanwhile, the commander from Cherry Blossom Island knelt before the government, repeatedly slapping his own face in penance. Charles's news reached multiple parties, who too were aware of its implications. Adhering to the notion that if he did not publish the news, a competitor surely would, they hastily printed this earth-shattering information. Consequently, nations were thrust into a state of turmoil. As dawn broke, the leaders of the 11 nations convened for an online meeting, the last of which had been to discuss post-war distribution. After reviewing the news of the defeat, the elder from the Qian Nation gravely stated, "Esteemed colleagues, we have no path of retreat. The threat of zombies to humanity far exceeds our imagination, and we must eradicate them at all costs." At all costs? Did this imply the use of forbidden weaponry? However, since even the Qian Nation seemed unconcerned, there was no reason for dissent. Soon, a top-secret document, signed by all elders of the Qian Nation, was systematically delivered. In a remote underground base, personnel clad in protective gear navigated through an environment marked by radiation symbols. Chapter 72, Hydrogen Bomb, a mushroom cloud illuminating the sky. After processing the paper command and verifying the code, A colossal missile was mechanically transported to the underground launch silo. The earth split open, revealing a vast black chasm, and the missile surged skyward. Chaos ensued as soldiers scattered, but without heavy firepower, they were merely lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of the night demons and crawlers. The few who dared to resist were ruthlessly dispatched, while the unarmed were escorted alongside laborers to the city. Jiang Lin was somewhat astonished to find that there were still 30,000 individuals, a significant number of whom were laborers. These laborers, initially seeking merely to earn a higher wage, found themselves in grave peril. He promptly commanded the zombies to herd these individuals into the subway station. He harbored concerns about humanity's next offensive. The coalition had lost a staggering 100,000 soldiers, suffering an immense loss of face on the international stage. Though he appeared to have triumphed several times, humanity boasted billions, vast productive capacity, and advanced scientific technology. Should they manage to defeat him even once, it would spell his end. Suddenly, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. This was unusual. He had long since been free from the afflictions of conventional illness. Colds and fevers were no longer his concern. Though he was situated within a high-rise building, surrounded by zombies and with human soldiers either dead or under control, where was the threat? Humanity. He transformed into a crawler and scuttled into the subway station. He felt somewhat better, but still he descended to the lowest level, entering the subway's air defense facility. Before entering the subway, Jiang Lin had ordered his zombie army to retreat underground on a hydrogen bomb, propelled by a rocket. Soared above Qinghe County. It was unfathomable to think that in this era, the Qian nation's mainland would suffer a nuclear strike, and that it would be self-inflicted. The hydrogen bomb detonated approximately 50 meters above ground. A blinding radiance erupted, dispelling shadows for dozens of kilometers. The shockwave swept through, causing buildings to crumble and uprooting trees. While the ground sank several meters, a colossal inferno obscured the sky, incinerating everything in its path. The sound arrived last, surpassing the limits of human hearing. Countless zombies on the surface, along with a few hiding soldiers, were swept away by the searing wave, their flesh and blood gradually consumed, bones beginning to char. Ultimately turning to dust and intertwining, a mushroom cloud, towering 7 kilometers high, was visible across neighboring states. In the subway shelter, Jiang Lin's nails dug deeply into his palms. Nuclear weaponry. Had they truly been pushed to such extremes? He knew without needing to verify that the zombies had suffered grievous losses. Just as he thought it had come to an end, 3 additional hydrogen bombs, each slightly smaller than the first, were launched. The warheads, composed of depleted uranium, easily penetrated dozens of meters of concrete, only slightly losing speed upon encountering steel, until they detonated within the subway tunnel. The other 2 bombs similarly burrowed into main sewer lines before exploding. Jiang Lin dared not venture outside at this moment. Who knew if further retribution awaited? From the flickering light in the sea of his consciousness, he selected a night demon. Hiss. The site of the first hydrogen bomb's explosion bore no resemblance to its former self. Within 300 meters of the epicenter, all life and structures vanished, replaced by a dark red, glass-like substance. Within a 1-kilometer radius, no intact buildings remained. Countless fissures marred the landscape, as if they were on the brink of collapse. The aftermath of the 3 smaller bombs was equally devastating. As these detonated underground, they caused nearby tunnels to collapse, and all electrical systems within the subway succumbed to electromagnetic interference. A substantial portion of the subway was obliterated. A typical person, surviving the explosion, would still find themselves trapped. A rough estimate indicated that over 13,000 night demons had perished, along with over 500 crawlers, though many had taken refuge underground. The disturbances in Fengzhou were soon noted by neighboring states. Naturally, who wouldn't he be alarmed to see 5 suns rising in the distant sky? Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge would recognize it as a nuclear explosion. A world war? An atomic bomb has struck at our doorstep. Who dares to challenge us? Are they not afraid of nuclear retaliation? Silence. Quickly find a place to take refuge. The apocalypse is upon us. Officials across the board began to reassure the populace. Yet, the public's response was far more fervent. Can someone slap me? Did I hear correctly? The Qian nation just dropped a nuclear bomb on our own territory. That wasn't just a bomb. It was a hydrogen bomb. That's beside the point. What matters is that they disregard civilian lives. Cities far from Fengzhou began stockpiling salt and digging basements. As for those nearer, Some believed they were unaffected and continued their daily routines, while others shouted about the end of the world, looting and rioting, only to be swiftly subdued by police. Approximately 20 minutes after the hydrogen bomb detonated, a layer of gray mist descended from the sky. Those who took it lightly were doomed. This was a mixture of radioactive particles and ash, with radiation levels off the charts within a 1-kilometer radius. Only at a distance of 100 kilometers did levels begin to normalize. Jiang Lin barely confirmed that no further nuclear weapons were imminent. That moment, a consciousness connected with him. Zhao Li? Has this succeeded? Jiang Lin felt relieved that he had hidden Zhao Li in an underground cave on the city's edge. Otherwise, they might not have survived the nuclear blast. Within the cave, a pulsating mass, roughly the height of a person, throbbed like a heart. Though it could not speak, Jiang Lin understood its intent. Zhao Li required sufficient resources to hatch. Subsequently, those humans Jiang Lin had captured began to line up to enter the cave. With Lu Yang among them, now of little value to him, Jiang Lin was not one to show mercy. He had no intention of sparing him. Please, I helped you deceive the Qin Nation's officials. Why can't you spare my life? Ordinary zombies faced a similar fate. Countless flesh spikes extended from the mass, capable of consuming dozens in a single gulp, taking only minutes to do so. The pulsation of the mass visibly intensified, and Jiang Lin eagerly anticipated its transformation, at which point he too would gain power. After absorbing 5,000 humans and 3,000 zombies, the mass still seemed unsatisfied, consuming an additional 100 night demons and 50 crawlers before finally reaching satisfaction. Though this appetite could not be simplistically equated with strength, Jiang Lin was confident it would not be weak. Puff. A tendril pierced the mass, leaving him astounded. It had grown in such an unexpected manner. At the highest strategic command of the Qin Nation, orders were issued. We cannot delay any further. Officers expressed concerns over locating whole zombie corpses. What are you worried about? At this point, what is the radiation level? What is the temperature? Are you worried there aren't enough dead soldiers? Moreover, other nations were closely monitoring the situation. At this juncture, an older officer sighed. The zombie crisis had evolved beyond a mere domestic affair that they could resolve alone. Soon, a multinational joint recovery team set forth towards Qinghe County. Chapter 73. A 20-meter flesh pillar, sanity rapidly deteriorating. The Sky Transport aircraft, the largest model manufactured by the Bear Nation, measures 87 meters in length, 82 meters in wingspan, and 12 meters in height, with a maximum payload of 230 tons, capable of transporting 2,000 personnel. Accompanying the two transport aircraft are 20 bombers and 50 fighter jets. These personnel hail from 10 nations, with the Qin Nation conducting operations from its own territory, merely requiring mobilization from neighboring states. One of the transport aircraft landed outside the city, and personnel clad in heavy protective suits began to disembark in another transport aircraft. There were armed helicopters, detection instruments, and various equipment. It was daytime. Yet the area within several kilometers of the nuclear explosion in Qinghe County was shrouded in radioactive dust, limiting visibility to a mere 50 meters. Before the oversized life detection device on the transport plane, the movements of large organisms buried 30 meters underground were easily discerned. The zombies had no chance to approach the search personnel and were swiftly eliminated by aerial firepower. Due to the zombies' tenacity, many weapons prohibited in modern society were brought into play: Molotov cocktails, white phosphorus bombs, and thermobaric munitions. If it were not for the zombies' extreme resistance to biological weapons, they might have faced a barrage of toxic gas shells as well. It could be asserted that once humanity sheds its moral constraints, the weapons they develop could obliterate 99.9% of life on the blue planet. Although the sewage system had suffered extensive collapse from hydrogen bomb strikes, many zombies still survived, becoming targets for humanity. First, they used javelin missiles to pierce their heads, followed by the deployment of thermobaric bombs in the confined space. Even the crawlers found it impossible to escape death. The zombies concealed within buildings were even easier to deal with. The compounds in white phosphorus bombs would automatically gravitate towards nearby moving objects. Once contaminated, there was no hope for their flesh and blood to survive. The commander of Chang Country wore an expressionless face. Today, in Qinghe County, 1 million lives were extinguished. They first cleared the area with missiles and then detonated 4 hydrogen bombs, transforming what was once a third-tier city into a forbidden zone for humanity. As the points of light representing the night demon and the crawlers gradually vanished from the sea of consciousness, Jiang Lin realized that humanity was approaching. He intended to remain low-key, but humanity would not allow him to escape. Inside the aerial transport, soldiers continuously recorded data in front of the enormous detection device. They were dumbfounded by the massive markings displayed on the screen. Several commanders began to deliberate, and numerous nations had changed personnel. The zombie king they had envisioned was nowhere near as terrifying in size. A few ground-penetrating missiles accurately reached Jiang Lin's vicinity, and just before the explosion, Zhao Li extended a wall of flesh. With a resounding boom, the ground shook violently, yet Jiang Lin emerged unscathed, while large patches of charred flesh detached from Zhao Li, causing his entire form to shrink slightly. Name: Zhao Li. Race: Zombie, Level 4 Devourer, Pseudo, Ability: Zombie Body Level 4, Flesh Form can change at will. External organisms serve as his sustenance. Viral infection: every part of his body is a breeding ground for viruses, limited to humans. The two ran a distance through the tunnel, but they could not escape the missile tracking. Moreover, the missiles were all targeting Zhao Li. Although Jiang Lin did not comprehend the reasons behind it, he knew they had to split up. Units, be advised. The target is about to emerge. My God. What manner of monster is this? A cylindrical mass of flesh erupted from the ground, a 20-meter-long column covered in repulsive pustules, which burst, oozing a pale green liquid. This scene severely impacted their worldview, causing their sanity to plummet. No command was necessary. The firepower from the armed helicopters relentlessly struck Zhao Li, yet contrary to their expectations, the heavy machine gun barrels glowed red-hot, and Zhao Li remained vigorous. AS helicopters ascended, fighter jets and bombers rained down cluster bombs, creating numerous impacts on Zhao Li's body. The coalition forces hardly had time to feel optimistic before they witnessed Zhao Li visibly regenerating. Realizing their efforts were yielding little, two metal storms were transported onto large helicopters. The metal storm boasted 500 launch ports and could unleash 1 million rounds within a minute. Once activated, a torrent of bullets enveloped Zhao Li. Countless blood holes erupted, and the firing rate was so rapid that Zhao Li's healing was unable to keep pace. At that moment, a transformation occurred. The soft pink surface of Zhao Li developed a layer of gray-brown keratin. Ordinary bullets could not penetrate, and depleted uranium rounds lost their potency after piercing. Zhao Li quickly regained his strength. Deploy the thermobaric bombs, white phosphorus bombs, quickly. Do not allow this monster to recover. It was not surprising that they only now thought of it. A colossal flesh column of over 10 meters was a natural target. Shouldn't they teach it a lesson with a barrage of bullets? As thermobaric bombs, white phosphorus bombs, and Molotov cocktails struck Zhao Li, the damage was minimal due to the keratin layer. However, the subsequent flames enveloped him within seconds. The pilots were elated, proclaiming, "I told you, it's merely a mutated monster, after all. It is still a flesh and blood being. As long as it is a life of flesh, it cannot withstand the onslaught." The keratin layer visibly softened, exposing the flesh within. Zhao Li rolled on the ground, crashing into buildings in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. The previously exuberant pilots fell silent, like chickens with their necks grasped. Zhao Li's surface sprouted membrane-like layers to smother the flames, cutting off their oxygen supply, and the fire quickly extinguished. At this moment, the armed helicopters were less than 80 meters from the ground, while some bombers were only a couple of 100 meters above. The surface of the flesh column undulated, and with a series of popping sounds, countless bullets were ejected from Zhao Li's body, hitting 5 helicopters immediately. But that was not the end. Hundreds of tendrils extended infinitely. Rapidly ascending Point 2 bombers and 5 helicopters were ensnared. What in the world is this? Bullets struck the tendrils, yet they suffered no harm. Point 1 soldier attempted to slice them with a dagger, but it felt as though he was cutting through steel, leaving his hand numb and ineffective. Numerous aircraft were dragged down, their bodies riddled with holes. The soldiers inside had long been devoured, leaving behind only bones. This horrifying scene sent shivers down their spines, prompting the aircraft to instinctively ascend to over a kilometer in altitude. After several rounds of attack, the coalition forces had exhausted vast amounts of ammunition but seemed to have achieved nothing. The commanders were too frightened to close their mouths. Commander of Cherry Blossom Island, Nanny? Has a deity descended upon us? There was a saying that Cherry Blossom Island had 8 million deities, and all manner of strange creatures could be attributed to them. The commander of the Bear Country pondered whether their Grand Emperor could eliminate it. The commander of the Bald Eagle Country proclaimed, This is the perfect specimen we desire. Its appearance may be unsightly, but that is merely the narrow-minded view of lower beings. I must possess it. The commander of Chang country was most anxious to eliminate Zhao Li. After all, this was the heartland of Chang country. If they did not eradicate it now, with the terrifying speed of zombie evolution and mutation, they would have no assurance in the future. Chapter 74. Feigning death to escape and divvying up spoils otherwise? Should they resort to nuclear weapons? The commander of Chang country merely observed the commander of pickled vegetable country with cold indifference. Before he could speak, the commander of Degua interjected with a warning. No. Everyone, think about when this monster first appeared. Each of them was astute, and upon reflection, their expressions grew grave, except for the bewildered pickled vegetable. Indeed, why had such a formidable mutant zombie not been utilized until now? They recalled that it had only emerged after Chang country conducted nuclear explosions. Could it be due to radiation? The likelihood was substantial. It was also possible that it had existed all along but was forced out of hiding by the nuclear blast. Yet none dared to gamble. Ha ha ha. You have all been frightened by it, and no matter how strong its self-healing ability, it cannot be limitless. Does it not adhere to the law of conservation of energy? Upon consideration, everyone agreed. As long as they could unleash enough firepower to kill it, it would not pose a challenge for them. In truth, Zhao Li's repeated recoveries were due to the contributions of the underground zombie horde. Whenever he suffered significant flesh loss, the horde would line up to be absorbed by him. Why had the giant detection device failed to detect this? The representation of Zhao Li was too large. Obscuring the markers of the horde. The outside world, Zhao Li appeared invincible. Jiang Lin was quite satisfied with Zhao Li's current performance. What troubled him was the pseudo-label following the Level 4 Devourer on Zhao Li's panel, indicating a deviation in Zhao Li's evolution. Naturally, Jiang Lin could not transform into a Devourer. He had not forgotten that Zhao Li's evolution was aided by the serum developed by Shi Lang. Perhaps he had been overly fixated from the beginning. With the research capabilities of these nations, they might soon develop a modified virus. Fengzhou was no longer a place to linger. He needed to find an opportunity to escape. Once was won, and twice would follow. Fengzhou had few survivors, and with precedents of nuclear explosions, the likelihood of resorting to nuclear weapons again was high. Jiang Lin was not foolish enough to hang himself in Fengzhou. Believing he had discovered a method to deal with Zhao Li, Chang country mobilized 20 bombers, 30 fighter jets, and transport planes laden with ammunition from various provinces. The bombardment continued incessantly for 2 hours. Everyone, keep it up. The monster is faltering. Zhao Li's form visibly shrank, and the crowd intensified their firepower. The once 10-meter figure was now reduced to less than 5 meters. Oh, we have won. Where Zhao Li had fallen, a hollow emerged, and a crawler extracted a fist-sized flesh ball from within him. It quickly retreated underground, fearful that Zhao Li was merely feigning death. After bombarding the area and creating a rain of blood and gore, they first deployed drones and robotic dogs to scan the flesh mass, even firing 2 rounds. After confirming it was unresponsive, soldiers moved in. Soldiers secured the perimeter, while experts in thick protective gear cautiously approached. They scanned the data, constructed models, and collected samples. The most heart-pounding battle concluded, and the time for divvying up the spoils had arrived. The commander of the Bald Eagle country had the most ambitious plan. He suggested transporting the entire monster's corpse to the Bald Eagle country. They possessed the world's most advanced equipment and the finest biological research talent. For this, he was willing to make grand promises. Whether in terms of monetary compensation or equipment, if you desire advanced technology, we can negotiate. The representatives from South Vietnam and Asan country were clearly tempted. Given their national circumstances, obtaining the corpse for research would take many years to yield results. The representative from Pickled Vegetable country feared retribution from their superiors. The commander of Cherry Blossom Island had the capability to conduct research and aimed to collaborate with the Bald Eagle country for joint research afterward. The commander of the Bear country directly confronted several nations for their shamelessness, and this was still within the territory of the Dry country, without even consulting the opinions of the host nation. The commander of the Dry country received a signal from the strategic department. They must not allow the Bald Eagle to obtain a complete corpse. The Dry country is indeed the Bald Eagle's greatest hypothetical enemy. If they manage to develop any biological weapons, who will they be used against? Ultimately, the 11 nations each obtained a part. Several major powers acquired more substantial portions. The Dry country secured the head, while the Bear Country received a significant chunk of the flesh. Observing the exchanges between the nations, it was evident that the bald eagle would soon gather a considerable number of parts. Perhaps only the Bear Country and the High Country remained unmoved. However, this was a miscalculation, as the Dry Country had not consented. Within its borders, radical factions seemed to envision an opportunity to once again dominate a continent. Jiang Lin had already traversed complex underground passages to reach the outskirts of the city, disguising himself as an ordinary zombie while leaving Qinghe County. Simultaneously, he ordered all zombies in the area to enter a state of dormancy. They were omnipresent, perhaps collapsed beneath a crumbling concrete wall, hiding in underground tunnels, or lurking in the subway. This would significantly attract the attention of various nations, draining the resources and manpower of the Dry Country. As long as the higher-ups were unwilling to completely abandon hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of territory. The war against the zombies had concluded, but the Dry Country's mission was far from over. Since the outbreak of the zombie disaster in the River District of Qinghe County, the North River District had fallen, resulting in the annihilation of a battalion. Then, the zombies swept through Qinghe County, and the troops sealed off the entire county. The dispatch of a large army for extermination was met with defeat in the night, with one brigade completely obliterated and another severely crippled. Along with the loss of a brigade commander, following this, a multitude of mutated zombies overran the remaining 4 counties, plunging 15 million people into a sea of corpses. The coalition of 11 nations launched a decisive battle, only to be thoroughly humiliated and ridiculed by the world. Setting aside other nations, merely considering the Dry Country, the civilian casualties numbered in the millions, alongside over 18,000 soldiers, more than 5,000 police officers, and a vast number of city management personnel and lower-level officials. The toll was indeed staggering. In the remaining 4 counties, each nation obtained what they desired, leaving no reason to maintain soldiers to assist the Dry Country. The Dry Country still needed to dispatch personnel to accept the defensive zones and subsequently eliminate the zombies step by step. The entire world demanded explanations from the various nations regarding the origins of the zombie virus, the justification for nuclear weapon deployment, and the impact on the global landscape. Among other matters, a joint press conference involving multiple countries was scheduled to take place in the capital of the Dry Country. In the following days, people from all over the world flocked to the Dry Country, with flights operating under extreme pressure. Consequently, the authorities were compelled to issue orders. Aside from those who secured interview qualifications for the conference and official personnel from various nations, other unrelated individuals were not permitted entry. The restriction period spanned a total of 3 days around the conference. Chapter 75. Post-war rewards and punishments, changing identities in the capital of the Dry Country. The assembly hall was filled with anticipation for this press conference. Attendees included foreign media, tourists, domestic residents, survivors from Fengzhou, and relatives of frontline soldiers. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. When the casualty figures of the coalition were announced, shockwaves rippled through the crowd and across the screens of people worldwide. 100,000 troops buried in a mere Qinghe County. This level of loss had not been witnessed since World War II. A reporter inquired about the reasons for the defeat, to which the spokesperson replied that it was due to inadequate battlefield intelligence gathering. The reporter pressed further, questioning whether this was due to planning errors or personnel shortcomings that led to opportunism. At this juncture, it was impossible to continue deceiving the media and the public without revealing some significant revelations. First and foremost, I extend my deepest apologies on behalf of the coalition for the casualties sustained in this war. At this moment, I propose we observe a minute of silence for them. Representatives from the 11 nations lined up, bowing at a 90-degree angle. The 11 national flags were lowered to half-mast in mourning. And all present, including various media personnel, bowed their heads in silence. On the roads, cars came to a halt. In shopping malls, people paused their purchases. In parks, on lawns, and in homes. 1 minute later. This war ultimately concludes with humanity emerging victorious. This victory does not solely belong to the Dry Country, but also to the Bald Eagle, the Bear Country. And indeed, to the entire world. Focusing solely on the sacrifices made would be detrimental to the image of the nations involved. The spokesperson swiftly shifted the blame toward the mid to high-ranking officials on the front lines. One by one, officials and military officers were dismissed and held accountable for their negligence in combat. Even the mildest consequences resulted in being put on probation and subjected to joint interrogation by relevant departments. Each name announced sparked discussions among the crowd. This guy looks like a glutton. It's obvious he's no good. Dismissing him is too lenient. I suggest a thorough investigation to dismantle his protection network. This is a company commander? I heard he fled with his unit during a confrontation with the crawlers. Endangering his comrades, it wouldn't be unjust to execute him. The police captain from Fengzhou? With the surname Liu, could it possibly be that family? If so, it all makes sense. Countless relatives of the deceased, fallen police officers, and soldiers cheered in front of their televisions. Compared to the uncertain timeline for compensation, punishing officials provided them with a sense of vindication. The public's reaction was not unexpected by the nations, as it was, in fact, part of their design. Whenever class conflicts within their countries escalated to a certain degree, something else had to emerge to quell the flames. Racial tensions, gender issues, and faith differences. Ordinary individuals were divided into small groups by various labels, allowing the predators to stand unscathed as impartial judges. When someone was punished and held accountable, others were promoted and enriched. Those who fought bravely, held their ground, and shone on the front lines each had their own rewards. Anren, due to her management of the refugee centers, was promoted to the chief police officer of Haizhou County. To claim there was no ulterior motive in all this would be implausible. The strict management and excessive pressure led to survivor riots, which, under the operations of the Lin family in Haizhou, were transformed into successful efforts to dismantle foreign hostile forces. Not only were there no repercussions, but significant merits were also gained. Her achievements were not isolated. Similar offenses without connections or networks would result in being cast aside as targets for public venting. What if one had connections but faced immense public resentment? Find a scapegoat, assume a false identity, and spend a year or two in a small place honing skills, then re-emerge when the storm has passed. Dai Hongyi was one such individual without a background. Despite his bravery in battle and integrity, he had offended too many people. Thus, when he went missing with his unit, no one bothered to verify cautiously, and he was hastily listed among the deceased. A woman in her 30s watched the television, filled with both indignation and relief. Her husband was a veteran who, under the encouragement of fellow soldiers, had gone to the front lines. The war had ended, and other local veterans gradually returned home. Yet her husband, Zhou Dawei, had not returned and could not be contacted, most likely meeting a grim fate. However, until the last moment, she refused to lose hope. In a chat group named Veterans Never Die, she pondered who from the Zhou family would visit. I'll go. Zhou was hesitant, but I insisted he go. Now that he had sacrificed himself, I felt responsible. Zhang Guzi, amidst the journey to Zhou Dawei's home, was expected to be in despair, and others in the group consoled him. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have laughed heartily. Zhou Dawei, oh Zhou Dawei, you were superior to me in everything during our military service. And after retirement, you even secured a beautiful wife. We hailed from the same village. So why? You had to show off on the battlefield. Don't worry, your wife will be under my care. Knock, knock, knock. A striking woman opened the door. Recognizing the man before her, sister-in-law, it's me, Zhang Guzi. As he spoke, he pulled out a photo of himself with Zhou Dawei along with chat group messages. Noon. Gazing at the alluring silhouette of the woman cooking, Zhang Guzi felt a pang of envy. He then glanced at the little boy doing homework nearby. Zhou Dawei's only son. I'll make sure to take care of you, you fatherless child. After handing over the primordial embryonic state of Zhao Li to Qiyun, Jiang Lin departed. From the victory against the coalition of 11 nations to the nuclear cleansing, he recognized the limitations of the zombies. At least for the time being, no solution had been found. He was, of course, aware of the Human Press Conference. Besides Qinghe County, Fengzhou also had 4 counties. However, the primary combat power above the night demons had already been heavily depleted during the war. Humanity would find it easier to deal with the 4 counties than to confront Qinghe County alone. Jiang Lin altered his strategy, instructing the zombies in the 4 counties to hide as discreetly as possible. And no longer confined to urban buildings and sewers, they were to venture beyond the city to villages, mountains, ditches, and caves. Meanwhile, he boarded a flight to Yazhou, assuming a new identity arranged by Lang, also named Zhang Lin, an orphan born in Yazhou. This Zhang Lin was reclusive, had dropped out of middle school, worked odd jobs to survive, had no friends, and even the welfare institution from his childhood had closed down. Dressed in an ordinary checkered shirt, jeans, and black frame glasses, he dragged a black suitcase, utterly unremarkable. No one could possibly connect him to the mastermind behind the downfall of a province and the suffering of millions. At the airport, attention all passengers, the flight to Yazhou has arrived. Please proceed to gates A101, A102 for boarding. Jiang Lin, appearing like a college student, looked for his seat while holding his ticket. Hello, I have a window seat. The woman scrutinized him carefully, confirming that he was neither a paparazzo nor a flirt, and shifted her legs to let him pass. Chapter 76. The Bureau of Strange Affairs. Once Jiang Lin settled into his seat, he placed his backpack down and gazed out the window. After observing for a few minutes, Lu Xiaotong confirmed that this man truly did not recognize her. She was clad in a pristine white tracksuit, an A-line skirt, and mid-heeled sandals. Her elegant curves and glistening toes exuded an irresistible allure, while the mask on her face, along with her sunglasses and sun hat, concealed her features completely. Women are inherently contradictory beings. Jiang Lin's indifference allowed her to exhale in relief, yet it also ignited a spark of mischief within her. She glanced at herself and mused, "My figure is quite commendable. Is the scenery outside more enchanting than I am?" If Jiang Lin were privy to the inner monologue playing out in her mind, he would surely be amused, for he had long ceased to be regarded as human. One might wonder who would ever feel desire for the female prey in their vicinity, except perhaps in a certain country, where even a lizard passing by would have to cover its rear. As the plane ascended, aside from the incessant announcements of the flight attendants promoting various products, many passengers simply donned eye masks to rest. Jiang Lin, however, had a different train of thought. What if my identity were to be revealed at this moment? How would the Qian nation react if they decided to launch a missile at the aircraft? Sacrificing an entire plane full of people to eliminate a shadowy mastermind was certainly within the realm of possibility for the Qian nation. They could simply control the black box and attribute any incident to technical issues, leaving no room for dispute. Given his transformed physique as a crawler and his tenacious vitality, he might survive a fall from 200 meters, but at several thousand meters, unless he were to evolve into a level 4 devourer, he might as well resign himself to death. Sensing an anomaly, his heightened senses detected a foot stealthily extending towards him from the rear. Yang Kai, wearing an eye mask with a slight gap, held his breath and concentrated, trying not to attract attention. Snap! Ouch! What are you doing? The sharp pain elicited a cry from Yang Kai, awakening the disgruntled gazes of those nearby. I apologize, everyone. It's just my hemorrhoids acting up. Please bear with me. The flight attendant hurried over, and without further ado, Jiang Lin retrieved Yang Kai's hidden camera. After a brief inquiry into the situation, the flight attendant regarded Yang Kai with evident disdain. Shortly thereafter, several male crew members arrived, facilitating a seat change with one passenger, effectively cornering him until the plane landed and he could be handed over to the authorities. Thank you immensely for your assistance just now. Though Lu Xiandong wore safety shorts beneath, her profession made her vulnerable to the discomfort of being photographed without consent. Her gratitude rang particularly sincere. Jiang Lin gently clasped her delicate fingers, signaling his acknowledgement. No need for thanks. It was simply a matter of convenience. This was not a falsehood. In another setting, Yang Kai's repugnant behavior would not have warranted his attention. Lu Xiandong interpreted his humility as a sign of modesty, and coupled with her recent professional frustrations, she regarded him as an excellent outlet for her grievances. I must tell you, some of the leaders nowadays are utterly inhumane. Indeed, that is quite reasonable. Such individuals who engage in covert photography ought to be blacklisted, forbidden from boarding high-speed trains or airplanes. Yes, exactly. Ultimately, Lu Xiandong even provided Jiang Lin with her personal phone number. The Bureau of Anomalous Strategic Affairs and Defense, abbreviated as the Anomalies Bureau, was established during the zombie war period when the upper echelons of the Qian nation recognized the muddled responsibilities and bureaucratic inertia that plagued various departments dealing with zombie-related matters. In light of this, they founded a specialized agency. The Anomalies Bureau not only possesses extensive authority in handling zombie affairs, but also reports directly to the highest strategic division. Should any incidents akin to a zombie outbreak arise in the future, they would take the lead. On the outskirts of the capital, a sprawling 50,000 square meter compound serves as the headquarters of the Anomalies Bureau. Their placement here was not arbitrary. As the foremost department for zombie defense and offense in Qian, they were expected to yield significant results within a foreseeable time frame. These outcomes would be applied to enhance soldier combat effectiveness, human enhancement, and even longevity. After careful consideration, the headquarters was situated neither too far to risk losing control nor too close to pose a threat to the capital, just the right distance beneath the watchful eyes of the protective military corps. Ensuring prompt management in case of emergencies, a researcher clad in a white protective suit traversed the metallic corridor. The badge hanging from his chest indicated Level 2 Researcher, He Yong. The guards, having verified his credentials and confirmed the password, permitted him entry. Transitioning from the guards to the depths of the research facility involved a series of checks, passwords, identification cards, pupil recognition, fingerprint verification, and password inputs. Such stringent measures were necessitated by the infiltration of foreign agents during previous incidents in Qinghe County, where they had gained access through corrupt bureaucratic channels as if entering an unguarded domain. On the second basement level, are you ready? Let us begin. The bespectacled researcher administered the liquid from the syringe into the soldier's bloodstream. This soldier was a carefully selected volunteer from the Qian military, joined by several hundred others like him. They placed the unconscious soldier onto the operating table, binding his limbs with high-strength rubber. Securing a metallic semicircular band around his waist. Two researchers stepped aside to converse. Will this be successful? One expressed concern. Prior to this, they had conducted numerous experiments on death row inmates. Initially, each injection resulted in fatalities. But with repeated modifications, the mortality rate declined. While the inmates survived, their nervous systems were severely damaged, rendering them nearly incapacitated. Don't worry. The esteemed academicians would never consent to using soldiers for experiments without a solid assurance. The researcher they referred to, Shi Lang, had become the chief Level 1 researcher of the Anomalies Bureau after receiving guidance from Jiang Lin, skillfully packaging experimental data to gain recognition. Above him were only a handful of academicians. Qian Bing was also among the volunteers. The moment the azure liquid entered his body, he felt warmth enveloping him. Unfortunately, the comfort was short-lived, as the liquid coursed through him like a barrage of steel needles. Huff, huff. His body flushed crimson as he struggled against his restraints, causing the operating table to rattle. It was noteworthy that even an ordinary zombie could scarcely break free from such bindings. A person held a document, skillfully beginning to instill thoughts into him. Qian Bing, hold on, don't forget who nurtured you. One must be grateful. Your wife is and your 4-year-old son is waiting for you to celebrate his birthday. It seemed the words resonated. Qian Bing's frenzied demeanor gradually calmed, his lips moving in response. The individual leaned closer and inquired, what did you say? Water. Among the 30 in this batch, only 2, like Qian Bing, managed to endure. 21 did not survive, becoming vacant shells, while 7 morphed into mindless, bloodthirsty creatures akin to zombies. Upon receiving the news, an academician hurriedly arrived. Chapter 77. Enhancer Number 1. The enhanced one. The newcomer was Academician Yo. His beard entirely white and thick glasses perched on his nose, gasping for breath. Academician Yo, please take a moment to rest. Rest? What for? In front of the test subjects, resting is out of the question. He surveyed the room, declaring, once I'm gone, there will be plenty of time to rest. Despite Qian Bing appearing normal, indistinguishable from before the experiment, the staff proceeded with the standard testing protocols. He was taken to a computer, where he was required to answer a series of psychological assessment questions related to his identity. What is your real name? Qian Bing. Who is your partner? When did you marry? What are your thoughts on the corruption among Qian officials? If you suspect someone in a public area of being infected with the zombie virus, what would you do? Qian Bing answered each question, ultimately scoring 96%. He was escorted to a testing facility. Although it appeared less fortified, 2 electrified barbed wire fences loomed, with an unknown number of sniper rifles aimed in the shadows. Unfazed, Qian Bing thought of his wife and child. After surviving a life-threatening experiment, he was in no mood for trouble. The testing involved measuring his height, weight, and muscle activity to assess any differences from his previous state. Next, they evaluated his physical performance. Academician Yo, disregarding objections, arrived on site to witness the capabilities of a soldier forged by the nation's scientific prowess. A 100-meter sprint clocked in at 9.7 seconds. Before the astonished researchers could fully process this, he leaped 2.63 meters in the high jump. He bench-pressed 650 kilograms. He soared 4.5 meters in the long jump. Aside from falling slightly short of the world record for the 100-meter dash at 9.58 seconds, he shattered records in all other events. While outsiders marveled, those within the field were left speechless, exclaiming it was unscientific. Typically, those with exceptional bench press strength experience limitations in sprinting speed. Likewise, those who excel in high jumps often fall short in long jumps. This disparity arises from the body's mechanics. As each sport engages different muscle groups, and long-term training instills unique power habits that are not easily altered, making balance exceedingly difficult to achieve. Excellent, excellent. Academician Yo's lips quivered with excitement, while nearby researchers remained vigilant, fearful he might faint from exhilaration. Qian Bing, unaware of who Academician Yo was, recognized the significance of the researchers surrounding him and strived to showcase his capabilities. He excelled in marksmanship tests, obstacle avoidance, and scent discrimination, all performed at levels far surpassing his previous abilities. Another soldier, Zhao Yang, who also withstood the drug, underwent testing, performing slightly worse than Qian Bing, yet still regarded as a superhuman by common standards. Upon completion of the tests, Academician Yo promptly relayed the findings to the highest strategic division, i.e. the highest strategic division. Several officers convened. From adversity comes prosperity. I can't wait to see who dares to skimp on funding for the Anomalies Bureau now. You, of course, still remember that. Just a bunch of freeloaders. They refused to contribute on the front lines, hoarding research funds instead. Now that we have results, I'm eager to see their expressions. Cough, cough. Old Joe, let us keep such discussions within these walls. Outside, it's a different matter altogether. Fear not. I have ascended to this position step by step, without committing any grave errors. Who could possibly undermine me? What nonsense is this? We advocate for democracy, so let us refrain from uttering words that may disrupt our unity. A report was presented by several military officers and placed before the elders. With prior contingency plans in place, everything was passed without incident. Thus, the first corpse removal team of the Qian Nation's Bureau of Anomalies was established. With only 2 members at present, Qian Bing and Zhao Yang. Their successful cases alone were sufficient to persuade the higher-ups. The leadership of the corpse removal team transitioned from the Bureau of Anomalies to the Supreme Strategic Department. Having witnessed the capabilities of advanced zombies, the higher-ups dared not test humanity further and decided to entrust this team entirely to the lower ranks. A substantial amount of funds and resources were allocated towards the enhancement of soldiers. This blue potion was designated as Enhancement Agent Number 1, and those who consumed it were referred to as enhancers. Following the Battle of Qinghe County, there remained a significant number of zombie remnants in the 4 prefectures of Fengzhou, predominantly composed of ordinary zombies. Each nation delineated its own cleanup zones. Theoretically, the greatest threat had passed, and the corpses of the devourers had been divided among them, making it unnecessary to linger here. However, those engaged in politics are ever vigilant, each harboring numerous suspicions. Conducting zombie experiments, where could be more suitable than the origin of the zombies? After sufficiently reducing the zombie population, the nations tacitly halted their efforts, concentrating manpower and resources on research. The establishment of the Bureau of Anomalies in Qian was not concealed from them. However, the emergence of Enhancement Agent Number 1 and the enhancers remained a closely guarded secret. Continuous probing, both overt and covert, occurred between the nations, involving the bribery of senior officials and the instigation of researchers, alongside diplomatic overtures involving spouses. Zhao Li had transformed into a ball, under the care of Kuyun. They were the first night demons created by Jiang Lin and the earliest evolved crawlers, their intelligence far surpassing that of other zombies. Naturally, Jiang Lin would not abandon them, instructing Kuyun and Zhao Li to act discreetly. Even if the remaining zombies were eradicated, as long as they remained, a damaged level 4 devourer could emerge at any moment. Outside the confines of Qian, ordinary zombie hordes could re-emerge at any time. It is possible, yet unnecessary. Humanity still practices sustainable development, after all. Should Qian be dealt a severe blow, its national strength would wane, becoming of little use to him, merely benefiting the white-headed eagle nation. He was not entirely reliant on humanity to develop the perfect devourer virus. Guided by the system, he set forth on the road to Jiangshi Village. Jiangshi Village, located at the corner of Qian's Yazhou, has been recorded for over 300 years. Originally, it was merely an ordinary and backward village, lacking electricity and relying on firewood for cooking, with the entire village sharing a single well for water. Until a particularly astute village chief initiated a tourism economy on the bus, the legend goes that Jiangshi Village was not always known by this name. What was it called then? Several curious individuals, especially a bright young woman, inquired. The man, pleased to satisfy their curiosity, replied, Jiangshi Village was originally known as Zombie Village. It is said that 300 years ago, this place was still an uninhabited wasteland, home to a zombie cave where the zombie sovereign, Jiang Qian, resided. On a moonless, windy night, a group of tourists passed by the cave and heard the sound of growls. Out of curiosity, the river ran red with blood. The horde of zombies emerged from the cave, leaving no survivors for miles. A calamity of shocking proportions was met by a powerful female Taoist priest. From that moment on, Zombie Village was renamed Jiangshi Village, and its descendants have guarded this place for generations, preventing the zombies from wreaking havoc upon the world. Chapter 78. Jiangshi Village. Reconstruction. Dong Xingyang reveled in the feeling of being surrounded by others, even if they were merely there to listen to stories. Jia Hongfang observed his wife, who wore a gossiping expression, and given that the girl beside Dong Xingyang was youthful and charming, he couldn't help but feel discontented, recalling that his wife had never been even a fraction as captivating in her youth. Youngsters, if I am not mistaken, you two should still be in university? How did you discern that? I've traveled extensively for over a decade. Opened several shops and conducted small businesses. I've seen all sorts of people. Impressive, impressive. Zhao waved his hand dismissively, yet his tone betrayed a hint of pride. It is true that he had engaged in minor businesses, but his ability to judge character stemmed from being a Cadillac owner. How could he not recognize university girls? On this bus, aside from Dong Xingyang and Qin Xin, two couples, Jia Hongfang and Hong Shasha, a middle-aged couple, and Niu Wenlin with his bodyguard Ba Hao, there were also 7 others, including Zhang Lin. These individuals were either engaged in casual conversation, playing games, or capturing the scenery with their phones and cameras. Only Zhang Lin sat at the back, donning a duckbill cap, appearing to be asleep. In truth, he was contemplating the so-called secrets of Jiangshi Village. While others might dismiss it as mere village gossip, he would not. The system had indeed provided him with hints. The closer he got, the more vivid his intuition became. Jiangshi Village, Zombie Village? Could it truly be inhabited by zombies? Even now, despite being a state away, he could sense the crawlers, while Zhao Li and Kuyun could directly communicate in their minds. 3 days had passed since the Qian nation convened a press conference. One by one, the implicated officials were apprehended by relevant supervisory departments. Military officers were dealt with by the military police, creating an atmosphere of unease within the political sphere of Qian. Those with connections could redeem themselves through exchanged merits, at worst facing temporary dismissals, only to be reinstated when the storm subsided. Those who had chosen the wrong side, however, would bear the brunt of criticism from all sectors of society, as well as the families of fallen soldiers. Some were dismissed while others were imprisoned. As for the death penalty, not a single person received it. Sharing the same class, no one dared to claim absolute innocence. Today, you may have triumphed in your efforts to destroy others, but tomorrow, others will turn against you. The death penalty would not be handed down unless absolutely necessary. This was also a means of diverting attention, as the reconstruction of Fengzhou was in full swing. With a total population exceeding 15 million, the 5 prefectures of Fengzhou had endured the chaos of the zombie crisis and several human zombie wars, leaving fewer than 1 million survivors. Most of these individuals resided in rural areas, having escaped the first wave of the zombie tide. They either sought refuge with nearby military forces or were situated in mountainous areas outside the city, where the treacherous roads kept zombies at bay. Various television media, short videos, long videos, and social media platforms were inundated with public service advertisements urging people from other regions to support Fengzhou. The rewards were substantial, yet responses were scant. After all, who would want to relocate to a place where 10 million had just perished, especially one that had been subjected to nuclear cleansing? Only those truly unable to survive in their current locales would consider going to Fengzhou. The frontline troops, having battled zombies for an extended period, were already psychologically strained, with many mid- and low-ranking officers either dead or facing accountability, replaced by newly appointed individuals. They needed rotation, and personnel became increasingly scarce. Within the Supreme Strategic Department, a group of high-ranking military officers puffed away on cigarettes. Damn it! Who would have thought that our Qian nation would face a manpower shortage? There was no alternative. Reconstructing Fengzhou was no easy task. In this age of advanced information, deception was a challenge. By noon, the guards reminded them it was time to eat. Eat, eat, Eat. What a joke. Unless we resolve this matter today, no one is eating. Old Joe, calm down. Why take your frustrations out on a lowly soldier? I am just anxious. Command the guards to bring the food to the conference room, and everyone chatted while they ate. Eventually, one of them proposed that they tackle the larger issues while allowing the smaller ones to be set aside. The larger issues involve the reconstruction of the 4 prefectures outside Qinghe County, where a significant number of advanced zombies had surged forth, leaving only a small number of ordinary zombies behind. These areas had not been extensively ravaged by human artillery, nor had they been subjected to nuclear explosions, thus the structures remained relatively intact. The primary focus of manpower and resources would be directed towards these regions, and the resistance from the lower ranks would likely be minimal. As for Qinghe County, the situation was far more complicated, with ruins and decaying corpses littering the landscape, alongside deadly nuclear radiation. Were it not for the necessity of eliminating the zombie threat and addressing the potential sources of zombie viruses, they would genuinely consider temporarily abandoning this area, allowing time for restoration. Thus commenced the grand troop rotation, with the relieved soldiers exuberant, while those being deployed appeared as if mourning a lost relative. The various hastily established shelters within Fengzhou began to be dismantled, with survivors being directed towards the 4 prefectures for reconstruction efforts. Except for infants, the disabled, the seriously ill, and the elderly, all individuals aged 15 to 60 were required to participate in the rebuilding process. With no exceptions, they had contemplated voicing their concerns online, but this time, no one would indulge them. This is your Fengzhou. If you do not rebuild it, who will? Indeed, someone must undertake this task. Expand your perspective. To be frank, in the name of Fengzhou, how much manpower and resources have been expended nationwide? How many lives have been sacrificed? To demand more is truly excessive. Gather your confidence. It is not that you are being abandoned. The military will accompany you. You are not fighting alone. The hearts of countless Qin citizens are with you. Accompanying? Surely you do not mean overseeing and monitoring. Luggage and belongings were uniformly transported. With limited capacity, and each person was allotted a share, a sturdy laborer's baggage was not to exceed 50 kilograms or 1 cubic meter. Transport vehicles, trucks, carried the survivors towards the various prefectures. The perimeter was secured by the military, simultaneously exterminating any remaining zombies while serving as a deterrent to the survivors. After all, it was a daunting task to manage thousands of individuals with only a few 100,000 in supervision. It was inevitable that some might harbor improper thoughts. The reconstruction of urban areas was not merely about relocating people. Resource allocation and danger clearance were both demanding tasks. They would commence from the outskirts of one prefecture, gradually eliminating high-risk structures, corpses, and zombies. Once again, the disinfection squad made its appearance, clad in protective gear and carrying water tanks, as they roamed about, spraying disinfectant. Only after this did the survivors emerge, divided into teams responsible for various tasks. In these trying times, every individual was invaluable, including the criminals, as the counties fell into despair, order disintegrated, and many seized the opportunity to loot and vandalize, indulging in debauchery. Some perished amidst the chaos, while others infiltrated the ranks of survivors. And still others were reported and subsequently imprisoned, among them Jiang Dali. Chapter 79. The mischievous villagers. Having watched our program, cough up some cash. In the concentration camp, a multitude of prisoners were held captive. Individuals who ought to have been part of the survivors, now relegated to reconstruction work. Due to their crimes, they were reported or discovered, overseen by the military. To wear down their spirits, they were subjected to menial tasks daily, subsisting on unpalatable food barely sufficient to stave off hunger. Jiang Dali's location had been fortunate enough to evade the initial wave of the nuclear blast, only to be discovered during a subsequent sweep by the army. A dozen robust men congregated, armed and possessing provisions, while a group of naked women remained imprisoned, further compounded by the report from former bank employee Lu Yin. The crimes of Jiang Dali and his companions, murder and sexual assault, were irrefutable. As they smashed stones, curses fell from their lips. Those in Jiang Dali's group regarded him with disdain. Deske, quite the muscular one, eh? A sexual assaulter. Jiang Dali suddenly looked up, his eyes brimming with a dangerous glint. Oh, what a terrifying gaze. I'm so afraid. The buzzcut man sneered. So what if you've killed someone? How many here are virtuous? At noon. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the gong resonated thrice, signaling mealtime. A throng rushed towards the mess hall, for if they arrived late, they would truly face a day of hunger while laboring. Damn it. More of this pig slop? I'd rather be dead. A bowl of thin porridge and a sweet potato constituted their lunch. With a bun for dinner, the standard fare for the inmates. One plump fellow's eyes lit up at the lament. You're not eating? I'll help you finish it. He stepped forward, but the man hurriedly shielded his bowl and chopsticks. Get away. How can we work if we don't eat? I'll eat this pig slop. After the meal, they were supposed to have an hour of rest. However, soldiers stormed into the barracks, calling them up without regard for their complaints. A commanding officer strode forth. You are a bunch of scum. At this, silence fell, their eyes filled with indignation. Am I elevating you by calling you scum? If it were up to me, I'd have you all shot at the firing range. If it were merely to bring them here for humiliation, it would be no great matter to these individuals. However, the officer's next words invigorated them. Qinghe County needs manpower. Even with radiation suits, we cannot ensure complete safety. Better to risk these criminals than our soldiers. The officer elaborated on the conditions for going to Qinghe County. 3 meals a day, the same as the survivors, plus an extra egg. Completing a month there would lead to their release. The conditions were so enticing that the prisoners eagerly raised their hands to sign up, fearful of missing out. The officer maintained an impassive facade, secretly delighted, if he could persuade these scoundrels to volunteer. It was far preferable to forcing them at gunpoint, as for the promise of release after a month. Such a good offer. The Bureau of Odd Affairs had long been in need of live subjects for experiments. And I'll be delivering them a grand gift. The bus came to a sudden halt, causing many backpackers, engrossed in conversation, to tumble to the ground. Ouch, my back. What kind of vehicle are you driving? The driver made no response, merely gestured ahead at a tree, as thick as a man's waist, obstructed the road, with 3 men and 1 woman eyeing them with ill intent. Dong Zhengyang's face lit up. Was this his chance to shine? Coming from a humble background, his girlfriend Qin Xinxin hailed from a scholarly family, her father a university professor and her mother a formidable businesswoman. His girlfriend, being somewhat naive, could be easily manipulated, but her parents were another story. They had repeatedly urged her to sever ties with Dong Zhengyang in broad daylight. Did they still dare to rob? The leading middle-aged man chuckled. What robbery? We are civilized people. He stepped aside, and a middle-aged woman began to writhe, her greasy midriff glistening in the sunlight. The crowd was bewildered. Was she trying to disgust them? Moments later, the middle-aged man extended his hand. Having watched our program, you owe us money, 500 each. For this program, you must be out of your mind. Exactly. Have you seen how many of us are on this bus? A single punch would suffice. Though the backpackers were incensed, the highwayman remained unperturbed, pulling out a chainsaw from the woods and revving it. The sharp blade whirred menacingly, startling the crowd. Most were city dwellers, accustomed to a life of leisure. Not anticipating such an encounter on their travels, the women turned their gazes towards the men in the bus. Dong Zhengyang dared not speak up, his eyes darting to the sides. Jia Hongfang almost shrank beneath the seat. The wealthy Niu Zhangwen frowned. Although he had a bodyguard, he was reluctant to engage these individuals directly. This was their territory. Who knew what other tactics they might employ? Jiang Lin remained hidden beneath his hat. Appearing perpetually unresponsive, a middle-aged woman stealthily surveyed the group. She had already called the police. Humph. Men are unreliable. It's up to me. After a tense standoff of 10 minutes, a dilapidated police vehicle arrived. A disheveled officer, yawning, stepped out. Who called the police? I did. It was me. The woman leapt from the bus, her face alight with excitement. Officer, I called. They're robbing us on the road. Enough. The officer waved dismissively, approaching the highwaymen, who murmured amongst themselves. Upon his return, he stated, I've clarified the situation. If you watch their dance, you must pay. That's only fair. Officer, it's not that we wanted to watch. It's just silence. I'm the officer. You're the ones in trouble. Is 500 too much? Relax a little. You don't want to accompany me to the station and leave a record, do you? Damn it. A pack of crooks. Upon hearing this, the group could only concede. Their indignation powerless against the circumstance. Niu Wanlin understood. No wonder these individuals felt so emboldened. Once the officer departed, the woman who had reported them was dragged from the vehicle. Slaps resounded as she spun in place. her face visibly swelling. First, the police arrived, and then the robbers colluded. Violence ensued, compelling everyone to relent and pay. A man approached the bus to collect the money, and the group reluctantly pulled out their wallets. "I have no cash. Can I pay electronically?" "Not a chance. You think I want to leave evidence? Dream on." He snatched the man's backpack and rummaged through it, tossing food and drinks onto the ground. While the man could only seethe in silence. "This is all you have? Wasn't he at 500? That was back then. Now it's 1,000. In your city's terms, it's inflation." Those who found themselves at the mercy of others had no choice but to acquiesce. The money collector approached Jiang Lin, who handed over 1,000. Seeing Jiang Lin's nonchalant demeanor irked the man, who attempted to snatch his bag. Tugging with all his might, he found it immovable. "Hey, you." Jiang Lin's gaze bore into him. His eyes as still as a deep well, as if gazing upon the dead. How many had perished at his hands? The money collector, nearly collapsing in fear, stammered. "Which village are you from?" Jiangshui village." Faced with Jiang Lin's casual inquiry, the man had no choice but to respond. After this incident, the bus continued on its journey. The residents of Jiangshui village rejoiced. They had ensnared a plump foreign sheep. The money collector relayed the recent events to the leading middle-aged man. "Ergo, your problem is that you're too timid. Do you think he would retaliate against us?" Only Ergo understood. It wasn't his timidity, but rather, he had seen the eyes of a killer. Compared to Jiang Lin, a murderer was merely a lamb. Who knew if this would invite calamity upon Jiangshui village? Chapter 80. Ancestors buried upright, future generations will surely excel. The bus halted on a muddy road. Everyone, we arrived at Jiangshui village. Without waiting for the driver to fully stop, the group eagerly began to gather their belongings. Upon disembarking, they surveyed their surroundings, puzzled. Wasn't it said to have beautiful scenery? The rolling low hills and lush forests were indeed pleasant, yet they bore little distinction from an ordinary rural setting. This Jiangshui village? Driver, you must have taken a wrong turn. Impossible. This isn't my first time on this road. As the group unloaded their luggage, the driver departed, promising to return in 3 days. Following a path to the village entrance, they were greeted by an elder accompanied by 2 young men. "Welcome, welcome. We are delighted to have you all visit our village. Dewa, Erwa, don't just stand there. Help out." The 2 sturdy young men assisted several women with their bags and luggage. After the ordeal of being robbed, coupled with the village chief's warm welcome, the group felt quite at ease. However, Niu Wanlin sensed something amiss. One of the highwaymen bore a striking resemblance to the village chief. Moreover, the driver had not been robbed. He recalled similar experiences from years past. But now that they had arrived in this remote area with poor signal and no other vehicles in sight, they could only proceed cautiously. Jiangshui village was home to over 500 residents, with relatively few young people. At the entrance of every home, 1 or 2 elderly individuals sit in a daze, contributing to an atmosphere of lethargy. Under the arrangement of the village chief, Jiang Fugui, a few of them placed their luggage in a designated room. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed, for we have arranged a bonfire party for you." Upon hearing this, fatigue vanished from their minds. Having missed lunch and only snacked on tidbits during the ride, it was indeed time for dinner. In a clearing, the young adults expertly ignited the bonfire, while several girls of notable beauty performed traditional dances. Surrounding them were barbecue grills prepared by the villagers, offering an abundance of beef, lamb, vegetables, fruits, and rice wine. Among the backpackers, those with families exhibited some restraint, whereas the singles held nothing back. Jia Hongfang watched with amusement, while his wife, Hong Shasha, twisted her hand under the table in annoyance. "Ouch!" Dong Jingyang also wished to join but immediately adopted a virtuous demeanor when Qin Xinxin glanced over. "Aren't you interested? Don't all men enjoy this? That's them. I am different and my eyes are solely on you." Niu Wanlin clapped his hands as he devoured the meat, his bodyguard vigilantly observing the surroundings. Jiang Lin chewed on beef while his gaze remained fixed on the dancers. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 perceptions began to merge. The skewer in his hand seemed to pierce not beef but flesh. The aftereffects are returning in a brief span. His hands had been tainted with the blood of millions, coupled with the primal instincts arising from his transformation into a zombie. His judgment of the world was increasingly clouded. His departure from Fengzhou's mire was not solely due to the fear instilled by humanity's nuclear armaments, but also a quest for a different environment. He had no desire to become a beast controlled by his baser instincts. As the ambience grew more relaxed, Jiang Lin approached village chief Jiang Fugui. "Chief, I've heard that this place once harbored zombies?" The latter did not expect such directness. However, he held no suspicions about Jiang Lin's intentions. Visitors to this locale were invariably curious about such matters. "Well, it's a long story that I recall when I was a child. It was a moonless night, where one could not see one's hand before one's face. My father took me up the mountain when a strange shadow darted past from the ravine." Jiang Lin automatically filtered out the embellishments. Extracting key phrases: suspended coffins, tombs, sunless cliffs. "Chief, what significance do these suspended coffins hold?" If we're to discuss beliefs, there are indeed tales. It is said that if one is buried in a place heavy with yin energy, the corpse will absorb it. Over time, this can lead to transformation. Observing Jiang Lin's expression, Jiang Fugui was disappointed to find no signs of astonishment or fear. "And what is the reason behind the coffins being positioned upright?" "I have only heard one saying, if the ancestors are buried upright, the descendants shall surely thrive." Jiang Fugui scoffed at this notion. After all, his own kin had been interred upright, yet the people of Jiangshi village remained impoverished. Was it not absurd to equate being robbed by travelers with prosperity? The system indicates a presence nearby. It seems I must head there. Qinghe County. Some prisoners were diligently following training protocols, scouring for supplies, and transporting corpses and refuse. Each task here accrued points. To ensure safety, one had to work for a full month. Those desiring early release had to engage in perilous work. Jiang Dali labored in the sewers. One of the most dangerous jobs, earning in a day what others did in several. Today, their team even encountered a living zombie. Relying on his courage and experience, he crushed the zombie's skull with a shovel. "Jiang Dali, here." The officer regarded him with admiration, tinged with a hint of regret. "You are free, but I haven't accrued enough points." Jiang Dali calculated that he still needed 10 more days to meet the requirements. "When I tell you to go, you go. Do you think you can work here your whole life?" After gathering his belongings, Jiang Dali boarded a helicopter alongside 2 other inmates. Accompanying them were 2 armed soldiers. But the other prisoners remained unconcerned, while Jiang Dali felt an unsettling premonition. The helicopter traversed several states, arriving at a remote base. After undergoing disinfection, the trio was urged to shower. 4 fully armed soldiers guided them underground. At this point, even a fool could sense something amiss. Who releases individuals into the depths? Passing through small rooms that housed living zombies and grotesque entities covered in tumors, they also glimpsed a few normal individuals who gazed coldly at them through bulletproof glass. "No, I won't go with you. Let me leave." One prisoner shoved past Jiang Dali, attempting to flee. Bang! A soldier struck him heavily on the back of the head with his rifle, signaling the remaining 2 inmates with a glare. The 2 soldiers carried the unconscious man as they continued onward. Reaching the end of the corridor, they found small compartments filled with individuals bound to reclining chairs. Some were being injected with substances, while others appeared dazed, drooling. Researchers moved about, taking notes. Subject 3 is unstable, suspected to have too strong a resistance to the drug. Increase the dosage for Subject 5. Subject 11, Jiang Dali, and the other inmates were similarly restrained to reclining chairs, helplessly witnessing the anesthetic being administered as they heard the screams of other test subjects. He could only manage a shout, "Damn it, the official's words mean nothing," before losing consciousness. Chapter 81. The Suspended Coffins. Digging up the village chief's ancestral grave. The bonfire party stretched late into the night as everyone feasted and reveled. The villagers began to tidy up, while several backpackers approached Jiang Fugui. "Chief, how will our accommodations be arranged?" The matter of lodging was quite straightforward. However, I understand, you wish to pay, right? Quite reasonable. Evidently, this individual was quite experienced. "Since you all comprehend, it could not be better. A single bed costs 800. "How much? 800? For that price, one could stay in a star-rated hotel. In this shabby village, how dare you charge such a fee? 800 is for 1 night, not for 3, Jiang Fugui replied, brushing off the dust from his clothing. "Damn it, why not just rob us?" Dong Zhengyang could not contain himself. During their debate, villagers began to encircle them, some wielding kitchen knives. Qin Xinxin nervously tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve. "Let us not argue. I'll cover the costs." Dong Zhengyang felt a surge of joy but still said, "For your sake, I won't stoop to their level." Each person contributed individually, while those with companions shared the cost. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fugui remarked, "It's 800 for one bed, and 1,600 for two people. Can't we share a bed?" "No, the village is poor, and the beds are small. They cannot support two individuals." It was clear to the young man that the village chief was merely trying to encourage them to purchase more beds. "Fine, I'll just sleep outside. That is not advisable. There are many wild beasts in the mountains, and unsavory creatures tend to roam at this hour. Last year, someone spent a night outside and was never seen again. Just their clothes left behind, and no one reported it. Of course, but what could the police uncover?" Niu Wanlin recalled the police's attitude on the road, further solidifying his suspicions. This Jiangshi village was closely linked to Jiangshui village, and the local police station was certainly not above reproach. At the very least, the village chief was undoubtedly an informed accomplice. "Very well, I will pay for two people just for one bed." Aware of the issues here, Niu Wanlin dared not separate from his bodyguard. Jiang Fugui smiled broadly, and seeing someone take the lead, the others, whether out of fear of the deep mountains or intimidation by the village chief, promptly paid. Jiang Lin was unconcerned. He had tens of thousands in his backpack, along with some gold. This was also the reason he had been able to intimidate would-be robbers on the bus. Should anyone catch sight of this fortune, it was likely he would have to eliminate them all, adding unnecessary complications to his journey. Jiangshi village, Jiangshui village, let them stew a bit longer. As night fell, the signal here was quite poor, and after a day of travel, most had drifted off to sleep. Jiang Lin concealed his backpack, using items to prop up the quilt, creating the illusion of an occupied bed. Before quietly slipping outside, the darkness enveloped him. Aside from a few bright, twinkling stars overhead, visibility was near zero. Yet, this posed no challenge. Activating his night vision, the night was hardly distinguishable from twilight. Distant barks of dogs and the rustling of insects reached his ears. As he passed a haystack, he halted. Someone was nearby. Would he be discovered? "What are you afraid of?" "I fear nothing." After saying this, the two began to remove their clothing, engaging in close combat. Jiang Lin was at a loss. This young man was one of the backpackers, not yet 25, while the woman appeared to be at least 40. Her cracked skin and rough hands could easily pass for 50, skirting the pair. Jiang Lin dashed through the woods like a martial arts master, navigating the rugged terrain and uneven grasslands with ease. Soon, he arrived at the precipice of a cliff. Peering down, he saw a chasm plunging 200 meters deep. Any ordinary person would feel their heart race and dizziness set in. Yet, he stretched out his limbs, and after a series of crackling noises, transformed into a climber. Steadily, he descended along the cliff face. Encountering the first suspended coffin, the coffin hung upright in a recessed opening. He knocked on the coffin. The sound was deep and resonant. After a moment's contemplation, he exerted force, pushing the lid aside, revealing a skeleton adorned with bits of tattered fabric. After scrutinizing it for some time, he could discern no differences between this and other remains. Jiang Lin was never one to complicate his own life. System, get to work. After a brief examination, however, the results were unsatisfactory. "This one won't do. Let us move on to the next." Here, there is no shortage of coffins. After opening several more, all containing mere bones, Jiang Lin began to discern a pattern and made his way to the bottommost coffin. This time, there was no surprise. Inside lay a corpse appearing to be around 80 years old. Finally, the system reacted, but the requirements it presented caused Jiang Lin to frown. The task was to illuminate the corpse under moonlight for 3 consecutive nights, without any interference from sunlight. This was the northern part of the mountain, where sunlight rarely reached, however, facing 3 nights of moonlight. Would the villagers of Jiangshi discover this? Whatever. If they were fortunate, so be it. If not, I shall simply silence them all. Meanwhile, the village chief, blissfully unaware of the desecration of his ancestral grave, slept soundly with a smile of unexpected fortune gracing his lips. Quick, catch up to him. 3 agents from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau were in pursuit of a foreign operative. Due to the bustling city surroundings, they dared not make a scene, allowing the ordinary yet physically adept operative to flee unimpeded. Cindy, while attempting to shake off the agents, was desperately trying to contact her superiors. Damn it. These agents are relentless, acting like dogs that have caught the scent of excrement. The existence of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau was no secret to other major nations. It was merely an organization studying zombies, something they too possessed. With such thoughts in mind, he arrived in the Qin Kingdom to fulfill his mission. Dodging bullets with the naked eye and smashing through wooden doors with a punch, was this truly within the realm of human capability? He was increasingly convinced that these were super soldiers developed by the Qin Kingdom, while the White Eagle was also conducting similar experiments. Yet, given his position, he was unaware of the extent of these developments. Hailing a taxi, he feigned urgency and said, "Driver, to Baiyun Airport, please hurry, I have a collaboration to discuss." Money is no object. A pile of green cash dazzled the driver. "No problem, buckle up, we're taking off." Qianbing, along with 2 team members, boarded a car to follow closely behind. This is bad. He's heading to the airport. Once they reached the airport, they would inevitably find themselves cornered. Chapter 82. City Hunters. Zombies appear. 2 taxis race through the city, staging a scene reminiscent of a blockbuster. A salaryman, riding an electric bike while escorting his daughter to school, was munching on a steamed bun and sipping soy milk at a red light. Suddenly, a yellow Ferrari zoomed past, splattering soy milk onto the rearview mirror, which spun thrice in the air before landing as a box. The salaryman was left bewildered, narrowly escaping collision by mere centimeters. Damn! Mom is so gentle, rushing to reincarnate. Remembering his daughter behind him, he refrained from cursing. Although the soy milk was gone, he still had the bun. Just as he reached for it, another commotion arose. The bun was gone. "What the hell, Dad? The light's green." "I know." The man pulled his electric bike to the side and made a call. "Hello, traffic police. I've spotted 2 cars running a red light. They speeding at least over 100. In the pursuing taxi, an agent from the corpse removal team, discontent with the slow pace, took over the driving. Accelerating straight, drifting, and maneuvering through drainage ditches, the taxi was driven with the flair of a race car. Qianbing munched on a bun while communicating with the airport authorities. Meanwhile, the driver felt like a beleaguered housewife stuck in the middle, lamenting the wear and tear on his vehicle. A fellow agent patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, buddy. Someone will handle the damages for you later." The driver blankly nodded, initially believing he was being carjacked. It wasn't until they presented their Supernatural Affairs Bureau credentials that he realized the gravity of the situation. Their phone calls were outrageous, coordinating with police, traffic departments, and airport management, all while commanding authority. The first taxi driver quickly sensed something was amiss. Several times he attempted to slow down or pull over, but a pistol pressed firmly against his waist left him no choice. He had never encountered a real gun and dared not gamble. "Brother, I'm just a lousy driver, with an elderly mother above and children below. How about this? I'll hand over the car if you let me go." Let him go. What a joke. He was the only hostage Cindy had, familiar with the local roads. With him, Qianbing's trio refrained from using their weapons. 10 minutes later, the Baiyun Airport sign came into view. Security personnel clad in black uniforms began to disperse the crowd, moving sandbags and explosive-proof containers. "Don't stop. Charge in." The taxi swerved, forcing a nearby security officer to retreat. Leaped over sandbags and crashed through the glass doors into the airport hall. The airport was already bustling, and the evacuation notice had only been issued moments ago. Many remained oblivious or unconcerned. The taxi knocked over several individuals before the driver quickly exited the vehicle, intending to hide among the crowd. Bang! A bullet pierced through the chest. The taxi crashing into the airport and injuring dozens was shocking enough, but now a shooting broke out, sending the crowd scattering like frightened horses. Cindy tossed a smoke bomb towards the entrance and urged several people towards the airport broadcasting room, Jiangshi Village, despite being extorted with exorbitant accommodation fees. The backpackers slept relatively soundly. The next morning, several villagers delivered breakfast to them. A bowl of thin porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a single egg. However, having learned from past experiences, none dared to eat. Had it not been for the remote location and poor signal, where not even a ghost could be seen at the village entrance, they would have fled long ago. Among the crowd, only one young man was visibly exhausted, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. Someone joked, "Did you sneak out for a rendezvous last night?" The young man tensed, nearly believing his secret was revealed. Everyone realized they had come all this way and had already been fleeced. They felt it would be unreasonable not to explore and take some photos. After deliberation, they concluded that the village chief was not to be trusted. Pooling together 200 yuan, they hired a 60-year-old man to guide them. Jiang Lin, considering it prudent to accompany them to avoid detection regarding the hanging coffins, joined the group as they approached Cat Mountain. The mountain, named for its summit resembling a cat's head, had its side peaks resembling ears. Among the group of over 10, Dong Jingyang busied himself with winning Qin Xinxin's favor, hoping to fulfill his dream of being a phoenix man. Wealthy Niu Wanlin trailed behind with his bodyguards, while others chatted and snapped photos, creating an oddly harmonious scene, as though yesterday's unpleasantness had been forgotten. Under the sun, someone suggested visiting the hanging coffin site. After coming this far, it would be remiss not to see it. The group visibly hesitated. Aside from the zombie legends, Jiangshi village was renowned for its unique hanging coffin funerals. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow, pondering how to steer the conversation away if they were to discover the state of the hanging coffins. He was certain he could not conceal the truth, and he would be forced to take drastic measures. Where would he find fresh blood food for the newly awakened zombies? Niu Wanlin timely intervened. Let us skip it. After all, it's their ancestral burial site. It would be inappropriate for outsiders to intrude upon their customs, and I doubt the village chief would approve. The mention of the village chief snapped everyone to attention. If Zhang Fugui were to find out, they would surely be extorted once more. As another night descended, the group pulled out their playing cards, while Jiang Lin pretended to feel fatigued and retreated to his room. At the hanging coffin site, Jiang Lin observed the changes in the corpses. Compared to the previous night, the skin of the bodies had noticeably shriveled. This was not limited to the older corpses. Even several around 50 years of age exhibited the same. He examined the bones and found them remarkably stiff. Given his strength, he could easily snap steel rebar or crush marble. Yet, he encountered resistance with the dead bodies. This was clearly a result of the system's modifications. Since the early days of the zombie virus outbreak, he had pondered a question. Many tasks the system urged him to undertake seemed unnecessary. With its immense power, it should have been a trivial matter. Was it possible that I, as the host, must perform certain actions to become a key for the system to alter reality? On the third night, one could say Jiang Lin was fortunate. The full moon hung high for 3 consecutive nights. Not every corpse in the hanging coffin successfully transformed. Only 8 of them developed fine purple fur across their surfaces, covering their bodies except for their faces. At a certain moment, the moonlight in this region appeared to brighten, as if something was drawing them in. The 8 corpses absorbed the moonlight into their bodies. Enveloped in a faint halo, swish, 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 8 pairs of eyes snapped open simultaneously, as if they were experiencing their bodies for the first time, clumsily and stiffly rising from their coffins. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the zombie module. Chapter 83, Zombies Enter the Village. A son's filial piety. Jiang Lin focused his gaze on one of the zombies. Name, Jiang Lifu. Species, zombie, purple zombie. Abilities, stiffness. The body is as hard as iron, capable of withstanding most low-grade cold weapons and some small-caliber firearms. Immortal. Feeds on the flesh and blood of living beings, neither aging nor dying. Even if the head is shattered, as long as there is a blood supply, it can restore itself to its original state. Bloodthirsty. Continuous blood consumption leads to gradual evolution. Injecting some of its own blood into a target can convert it into a corpse servant. Zombies can control those they create, but Jiang Lin found no need for such complexities. He was inherently capable of commanding these zombies. The so-called servants of servants were still my servants. In the hierarchy of zombie existence, he occupies the highest position, revered as the ancestor. A zombie moves under Jiang Lin's command. With a sweep of its arms, the solid wooden coffin that bound it disintegrates into splinters like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. With slightly bent knees, it leaps 10 meters into the air. At the apex of its ascent, as it appears poised to descend, its 2 straight palms effortlessly embed into the stone wall, as smooth as a hot knife slicing through butter. One hand penetrates, the other withdraws. Step by step it ascends to the cliff's summit. Facing the full moon, for elongated, sharp zombie fangs protrude. With a roar, like a chain reaction, the remaining 7 zombies join in a simultaneous howl at the moon. In Jiangshi village, a few individuals are engrossed in a game of cards when an unusual sound startles them. Hey, did you hear that? What is making that noise? One inquires, somewhat uncertain. It's probably a wolf. Replies another dismissively. Have I never heard a wolf howl? What do you think it is then? In my opinion, It must be a trick pulled by someone in the village. Now that we're about to leave, they're looking to swindle us again. In another room, Dong Zhengyang comforts the startled Qin Xin, cradling her and soothing her back. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and no matter what happens, I will always stand before you. Zhengyang, you are so wonderful. Meanwhile, in yet another room, Niu Wenlin shuts his computer and asks, Haozi, what animal is making that sound? Haozi shakes his head. It sounds like it's coming from the nearby mountains. It's not a wolf. It could be a tiger. If I had to compare it to something, it resembles, what's the word? A zombie. Niu Wenlin falls silent for a moment, then thinks of their impending departure the next day. Concluding that any disturbances here would no longer concern him, the village chief's residence, Zhang Fugui, draped in a coat, calls over two young men. Dawa, did you do this? The sturdy and simple-minded Dawa quickly shakes his head. As does Erwa. Previously, backpackers had come here and resolutely refused to stay at their overpriced lodgings. Each time, Zhang Fugui would arrange for someone to create signs of wild beasts, be it enormous, peculiar footprints, or inexplicable strange sounds, enough to fill 10 episodes of a scientific exploration show. Forget it. You two go rest well. Also, inform your second uncle that tomorrow it will be the same location. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lin, the leader behind the roadblock and robbery of the backpackers is Jiang Laikai, who is actually Zhang Fugui's brother. They would rob the backpackers upon their arrival, then fleece them again once they entered the village, and when the guests returned home, they would rob them a third time. With their familiarity with the village, by the third encounter, they'd have stripped them to their very underwear. Jiang Lin remains oblivious to these intricacies. He does not need to untangle such relationships or delve into convoluted schemes. Regardless of whether it is Jiangshi Village or Jiangshui Village, they are merely fodder for the zombie horde. On the village's outskirts, a shadow emerges. A large yellow dog, startled by the rustling sounds, immediately rises, woo, woof. It reacts like a wild beast encountering fire, a human encountering a ghost in the dead of night. The yellow dog growls lowly, baring its teeth in warning, its four legs trembling uncontrollably. The shadow leaps forward, seizing the yellow dog's neck, and bites down. Half a minute later, a desiccated dog, resembling a mummified corpse, is tossed to the ground. The zombie's skin visibly stretches, exhilarated by its first taste of blood. Jiang Lin follows closely behind the zombie, assessing its intelligence and power. Jiangshi Village has over 500 residents. Apart from the single muddy road leading to the outside world, there are 4 paths that delve into the mountains or lead to other villages. 8 zombies have been dispatched by Jiang Lin to operate from the village's periphery. He himself accompanies a zombie named Jiang Laifu to the village chief's home. An elderly man, rising in the middle of the night to visit the toilet, notices the rhythmic sound of footsteps, and as he turns around, a gaunt, cadaverous face looms close. He never fathoms why his deceased third uncle has returned from the grave to bite him. Jiang Lin encounters a duo of female agents. The young man, panting heavily, sees the woman looking at him with disdain. He awkwardly scratches his head. I'm usually quite formidable. I must be off my game today. Perhaps it's the bed. Yes, I'm one of those who are particular about their bedding. The woman's mouth forms a na shape as she points behind him. The moment he turns around, he finds himself locked in a French kiss with a zombie. Seizing the opportunity, the woman leaps off the bed and dashes for the door. A bony arm pierces through her chest. At the village chief's residence, after organizing the slaughter of the fat sheep for the following day, he attempts to sleep but finds himself restless. Therefore, he rises and makes himself a cup of hot tea. Gazing at a portrait on the wall, he pours a cup of tea onto the floor. Father, if you are watching from above, please bless me with great fortune, and may your grandson return home with a daughter-in-law soon. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it, disturbing the peace at this hour? Zhang Fugui resolves that if the visitor has no pressing matters, he shall teach them a lesson about the authority of a village chief. The door creaks open. Zhang Fugui's eyes widen in shock. Father. He rubs his eyes vigorously, confirming that it is not an illusion. His whole body trembling. Father, you've come back from the underworld to give me some advice? Are you short on money? I'll send you some tomorrow. And as for houses, maids, gold ingots, and incense candles, Lu from town is quite skilled at paper crafting. Jiang Lin shakes his head in disbelief, realizing that Jiang Laifu truly is connected to the village chief. As father and son, Jiang Laifu embraces Zhang Fugui. allowing his son to feel the warmth of paternal affection. Having consumed his son's flesh and blood, Jiang Lifu's skin becomes considerably more taut, and his bloodthirsty eyes glimmer with newfound vitality. Is there a miraculous effect in consuming one's kin? Jiang Lin notes this observation. 8 Zombies are still far too few for a village of over 500. Quietly consuming each one poses a significant challenge. Setting aside the illicit affairs, there are also night owls aplenty. Cries for help resonate throughout the village, and the sound of gongs and drums rises. Zombies have come to the village. Everyone wake up. Wake up! Households are either brandishing flashlights or holding torches as they converge towards the village center. The zombies and the reanimated corpses, drawn by the scent, come closer. The people of Jiangshi village, having lived as hunters in their earlier years, are inherently brave. A few households even possess steel ball shotguns. Chapter 84. The Undead Bite, and the Living Fear. The undead a corpse servant bounds towards a person. Ah, save me! The corpse servant is no faster than a zombie, and the person could have easily evaded it. Yet, just like encountering a ferocious beast in the jungle, their calf muscles seize up unexpectedly. As the corpse servant leaps into the air, a pitchfork pierces through it. Pft! It impales the corpse servant's chest, and the attacker, seeing the dazed individual on the ground, yells, "What are you standing there for? Ma Dasheng? Hurry and run!" Oh! The corpse servant remains unfazed by the pitchfork lodged in its body, flailing its arms towards the man but unable to get close. Get back! A middle-aged man strides forward with fierce determination. Raising his shotgun and firing, bang! The steel balls penetrate the corpse servant's head. Devoid of sensory organs, it flails blindly on the ground. The two support each other as they head towards the village center. A woman, wielding a shovel, dashes out of her home and runs several dozen meters. Upon turning a corner, she encounters a zombie. Instinctively, she swings her shovel, but it misses entirely. This is no mere corpse servant. It is an authentic zombie. Its arms wrap around the woman, and no matter how she struggles, it holds firm. Its fangs sink deeply into her neck, and her skin visibly withers, becoming dull and sallow, reminiscent of a deflating balloon. Once the zombie departs, a desiccated corpse is left behind. After a while, the female corpse rises, her shriveled chest bobbing up and down as she hops in the village center. Where bright lights illuminate the scene, nearly 200 people gather. The perimeter is barricaded with wooden fences, haystacks, and disassembled doors. Among these individuals are primarily the youth, including the backpackers. A rough count reveals a shocking truth. Aside from those working outside, the village has over 500 residents, yet barely a third have arrived. A few armed individuals, after dealing with the corpse servants, approach the crowd. Lu Zhu, have you seen my husband? Is my elder uncle still alive? Where do these monsters come from? The crowd erupts into a cacophony of voices, with the middle-aged man holding a shotgun disregarding the potential for attracting more zombies. He fires a shot into the sky. Enough noise! Listen to me. The most important thing now is to leave the village. Call the police and let the townsfolk handle it. Don't you have a gun? Can't you deal with them? Right, I saw it. That monster can't withstand steel balls. The gunman wears a wry smile. A gun? This old relic in my hands is sufficient to handle the corpse servants, but facing off against those first-generation zombies is tantamount to seeking death. Go find your loved ones if you must. If you wish to wage war against the monsters, do so. I'm leaving, and anyone who wishes to come along may do so. With that, he clutches his gun and flashlight. Sprinting down a small path, he has considered taking the main road leading out of the village, but a single zombie terrified him back, compared to the corpse servants, which he could shoot in the head. The zombies are impervious to blades and bullets, leaping about like the unassailable undead in classic horror films. Except for a few who cling to hope, the rest follow the man. Jiang Lin, too, mingles among the backpackers. He has become quite adept at infiltrating enemy ranks. The armed middle-aged man heads towards Jiangshui village. Jiangshi village and Jiangshui village have close ties, frequently intermarrying, with the village chief deceased and the main road blocked. Seeking refuge in Jiangshui village becomes all the more crucial. As the majority of the group departs nearly a kilometer away, several zombies emerge from various corners of the village. Those who have yet to leave become moving blood bags without needing a guide. Trailing after the scent of humanity, having consumed the flesh and blood of hundreds, the zombies exhibited significant transformations, particularly evident in Jiang Lifeng. Setting aside his grotesque countenance and the 2-centimeter-long fangs, he possessed a youthful visage with silver hair, robust and vigorous, resembling a venerable elder well-versed in the art of health preservation. Several of the zombie servants, after feasting on the flesh and blood of numerous victims, displayed remarkable enhancements in strength and corporeal resilience. All seemingly fixated on the transformation into purple zombies, the backpackers were in a state of utter panic. They had indeed been lured by the legends surrounding Jiang Shizhuan, but none wished to confront a zombie in reality. Jia Hongfang barely escaped the clutches of a zombie servant on several occasions, now pale with fear. His wife repeatedly called out to him, urging him to wait, but he paid her no heed. Husband, wait a moment. I can't run anymore. Upon turning back, Jia Hongfang trembled with rage at the sight of his wife, burdened with 3 heavy bags, panting heavily. What are you doing with all this stuff at a time like this? Are you courting death? What do you know? This bag contains my cosmetics. They were quite expensive, and this is a local specialty, and this. Slap. Jia Hongfang's hand struck her face, swelling it visibly. You hit me? How dare you? Jia! She was ready to retaliate. In that moment, with the husband fleeing ahead and the wife pursuing behind, they managed to outpace several others. Xin, rest assured, the monsters won't catch up. I brought you out, and I will ensure you return safely. It must be said, not everyone can be a phoenix man. Even in such dire circumstances, Dong Zhenyang still sought to curry favor. Niu Wanlin had grown too accustomed to a life of luxury, and his stamina faltered. Were it not for his bodyguard Haozi constantly shielding him, he would have been left far behind. Niu Wanlin felt a surge of gratitude, yet understood the peril of the moment. Unwilling to gamble his life on trust. Haozi, how many years have we been together? About 3 years. 3 years? How many 3-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Has your son's school registration issue been resolved? I'll take care of it when I return, and you and your wife are too far apart. Have her move here, and housing won't be a concern. Boss Niu was well aware. He knew that if he promised a substantial sum, it would motivate Haozi. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Feed too much at once, and it becomes unmanageable. Proposing to resolve his family's issues was just right, neither too demeaning nor a reminder of his own leverage. If he were gone, Haozi would have to ponder how to get by in Xianghua. At Jiangshui village, Zhang Laikai was not merely the village head but a figure akin to a village ruler. The thought of having to slaughter those self-important city dwellers the following day brought him more joy than mere riches. Inside, there was a female college student and 2 alluring women. He was determined to indulge himself. This was not his first time engaging in such activities. Once, he had dragged a woman, clad in designer attire and looking down her nose at others, into a makeshift enclosure for some amusement. Afterward, she couldn't even muster a whimper. They prided themselves on being a model village for morality. Uncle Laikai. Someone's coming. What is the panic? Is a zombie chasing you? Calm down. Let us clarify the situation. It's hard to explain. You should go outside and take a look. When Jiang Laikai reached the village entrance, he was startled by the dense crowd, fearing his misdeeds had been exposed and that law enforcement had come to arrest him. However, upon recognizing several familiar faces, he wondered why such a commotion was occurring. What is the fuss? Zombies? Jiang Laikai nearly burst into laughter. Such tales might fool city folk, but he had lived here for 50 years. Not to mention zombies, he had never even seen a ghost. The other residents of Jiangshui village, having been roused from their slumber, found the situation amusing, their earlier irritation forgotten in light of this farce. Did they really believe that just because it was called Jiangshikan, zombies actually existed? What did Jiangshui village have then? Seeing the disbelief among the villagers from Jiangshikan, their expressions darkened. One claimed to be the last of his family, while another spoke of a relative who had perished at the hands of zombies. The more Jiang Laikai listened, the more astonished he became. Many of those ancestors had familial ties in both Jiangshikan and Jiangshui village. No one dared to make light of their lives, especially upon hearing the news of his elder brother, Jiang Fugui's demise. What? My brother is dead? I don't know. Everyone was too busy fleeing to notice him. The other residents of Jiangshikan exchanged glances, confirming they hadn't seen the village chief either. Jiang Laikai began to believe the situation had merit. It was implausible that all the people from Jiangshikan would conspire against him. What could they possibly gain from such deceit? With a mix of confusion and trepidation, He called for all the residents of Jiangshui village to awaken. Those still groggy from sleep were irritable. Had it not been for Jiang Laikai standing on the platform, they would have likely retaliated against him. Now listen to me. Everyone who can wield a hoe or a shovel, arm yourselves. Children, pregnant women, and those over 60 must stay at the innermost part. In the dead of night, the 800 inhabitants of Jiangshui village, young and old alike, could not abandon their homes over unverified tales of zombies. They would rather utilize the illumination from their homes for defense. Fleeing into the wilderness would surely spell disaster. Jiang Lin, being young and not particularly strong, was still assigned a pitchfork. He, along with Dong Xingyang and Jia Hongfang, was tasked with patrolling the eastern perimeter. Should they spot any signs of zombies, they were to sound the alarm immediately. Several such patrol groups were organized, rotating every hour. They only had to endure until dawn. Meanwhile, news of the zombie sightings in Jiangshikan had reached the township's police station. Ding-ling-a-ling, a police officer on duty was dozing at his desk, groggily answering the phone. Hello, this is the Qingshan Town Police Station. What? Zombies? The officer paused, then erupted in anger. Who the hell thinks Jiangshikan has real zombies? Only a fool would believe that. The phone rang again, and he dismissively replied that he would send someone to handle it. You prank call me, and I'll prank you back. After hanging up, to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed again, he took the phone off the hook. Dong Xingyang looked miserable. He had merely been spouting bravado. Should zombies truly appear, whether one had the courage to stand their ground was another matter altogether. Observing the heavy atmosphere, Jia Hongfang attempted to lighten the mood with conversation. He offered cigarettes to the two men. Dong Xingyang hesitated but eventually accepted, while Jiang Lin subtly shook his head. Jia Hongfang had already noted Jiang Lin's unusual demeanor. And no matter the circumstance, this young man remained unfazed and composed. From the bus hijacking to the village chief's exorbitantly priced lodging, nothing seemed to provoke a change in his expression. Initially, he had thought Jiang Lin was merely adept at cultivating internal energy. But when the zombies attacked, his expression remained unchanged, leading him to realize he had misjudged. This individual was a stoic. Even as they neared Jiangshui village, the backpackers recognized Jiang Laikai. Several young men were also familiar faces. Having been part of the group that had robbed them, they understood that they had fallen into a trap. Were it not for the imminent zombie threat, none would have dared to linger here. An hour swiftly passed, and the three men returned for their shift change. Jiang Lin approached one man and quietly inquired, "Is everyone accounted for?" The man paused. They all gathered in the main courtyard. Not a single one missing. Not a single one? Excellent. In the courtyard, various bedding arrangements were made. The elderly, children, and pregnant women huddled together, while the remaining guards stood watch outside. Lanterns, torches, electric lights, and every available light source were put to use. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Lin spotted the very individuals who had attacked him days prior, silently settling into a corner to feign sleep. 8 zombies approached, exhibiting no concealed intentions, bounding into the village entrance. Were this a film, it might evoke a sense of absurdity. Yet this was reality. They were indeed capable of devouring humans. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of gongs echoed throughout the village, awakening the elderly and children. The men grasped kitchen knives, hoes, and other implements, nervously guarding the entrance. The door proved futile, as the zombies effortlessly vaulted over the courtyard walls, one man falling victim to a face-grabbing attack. Save me. One person wielded a pitchfork against the zombie, while another attempted to bind it with rope. The pitchfork struck the zombie, producing a dull thud as it pierced the clothing, leaving only a faint white mark on the skin. The zombie strained against its bindings. Snapping the rope, and the others surged forward. Gunfire met the zombie flesh, yet the bullets barely penetrated a millimeter. A dozen blood-drained corpses slowly rose. Panic ensued, and the younger individuals fled swiftly for the elderly. Pregnant women and children, they could only pray for their own survival. Once the herd loses courage, they become easy prey for predators. Jiang Laikai gritted his teeth, preparing to hide beneath the bed, when a shadow swiftly appeared before him. "Father?" The zombie responded with 2 sets of fangs. Jiang Lifeng had successfully slain Jiang Fuguwei and Jiang Laikai. In a certain sense, the trio had reunited within its grasp. A family must stay united. The touching bond between father and son was enviable to outsiders. If Jiang Lin were in control, with such individuals gathered, not a single one would escape, however, for the sake of the other villagers. He begrudgingly allowed them to linger a bit longer. Though this tactic was rather cliché, it proved effective. As dawn broke, the bus driver arrived as usual to collect Jiang Lin and the others. He had even attempted to call Jiang Fugui and his brother earlier, but received no response, a sense of unease creeping in. Upon reaching the village entrance, the driver narrowly escaped the grasp of several zombie servants. Managing to board the vehicle just in time. My heavens! Is this retribution? Dozens of zombies surrounded the bus, incessantly shrieking and scraping their claws against the vehicle. The driver slammed into them, retracing his route. Soon, the Qingshan police station received an emergency call. Several police captains, examining the driver's statement and the claw marks on the bus, wore grim expressions. Damn it, isn't this kind of thing happening in Fengzhou? The driver's description of the corpse servants was instinctively dismissed by them as a misunderstanding born of panic. With just a handful of guns, are we really going to confront zombies? Are we not courting death? After deliberation, they decided to report the situation again, escalating it all the way to the prefectural governor's office. Chapter 86. Humanity revealed in life and death at the Qingtian prefectural governor's office. A gathering of officials convened, with only those truly unable to attend absent. Is the information accurate? It should be correct. Can we determine anything based solely on the word of a bus driver without photos or videos? This is a gamble I'm not willing to take. Are you? It hasn't been long since the national briefing on the zombie situation, and who doesn't know about those former colleagues who underestimated the threat and faced dire consequences? Orders were issued from the governor's office. Police stations across the county were instructed to dispatch a contingent of officers to Qingshan town. Simultaneously, the station troops in Yinzhou prepared themselves upon receiving directives from the Supreme Strategic Department. At the Qingshan town police station, several captains were on edge. Compared to the intertwined powers of various departments in the county seat, where bureaucrats were abundant and wealthy merchants thrived, the ordinary police officers felt powerless. Yet in the town, they were akin to local monarchs. They awaited news anxiously. Hey, when do you think they'll send someone? I've already said it's highly likely to be zombies. Who dares to take it lightly? What if they don't send anyone and we need to confirm it ourselves? With just our meager capabilities? The group exchanged glances in silence. Their long period of comfort had dulled their edges. If they were to lead the charge, it was uncertain whether the officers below would follow orders. Even if they were to discard their badges, they wouldn't dare proceed. Suddenly, a police officer burst into the room. They here. Many of them, backpackers and villagers from Jiangshui, faced with the indestructible zombies, had long abandoned any unrealistic notions and scattered in panic. In times of crisis, people instinctively flee to what they perceive as safe havens. The villagers from Jiangshu fled towards Jiangshui village, and the Jiangshui villagers did the same. Jiang Lin had already made arrangements for this. If just one or two individuals were pursued by the corpse servants, he would send out zombies for groups of 10 or more. The largest group, nearing 70 individuals, caught Jiang Lin's attention. He knew that by following them, he could reach the next village. Humanity is so fervent. It would be illogical not to act. A hefty woman, weighing 200 pounds, in her flight, did not forget to gather her belongings. Gold and silver jewelry, cash, bank cards. The backpackers recognized her, the woman who had robbed them a few days prior. Demanding money while putting on a show of strength, one of the corpse servants suddenly abandoned its original target and fixated on the hefty woman. Even as it passed by others, it ignored them. Get away, you dead monster. Go eat someone else, don't touch me. The corpse servant bit into her, yet astonishingly, no blood was drawn. A thick layer of fatty tissue served as her shield. It clawed desperately, spilling red, yellow, and green entrails onto the ground. Still, she did not perish, clutching her bag tightly with one hand while using the other to crawl. Truly, it echoes the old adage. Humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. A slender man with a small mustache, armed only with a curved knife, was swift and agile, unmatched by most in the crowd. Seeing his companion in distress, he felt a surge of joy. If it eats the fat meat, it won't be able to eat me. He leaped, attempting to jump over a small ditch, but an unexpected stone struck his knee. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Ouch! Who the hell ambushed me? Women and children rushed past him. Wait for me, he shouted. Suddenly, two corpse servants lunged at him, exposing their fangs. Jiang Lin controlled the pace of the zombies' advance, ensuring it wasn't too slow. which would seem suspicious nor too fast, as to give the villagers a glimmer of hope for survival. Every few minutes, those who lagged behind became fodder, buying precious time for the others to escape. The backpackers, relatively positioned in the middle of the crowd, faced danger from behind, while moving forward offered no direction. This was their best strategy. Jia Hongfang still had the presence of mind to observe others. Did you notice? Those who robbed us seem to have all perished, indeed, especially that hefty woman. She died quite horrifically. If it weren't for the grim circumstances, they could have enjoyed the spectacle like munching on sunflower seeds. Seeing that the crowd could still converse, Zhang Lin intensified the assault. The corpse servants began to act frenziedly to the edge of a river several meters wide. Most villagers could swim, shedding everything they could and wading toward the opposite bank. Those unable to swim had no choice but to suppress their fear and feel their way through the water. Jia Hongfang dove into the river and, turning back, saw his wife still at the shore. "You foolish woman! Hurry over. Are you waiting to die?" Red Shasha looked terrified. "I can't swim. Help me, dear." Jia Hongfang yearned to go to her. After all, they had been married for over a decade. Just as he took a step, he noticed the unmistakable signs of the corpse servants in the distance. Their ghastly faces, yellowed fangs, and blood-soaked flesh instantly extinguished his courage. "I still have 2 houses, 3 cars, 10 million in cash. My family is counting on me to carry on the lineage. Wife, stay hidden and wait for rescue." Finally finding a reason to convince himself, Jia Hongfang fled without looking back. Red Shasha, in despair, could only run downstream along the riverbank. Meanwhile, Dong Jingyang and Qin Xinxin, a pair of student lovers, faced their own ordeal. Dong Jingyang, who loved to flaunt his academic prowess, was not athletic. Qin Xinxin, a petite girl, lacked strength as well. They had reached the riverbank when a corpse servant lunged at them. In a moment of desperation, Dong Jingyang pulled Qin Xinxin in front of him for protection and leapt into the river. Dong Jingyang. Ignoring his girlfriend's resentful curses, he dared not look back, running desperately until he finally caught sight of the tail end of the main group. Qin Xinxin could hardly believe it as she faced death. The knight who had vowed to protect her with his life had just pushed her away. As her blood diminished, her consciousness began to fade. "How foolish I am! If I could live again, I would never trust a man as sweet words. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much." A brief while later, Qin Xinxin jolted awake, her eyes devoid of youthful vibrancy, replaced by a ferocious thirst for blood. "Blood. I crave blood." Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the opposite bank of the river, instinctively drawn by something alluring. She plunged into the water, wading across to join the corpse servants in pursuit. Time rewound to a day prior. Upon learning that Cindy had entered Baiyun Airport and taken control of a large crowd, Qian Bing furiously smashed the car windshield with his fist. The driver, filled with sorrow, dared not speak, fearful that his iron fist might turn on him. Sirens blared as police cars surrounded the airport's entrance. Outside, a throng of reckless onlookers gathered. Chapter 87. Extreme Rescue. The police established a perimeter, and a girl retreated several meters but refused to back down any further. Regardless of how much the officers pleaded, it was futile. "Why should we leave? The airport belongs to everyone, not just one department." As her words rang out, people instinctively distanced themselves from her. Did she not realize whom she was addressing? The police squad leader frowned. Had it not been for the multitude of spectators and cameras, he would have had her taken back to the station for a proper reprimand. "I am not negotiating with you. I am fulfilling my duty, and you have an obligation to cooperate. My pigeon is on the next flight arriving. If you delay him, will you take responsibility?" "What?" The officer double-checked, ensuring he hadn't misheard. Upon seeing the girl's foolish expression, he understood. She was just another fan. As Qian Bing and his team arrived at the airport, they immediately asserted their authority to mobilize the police. Initially, several officers were taken aback, unsure of who these impressive colleagues were, attempting to bypass the police chief to give orders. The ensuing events became surreal. Upon reviewing Qian Bing's credentials, the captains promptly complied. With the backing of the Anomalous Incident Bureau's extermination team, the captain's demeanor shifted dramatically. Anyone who disobeyed orders would find themselves handcuffed. Those who dared to resist would face a baton. This tactic was remarkably effective, and the crowd was pushed back 100 meters. Using intelligence and surveillance gathered by the police, Qian Bing assessed the situation. Approximately 150 individuals, including travelers and staff, remained trapped inside the airport. They were concentrated in several small rooms near the broadcasting room. Inside the broadcasting room, Cindy held them at gunpoint. Qian Bing was perplexed. How could one person with a single gun control over 100 individuals in several rooms? Cindy was not acting alone. Among the hostages were two accomplices in one room. As one of the hostages attempted to escape while Cindy entered the broadcasting room, they were immediately shot by another accomplice. This served to intimidate the others. No one knew how many bandits were mixed in among the hostages. Buzzing, the airport intercom crackled to life once more. The officers outside listened intently. There are 150 people inside. I trust you don't want them harmed, do you? My demands are simple. Arrange a flight to Little Pickle Country immediately. Only I can arrive safely, and I swear I will not harm a single person inside the command vehicle. Several captains were overwhelmed as the broadcast resonated. It reached the ears of those nearby, prompting a pressing dilemma. Should they comply with the demands of the bandits? Refusing could result in the loss of 150 lives. A calamity sufficient to shake the very foundations of the provincial government. Conversely, acquiescing to their demands would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, with hostages likely forced onto the plane as human shields. Once they arrived in the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the authorities there would be powerless to intervene. The Pickled Vegetable Nation would simply declare, upon arrival in our country, you must adhere to our laws. The realm of Qian shall not interfere in our internal affairs. They would not mistakenly believe that the bandits' insistence on reaching their territory implied any allegiance to it. The suspicion surrounding the bald eagle was equally substantial. Qian Bing and his two companions had stealthily infiltrated the airport, fortunate that their movements went unnoticed by Cindy, as the surveillance was under the control of the authorities. To be frank, Cindy was bewildered as to why the people of Qian relentlessly pursued him like a rabid dog. The mutual dispatch of spies among nations was an unspoken reality. Typically, those who survived battles were detained, well-fed, and cared for, to be used as bargaining chips with foreign powers. Yet, he had barely approached the researcher's door of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau when he was discovered. The pursuers were ruthless, intent on ending his life. Was it merely a matter of monetary compensation? Since the establishment of the corpse disposal team, substantial funds had been expended with little apparent effect. Inciting dissatisfaction among various armed departments, Qian Bing bore the hopes of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, eager to make a significant impact. Apart from a single handgun and a bulletproof vest, the trio possessed nothing else. They navigated a winding path, avoiding main roads to approach their target. The broadcast room was flanked by two rooms housing hostages. An assault on either would alert the other bandits. This was their inaugural major operation, and whether they would achieve renown hinged on this very moment. Qian Bing signaled with his hand, assigning responsibility for the broadcast room to himself while the other two would secure the other two rooms. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Boom. The door was violently thrust open, and the occupants instinctively unleashed a volley of bullets toward the entrance. As the smoke cleared, Cindy realized they had all missed. This was dire. He immediately seized a woman as a hostage. A bullet struck him, precisely penetrating a narrow gap and hitting his arm. He barely stifled a groan before three more bullets struck his legs and one hand. Meanwhile, in the other two rooms, the two members of the corpse disposal team initially reassured the crowd, insisting they would be saved, all while inching closer. Among the throng, a bandit discreetly reached for his waist, preparing to fire. A vice-like grip seized his hand, accompanied by a sharp crack. "I am my hand." From the moment Qian Bing and his companions arrived at the airport to the point they subdued Cindy and his team, no more than 20 minutes had elapsed. Even accounting for the time spent charting their course, observing, and strategizing, the actual engagement lasted but a matter of seconds. Upon hearing the signal to conclude operations through their headsets, the authorities were left dumbfounded. Over 100 individuals emerged from the airport, having narrowly escaped death, their joy spilling forth in tears. Cindy and his companions, handcuffed and bruised, were ushered into a police vehicle. "You guys are something else," exclaimed one captain, gesturing with a thumbs up, while the rest of the officers looked on in admiration and astonishment. They had never imagined such an approach to law enforcement, faced with a suspiciously large number of bandits. 3 men had boldly confronted them with just 3 guns. One officer, gathering his courage, remarked, "Sir, I too wish to operate like you. Theo, you think I can?" He stood tall, anticipation gleaming on his face. "Like me?" Qian Bing dared not respond. Many of his colleagues had not survived the ordeal, and he had merely been fortunate. He beckoned the two members of the corpse disposal team, and they sought refuge in a private dining room. The three ordered a plethora of dishes and 2 bottles of liquor, racking up a bill exceeding 1,000. Despite the abundance of food, their appetites were anything but ordinary. Given their salaries, such expenses posed no issue. Yet, before their meal was fully served, they received alarming news. What? A suspected zombie has been discovered in Yazhou. They had just completed their mission and were entitled to rest, with other colleagues dispatched for the task. However, Qian Bing viewed it differently. With their enhanced physical prowess, dealing with spies was child's play. Having once faced zombies head-on in battle, he was eager to confront them once more. He was no longer the same as before. To put it in a cliché manner, he sought to vanquish the demons within. Chapter 88. 2,000 officers scour the mountains. Zombies advance armored vehicles transported nearly 2,000 officers to Qingshan town. Such commotion captured the attention of the townsfolk. With limited recreational activities, news spread quickly, and soon everyone was aware that a substantial number of officers had arrived in the city. Underground internet cafes, gaming halls, and establishments collecting protection fees vanished without a trace. The town's atmosphere transformed, with the likes of green hats, yellow-haired individuals, and purple-haired characters hiding away, smoking in fear of venturing outside. Tattooed ruffians donned ordinary clothing to conceal their identities. It is human nature to be drawn to excitement, yet to avoid complications, the authorities declared that a heavily armed criminal was on the loose nearby, urging everyone to steer clear of the cordoned-off area. Before departing, mid-level leaders repeatedly emphasized to the officers, this time, you are not facing gangsters or robbers, but rather a potential zombie threat. The officers could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. After all, one need only recall the significant losses suffered by the 11-nation alliance against the undead. Could they manage? Certainly, times had changed. They now possessed a comprehensive understanding of zombie behavior. As long as they adhered strictly to protocol, victory was assured. A set of heavy-duty protective gear was distributed as part of the initial search operation, along with shields and signal flares. Time was of the essence, and the provincial government could not provide 2,000 sets of professional protective gear, necessitating a rotation system. The location of Jiangshi village was exceedingly remote, and the armored vehicles rattled as they arrived. An officer brandished a loudspeaker. Is anyone in the village? This is the Qingshan town police. We are here to investigate the zombie situation. The booming voice echoed through the mountains, yet no response came. It was clear to all that something was amiss. The officers formed small teams to conduct room-to-room searches. In a typical brick and tile house, an officer kicked open the wooden door. Shining a flashlight inside confirmed the absence of occupants, and 2 of them cautiously entered. A cup of tea remained on the table, and the chairs were neatly arranged, indicating recent habitation. However, a blanket lay strewn on the ground, and a black shoe rested on the threshold. The officers immediately deduced that the homeowner must have encountered something terrifying. Abruptly rising from bed and fleeing without even donning their shoes, as the search progressed, they finally uncovered something unusual. A pool of blood, albeit minimal, suggesting it was less than a day old. Soon, another team stumbled upon a suspicious corpse. Accompanied by 2 forensic experts clad in full protective gear, even their faces obscured by plastic masks, they examined the scene. Strange? According to the examination results, this body should have been dead for quite some time. Yet, nearby soil and footprints indicated that the corpse had only recently moved. To assert that this was a zombie would be inaccurate. Upon death, a zombie's internal structure, aside from the abundance of viruses, bears little difference from that of a living person. The body before them, however, was a desiccated corpse. Its blood had long since evaporated. Even a zombie requires blood to sustain its biological energy. How could a bloodless corpse exhibit any signs of activity? Next came sampling, photography, and the creation of an initial report. Despite the exhaustive search conducted by hundreds of officers, not a single living soul was found, only signs of struggle and desiccated bodies. From the direction the corpses had fallen and the footprints, it appeared that the residents of Jiangshi village had not perished entirely but had retreated into the woods. The officers were not surprised. For those raised in the mountains, the woods might offer greater safety than an exposed dirt road. The efficacy of drones was severely limited. Flying too low could disrupt signals and lead to entanglement with branches, while flying too high would yield limited intelligence. The signal was extremely poor in this area, preventing drones from straying far from the signal vehicle. To err on the side of caution, the officers summoned helicopters for assistance. Meanwhile, the officers on the ground proceeded with utmost vigilance. Should zombies truly emerge in Jiangshi village, their task would not be extermination but containment, ensuring not a single one escapes the mountains. Jiang Lin and a group of backpackers had taken refuge in a cave. To masked their human scent from the zombies. They had doused themselves in various perfumes and toiletries. Several groups of corpse servants passed nearby without raising any suspicions. The others assumed this method was effective. Damn it, my phone's dead. Niu Wanlin glanced at the individual beside him and remarked. Even with power, it would be useless. This place is even more remote than Jiangshi village. There's no signal here. The atmosphere grew tense. When they had arrived, there had been 14 of them, including Jiang Lin. But now only 8 remained. In contrast to the despondent and anxious group, Jiang Lin appeared remarkably composed. This young man possesses a remarkable demeanor. If he survives, I would certainly like to befriend him. Niu Wanlin thought to himself, considering his own extensive experience. Faced with such a drastic change, he could not maintain such composure. What was Jiang Lin preoccupied with? He was calculating the progression of the zombies in his mind. Initially, there were 500 individuals in Jiangshi village, followed by 800 in Jiangshui village, and then several neighboring villages. The original 8 zombies, coupled with those upgraded from corpse servants, totaled over 100. Most critically, 3 zombies had met the requirements for advancement and successfully upgraded, transitioning from purple zombies to green zombies. Their abilities now included race, zombie, green zombie, abilities, unyielding. Their bodies are as resilient as tempered steel, rendering most standard firearms ineffective against them, undying. Their recovery rate accelerates. They feed on the blood and flesh of the living, remaining ageless and immortal. Even if their heads are shattered, they can restore themselves as long as blood sustains them. Frenzied bloodlust. Continuous consumption of blood enhances their strength, and infusing their own blood into a target can convert them into a corpse servant. Note: infusing vital blood can directly transform the target into a purple zombie. Jiang Lin estimated that aside from high-caliber sniper rifles, other firearms would merely tickle the green zombies. Their recovery capabilities had significantly accelerated, which was indeed advantageous. He is well aware that even when the head of a corpse servant is shattered, it does not equate to complete demise. Only the destruction of 1/3 of its torso, combined with a certain duration without blood replenishment, will lead to its death. The upgraded version of the bloodthirsty type proves to be even more formidable, capable of directly converting lower-tier zombies. Thus far, the abilities of zombies seem to overlap significantly with those of the undead. They both crave flesh and blood, relying on it for evolution. The unique aspect of the undead lies in their rapid conversion of their own kind and their agile movements. Yet their heads remain a fatal weakness. In contrast, the zombie's rigid body, having lost its brain, this critical vulnerability becomes more potent as higher-tier zombies are developed. Under the relentless scrutiny of the officers, a corpse servant confronted them. Is this a zombie? Why is it so slow? The corpse servant moves faster than most humans, yet lags behind ordinary zombies. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets was unleashed, transforming the corpse servant's head into a honeycomb of destruction. That was quite effortless. Do not let your guard down. Be wary of high-ranking zombies. In the incredulous gazes of several individuals, the headless corpse servant staggered to its feet. Chapter 89. Decapitation Operation, Ready to Eat Delights. In a panic, the group frantically pulled the triggers. Despite their aim being compromised, several bullets struck home at close range. Small coin-sized holes appeared, riddling the headless corpse servant, yet it still attempted to move, albeit at a snail's pace due to its damaged joints. This small team was fortunate enough to notice the anomaly from a distance. Meanwhile, one officer approached for a closer inspection and was suddenly seized by the ankle by the corpse servant. What on earth is this creature? Rip! The tactical pants were torn, and where the corpse servant's skin made contact, blood gushed forth like a dam bursting. He barely had time to stab it with a dagger, slashing and stabbing repeatedly, tearing flesh from the creature. However, his consciousness began to fade, and his strength waned, as he bled. The corpse servant absorbed the blood. 1 + 1 = replenishment, and the corpse servant stood upright once more. A half-head sprouted from its neck, countless tendrils of blood entwined as it grew. The fallen officer, not long after, also rose to his feet. Sniffing the air, a greedy expression crept across its face as it advanced towards the officers. In the cave, Jiang Lin, through the perspective of the zombies, became aware of the officers' arrival. This was not unexpected. After the baptism of the zombies in Fengzhou, it would be utterly inept for the Qin Kingdom's authorities to be slow to respond. In a certain sense, these corpse servants transformed from purple zombies pose even less of a threat to humanity than ordinary zombies. Of course, this is contingent upon their understanding of the creature's characteristics. The two purple zombies received orders and changed direction. Several officers, caught off guard, fell victim to the corpse servants. Upon receiving the relevant intelligence, the officer in charge immediately notified everyone. Henceforth, whenever they encountered a corpse servant, they would first fire in unison to confirm its loss of combat capability. Upon nearing, they would shield themselves with their shields, douse it in gasoline, and ignite it. The newly assigned officer team could not help but feel elated. Aside from the loss of a few lives, this minor blemish was manageable. Discovering a new type of monster distinct from zombies and controlling its activity range to gather intelligence was a significant achievement in itself. In their delight, they began to jest. They could notify the troops to return. There was no need for reinforcements, as they could handle the situation. Wouldn't it be wiser to reserve the troops for high-ranking zombies? Better to err on the side of caution. What if these creatures mutate as well? Though they spoke cautiously, in their hearts, they dismissed the concern. How long had these monsters been around? Could they possibly mutate so quickly? Zombies were not so perverse, Buzz. The sound of electricity crackled as a voice filled with terror came through the intercom. Report, this is Jiangshi Village. We have discovered an indestructible monster. It's over. It has locked onto me, and we are all going to die. Damn. What is this thing? Just moments ago, they were confident of victory. How could bad news arrive so swiftly? Boom. The command vehicle shook violently as a hole the size of a human head appeared in the roof. As they looked up, a filthy head protruded. Roar. The Second Army of Qin Kingdom stationed in Yazhou, comprising several thousand men, either traveled by train or armored vehicle. Be cautious. A vanguard of 500 men took off by plane. But some heavy equipment could not be transported. The military maintained communication with the officers. Initially, everything was normal, merely noting the monster's deviations from typical zombies. However, the situation remained manageable until an urgent distress signal arrived. From afar, the vanguard saw the officer teams on the ground. Each officer appeared as a tiny black dot, and the nearly 2,000 personnel and their equipment formed black lines. That moment. Those lines were being continuously severed and consumed. Upon observing through binoculars, the commanding captain gasped in disbelief. With green faces and sharp teeth, leaping as if flying, their bodies rigid, save for lacking the essential Qin dynasty official robes. They were indistinguishable from zombies, Captain. Should we provide support? Support? What nonsense. The 2,000 officers below are being chased like fools. He wouldn't be so arrogant as to believe that without sufficient heavy firepower, the soldiers would be significantly stronger than them. However, it would be unacceptable to stand by and watch our allies suffer casualties. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he ordered the helicopters to deploy, providing aerial fire support for the officers. He also instructed a messenger to contact the brigade headquarters immediately to relay the news. While the purple zombies possessed bodies as hard as iron, they could not withstand large-caliber weaponry or sustained firepower. Yet, they engaged in guerrilla warfare, jumping dozens of meters with speed surpassing that of humans, their arms like steel blades, slaughtering officers with ease. Particularly, Jiang Lin had them target several command vehicles first. Machine gunners or snipers found it impossible to aim under such circumstances. Recklessly firing would only result in the death of a few comrades without yielding any gains. Even the military would flee in the face of the monster's onslaught, and the officers were no exception. To escape this deadly ravine, several vehicles clamored to exit. Everyone sought to flee, but the narrow road inevitably led to collisions. Who the hell is the idiot who can't let me go first? Peering out, he discovered it was his captain. Yet at this critical moment, not even the captain, let alone the chief, could be of assistance. The corpses drained of blood by the zombies rose once more, joining the ranks of the hunters. Occasionally, those attempting to stabilize their ground and fight back would be hindered by fleeing comrades or attract the targeted eradication of the purple zombies, the corpse servants. Once relatively fragile, transformed into undying entities amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, their bodies simultaneously breaking and mending. By the time the military arrived, the ground was littered with abandoned equipment and remnants of bodily parts. An officer furrowed his brow and stepped forward to investigate. Creak. Stepping on something foreign, he lifted his foot to find a fragment of an unknown human bone, its fractured surface glowing with an eerie light. Among the remains were half a finger, a severed foot, shattered eyeballs, and an abundance of skull fragments. The military's arrival was quite the spectacle, with even tanks, vehicles that could not enter, being airlifted in by several helicopters. Heavy machine guns and cannons were not in short supply either. Jiang Lin had the zombie army conceal themselves in the mountainous woods behind Jiangshi village. Through the observations and recordings of the vanguard, they understood the complexity of dealing with zombies. The terrain was highly disadvantageous, dense with trees and interconnected mountains, unless they resorted to drastic measures like cluster bombs or white phosphorus to scorch the mountains. Advancing with soldiers would undoubtedly lead to significant casualties. Amidst the officers' deliberations, several specialized helicopters arrived. Over 50 individuals descended from above, and among them, certain figures caught the officers' attention. The military often held various competitions to select the most outstanding performers. These soldiers were colloquially referred to as King of Soldiers by outsiders. However, compared to these kings, the soldiers in the army were akin to mice facing a cat, lacking any semblance of comparability. Chapter 90. S. Alloy, the first battle of the corpse disposal team against zombies. Those who followed them were even more peculiar. Their presence exuded an aura no less imposing than that of the frontliners. Yet their eyes glinted with ferocity as they scanned their surroundings. If one were to describe them, they appear to be somewhat mentally challenged. Point 2 stepped forward and simultaneously extended their hands to the officer. Hello, I am Qin Bing. Greetings, I am Zhao Yang. The officer paused momentarily before shaking hands with both. You two must be the experts dispatched by the Bureau of Anomalies. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hiss! The officer's face suddenly flushed red, and he grimaced. The nearby soldiers wondered if he was unwell. He had intended to test the strength of Qin Bing and Zhao Yang, inadvertently applying a bit of pressure. Both Qin Bing and Zhao Yang, having emerged from the military, were well aware of his intentions and responded in kind, and of course, they did not exert their full strength. Otherwise, the officer's hand would not have remained intact. The emergence of zombies in Qingshan town had drawn the attention of the upper echelons of the Qin kingdom. As a crucial undertaking for the Bureau of Anomalies, they felt a sense of responsibility regarding this matter. Originally led by Zhao Yang, Qin Bing, unable to endure the monotony, applied for the mission as well. Among the more than 50 individuals accompanying them, only 12, Qin Bing and Zhao Yang included, were enhancers. The rest were deemed failures. Although calling them failures is not entirely accurate, as they too possess strength comparable to enhancers. However, they exhibited certain cognitive deficiencies, resulting in low intelligence, brutality, and an inability to distinguish between friend and foe. They were referred to as frenzied warriors. Without other enhancers to rein them in, their bloodlust could easily turn on their own comrades. Clad in black protective gear, they represented the most advanced technology of the Qin kingdom. They provided maximum protection while remaining lightweight, allowing for unhindered movement. Common blades and small-caliber bullets posed no threat to them. To combat zombies, they were equipped with unconventional weaponry, including ultra-powerful rifles with a caliber of 12.7 mm. A single shot could penetrate the vulnerable armor of an armored vehicle. The cold weapons were made with S alloy, a material that could only be produced under extremely harsh conditions. Currently, only Qin Nation, the Bald Eagle, and the Hairy Bear possess the capability for independent production. It defies common logic, exhibiting extraordinary performance in both hardness and toughness. Other properties, such as corrosion resistance and stability at extreme low and high temperatures, far surpass those of other alloys. It has been hailed as the most significant breakthrough in material science in the past 2 decades. The cost to produce a single gram of this alloy exceeds 1 million in financial and material resources. In comparison, gold is rendered worthless, akin to mere soil. The extermination squad, accompanied by their officer, arrived at the camp to glean a brief understanding of the situation. Both Qin and Zhao decided to venture into the woods. Should they hesitate any further? This creature, oh no, this zombie, is no trivial foe, particularly amidst the trees, where it can strike with uncanny stealth. He might as well have inscribed "I do not trust you" across his face. The two men paid no mind, as each mission invariably attracted skeptical and dismissive glances. Explaining themselves each time they encountered such scrutiny was exhausting. Nevertheless, they did not refuse the intelligence and firepower support from the military. The houses in Jiangshi village had already been forcibly demolished by the troops, yet no one had returned to claim compensation for the destruction. Tanks and artillery faced the dense thickets and ravines, unleashing a barrage of fire. Various ferocious roars echoed, yet no zombie revealed itself. The extermination squad proceeded along the main road in search of the undead. The crunch of combat boots on fallen leaves resonated. The only sound amidst the absence of other living beings. One enhancer feigned tying his shoelaces, only to have a corpse servant leap from a tree onto his back. You mutt, I spotted you long ago. He raised his right hand, unleashing a pistol shot. Bang! It detonated like a grenade by his ear, the massive bullet obliterating the corpse servant's head. Vivid red mist erupted as the servant staggered and collapsed. 1, 2, 3. The corpse servant rose once more, prompting the man to draw a short blade, swiftly slicing the body into 8 pieces. He then disregarded the writhing remains and continued his search. The extermination squad advanced with remarkable speed, leaving the soldiers tasked with clearing the remnants of the corpse servants astonished. Was that a handgun? It must be a cannon. The recoil was so tremendous that firing a shot must have been a feat. Moreover, that short blade was peculiar. Piercing the corpse servant's body with a stiletto was no easy task. How could it suddenly seem as fragile as tofu? Qian Bing and Zhao Li barely engaged, leaving opportunities for their team members. Their true target was the genuine zombies. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The intense sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted from 100 meters to the left. The 2 men hurried over, traversing the rugged terrain as if it were level ground. 3 frenzied warriors and 1 enhancer opened fire on a zombie covered in purple fur. The powerful firearms did not spare even the purple creature. Riddling its body with small holes, the 2 frenzied warriors, caught up in the excitement of the kill, rushed forward to grapple with the purple zombie. The enhancer seized the opportunity to attempt decapitating it. Although this action would not kill it, rendering it blind would significantly diminish its combat prowess, making it easy prey for them. In a desperate dodge, the purple zombie still received a vicious cut. A portion of its neck slashed open, spewing foul blood onto the group. An immediate wave of dizziness washed over them. This was bad. The blood of the undead was toxic. The enhancer quickly retreated 10 meters away, wiping off the blood with his clothing. Meanwhile, the frenzied warrior, incensed by the creature's strength, sank his teeth into the purple zombie's chest. The zombie was unable to grasp him, nor could it bite him even as it lowered its head. With a mighty leap, it aimed to crush the man. At that critical moment, Qian Bing arrived. He kicked against a tree, using the rebound to close in on the purple zombie, his short blade flashing forth in an instant. The frenzied warrior was flung aside, and the zombie turned its attention to Qian Bing. Suddenly, both its left arm and leg were severed. Following that, it became straightforward. The incapacitated purple zombie was swiftly dispatched by Qian Bing's blade. Yet, its vitality was astonishingly resilient. Even in such a state, its limbs, heart, and other organs slowly writhed closer. If left unattended, it would likely revive in no time. A frown of concern appeared in Qian Bing's eyes. This monster could prove as perilous as a traditional zombie. Realizing that the extermination squad had indeed taken down a purple zombie, the military promptly dispatched a special team. They carefully placed the various parts of the purple zombie into separate glass containers, all made of bulletproof glass to prevent any potential chaos. As they ventured deeper into the woods from Jiangshi village, they encountered increasingly more corpse servants. Qian Bing had every reason to believe that even more terrifying zombies awaited them. A loud shout interrupted Qian Bing's thoughts. "Captain Qian, come quickly. There's a problem." The issue arose with the frenzied warrior who had bitten the purple zombie's chest. He had not broken the zombie's skin, but the blood had entered his mouth. He emitted sounds of agony, his once fierce gaze gradually morphing into a void of death. Unlike the instinctual wariness of beasts towards humans, this was the resentment of the deceased towards all living beings. "It's hopeless. Just kill him." Chapter 91. The zombies counterattack upon hearing that he was to be abandoned. The frenzied warrior's expression momentarily regained a flicker of clarity, as if to say, "I believe I can still be saved." The extermination squad, comprising over 50 members, was scattered throughout the vast woods, their formation appearing sparse. At this juncture, The military had witnessed their prowess and deployed a significant number of soldiers to collaborate. Essentially, each enhancer led 3 to 4 frenzied warriors, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. They pressed forward, gaining a better understanding of the elusive corpse servants. While crawling forward, a corpse servant might suddenly emerge from a tree, wreaking havoc among the ranks. Conversely, if one focused on the trees, a seemingly inconspicuous pit obscured by grass could harbor a lurking corpse servant. Stepping on it would likely seal one's fate, while losses were minimal at first. The cumulative effect of such incidents was significant. "This won't do," exclaimed a company commander. "Why not burn the mountain? Aren't the zombies using the terrain to their advantage? If we set it ablaze, let us see how they respond. Even if we can't burn them all, without cover, our aerial firepower can finally come into play." However, the higher-ups promptly dismissed the suggestion. Nonsense. In warfare, casualties are unavoidable. Are we to throw in the towel at the first sign of difficulty? This mountain connects to others, and the trees are intertwined. It's easy to ignite, but hard to extinguish. Once it catches fire, it could take 5 days and nights to quell, and thousands of square kilometers would be reduced to ruins. What of the wildlife, precious flora, and humanity? The resulting black smoke would be sufficient to shroud the entire Qingshan town. The officers had no choice but to urge the soldiers to exert themselves further. As the number of zombies dwindled, they would soon reach their lair. Some astute junior officers even hinted to their soldiers not to advance too far ahead. After all, the extermination squad had come from afar to undertake this task. Could they possibly bear to steal the glory? As the extermination squad pressed onward, a multitude of soldiers followed closely behind. The dense woods not only obstructed visibility, providing cover for the corpse servants, but also posed a fire risk. The soldiers felled large trees, clearing paths to create fire breaks. With every step forward, Qian Bing felt increasingly uneasy. Zhao Yang believed he was overreacting. "Old Qian, you're simply being overly cautious. We've encountered genuine zombies before. While they seem formidable, 3 frenzied warriors can restrain one, and you and I could easily take one down ourselves. One must not be complacent. In terms of physical prowess, each zombie is several times stronger than you or me. Were it not for the sheer numbers and superior equipment, it would not be so easy." As he spoke, he patted his S-alloy combat knife, signifying that it was precisely this weapon that enabled them to breach the zombies' defenses with ease. "You're overcomplicating matters. We are humans, equipped with advanced technology. Our ability to utilize tools is a part of our strength. But can't zombies use tools too?" This remark immediately silenced Zhao Yang, halting his subsequent words. Both had descended from the front lines of Fengzhou, having faced the crawlers and managed to escape unscathed, largely because they had simply been quicker than their comrades. "Damn it. Why can't you understand me? Zombies are zombies, and the undead are the undead. I state this clearly. If zombies were able to use tools like humans, then I would. What would you do? I would consider it a minor mistake." Qian Bing. Searching 100 meters ahead, beneath a massive rock, they discovered an entrance to a cave, faint light filtering in. Neatly arranged along the cave walls lay a dozen corpses. They were dressed as ordinary villagers. 15 of them cloaked in purple fur, while the 2 at the back bore green fur. Suddenly, they all opened their eyes in unison, their crimson irises fixating on the same direction. Initially, the soldiers were resistant to following the extermination squad into the woods. But after witnessing their capabilities, they felt more at ease. In the military, lower ranks revered the strong. Those with better marksmanship or combat skills received admiration. Had the timing and setting been right, a throng would have inquired about joining the extermination squad. Humans are not machines. After enduring constant vigilance, moments of relaxation are inevitable. The massive rock, which should have been thoroughly inspected, was overlooked by a few careless soldiers. "Such a heavy stone, without an excavator, we can't possibly move it. What could possibly be wrong?" Trusting their comrades, a line of soldiers passed this way, including members of the extermination squad and others. Within the cave where the backpackers were hidden, Jiang Lin observed a few individuals playing cards. His focus divided as he controlled the zombies. The small hillock where the massive rock rested trembled ominously. With a resounding crash, the rock cracked, the fissures widening until it finally shattered into a spray of rubble. Roar! A purple zombie emerged, howling towards the sun, exhaling a faint black mist. Then came a second. A third. 17 zombies were unleashed. Animals are highly sensitive. Earlier, they had lain still as corpses, making no sound, but now, with a roar. Countless snakes, insects, rodents, and beasts within 100 meters fled in chaos. Two black bears and a tiger passed by the soldiers, instinctively avoiding them as they continued their flight. This peculiar scene, coupled with the faint sounds barely audible, caused a change in Qian Bing's expression. He immediately summoned his personnel to rush over. The zombies had a remarkably clear objective, with 2 purple zombies acting in tandem while the green zombies moved independently, targeting the nearest human soldiers. A mixed squad of enhancers sensed the commotion and instructed everyone to be on high alert. The soldiers stood back to back, their weapons trained on the surrounding trees and underbrush. The frenzy of the berserk warriors